In the village of Konoha, within a modest dwelling, a throng of people gathered, creating a dark, crowded scene. Yuehua, do not grieve too deeply. Your parents sacrificed themselves for the honor of the village. If you live well, it would bring them joy, comforted Nara Shikaku, a middle-aged ninja with hair styled like a broom and 2 long scars adorning his face, clad in somber funeral attire. Daimon Shikaku, we have found the will. We kindly ask you to preside over it. A voice called from a distance. Shikaku acknowledged the summons with a nod, gently ruffling Yuwa's hair before making his way over. As Yuehua adjusted her tousled hair, her spiky white locks framed her slender face. Though her faintly arched, pale brows hinted at a trace of happiness, her dark eyes were clouded with confusion, perceiving the world around her as if it were a revolving lantern. Suddenly, everything went dark as she collapsed with a thud. Not good. The child has fainted. The nearby attendants erupted into chaos, clamoring about how to transport her to the hospital, while others insisted that they could not leave during the funeral. Silence. Do not create a commotion. Shikaku rushed over, swiftly catching the unconscious Yuehua. After a brief examination, he sighed in relief upon realizing she had merely lost consciousness. Cradling her, he issued orders to the others with a voice that was calm, yet commanding, restoring order with remarkable efficiency. Konoha Hospital, in a private room. Yuehua lay silently on the hospital bed, her heart heavy with sorrow. In her previous life, she had also lost her parents at a young age, struggling to survive alone, only to meet an untimely end in a car accident shortly after graduating from university. She had inexplicably been reborn in Konoha, where she tasted the warmth of familial love once more, only to have that joy snatched away after a mere 8 years as tragedy struck. Once again, taking her parents from her in this new world. Now, I'm all alone. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks as she wept softly, resembling a wounded wolf cub. The vastness of the world felt overwhelming, and she felt achingly small and isolated. Outside the room, Naras Shikaku, his expression grim, lowered his hand that had been poised to knock on the door. His left hand clenched tightly around a basket of fruit, veins protruding. As the loss of his friend weighed heavily on him, a ninja may grow accustomed to life and death, but that does not render one devoid of emotion. 80-year-old Naras Shikamaru looked in astonishment at the rare display of anger from his father. Puzzled, however, recalling the uncle who often played shogi with his father and had now passed, he began to understand. Let us return, Shikamaru, Shikaku said as he turned away. But aren't we here to visit Yuehua? Shikamaru asked, puzzled. Today, we shall leave it be, let Yuehua have some time alone. Shikaku replied, handing the fruit basket to a nurse and requesting her to deliver it to Yuehua's room. As the two figures, one large and one small, resembling each other, exited Konoha Hospital, the observant Shikamaru spotted a familiar yellow figure behind a large tree. Isn't that Naruto? What is he doing at the hospital? He wondered aloud, with questions lingering in his mind. Shikamaru followed Shikaku, merging into the bustling crowd of the street. At the tender age of 8, Naruto Uzumaki, wearing a disgruntled expression and enduring the piercing stares of those around him, adjusted the dark green goggles perched atop his head, gathering his courage. He entered the hospital and approached the front desk. Excuse me, could you please tell me the room number for Aoi Hikari? Second floor, room 206. Ah, the Nine Tails, the nurse at the front desk responded habitually, only to be startled into retreat upon seeing Naruto, instinctively covering her mouth and trembling in fear. With the information he sought in hand, Naruto dashed up the stairs, silently vowing to become the greatest Hokage of Konohagakure, earning the recognition of all. Soon, he located the door marked with the number he needed. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of his rather boisterous knocking echoed through the corridor. Come in. Aoi Hikari, wiping away her tears with the sleeve of her garment, responded, taken aback by the unexpected visitor. Who could be at this hour? Certainly not Uncle Nara, for he would never knock like that. Then she beheld a tousled-haired boy with a bright smile, dressed in a black t-shirt. Hey, Hikari, I'll come to see you. Naruto cheerfully greeted, producing a gigantic, unopened bowl of instant noodles and placing it beside the bed. I heard, Uncle Hikari and Aunt Megumi have passed away, so I wanted to check on you." Looking at Naruto, who stood beside her bed with a downcast demeanor, Hikari felt a flicker of warmth in her heart. Aoi Hikari and Aoi Megumi, her parents in this world, were both elite jonin of the village and had tragically perished during a recent mission. Naruto Uzumaki was a classmate of Hikari at the Ninja Academy, and they shared a good rapport, being the child of two esteemed jonin who had once served under the fourth Hokage. She was aware of Naruto's true identity, unlike the majority of villagers who regarded him as the embodiment of the Nine Tails. The Aoi family had previously invited Naruto to their home for meals, showing him considerable kindness. However, due to the third Hokage's orders and the prevailing sentiments of the villagers, Hikari's mother often sent her to deliver food to Naruto. Even so, those moments were some of the few bright spots in Naruto's childhood, making his visit to the hospital hardly surprising. "Hikari, I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me yet," she replied, though gratitude for his visit lingered in her heart. With her rebirth, it seemed her mindset had reverted to that of her childhood, leading her to respond somewhat defiantly. "Whatever. This is a Jiffed and ultra-luxurious bowl of miso ramen. I've been saving it for a long time, so you should be thanking me," Naruto exclaimed, holding the oversized bowl with a proud grin, rolling her eyes. Hikari felt her last traces of sadness dissipate, replaced by a renewed sense of vigor. Since fate had granted her a second chance at life, she vowed not to squander it. After some light-hearted banter with Naruto, he eventually took his leave, leaving Hikari alone in her hospital bed. She had merely fainted from the overwhelming emotions and would likely be discharged the following day. Yet, the thought of returning home to an empty house filled her heart with a profound sorrow. On the following day, Nara Shikaku arrived alone, as it was a Monday and Shikamaru had gone to the Ninja Academy. Clad in a fresh outfit, having shed his black mourning attire, Shikaku settled into a chair beside the bed. "Sukahana, is there any issue with your discharge today? Should we observe you for a couple more days?" "Uncle Shikaku, I'm perfectly fine now, fully recovered. Just take a look," Sukahana exclaimed, dramatically raising her small arms to showcase her newfound strength. A smile graced Shikaku's lips, filled with relief that his friend's child had not succumbed to despair, even if only on the surface. "That's wonderful. By the way, your father left a will for you. Here, take a look." He produced an envelope and handed it to her. Eagerly accepting the envelope, Sukahana recalled faintly hearing references to a will before she fainted. With trembling hands, she opened the envelope and extracted the document. Reading it slowly, "This is Uncle Shikaku. Is this permissible?" Upon finishing the will, she recognized her father's handwriting. It primarily expressed his concerns about Sukahana's well-being should he and his partner meet with misfortune on a mission that he entrusted her care to his dear friend, Nara Shikaku, who would assume the role of her guardian, overseeing all aspects, including finances, until she could become self-sufficient as a ninja. However, considering Shikaku's responsibilities as an advisor to the Hokage, head of the elite Jonin class and leader of the Nara clan, he undoubtedly had a demanding schedule. This prompted Sukahana to voice her worries. "Do not fret. Aunt Yoshino has prepared a meal and is waiting for us at home. For the time being, you should move in with us. Hurry and pack your belongings. I will take care of the discharge paperwork." Shikaku smiled gently, ruffled Sukahana's hair, and swiftly exited the hospital room. In the residence of the Riku family, Nara Yoshino stirred the pot with a ladle, and upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she hurriedly extinguished the flame and wiped her hands on her apron before stepping out of the kitchen. Sakikawa stood at the entrance, clutching a rather large box and glancing around. This was not her first visit to the Rika household. She had previously accompanied her parents, having grown up alongside Rikimaru, though she had never stayed overnight before. Now, perhaps she would be residing for an extended period, which naturally felt different. "Sakikawa is in your care. I must return to my tasks," Uncle Riku called out before vanishing in a puff of white smoke. "Shadow clone," Sakikawa exclaimed in surprise. But she quickly came to terms with it. Considering how busy Riku was, it was commendable for him to create a shadow clone. Yoshino approached Sakikawa with quick steps. "Aunt Yoshino," Sakikawa greeted politely with a slight bow. Aunt Yoshino was kind-hearted, yet had a fierce temper, which made Sakikawa somewhat apprehensive. However, today, Yoshino radiated warmth as she affectionately tousled Sakikawa's spiky white hair, leaving her to ponder why so many found pleasure in ruffling her hair. Today, I've prepared curry. And it's your favorite, pork cutlet curry rice. But before we dine, let me show you to your room. Come along, Yoshino said gently. Following closely behind Yoshino, Sakikawa soon beheld her room, a clean bed, a table, and a small wardrobe. It was simple yet tidy. This was originally a guest room. And I tidied it up a bit. Sakikawa, please bear with me. It lacks some amenities, as many things are still at the main house. We can decorate it in a few days, Yoshino spoke softly, a trace of concern flickering in her eyes. It pained her to see Sakikawa, still just a child, facing such circumstances. It was no longer the era of the Ninja World War. The atmosphere was not as stifling, yet it still pressed upon the young. Aunt Yoshino, it's wonderful as it is. There is no need for anything more. I find this simplicity quite comforting, Sakikawa replied, setting down her box and taking a seat at the table, gently caressing its surface, which bore a subtle sheen from wear. An old piece imbued with the faint scent of ink. Please take your time to organize your belongings. I will call you when dinner is ready, Yoshino said, observing Sakikawa, who seemed lost in thought. All right, thank you, Aunt Yoshino. Sakikawa responded, snapping back to reality. With a firm thud, Yoshino closed the door, leaving Sakikawa alone in her room. In an instant, she leapt onto the bed, resting her hands behind her head and gazing at the ceiling as she contemplated the future. This was the world of ninjas. And in order to survive, strength was paramount. Only formidable power could serve as the foundation for existence. Without it, how could one hope to thrive amidst chaos? Especially for someone like Sakikawa, a mere supporting character? It would take no grand villain. Even a single high-ranking ninja could easily dispose of her. However, how can one enhance their strength? Yuehua found herself in a state of distress. The Qingfan clan lacked any bloodline limit, generation after generation. Its members excelled solely in swordsmanship and water-style ninjutsu. Although they had once thrived at their peak, they were merely a clan of moderate strength within the Hidden Leaf village. Now, the Qingfan lineage had dwindled to just Yuehua as the last remaining member. It would be prudent to establish a solid foundation first. She resolved to seize the opportunity to assess her chakra attributes before determining her next steps. After all, there were still 5 years until Orochimaru's assault on the Leaf village. And she was certain a solution would present itself. Silently motivating herself with a clenched fist, Yuehua sat up and began to organize her belongings. During her stay at the Nara household, she had only brought a few sets of clothes, not intending to reside there long term. For training purposes, it was more convenient to return to her own home. That evening, the 4 of them, Riku, Yoshino, Shikamaru, and Yuehua, quickly finished their dinner. After Yuehua helped Yoshino wash the dishes, she awaited her turn for a bath before retreating to her room to rest. Given the recent passing of her parents, neither Riku nor Yoshino disturbed her, and Shikamaru's laid-back nature allowed Yuehua to enjoy a moment of solitude as she focused on refining her chakra. This foundational skill had been taught at the Ninja Academy. Yuehua's parents, being renowned special jonin, had also guided her in this regard. Although she had not been particularly diligent in the past, the loss of her parents had galvanized her to grasp the significance of strength. Chakra was the source of power for ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. The enhancement of chakra could be achieved through 2 means. One was spiritual energy, refined through meditation-like techniques, while the other was physical energy, augmented through bodily training. At present, Yuehua was focused on refining her spiritual energy. Prolonged refinement of spiritual energy could easily lead to mental fatigue, and at just 8 years of age, Yuehua soon found her eyelids growing heavy, prompting her to extinguish the light and succumb to slumber. In the midst of the night, Yuehua was faintly roused by peculiar sounds echoing around her. Suddenly awakening, she realized she was not in the Nara household, but in a pitch-black place. Her expression shifted. Had she fallen victim to a ninjutsu, akin to the second Hokage's technique of darkness? Was it truly necessary to employ such elaborate means against a mere child? Moreover, who would attack her without provocation? Uncle Riku. Aunt Yoshino. Yuehua called out hoarsely, but there was no response, nor any sign of an assailant. Exhausted from her futile cries, she sat down on the smooth, cold ground, which emitted a faint chill. Yet, strangely, she did not feel cold. At that moment, soft murmurs reached her ears. Who are you? Come out. What do you want with me? Yuehua shouted, her voice reverberating in the darkness. The inky blackness enveloped her, and despite her mature mindset, she found it difficult to acclimate to the overwhelming obscurity. It seems to have grown colder. As the darkness recedes, a glimmer of white light finally emerges. With the increase of this radiance, a howling cold wind sweeps through. This so-called white light is nothing more than snowflakes. However, Luofu Xiao does not feel the chill as acutely, gazing vacantly at the shifting scenery around him. The darkness fades away, revealing a world blanketed in ice and snow. A commanding voice resonates more powerfully, one that Yuehua has never encountered in any lifetime. Yet, inexplicably, he stumbles in a certain direction, as if something is beckoning him. The blizzard intensifies, yet it does not deter Yuehua from his path. It feels as though he has been walking for an eternity. Yet it also seems fleeting, a peculiar sensation that is difficult to articulate. At this moment, Yuehua is too astounded to find the right words. As he is confronted by a sight that terrifies him, crimson eyes exude an undeniable majesty, while a serpentine form appears to be sculpted from ice. The massive wings unfurl, stirring the blizzard around him. Though he has never seen such a being before, it does not impede Yuehua's understanding of this godlike creature, a dragon. Astonishingly, it is indeed a dragon, and it possesses an oddly familiar aura, as if he has encountered this creature before. Icewill Blade. The name slips from his lips involuntarily, and suddenly memories long sealed in the past surge forth. He recalls the collapsing world of ice and snow, and the slowly vanishing ice dragon. This is indeed the Zanpakutō, renowned as the mightiest among those of the ice and snow. It seems that the heavens did not intend for him to struggle at the bottom. They have been rather generous to him. As he gradually opens his eyes, he realizes that since it is a Zanpakutō, everything that transpired was merely a figment of his dream consciousness. In reality, Yuehua remains in the residence of the Lujin family, his gaze falling upon the dim ceiling. The room is quiet, save for the long sword that now rests beside him. The following day, Yuehua rises early. He has no habit of languishing in bed, especially since he is to attend the ninja academy today. Having already skipped a day of classes, he does not wish to lag behind like Naruto. Yuehua, how did you sleep last night? Lujin, still bleary-eyed, gazes at him, while Jino prepares breakfast in the kitchen, and Shikamaru emerges from his room, his sleep-laden expression mirroring that of Lujin. I slept quite well, Uncle Lujin. You needn't worry. If anything arises, I will consult Aunt Jino, Yuehua replies with a cheerful smile. Regarding the matter of Icewill Blade, to be candid, he has yet to decide whether to speak of it. Ultimately, he resolves to let things unfold naturally. After all, among the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha is the most open-minded and accommodating regarding various bloodline limits. Being a native of Konoha, awakening a minor ability should not be of great concern. Jino, having overheard their conversation, sets down the tray she was holding and smiles gently. Lujin, let me take care of Yuehua. You should focus on your work. Uncle Lujin, ever obedient to his wife, nods in agreement and departs with Shikamaru to wash up. Yuehua, have you finished washing up? Come sit over here. Those two always dawdle, Jino calls, arranging the dishes and inviting Yuehua to join her. She engages him in a lengthy conversation, inquiring about everything from his diet to his living arrangements, meticulously discerning his preferences. At long last, having finished their breakfast, Yuehua and Shikamaru dashed out of the house, proceeding leisurely towards the ninja academy. With ample time remaining before class commenced, there was no need for haste. Hey, Yuehua, what else with the sword? Shikamaru inquired, having noticed the long blade at Yuehua's waist since their departure. The sword boasted a light purple diamond-patterned hilt, a cross-shaped suba, and a sleek black sheath, exuding an air of distinction. I intend to practice my swordsmanship, Yuehua replied, her left hand resting on the hilt. This excuse had been concocted that morning. Although not entirely flawless, it involved the esteemed traditions of the Qingfan family, rendering it difficult for outsiders to interject. As anticipated, even Shikamaru fell momentarily silent before stammering, Yuehua, please take care. Don't be too upset. Shikamaru's clumsy attempt at consolation touched Yuehua's heart. Yet it seemed that even a genius with an IQ exceeding 200 could be rather ordinary when it came to offering comfort. Do not worry. I am not so fragile. You need not fret, Yuehua replied with a cheerful smile, throwing her arm around Shikamaru's shoulders and giving him a hearty pat. However, I never expected you to be so comforting. I thought you were perpetually lazy, far from the composed and mature individual he would later become. Shikamaru was momentarily flustered and retorted, Yuehua, you really are chatty. More so than Ino. Yuehua playfully teased Shikamaru all the way to the ninja academy. Inside the classroom, the atmosphere remained raucous, particularly due to Naruto, who was bouncing around incessantly. Yuehua's gaze shifted and suddenly fell upon the academy's top prodigy, Uchiha Sasuke, whose small face bore a cool and aloof demeanor. However, a pang of concern struck Yuehua's heart. If her memory served her correctly, This was the year 56 of the Hidden Leaf Village, the year of the Uchiha clan's massacre. Although she was uncertain of the exact timing, it seemed imminent. Sasuke, may we sit together? A girl with pink hair squeezed in beside Uchiha Sasuke, her face adorned with a beaming smile. What? Move aside, wide forehead. I should be the one sitting next to Sasuke, protested a golden-haired girl with a ponytail, refusing to back down. What did you say, Ino? Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka were at it once more, their daily squabble revolving around Sasuke. Yuehua, glancing at Naruto, who appeared on the verge of tears, nearly burst into laughter. The Ninja Academy was indeed a joyful place, if one disregarded Naruto's identity and the impending darkness surrounding Uchiha Sasuke. Upon entering, Yuehua and Shikamaru caught the attention of a plump boy, Choji Akimichi, who was busily stuffing his face with snacks. After swallowing a mouthful, he exclaimed, "Ah, Yuehua, you've come to class." With Choji's shout, nearly everyone's attention shifted towards them. Even the bickering Ino and Sakura turned to look. Good morning, everyone," Yuehua greeted, scratching her head. "Hey, Yuehua, are you alright? Shouldn't you rest a few days? Is it alright for you to come to school so early?" A lively crowd gathered around, for Yuehua was quite popular in class. With his silvery hair inherited from his parents and a sunny disposition, he often resolved conflicts with ease, making his popularity rival that of the aloof Sasuke. He greeted each of them with a smile, making his way to the back of the classroom, where he found an empty seat. The seating arrangement was not fixed, it depended on one's arrival time. As the bell rang, the teacher entered the room, a prominent scar adorning his nose. Holding a roll call, he clapped it to capture everyone's attention. "Alright, everyone quiet down. We are about to take attendance. Naruto, find a seat and stop the commotion." Iruka, a tan Chunin instructor at the Konoha Ninja Academy, scanned the room and spotted Yuehua sitting in the corner of the back row. "Oh, Yuehua, you made it to class. Come see me in my office after school. Now, let us begin attendance," Iruka announced, opening the roll call. "Nara Shikamaru." "Here," responded a sturdy boy, grinning as he sat beside Yuehua. "Yuehua Mei." "Here," replied a beautiful girl with a determined expression, sitting alongside Yuehua and Nara Shikamaru. Seated upright, Yuehua feigned attentiveness, his eyes slightly closed as he silently refined his spiritual chakra. Iruka passionately lectured on the fundamentals of the ninja world, though few paid heed. Naruto was fast asleep. Sasuke wore a disdainful expression. Sakura gazed dreamily at Sasuke. Shikamaru dozed off on his desk. Choji skillfully snacked on treats. Ino was gazing longingly at Sasuke. Shino's desk was cluttered with bugs. Kiba played with Akamaru, and Hinata shyly stole glances at Naruto. Among the 12 young ninjas, 9 still enjoyed the tranquility of their lives in the Konoha family, except for Naruto, who faced disdain, Sasuke, who was on the brink of tragedy, and Hinata, who felt neglected by her father. The rest lived leisurely lives, including Yuehua, who had not felt compelled to aspire for greatness despite his rebirth. He merely yearned for the familial love he had longed for. Yet the harshness of reality awakened him to the truth. The world of ninjas was fraught with peril, where only the strong survived, and the weak were swept along by the tide. Thus, in the year 56 of Konoha, at the Konoha Ninja Academy, Fan Yuehua focused intently on refining his chakra, mentally communicating with his blade, Ice Wheel. In the office of the ninja school, Iruka observed Fan Yuehua with a sigh. Having lost his parents at a young age, he empathized with Naruto and was surprised to discover that Yuehua faced similar challenges. "Yuehua, how are things at home? Please feel free to share any troubles." "I am here to help," Iruka said, his smile warm and inviting, truly embodying the title of Konoha's good-natured person. Interacting with Iruka was devoid of any pressure. "Teacher Iruka, Uncle Nara has already taken care of everything for me. I might be staying at Uncle Nara's house for a while," Yuehua replied politely, expressing her gratitude for the teacher's concern. Iruka paused for a moment, then quickly realized she meant Lord Nara Shikaku. Since it was Shikaku, there should be no issue. As the leader of the upper class of Jonin, Shikaki was one of the esteemed leaders of Konoha, and with Shikamaru being in Iruka's class, Iruka had interacted with Shikaku and was aware of his wisdom. Thus, hearing that Shikaku would be looking after Yuehua brought him a sense of relief. "Yuehua, if you have any issues, feel free to come to me. I will always assist you," Iruka said with a beaming smile as Yuehua prepared to leave. His hand, resting on the door, trembled slightly, causing Yuehua to momentarily hesitate. "All right, Teacher Iruka," she replied before stepping out, her emotions swirling within her. Iruka was truly formidable, capable of dismantling one's psychological defenses without them even realizing it. Aside from Sasuke, who had succumbed to darkness. It seemed no student nurtured by Iruka could harbor disdain for him. Clutching the ice wheel blade at her waist, Yuehua continuously fortified her resolve. Vowing not to waver due to Iruka's concern, strength was paramount. Without power, even the most beautiful things were but fleeting illusions, destined to vanish in an instant. In her pursuit of strength, Yuehua found herself admiring Sasuke's later decision to ally with Orochimaru. Upon returning to the classroom, Yuehua took her seat and closed her eyes to concentrate on refining her chakra. The quantity of chakra was of utmost importance, as battles among ninjas could be exceedingly prolonged. Involving relentless pursuits, without endurance, one could not sustain themselves, hence the market for military rations. The curriculum at the Ninja Academy was quite comprehensive, encompassing not only theoretical classes but also practical training sessions. After enjoying the bento prepared by Aunt Gino, Yuehua ventured alone to a more secluded training ground at the Ninja Academy. Given its remote location and the fact that it was lunchtime, the training area was deserted. With only Yuehua present, the afternoon also coincided with outdoor training sessions, and Yuehua had already obtained Iruka's permission to practice swordsmanship alone. This was not a privilege, but rather a necessity for certain secretive techniques and sword arts, which were inherently private and not meant for public observation. Not only Yuehua, but many of her classmates trained in scattered locations, as the Ninja Academy boasted ample and expansive training grounds. Drawing the ice wheel blade from her waist, Yuehua began her practice, executing 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes, 4 slashes. In the vast training ground, the only sound was the blade slicing through the air. As time passed, Yuehua's breaths became labored, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, soaking her clothes, and her arms began to tremble. Prolonged sword practice was indeed exhausting. The Yuehua family was not renowned, yet its lineage could be traced back to the Warring States period. Although small and weak, they later submitted to the Senju clan and subsequently helped establish Konoha, naturally integrating into the village. The swordsmanship of the Yuehua clan is not renowned, lacking the illustrious techniques akin to the dance of the crescent moon of Konoha. Instead, it is characterized by a solid foundation, though devoid of formidable finishing moves. Its technique is meticulous and flawless, with no weaknesses in both offense and defense. The Yuehua clan swordsmanship adheres to a principle of righteousness, embodying a straightforward and honorable style devoid of any bizarre or unpredictable variations. Currently, Yuehua is diligently honing his skills. Fully aware that merely possessing the ice wheel Maru does not equate to instant success, it is a fool's dream to expect great rewards without ample effort. Certainly, the awakened ice wheel Maru stands as his greatest asset. In the ninja world, there exists an array of powerful bloodline limits and peculiar secret techniques, as fearsome as the 8 gates. Previously, Yuehua had lamented his lack of a formidable bloodline limit or secret arts, even with relentless training. He would only reach the level of a particularly high-ranking jonin, much like his parents. However, with the ice wheel Maru now in his possession, Yuehua must harness it as his core technique, centering all his training around the formidable power of the ice wheel Maru. Consequently, mastery of swordsmanship becomes indispensable, and the Yuehua clan's time-honored techniques are certainly not to be overlooked. Furthermore, according to Yuehua's strategy, the ice wheel Maru serves as his trump card. Yet he also intends to assess his chakra attributes and practice ninjutsu, as reliance on the ice wheel Maru alone would be imprudent. As the saying goes, a plethora of skills is never burdensome, versatility is advantageous, and true elite ninjas are well-rounded. He continues to wield his sword, adhering meticulously to his father's teachings regarding the angle, force, frequency, and rhythm of each strike, undeterred by the sweat pouring down his body, the soreness in his arms, or the encroaching fatigue clouding his mind. With unwavering determination, he persists. 997, 998, 900, 1000. With the completion of his 1000th strike, Yuehua nearly stumbles, gasping for breath, his body drenched in sweat, the world around him fading to black. Yet, gritting his teeth, he clutches the ice wheel Maru and slowly makes his way to the large tree at the edge of the training ground. Leaning against it to catch his breath and regain his strength. Swordsmanship, taijutsu, and ninjutsu, this is the path Yuehua has temporarily charted for his training. The synergy of swordsmanship and taijutsu will complement the ice wheel Maru, while the study of ninjutsu will prevent him from relying solely on it. Moreover, some high-powered ninjutsu are indeed quite impressive. The Yuehua clan provides a legacy of swordsmanship, while the Ninja Academy will impart foundational taijutsu. As for ninjutsu, it is still somewhat premature. Yuehua is even uncertain of his chakra attributes, let alone capable of learning ninjutsu. He has contemplated jinjutsu but has ultimately decided to focus solely on learning how to dispel it. As jinjutsu lacks actual lethality and is utterly countered by bloodline limits such as the Sharingan, leading him to abandon the notion at the earliest opportunity. However, I must devise a way to return home early. There should be chakra paper at home. This home refers to Tsukahana's residence, rather than the Rokako household. Furthermore, the Aohiba family possesses inherited ninja scrolls, albeit most of them pertain to water-style ninjutsu. Tsukahana suspects that her chakra may also be of the water attribute. Yet it still requires testing. Relying on mere conjecture is unreliable. As her breathing gradually steadied, Tsukahana couldn't help but marvel at the astonishing physical prowess of the people in this world. The resilience of an 8-year-old child, recovering swiftly after executing 1,000 strikes, was indeed remarkable, despite the lingering soreness in her arms. As evening descended, the sun emitted a feeble, dim glow, draping the entire Hidden Leaf village in a veil of muted gold. The ninja school gradually fell into silence as students began their exodus, departing in small groups, leaving behind the once boisterous world of daylight, now replaced by tranquility. "Come on, Tsukahana, what are you staring at?" Shikamaru asked lazily, scratching his head, seemingly perpetually lacking in energy. Tsukahana's gaze lingered on Naruto, who sat alone on a swing. She responded with a soft acknowledgement, a wave of faint loneliness washing over her. Like Naruto, she too had lost her parents, now left to navigate this world alone. Quickly suppressing the feeling of solitude, she smiled and walked towards Shikamaru, ready to leave the school together. At the Rokako household, Tsukahana set down her utensils and turned to Rokako, saying, "Uncle Rokako, I wish to move back home." Before Rokako could respond, Yoshino interjected, "Why would you want to go back? Is something wrong there?" Rokako, usually quite submissive to Yoshino, wore a serious expression this time. Observing Tsukahana's earnest demeanor, he spoke in a low voice, "Tell me your reasons. If you can convince me, then you may return. If not, do not bring it up again." Taking a deep breath, Tsukahana met Rokako's gaze and resolutely declared, "I wish to grow stronger." "Is that truly your only reason?" Rokako inquired, scrutinizing her serious countenance. "Yes," Tsukahana replied succinctly, without a hint of hesitation. A lengthy silence ensued as Rokako continued to gaze at her. The dining table enveloped in an unusual quiet. Shikamaru wore a puzzled expression, unable to fathom Tsukahana's thoughts and hesitant to interject, feeling rather disgruntled. "Very well. You may return home." Rokako finally relented, disregarding Yoshino's disapproving look. Observing Tsukahana's calm demeanor, he nodded in satisfaction. This child possessed a commendable spirit. Tsukahana remained composed, standing tall, awaiting further words from Rokako, as she suspected his agreement would not be so straightforward. "However, you must visit once a week to report your living conditions to Aunt Yoshino. Your living expenses will also be managed by her. If she believes you cannot take care of yourself, you will have to move back until you graduate from the Ninja Academy. Do you understand?" "I understand," she replied. Yuehua nodded solemnly, secretly exhaling a sigh of relief as she exchanged glances with Lugio, the pressure between them palpable. As the seasoned leader of the elite shinobi squad, his formidable presence was undeniably intimidating. In no time, they had agreed to return to their residence over the weekend. As there was little to move, Yuehua had arrived with merely a suitcase. The days that followed flew by in a blur. During the mornings, she honed her chakra in class, practiced swordsmanship in the afternoons, and diligently refined her chakra again in the evenings. There were moments when she felt overwhelmed and nearly succumbed to the urge to give up. But ultimately, she persevered. The hardest part is often the beginning. If one can endure those initial challenges, the subsequent journey becomes considerably easier. At last, she was back. Yuehua gazed with a mix of emotions at the Chin-fan residence, the place she had called home for 8 years, so familiar it was almost a part of her. Yet, today, the house echoed with an unsettling silence, void of her parents' laughter. The nameplate at the entrance bore the characters Chin-fan, accompanied by an emblem depicting a blue banner. The family crest. Similar designs adorned her clothing, though few recognized the Chin-fan insignia compared to the Uchiha's fire fan. Pushing open the grand door, Luo Fuxio stepped into the courtyard. The Chin-fan residence was modest, yet it possessed a quaint charm, featuring a small garden with 3 camphor trees and a 2-story building, complemented by a small training ground and a little pond, a testament to a once glorious lineage. As she entered the foyer, Yuehua surveyed the familiar surroundings and whispered, "I'm home." Removing her shoes, she walked silently across the floor. The living room was empty, meticulously tidied, showing no signs of recent mourning. Opening her parents' door, she found the room unchanged. Yet the occupants lay eternally at rest beneath the earth. Yuehua wandered throughout the house, noting that it was much the same as before, rather than wallowing in sorrow. She relied on her memories to search her father's study, where she eventually discovered a stack of white sheets, special chakra paper capable of detecting elemental attributes. Taking a deep breath, Yuehua carefully pinched a piece of chakra paper between her fingers and infused it with chakra, her focus unwavering as she observed the paper-esh transformation, hardly daring to blink. A faint tearing sound echoed as the paper split in two. To her astonishment, the scattered remnants became damp, no longer floating aimlessly but swiftly descending. Wind and water? Had she truly struck gold? Lacking the ice release bloodline limit, could she have instead been granted the ice wheel? Quickly suppressing her chaotic thoughts, Yuehua tidied the damp chakra paper and took a seat, contemplating the implications for her strength. Wind and water chakra, a dual attribute, far exceeded Yuehua's expectations. She had anticipated a singular water attribute, but was pleasantly surprised by the addition of wind. This combination was far superior, as it alleviated concerns about facing adversaries with opposing elemental affinities. After all, what would happen if a single water user confronted a ninja skilled in earth techniques? Achieving the prowess of the second Hokage was no feat for the average individual. Yuehua retrieved a blue scroll from the hidden compartment in the wall, a repository of all the water-style ninjutsu practiced by the Chi-Fan clan. Aside from a few unique forbidden techniques, most water techniques were documented within. The pressing question now was where to acquire wind-style ninjutsu. Yuehua pondered for a moment. It seemed that wind chakra was exceedingly rare, with only a handful of individuals in the entire Konoha possessing it. The known practitioners included Asuma Saratobi, the rebellious Orochimaru, and Danzo, a character whose villainy surpassed that of traditional antagonists. These were the few Yuehua was aware of. As for others, she remained in the dark. As for Orochimaru, his reputation preceded him, and Asuma Saratobi, the son of the third Hokage, was someone Yuehua had no connection with. Her parents' social circle primarily comprised elite jonin, and her acquaintance with Shikaku was already quite surprising. As for Danzo, even if he were willing, Yuehua would not dare approach him. His notorious reputation was well known. Thus, it seemed prudent to focus on mastering water-style ninjutsu for the time being, leaving the pursuit of wind techniques for another opportunity. After a moment of self-reassurance, Yuehua realized her stomach was grumbling incessantly. Glancing at the sky, she noted it was already noon. Never mind, I should eat first. With brisk steps, Yuehua made her way to the kitchen, only to raise an eyebrow in disappointment. The kitchen was immaculate yet devoid of any food. She opened the refrigerator, only to find it completely empty. Very well, I shall dine out. It had been quite some time since she had savored Konoha's famous ramen, so today would be the perfect occasion to indulge. After securely locking the door, Yuehua set off towards the ramen shop. At the entrance of the Konoha ramen shop, an extensive queue stretched out, causing Yuehua's lips to twitch in exasperation. The crowd was overwhelming. Why had Naruto never had to wait in line? Did the protagonist's halo possess a crowd-dispersing effect? After a thorough internal monologue, Yuehua, lacking the patience to endure the queue, resolved to purchase a snack and depart. Just then, his gaze fell upon a charming little girl clad in a beautiful kimono. The girl wore a yellow floral kimono, her delicate face radiating a sweetness that tugged at one's heartstrings. Most striking were her pure white eyes, glimmering with unshed tears as she scanned her surroundings, seemingly lost and searching for her family. How could this be? I can't believe I'm drawn to little girls. Yuehua felt an overwhelming sense of despair, weakly supporting his forehead while staring blankly at the Hinata family's little girl, unable to tear his eyes away. Little sister, have you lost your mother? Would you like your brother to help you find her? The moment the words escaped his lips, Yuehua sensed something amiss. Scratching his head, he noticed the peculiar gazes of passers-by and quickly realized his blunder. No, I merely saw her separated from her family. I am not a suspicious character. He exerted considerable effort to clarify, even producing all his identification, including his Ninja Academy ID. Thankfully, as he was merely an 8-year-old child, he managed to avert any misunderstanding. However, what was he to make of this situation? Yuehua was at a loss whether to laugh or cry as he observed the little girl in his arms, vigorously munching on a rice dumpling, her adorable demeanor evoking a pang of compassion. Upon learning that Yuehua was a student of the Ninja Academy, a kindly uncle entrusted him with the responsibility of returning the little girl home. Moreover, the generous uncle even purchased more dumplings for her, leaving Yuehua bemused. What kind of situation was this? The uncle was an adult. Why had he placed this burden on a mere child? I want more. The little girl discarded her empty bamboo skewer, and playfully pinched Yuehua's cheek, her endearing voice rendering him momentarily speechless. He decided to head to the dumpling shop, as he had yet to eat, and it would be a perfect opportunity to nourish the little girl. Inside the dumpling shop, Yuehua savored the red bean soup while the little girl, now satiated, tugged at his clothing in playful delight. Setting down his bowl, he lifted her up. "Little sister, what is your name? Please tell your brother so that he can take you home." Hanabi. Her uniquely adorable voice made Yuehua's nose tingle, a crimson blush creeping down his cheeks. Yet, he was too preoccupied to dwell on such feelings, staring blankly at the little girl in his arms, who was giggling with sheer joy. This was Hinata's sister, Naruto's future sister-in-law. Initially, he had thought her to be just another ordinary child from the Hyuga clan. But to his astonishment, she was Hinata's sister, the daughter of the current clan leader. If memory served him correctly, her name was Hinata Hanabi. 8 years of living in Konoha had blurred the memories of his past life, yet this was beyond his control. Feeling a sudden wave of anxiety, he realized he needed to return the little girl home quickly. Otherwise, if her father came looking for her, it would undoubtedly spell disaster. In the residence of the Hyuga clan, compared to the more modest abode of the Aoi family, the grandeur of the Hyuga estate truly befits its status as a prominent family in Konoha. The multiple levels and interconnected courtyards occupy a significant expanse of land, marking them as substantial landowners in the village. At this moment, the clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi, was pacing restlessly within the estate. He had been engrossed in important matters when he received the alarming news that Hanabi had gone missing, nearly driving him to the brink of despair. The notion that the Hyuga clan could lose a child was utterly ludicrous. Renowned for their Byakugan, one of the 3 great ocular jutsu of the ninja world, they excelled in reconnaissance with a 360-degree field of vision, capable of perceiving chakra flow in the surrounding environment and possessing the ability to see objects up to a kilometer away. Yet, even this extraordinary clan had lost a child. How could this not be a source of embarrassment? A multitude of Hyuga ninjas dispersed, scouring the area for Hanabi. But despite the passage of time, no news had emerged. Hayashi could scarcely contain his rising anxiety, nearly compelled to venture out in search of her himself. "Head of the family, we have found Miss Hanabi," exclaimed a man in a kimono, bursting into the room with a look of relief. "Where is Hanabi?" Hayashi grasped the man's arm, having already moved to the corridor, eager for Hanabi to appear before him. "Lord Hyuga, Hanabi is safe," a youthful voice chimed in. And Hayashi turned to see Aoi Tsukikage entering behind the man, cradling Hanabi in her arms. Upon seeing Hanabi, Hayashi's heart, which had been in turmoil, finally settled, and he resumed his usual stern demeanor, fixing his gaze on Tsukikage. "Who are you? How did you find Hanabi?" "I am Aoi Tsukikage from the Aoi family. I encountered Miss Hanabi on the road in the village today, and specifically brought her back home," Tsukikage replied formally. Though the Aoi family was not of the highest standing, they possessed a degree of history, and Tsukikage had learned some etiquette in her youth. However, Hanabi clung tightly to Tsukikage, making her bow awkward and causing her considerable distress, feeling as though she had brought shame upon the Aoi family. The Aoi family? Hayashi's eyes narrowed as he noticed the clan emblem on Tsukikage's sleeve, a beautiful blue banner entwined with 2 water dragons. He quickly recalled all information regarding the Aoi family, concluding that they were a once prominent but now diminished clan. "Thank you for finding Hanabi. Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask. The Hyuga clan will not neglect a benefactor," Hayashi stated solemnly. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed from within the estate, and a striking woman with long black hair emerged alongside Hinata. Hanabi, who had been quite attached to Tsukikage, leapt down and dashed toward Hinata. "Sister!" Hanabi exclaimed joyfully, leaping into Hinata's embrace, radiating happiness. Hinata, holding Hanabi, turned to Tsukikage and softly said, "Tsukikage-san, thank you for finding Hanabi." "It was nothing. I was quite startled myself. I did not anticipate that she would be Hinata's sister," Tsukikage replied. Yuehua scratched her head, observing the youthful Hinata and the cheerful Hanabi, and sorrowfully realized that she seemed to favor Hanabi slightly more. Could it be that she truly had a penchant for Lolas? Since they were classmates of Hinata, they were not strangers, she could voice her request freely. Hizashi displayed a benevolent smile, acknowledging the difference in dealing with a child compared to adults. Upon hearing Hizashi's words, Yuehua's heart stirred. This appeared to be an opportunity. Although the Hyuga clan was not adept in ninjutsu, as a prestigious family in Konoha, they must have gathered various elemental jutsus. It was likely that wind-style ninjutsu was included in their repertoire. Thus, with just a few words, she could acquire the system's wind-style ninjutsu. Without hesitation, Yuehua spoke. "If possible, May I come to visit Hanabi in the future? The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted it, wishing she could slap herself. Wasn't she supposed to seize the chance to obtain the wind-style ninjutsu instead? Why did she utter such a lowly loving statement? However, what was said could not be taken back. As she gazed at the middle-aged man whose expression darkened ominously, glaring fiercely at her, Yuehua felt tears welling up. Forcing a brilliant smile that conveyed a sense of indifference towards danger, Hisashi felt an overwhelming urge to strangle the impudent child before him. Hanabi was so young, merely 3 years old, and already this little brat had set his sights on her. What would happen in the future? His pure white eyes brimmed with murderous intent, and various ideas raced through his mind on how to discreetly eliminate the child. Just as Yuehua felt lost and anxious, a beautiful woman smiled warmly. Of course, you are most welcome to visit Hanabi anytime. Just come whenever you wish, and I will instruct the staff to let you in. The woman with long black hair spoke. And Hisashi fell silent, his glare still fixed on Yuehua, as if he could leap forward and dispose of her, making Yuehua too frightened to look in his direction. Thank you, sister. After a quick glance, Yuehua deduced the woman's identity but feigned ignorance. Yet, the woman indeed appeared exceptionally well-preserved, looking hardly older than 20. What a sweet talker. No wonder Hanabi adores you. However, I am Hanabi's mother, but you may still call me sister, she said with a bright smile, playfully teasing the little girl in her arms. Brother, hug. The little girl, having had her fill of cuddling with her mother, reached out to Yuehua, insisting repeatedly. Under the murderous gaze of Uncle Hisashi, Yuehua took Hanabi into her arms. The little girl's face lit up with joy as she tugged at Yuehua's hair, giggling incessantly. After a while of playful antics, Yuehua finally waved goodbye to Hanabi, along with the shy Hinata and the lovely Kaori. As for the menacing Hisashi, she could only endure his lethal glare and hastily make her exit. Once she stepped out of the Hyuga residence and turned the corner, her legs weakened, and she plopped down onto the ground. Although the memory of the elder ninja from the Sunagakure may not be particularly vivid, the menacing aura radiating from him is undeniably formidable, cultivated through countless lives taken. Prior to arriving in this realm, I had never encountered such malice. However, upon witnessing my father's return from a mission, I experienced that bone-chilling sensation akin to drowning, with my mouth and nose obstructed, rendering me breathless and my consciousness wavering. Since that harrowing experience, I have discreetly observed many ninjas returning from their missions, struggling to contain the lethal energy that envelopes them. There is no doubt they have taken lives during their assignments. Fortunately, I have grown somewhat accustomed to this aura, and after awakening the ice wheel, my mental fortitude has notably increased. Though I remain largely unaware of my own capabilities, I managed to maintain my composure in front of Hanabi. Truly, I am among the elite shinobi, worthy of my lineage. My strength is not merely boastful. Leaning against the wall, I disregarded the curious glances from passers-by, simply taking a moment to breathe. Hey, what are you doing here? Peeping? A blonde-haired youth suddenly approached, his voice brimming with curiosity. Naruto imitated my posture and sat on the ground. Go away. Who has peeping? I have no such interests. Don't presume I'm like you. I shot him a disdainful glare, only to notice the bulging kunai pouch on his right leg, sparking my curiosity. Naruto, what are you planning to do? I asked unexpectedly. I'm just going to train. That idle one who has nothing to do, he chuckled awkwardly, his gaze darting around, making me smirk at his feeble attempt to deceive. Observing Naruto's forced bravado, I couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, despite his status as the underachiever in school. He trains diligently in private, albeit with slow progress due to lack of guidance. It was only after receiving Kakashi's insights and Jiraiya's devoted mentorship that his abilities surged dramatically. However, it is perhaps too early to dwell on that. Nonetheless, this presents an opportunity for me. Naruto, I am heading to train. Would you like to join me? Really? Is that okay? His surprise at the unexpected invitation was palpable. Having trained alone for so long, the loneliness and hardships he faced are beyond words. Absolutely. Let us go now. We shouldn't waste time here. I have some serious lessons to impart, I urged him, pulling him away swiftly as many women shot us disapproving glares. Had they not feared the nine-tailed fox, they would have surely confronted us for our antics. Who has to say who will teach whom? Naruto will demonstrate my ultimate technique. In the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, bore the weight of fatigue etched upon his aged visage. Before him, within a crystal ball, the figures of Yuhana and Naruto were visible. Hokage-sama, is it wise to allow that child to engage with the Jinchuriki? A voice echoed from an unknown source, Yet the third Hokage remained unfazed. Yohana Aoi, is it? He picked up a scroll and began to read slowly, pondering deeply before finally setting it down after a prolonged moment of contemplation. Disregard him. That child, Ryujin, will take care of him. After a considerable interval, the third Hokage murmured, Minato, you departed too soon. Naruto has been enduring tremendous hardships. Deep within the Konoha forest lay a small clearing, not an official training ground, but a private practice space that Naruto had generously offered. Scattered about were several worn targets, and the great trees were cloaked in a blanket of moss. You've got some skills, don't you? I can't believe I can't defeat you. Naruto gasped, seated on the ground, his face marked by several bruises and a swollen nose. However, the companion at his back, Sugahara, was equally battered, not faring much better than Naruto. You're not so patient yourself, Naruto. But I never expected you to find such a secluded spot, Sugahara panted, surveying the dilapidated area. Though it was quite worn, it was adequately concealed, far superior to the public training grounds. Indeed, this is a treasure I stumbled upon by chance. After receiving praise, Naruto's spirits lifted. But he inadvertently tugged at the injuries on his face, letting out a cry of pain. Sugahara, you rascal. Could you not be so rough? You're no better. My face is swollen too. The two engaged in a playful exchange, resembling a pair of fighting roosters, before bursting into laughter. Yet, upon once more aggravating their wounds, they both emitted muffled groans of discomfort. You two fools. The third Hokage chuckled warmly, observing the playful antics of the two through the crystal ball. As night fell, the Ichiraku ramen shop in Konoha remained aglow with its dim yellow lights, while a few fallen leaves danced in the chilly breeze at the entrance. Sugahara and Naruto, leaning on each other, approached with a limp, lifting the curtain to reveal a row of empty seats. Sugahara felt a wave of despair. Must one rely on the aura of a pig's foot just to enjoy a bowl of ramen? Oh, welcome. The enthusiastic owner, an older gentleman, called out. 2 large bowls of miso tonkatsu ramen. Naruto cheerfully responded to the warm greeting of the proprietor. Sugahara rolled his eyes. With the Uzumaki clan's robust physique combined with the chakra of the tailed beast, Naruto possessed a formidable body. In no time, his facial injuries began to heal, and his energy surged. Take it easy, you rascal. Ouch. Sugahara grimaced, gritting his teeth in pain. Naruto was indeed remarkably resilient. Initially, Sugahara held the upper hand. But as fatigue set in, Naruto managed to turn the tide. 2 large bowls of miso tonkatsu ramen. Take your time. The colossal bowls were placed before them, and the rich aroma made Sugahara forget all grievances towards Ichiraku ramen. As he eagerly devoured his meal, the savory broth intoxicating him with delight. Naruto, let us continue tomorrow. Oh, absolutely. As Sugahara observed Naruto making his way home, his expression shifted, turning serious. Gripping the ice wheel, he knew he was not so weak as to be on par with the current Naruto, far from it. Everything was directed towards the present. Sugahara swiftly retraced his steps to the training grounds of the day. Without attempting to engage in combat with Naruto in the designated area, Yuehua ventured several dozen meters away. He gradually drew forth his ice wheel pillar, having awakened its powers nearly a week prior, yet he had not found the opportunity to test it. Initially, Yuehua hesitated to unveil the abilities of the ice wheel pillar, refraining from experimentation while meditating daily to commune with it. However, today he resolved to take action. Driven by the understanding that individuals with extraordinary abilities might face persecution in foreign lands, yet would not be discriminated against in Konoha. This realization solidified his determination. Moreover, possessing unique abilities necessitated their exhibition to attract the attention of influential figures, thereby securing better cultivation opportunities. Nonetheless, Yuehua was not one to hastily initiate his powers, as he had no desire to join the clandestine organization known as Root, despite Danzo being a master of wind release. Thus, a degree of caution was required. Today's presence alongside Naruto presented an excellent opportunity. Yuehua was well aware of the third Hokage's keen perception, which surpassed Naruto's obliviousness. He sensed a subtle yet palpable feeling of being observed, a heightened awareness bestowed upon him by the awakening of the ice wheel pillar. His peculiar actions indeed piqued the curiosity of the third Hokage. Inside the Hokage tower, although the workday had concluded, the third had yet to depart. Instead observing Yuehua through a crystal ball, eager to discern the intentions of this young prodigy. Sit in frosty heaven, ice wheel pillar, Yuehua intently chanted. And with each word uttered, dark clouds subtly congregated in the night sky, while a chilling wind began to stir. The form of the ice wheel pillar transformed, the tsuba morphing into an interlaced octagonal cross, as a long crescent blade chain wound around his right arm, emanating a faint chill. With a vigorous swing, Yuehua unleashed a howling dragon of icy water, which froze everything in its path. It crashed against a nearby tree, instantly encasing it in a crystalline sculpture, followed by the sharp sound of ice splintering apart. Then, with a sudden thud, Yuehua collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. The third Hokage sprang to his feet, overturning his chair, astonished by the scene unfolding within the crystal ball. Quickly, summon Kakashi and bring him to the depths of the Konoha forest. We must proceed at once. He commanded with urgency, leaving no room for hesitation. Accompanied by 4 Umbu ninjas, the third Hokage swiftly departed from the Hokage Tower, while other Umbu ninjas were dispatched to locate Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi had not yet returned home. Instead, he was at an izakaya with Shikamaru and Asuma, enjoying a long-awaited evening among men while listening to Asuma's grievances. However, Kakashi suddenly felt a stirring in his eyelids, prompting a momentary silence from the half-drunk Asuma, who slurred, "Go ahead. I'll have a few more drinks with Shikamaru. I need to head home soon, or Ino will be upset, and that would be troublesome." With a wry smile and a shake of his head, Kakashi quickly exited the izakaya and made his way to a secluded alley. "Lord Kakashi, the Hokage urgently summons you to the Konoha forest. He has already gone ahead," an Umbu ninja with a cat mask reported swiftly. "Let us go." With a swift movement, the two individuals leaped forth, and only on the road did Riku inquire, "What has transpired?" At this moment, it was indeed peculiar for the Hokage to venture into the depths of the Konoha forest. After a moment's hesitation, the Umbu ninja replied, "It concerns Tsukahana Yukiana." Yukiana. Riku furrowed his brow, recalling the first night Yukiana had spent at his residence, when an unexpected chill had enveloped the air, leading him to believe he was under attack, only to discover it emanated from Yukiana herself. He had buried this memory deep within his heart, never uttering a word to anyone. Now, upon hearing Yukihana's name, the recollection surged back to the forefront of his mind. Deep within the Konoha forest, the third Hokage stood, gazing at the tree stump buried beneath the earth. The chill in the air had yet to dissipate. After all, he was aging and found himself somewhat affected by it. For Umbu ninjas concealed themselves nearby, ever vigilant. "Lord Third," Riku landed before the third Hokage, observing Yukiana lying on the ground, his demeanor unperturbed as he inquired, "What has compelled you to come here at such a late hour?" "Take a look at this," the third Hokage replied, gesturing towards the barren stump. "This has been instantaneously destroyed by ninjutsu, and it's so cold," Riku exclaimed as he reached out to lightly touch it. The third Hokage's expression turned grave. This was caused by that little one, who shattered a large tree with a single strike. A single strike? Riku was taken aback, never anticipating such power. Glancing at the unconscious Yukiana, he asked, "Lord Third, is she all right?" "She is fine, merely exhausted from overusing her chakra, which led to her fainting." The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively. "What is most crucial now is to ascertain how she achieved this. Has she perhaps awakened some form of bloodline limit? Regardless, let us return for now. My age is catching up with me, and I find myself weary." Riku offered a wry smile as he gently cradled the fainted Yukiana. Shortly thereafter, the third Hokage took flight, with 2 Umbu ninjas remaining to manage the scene, while the remaining 3 kept close to the third Hokage, ever watchful over their venerable leader. Konoha Hospital. In the solitary ward 206, Yuehua lay languidly on the bed, aimlessly perusing the magazine in her hands. Exhausted from excessive chakra usage, she found herself relegated to a state of rest, unable even to refine her chakra, leaving her with little choice but to gaze at the glossy pages. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Come in," she called out, discarding the magazine, as the prospect of conversation was far more captivating than the trivial reading material. The door creaked open to reveal the third Hokage, adorned with his signature straw hat, followed closely by Riku. "Hokage-sama." Yuehua greeted politely, harboring great respect for this esteemed ninja scholar. In contrast to the early deceased first and second Hokage, the third truly embodied the architect of Konoha's prosperity. The flourishing of the village undoubtedly owed much to the prolonged tenure of this Hokage. "How is your health? Are you experiencing any discomfort?" The third Hokage removed his hat, settling into a chair beside her bed with a warm, benevolent smile. Yuehua offered a wry smile and shook her head. "Nothing serious, just didn't expect to deplete my chakra so completely." Upon hearing her admission, the third's expression turned grave. "Yuehua, what exactly is the nature of your ability?" To obliterate a tree with a single strike is a power that rivals A-rank jutsu. At this pivotal moment, Yuehua's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, as her forthcoming response would shape her future. If she failed to satisfy the third, she might find herself under constant scrutiny. Akin to Naruto. Sitting up straighter in her hospital bed, Yuehua extended her right hand, her fingers twitching slightly, causing the ice will blade to materialize before her. Grasping the pale purple hilt adorned with diamond patterns, the dark scabbard concealed its lethal edge. In the astonished gaze of the third Hokage and Riku, Yuehua gently laid the blade down. This sword is called the Ice Will Blade. Rather than merely a weapon, it is, to be precise, a manifestation of a fragment of my soul. Your soul? The third Hokage was taken aback. Having witnessed numerous ninja world wars, he was no stranger to the extraordinary, earning him the title of ninja scholar. Yet, the concept of a soul fragment transforming into a weapon was indeed novel. Nonetheless, he was not averse to the idea. Having encountered many peculiar abilities before, I cannot quite explain it. It simply exists as such. Therefore, regardless of where the Ice Will Blade is, I can summon it. Just as I did moments ago. The third Hokage and Riku exchanged glances, nodding in understanding. Upon entering the room, they had noticed the long blade resting on the table, which now lay beside Yuehua. This ability was not uncommon, akin to summoning techniques, albeit with a sword as the focal point. The third Hokage was now more intrigued by the nature of her power. Yuehua, aware of the third scrutiny, scratched her head and began to explain, her expression troubled. As for my ability, well, it can be described as the power to manipulate ice and snow, but it is incredibly taxing on my chakra. Currently, I can barely muster enough chakra for a single attack. Ice and snow, you say? The third Hokage regarded Yuehua with earnest curiosity before slowly nodding. Rest well, and upon your return to the Ninja Academy, remember that your power should not be directed at others. You may only practice in the Konoha forest, understood? Yes, Hokage-sama. Yuehua was filled with surprise. This could be considered an endorsement, allowing him to practice the ice wheel pill openly. The third Hokage donned his hat and prepared to depart when, with a creak, an elderly man entered, leaning on a cane, his head wrapped in bandages. It was Shimura Danzo, the leader of the Root and the head of the martial faction. Danzo, what brings you here? The third Hokage's expression changed upon seeing the old man. The distance between them had grown over the years, their differing ideologies widening the chasm of their friendship, causing him heartache. Sarutobi, leave this child to me. I will nurture him well. Danzo spoke with a directness and assertiveness that contrasted sharply with the third Hokage's more measured tone, revealing his lack of subtlety. No, he is still just a child. He is not suited for Root, the third Hokage replied firmly. Both men, having known each other for decades, were acutely aware of each other's intentions. Yamato is essential for Konoha's future. You are getting old, and so am I. The Root needs an heir, Danzo insisted, locking eyes with the third Hokage without flinching. Seated on the hospital bed, Yuehua was taken aback. Danzo had set his sights on him, sending a chill down his spine. Yet, when he heard Danzo proclaim that Konoha could not exist without Root, he could not deny the truth in those words. Perhaps Danzo was indeed a narrow-minded and ambitious rogue. However, there was no doubt that his love for Konoha was genuine, rivaling that of the third Hokage. He had devoted his life to the village, undeterred by the scorn he might receive after death, steadfastly protecting Konoha according to his own will. Thus, the third Hokage, bearing the title of the legendary Sannin, could tolerate some of Danzo's clandestine maneuvers. After all, who would presume that this worldly sage could be easily deceived? The third Hokage hesitated, as Danzo asserted. They were both aging, and the Hokage required a successor, just as Root needed one. But why this child? The Root was brimming with elite talents. Why did they need someone like him? The third Hokage questioned Danzo. With a forceful tap of his cane, Danzo, with his single eye fixed on the third Hokage, declared, "While there may be many talents within Root, what I seek is an heir, someone capable of inheriting my position. Currently, there is no one in Root who can command the entire situation. Over time, without Root, what do you think will happen to Konoha? As for why this boy, I have conducted my research. Among all the youths in the village, he is the most suitable." Danzo pointed his cane toward Yuehua. Wait, Yuehua was genuinely stunned. When did he become so remarkable? Was he truly the most appropriate choice in all of Konoha? The third Hokage furrowed his brow tightly, not believing that Danzo would exaggerate. Consequently, he rapidly recalled any intelligence regarding Yuehua, searching for any distinctive qualities. Chief Fan Yuehua, the last descendant of the Chief Fan clan in Konoha. His father, Chief Fan Han-in, and mother. Chief and Kei were both elite jonin of Konoha who perished during an A-rank mission, Danzo recited as if reading from a script. At the Ninja Academy, you exhibited a cheerful demeanor, adeptly navigating situations with finesse, earning high popularity among peers. These traits render you a natural leader. This esteemed elder is overly flattering. Yuehua replied modestly. Under the pale moonlight, Yuehua cast a smile devoid of warmth upon Danzo, eager to observe the words that might escape his lips regarding his deceased parents, hoping to ignite a flicker of rage within him. However, to his astonishment, Danzo not only refrained from displaying anger, but instead let out a couple of chuckles, revealing a sinister grin. Your courage is commendable, yet I must inform you that the murderer of your parents resides within the confines of Roots Prison. The third Hokage, caught off guard by Danzo's audacity, exclaimed in a booming voice, "You dare deceive me?" Yuehua's expression remained impassive as he focused intently on Danzo, the surrounding sounds fading into oblivion. Unbeknownst to him, the ice wheel Maru had unsheathed itself, exuding a chilling aura that abruptly dropped the room's temperature. Although the ice wheel Maru had not yet been activated, its frigid energy intrigued Danzo, causing his eyes to gleam with delight, though his expression remained intimidating, evoking no sense of camaraderie. Danzo, what are you insinuating? Such matters should not fall to a child, the third Hokage reprimanded, his voice laced with fury. Yet, Danzo merely responded with a cryptic smile. With the ice wheel Maru in hand and standing barefoot, Yuehua's expression remained stoic as he demanded, "Where is the one who killed my parents?" His tone, cold and detached, even caused the third Hokage to frown, while Duki looked on in astonishment, though ultimately he chose silence. Right within Roots Prison, Danzo replied. Take me there. I wish to exact my revenge with my own hands. Yuehua regarded the unyielding Danzo with a furrowed brow. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master, but beyond that, I shall not acquiesce to any of your demands. Excellent, Sarutobi. This child is now my disciple, and you need not concern yourself further, Danzo stated, directing his gaze towards the third Hokage. With a deep sigh, the third Hokage observed Yuehua, who was entirely consumed by vengeance, and finally said, Danzo, do not imprint your cursed seal upon this child. It is unnecessary for you to advise me. This is my disciple, Danzo retorted sharply, casting a disapproving glance at the third Hokage. He found discontent in the notion that a disciple in the world of ninjas was not a matter to be taken lightly, in many respects. They held greater value than one's own offspring. Moreover, unlike the third Hokage, Danzo had no descendants, making his disciples all the more precious to him. My cursed seals are merely a means to control my subordinates and prevent them from divulging secrets. How could they compare to my disciples? You, Sarutobi, are becoming quite muddled in your old age. Yuehua, while not losing his composure, harbored an unwavering obsession regarding his parents' demise. Previously, he could self-soothe, convincing himself that a ninja's sacrifice during missions was commonplace. However, the opportunity to confront his enemy could not be overlooked. Yuehua understood the implications of taking Danzo as his master. As long as he was not subjected to a cursed seal, he could accept the arrangement. Moreover, under Danzo's tutelage, provided he did not threaten Konoha, he might even enjoy a more liberated existence. Thus, with unwavering resolve, Yuehua chose to become Danzo's disciple, setting aside his prior aversion to the man. In the face of revenge, all previous sentiments became inconsequential. Duki, do you believe it is right or wrong for Yuehua to take Danzo as his master? The third Hokage gazed out the window towards the direction of the root headquarters. Lugio stood before him, wearing a bitter smile, rendered speechless. He was uncertain of what was right or wrong. Regarding Danzo, he harbored no significant animosity with his intellect. He could discern Danzo's actions. Although driven by self-interest, Danzo ultimately prioritized the welfare of Konoha. The Ino, Shika, Cho clan permitted the youth of their lineage to join Root, which is why Lugio did not voice his objections. Furthermore, this was a mentorship, and no cursed seals would be imposed, thus it was not an entirely negative affair. The Root base, a foreboding underground lair, was adorned with a tangle of pipes overhead, their purpose unclear. Yet, in this subterranean realm, it bore a striking resemblance to Root's. The lengthy, shadowy corridors housed only Danzo and Uchiha, devoid of any other presence. Clad in a hospital gown, Uchiha wielded a sheath in his left hand and a blade in his right, the icewheel blade gleaming with a chilling radiance. He traversed the dim, eerie espionage facility, unperturbed by the oppressive atmosphere, much to Danzo's satisfaction. At last, they arrived at a dimly lit cell, where 4 execution racks held 4 battered men. their identities betrayed by the rock-like forehead protectors they wore. Nearby, masked root ninjas bowed upon sighting Danzo. "Step back. I shall handle this," Danzo commanded, and without hesitation. The ninjas retreated, not sparing a glance at Uchiha. These 4 men, from the rock village, comprised an elite squad, 1 elite jonin and 3 special jonin. A formidable team intent on assassinating a prominent figure of the Fire Country. They were thwarted by your parents and attempted to flee, only to be captured by my root. Danzo pointed at the 4 men before him. Uchiha stepped forward, coldly scrutinizing the 4, unflinchingly meeting their gaze. "A week ago, did you not murder a couple?" While he could not fully trust Danzo's words, Uchiha intended to verify the truth, oblivious to Danzo's increasingly admiring gaze. "Ah, the white-haired brat I remember now. That white-haired Konoha ninja was your father, wasn't he? I killed his wife with a single punch, and your father came rushing in for revenge like a madman. Alas, he met his end at my hands," the largest of the men bellowed, laughing maniacally. Suddenly, the ice-will blade pierced through the man's back. Crimson blood trickling down the blade's edge. "Brat, if you have the guts, grant me a swift death. Your father was as useless as you with each word." Uchiha remained silent, delivering blow after blow, relentlessly stabbing the man's body until he could no longer speak, his once proud head bowing low. Only then did Uchiha slowly withdraw the bloodied ice-will blade. Scattered white hair stained with droplets of blood, Uchiha's face and attire were equally marred. He glanced at the 3 remaining men, who hurled every vile curse imaginable at him. "Teacher, please step back," Uchiha directed towards Danzo. Upon hearing the term teacher, Danzo revealed a rather sinister smile, retreating several paces without a word, observing as Uchiha gradually exited the cell. "Sit tight in the frost of the heavens." Ice-will blade. With an almost reverent wish, Yuehua, disregarding her depleted chakra, activated her initial release once more. The cross-shaped, octagonal blade of the crescent moon chain clanged ominously. Raising her long knife high, she brought it down with force, unleashing a howling ice dragon that surged into the cell, freezing the terrified gazes of 3 living souls. The confined space was entirely encased in ice, transforming into a colossal ice block, which then shattered into a flurry of crystalline shards with a resounding crack. Turning her back to the cell, Yuehua deactivated her initial release, and with a soft thud, she collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Gazing at the now desolate cell, the 4 elite ninjas of the Land of Earth vanished, the execution platform disappeared, leaving only the glimmering, swirling ice crystals. Danzo observed in surprise as Yuehua lay unconscious. Gently tapping his cane. In the darkness, 2 figures emerged instantly, lifting Yuehua and racing away from the base of the root, returning once more to the hospital of Konohagakure. "How can a tree without roots flourish? Sarutobi, I have acquired an exceptional disciple. In time, ye shall eclipse me. And the root will undoubtedly become an unshakable cornerstone of Konoha in his hands." Danzo glanced toward the shadows as the 3rd Hokage stepped forward slowly. "I admit, this time I misjudged, not expecting such profound resentment to simmer within this child." The 3rd Hokage halted not far from Danzo, and they exchanged a silent gaze. "May you not have erred this time. He must become the foundation of Konoha." The 3rd Hokage uttered these words before turning to depart, vanishing into the darkness. "You have aged, Sarutobi. The Uchiha have reached a point that necessitates their eradication. Do you not agree, Itachi?" Danzo remained still, merely inquiring softly. "I will take matters into my own hands, Danzo." In the Konoha hospital, room 206, Yuehua lay on the bed, feeling despondent. How many times had he been hospitalized? According to the nurse, this room was almost becoming his private chamber. To his surprise, he had been unconscious for 3 days. He hadn't anticipated that the repercussions of forcibly unsealing his chakra would be so severe. Yuehua sighed. Since awakening, Riku had visited, but left in haste after exchanging only a few words, appearing rather preoccupied. The boredom was unbearable. He longed for someone to converse with. Yuehua felt an urge to shout for company. Anyone would do, even Danzo. However, ever since he regained consciousness, his teacher Danzo had not shown his face, leaving Yuehua puzzled about his whereabouts. Knock, knock. Like a beacon of hope, Yuehua exclaimed, "Come in." A familiar figure with yellow hair burst through the door. "Naruto," he shouted. "Why are you hospitalized again? Did I hit you too hard last time? Haha. Next time, I'll go easier on you." Hearing Naruto's playful banter, Yuehua rolled his eyes but felt no anger. After all, having someone to talk to was a relief, and asking for more would be unreasonable. "To be honest, I intended to visit you a couple of days ago, but I don't know why the village was under lockdown for 3 days and school was suspended. I could only go out today, And when I found you weren't home, I ran into the third Hokage, who informed me you were in the hospital. So here I am. But honestly, I didn't expect you to be so fragile. Naruto, you mentioned the village was under lockdown? What happened outside? Yuehua suddenly realized, grabbing Naruto's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. I'm not sure. I just heard some terrifying rumors on the way about the Uchiha. There was blood everywhere, Naruto replied, somewhat dazed. Now it all made sense. Yuehua clenched his teeth, realizing the Uchiha massacre had indeed occurred, orchestrated by his teacher Danzo. It was no wonder Danzo had visited these past few days. He must have been busy dealing with the aftermath and transplanting Sharingan. The Uchiha massacre had ignited the fuse for Sasuke to seek vengeance against Danzo. In the past, Yuehua would have dismissed such matters, but now things were different. Danzo was his mentor, and if Sasuke became enraged and directed his wrath toward him as well, it would pose a significant problem. A sense of impending trouble washed over Yuehua. The unfolding events were far from satisfactory, and this jest had taken a rather serious turn. Would he have to confront Sasuke head-on in the future? What's wrong? Hey, Yuehua, what's the matter? Naruto looked at Yuehua with curiosity as he muttered to himself, his expression shifting unpredictably, which was quite amusing. Nothing, just lost in thought. Yuehua snapped back to reality, pushing Naruto away. By the way, is school really suspended? Yes. Iruka-sensei personally came to inform us. He said classes won't resume until next week. This week is completely off. Being home alone is so boring, Naruto rambled on, seemingly releasing pent-up energy. In the Konoha hospital room, Yuehua and Naruto chatted incessantly. Meanwhile, in the Hokage tower, the third Hokage shifted his gaze from the crystal ball to the empty space on the floor, pondering. So, Itachi has defected? Indeed, Lord Hokage. Both pursuing teams have been defeated, ensnared by illusions, and rendered unconscious. They have been transported to the hospital. There has been no word from the remaining 3 teams, yet it is feared that their fate is equally dire. Such a pity for the Uchiha. The visage of the third Hokage, etched with fatigue, shifted as he inquired, what of Uchiha Sasuke? Uchiha Sasuke is also at the Konoha hospital, under the watchful guard of a special operations team. There must be no errors regarding Uchiha Sasuke. Itachi's prowess is indeed formidable. Dispatch 2 additional teams, and without my consent, no one other than the medical staff is permitted to approach. The third Hokage slowly ambled to the window, pipe in hand, gazing out over the prosperous village of Konoha. By the way, what is Danzo currently occupied with? His prized disciple has been hospitalized for 3 days, and he has yet to pay a visit. Danzo remains at the base of Root, sequestered from the world, leaving his subordinates in a state of confusion. Root. Chief Yuehua. I never anticipated that child would possess such a bloodthirsty nature. Indeed, he is well suited for Root. I hope he becomes the next generation of Konoha's foundation. The third Hokage fell silent, standing by the window, quietly smoking, as he observed the vibrant village before him, gazing upon it with a tenderness akin to that of a parent. As evening fell, Yuehua finished the children's nutritional meal provided by the hospital. Seated on the bed as thoughts of the future began to swirl in his mind. If his suspicions were correct, Yuehua's mentor, the leader of the martial faction, Danzo, was likely engaged in the transplantation of Sharingan. Only in this manner could he bind Danzo's hands and feet, leaving him no time to visit his disciple. Uchiha. You say? Lying on the bed, Yuehua reflected that since he had already become a disciple, further deliberation was futile. He could foresee his future self, with Danzo's name forever stamped upon his brow. Rather than fret over such matters, the paramount concern now was to foster a good relationship with Danzo. Even if in the future the 2 pillars sought vengeance, that would be a matter for later. For now, he must navigate the treacherous waters under Danzo's influence. In comparison to the affable Shikaku and the third Hokage, the mere thought of sharing a room with Danzo sent a jolt of pain through Yuehua's head. He could only proceed with caution, reminding himself that Konoha is his home, and perhaps, just perhaps, he could manage it. Covering his face, Yuehua drifted into a reverie, his heart a tumult of confusion. During his recovery, there was little he could do, and time was abundant for him to ruminate. In the dim recesses of the root base, within a secret chamber, Danzo mused over Orochimaru's notion, utilizing the first Hokages would release cells to mitigate the backlash of Sharingan. It was indeed a beautiful concept. Danzo raised his right hand, crimson eyes embedded within his arm, radiating an eerie luminescence in the shadows. However, Uchiha Itachi poses a significant threat. It would be prudent to devise a means to eliminate him, for no Uchiha is ever at peace. Danzo muttered coldly to himself. By the way, has Uchiha Sasuke been dealt with? Danzo inquired suddenly. My apologies, Lord Danzo. The assassination team failed. There are 3 direct teams of the Hokage surrounding Uchiha Sasuke. Our team could not even approach without being detected. The suddenly appearing operative stammered, panic evident in his tone. En route, failure in a mission incurs severe repercussions. Let us set this aside. Sarutobi would undoubtedly take precautions, and this was merely a trial. More importantly, what of my disciple? Danzo inquired. Even immersed in the relief of having survived a calamity, this elite subordinate, true to his title, promptly responded to Danzo's query. Lady Tsukahana has already. Lady Tsukahana has awakened, and a small team is discreetly providing protection. The hierarchy within Root is exceptionally stringent, surpassing even the Umbu under the Hokage's command. Although Tsukahana is but a mere child, having taken Danzo as her mentor naturally elevates her to a position of considerable importance within Root. Despite her current lack of actual power. Nevertheless, in terms of title, no ninja of Root, ranked lower than Tsukahana, may address her by name alone. They must append the honorific lady. Awakened, has she? Indeed, my disciple shall not falter before you, Sarutobi. Just wait and see, Danzo declared. A fervent glint igniting in his eyes, a long-buried zeal surfacing. Since the establishment of Root, he had been in relentless pursuit of a worthy successor. Yet none of the candidates he once favored could rival the 3 disciples of the 3rd Hokage. Hence, Root had long been deprived of a formidable heir. Finally, with Tsukahana's emergence, her remarkable performance filled him with elation, akin to discovering a rare treasure. Truth be told, Danzo had several candidates akin to Tsukahana. But upon her sudden awakening of a formidable ability, she swiftly eclipsed the others. Consequently, Danzo was compelled to personally contend with the 3rd Hokage for her. Upon witnessing the power of the Ice Wheel, coupled with Tsukahana's unyielding resolve in combat, Danzo was resolute in his decision to cultivate her as Root's successor. A new root must begin to flourish. Even if it appears fragile now, it will eventually take root underground, providing sustenance for the grand tree. The faint sounds within the underground chamber gradually dissipated. After a week in the hospital, Tsukahana finally departed from the Konoha medical facility. During her stay, numerous visitors had come to see her. Uncle Jukyu and Aunt Kyo, classmates led by Shikamaru and Choji, as well as the returning Sister Akane, fresh from a mission. Sister Akane, slow down. The dumpling shop won't close. Why the hurry? Tsukahana remarked with exasperation as she was pulled along by a kunoichi clad in a Chunin vest. Racing toward the dumpling shop. Stop your rambling. Today, I'm treating you, Tsukahana. Why do you have to chatter so much? Just close your mouth and come with me. Akane chided heartily, swiftly navigating through the crowd toward the long-awaited dumpling shop. Understanding the futility of further argument, Tsukahana opted to remain silent. Akane had always possessed such a temperament, arguing with her proved pointless. After enduring a few hardships, Tsukahana had learned to voice her complaints only mildly. At the Gonsher dumpling shop, the interior was not overly crowded. Boss, 2 portions of glutinous rice dumplings and 2 servings of red bean soup. Akane exclaimed as she burst into the shop, prompting Tsukahana to roll her eyes. Her exuberance was reminiscent of Naruto. Yet, she kept her thoughts to herself, for who knows how Akane would tease her otherwise. How have you been lately? I never imagined that Uncle Yin and Aunt Hui have already passed away. If you feel like crying, just let it out. After all, you've always been a bit of a crybaby since childhood, despite your demeanor resembling that of a little adult. Hongo, holding a skewer of dumplings, spoke in a calm tone. If it weren't for you putting a snake in my bed, who would cry? Sob. Who would cry? For some reason, tears began to flow uncontrollably. The usually composed Yuehua, who had never shed tears in front of others, found herself weeping once more in front of Hongo. There was no consolation. Hongo simply continued to eat her dumplings, devouring both servings by herself. In the village of Konoha, apart from her parents, Hongo was the person Yuehua was most familiar with. Having lost her parents in childhood and recently her teacher, Hongo was Yuehua's companion, often engaging in playful teasing. Nevertheless, Hongo remained the closest person to Yuehua besides her parents, the one with whom she could genuinely reveal her inner thoughts. Those are my dumplings, Sister Hongo. I haven't eaten yet. Wiping her tears, Yuehua exclaimed as she watched the last dumpling disappear into Hongo's mouth. Boss, please bring another serving of dumplings. Hongo turned her head to see Yuehua's eyes slightly reddened. Yuehua, are you living alone now? Would you like to stay with your sister? With that, she leaned in and blew gently in Yuehua's ear. Sister Hongo, please stop teasing me. Yuehua pushed away the mischievous Hongo, who burst into laughter, clearly enjoying the playful banter. Sister Hongo, my guardian is now Uncle Luca. After laughing enough, Hongo took a sip of red bean soup and nodded. Well, then there is no problem. I remember that Uncle Yin and Lord Luca have a good relationship, so I suppose I need not worry. However, I have taken on a mentor now, Yuehua said slowly. A mentor? Hongo set down her red bean soup, looking at Yuehua in surprise. Who else in Konoha could you possibly take as a mentor? Lord Luca is certainly out of the question, and the Nara family specializes only in their ancestral secret techniques. As for other qualified jonin, I do not know anyone from the Aoi family. Just as Hongo was about to ask, Yuehua suddenly stood up, bowed, and declared, Teacher Danzo. Danzo. The mere mention of those two syllables struck like a thunderclap. Hongo hurriedly turned around and saw the elderly man wrapped in bandages. Although he appeared slightly different, Hongo recognized him, Shimura Danzo, the head of the root organization, and an acquaintance of Orochimaru. Hongo had also met him a few times before. Lord Danzo. Hongo quickly bowed. Regardless of Danzo's reputation as a Chunin, she felt the need to show him respect. Moreover, being a disciple of Orochimaru, she unconsciously had a bit more freedom in her actions compared to most of her contemporaries. Harboring no ill feelings towards Danzo. Hongo, is it? It's been a long time. You used to be just a bit taller than Orochimaru. And now you're also a Chunin. Danzo's hoarse and aged voice was truly intimidating. At the mention of Orochimaru, Hongo's expression shifted momentarily before she managed to respond with a smile. Yuehua, I trust your health has improved? Tuanzong and Hongo exchanged only a few words before turning their gaze towards Yuehua, the newly accepted disciple. She had fully recovered, her chakra restored, and in fact, her chakra reserves had increased compared to before. With a serious demeanor, Yuehua responded earnestly. This was her approach to dealing with Tuanzong, treating him with utmost gravity. Given Tuanzong's methods of governing the root, it was evident that he placed great importance on rules, establishing a strict regime that even surpassed the Umbu directly under the Hokage. Tuanzong rarely smiled. Had Yuehua behaved like Naruto under Jiraiya's tutelage, it would have been tantamount to courting death. However, it should be noted that Jiraiya was not merely a mentor but more akin to a paternal figure. On another note, Tuanzong shared similarities with Orochimaru in their appreciation for talent. Unlike Jiraiya, who was indifferent to innate ability, both Orochimaru and Tuanzong preferred to mentor those with potential. Although history proved that Jiraiya's disciples became increasingly formidable, causing upheaval across the world, from a broader perspective, neither Tuanzong nor Orochimaru had the patience to instruct someone as foolish as Naruto. Hence, Yuehua concluded two guiding principles for navigating her relationship with Tuanzong. First, to act with decorum while not strictly adhering to the rules, for Tuanzong would employ any means necessary. Second, to strive to prove herself as a genius, which was of paramount importance. Yuehua was determined to achieve this, for if Tuanzong found her lacking, she was certain that no favorable outcome awaited her. Now that she had recovered, Tuanzong informed her that she could continue attending the ninja school in the mornings, but would be required to come to the root for training in the afternoons. He had already taken care of arrangements with the school, and starting tomorrow, this would be her routine. With that, Tuanzong turned and left, leaning on his cane, eager to distance himself from the dumpling shop. As Tuanzong's figure vanished, Hongo let out a deep breath, gulping down the remaining red bean soup to regain her composure. Yuehua, how did you suddenly decide to apprentice under Tuanzong? While you've always been bright, you've only been of average caliber. Over the years, I've never heard of Tuanzong taking on disciples. Sighing, she added, I believe I possess quite a high IQ, though I cannot quite match Shikamaru. Yuehua responded with a jest before turning serious. He captured the murderer of my parents, and inexplicably, I awakened a bit of special power, which led me to seek him as a mentor. Well, then strive diligently in your training. Tuanzong may prove even more rigorous than my own teacher. Hongo mused for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile, cheering Yuehua on. However, Yuehua, do you truly not wish to live with me? Hongo teased, her expression playful as they shifted from serious discourse to a lighter mood. It was a well-known fact that she had enjoyed teasing Yuehua since their childhood. Ignoring her, Yuehua safeguarded her dumplings, savoring each bite slowly while relishing the red bean soup. It must be said that the dumplings were indeed delectable, albeit slightly overly sweet. Indulging in them from time to time was truly delightful. Big brother. A familiar lowly voice called from behind, as Yuehua felt someone tugging at his shirt. As the moonlight shimmered, Yuehua turned around and, indeed, it was the little sprite Hanabi, tugging at his garment, followed closely by a woman who appeared to be another member of the Hyuga clan, likely tasked with Hanabi's protection, casting a vigilant gaze upon Yuehua. Oh, Hanabi, would you like to play? Yuehua extended his arms to lift the little girl, seating her in his embrace. Would you like some rice dumplings? Yes, came her crisp and vigorous reply. However, Hanabi, with her refined upbringing, refrained from reaching out for them herself, instead patiently awaiting Yuehua's offering. Observing the adorable demeanor of the little sprite, Yuehua felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. In that fleeting moment, he felt utterly fearless. As though he could confront even a deity without hesitation, though it was merely a transient fantasy. Fetching a string of glutinous rice dumplings, he presented them to the little girl, only to be met with the enigmatic smile of Akkad, which sent a jolt of trepidation through him. That smile signified mischief was afoot. Akkad, what is so amusing? He inquired. This is the youngest daughter of the Hyuga clan, Hanabi, whom I became acquainted with not long ago. Oh, I see. Akkad teased Yuehua in a whimsical tone, clearly relishing the moment. Speak your mind. Yuehua's face turned a shade of green. The peculiar manner in which Akkad spoke sent shivers down his spine, leaving him utterly defenseless. And he raised his hand in surrender. Who would have thought? Yuehua, it seems you have a preference for younger companions. No wonder, sighed Akkad. At her words, Yuehua sensed a familiar, ominous aura looming behind him, causing beads of sweat to bead on his forehead. Big brother, are you feeling hot? The little sprite asked with concern. Not hot, just a bit fatigued lately, Yuehua replied, forcing a smile to soothe the little girl while ignoring the menacing presence at his back. In the Hokage Tower of Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Danzo, you truly took on an apprentice? Hokage advisor, Tsunade, sat across from Danzo, scrutinizing him intently. Indeed, Danzo replied without hesitation. Does that child intend to inherit the foundation? Mito Gaidon, seated beside Tsunade, spoke gravely. Danzo, this matter is far too hasty. Have you considered the sentiments of the various clans within the village? How could a child with no foundation inherit it? They should at least come from a prominent family. Enough. My disciple does not require assistance in finding a path. Besides, do you trust those prominent families to manage the foundation? Danzo interjected, fidgeting with his cane. The Aoi clan is also a descendant of the Senja line. Aoi Shiro was one of my most capable students. Why should his progeny be denied the opportunity to inherit the foundation? Aoi Shiro, what a distant memory, remarked the third Hokage, setting down his pipe, his gaze becoming distant. Aoi Shiro was the only elite jonin in the history of the Aoi clan, once a trusted subordinate of the second Hokage, well acquainted with his four disciples, and ultimately perished on the battlefield. The foundation cannot be entrusted to those families. Aoi Yuehua is a commendable candidate. He is the last of the Aoi clan, unencumbered and pristine, perfectly suited for the role. The third Hokage spoke slowly, surprisingly lending his support to Danzo. Gazing at the darkened visage of Mito Minin, the third Hokage remarked, let us not forget that he is merely qualified to inherit the root. Ultimately, time is essential for his growth. We can observe him gradually to discern his suitability. This statement was not an attempt at diplomatic appeasement, but rather a reflection of the harsh reality within the world of ninjas, which is far removed from the warmth and camaraderie of the Ninja Academy. In this realm, only the strong who survive can truly be deemed strong. Should Tsukihikari fail to mature and perish, he would simply be replaced, as Danzo would seek out another successor. In Danzo's perspective, Konoha's well-being is paramount, and the root serves as a sharp blade to protect the village. Consequently, neither Danzo nor Mito Minin disputed the third Hokage's words. However, Danzo vigorously waved his cane, his tone laced with menace, stating, those who dare to disrupt the established order should not blame my subordinates for their ruthlessness. This proclamation caused Mito Minin and Tsukino Kuni Koharu to flinch, and even the third Hokage's pipe tilted in dismay. Wasn't it Danzo who specialized in such matters? The root had dealt with countless talented individuals harboring grievances against the village, indiscriminately executing their judgments regardless of nobility or commonality. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that since its inception, the root has meticulously managed the village's darkest undercurrents, with Danzo maintaining a vigilant and unwavering stance. The prosperity of Konoha is undoubtedly attributable to Danzo's efforts, or rather, to the machinations of the root. You found a promising candidate. But the position of Hokage is causing me considerable distress, the third Hokage lamented, biting down on his pipe while the wrinkles on his forehead deepened, laden with unshakable worries. A profound silence enveloped the room. This issue weighed heavily not only on the third Hokage, but also on the upper echelons of Konoha. Each leader, particularly the elderly cohort, was filled with trepidation. Including Danzo, they all mourned the untimely departure of the fourth Hokage, leaving Konoha bereft of capable successors, relying solely on a cadre of aging veterans. The new generation had yet to fully mature, and even the most outstanding among them, Kakashi Hatake, appeared somewhat inexperienced. This was not to imply that Kakashi lacked strength. Rather, he lacked sufficient experience. In contrast to his teacher, the late fourth Hokage, the illustrious Yellow Flash, who ascended to the role of Hokage at a tender age through his prowess on the battlefield, Kakashi had participated in the Third Shinobi World War. Yet his contributions were minimal at that time. In peacetime, accumulating experience through missions was indeed a tedious endeavor. It is worth noting that from the first to the fourth Hokage, each had earned their stripes through relentless combat, ascending to the Hokage position through the adversities faced on the battlefield. Alas, the same could not be said for Jiraiya and Tsunade. Sakino Kunikohara sighed. And the third Hokage's expression grew even more inscrutable. His disciples, once part of the legendary Sannin and the future pillars of Konoha, had all departed, presenting a significant blow to the third Hokage. The subtle changes in his demeanor did not go unnoticed by the other three. Realizing her indiscretion, Sakino Kunikohara fell silent. While Danzo was not one to lighten the atmosphere, Mito Minin, with resignation, suggested, "Perhaps we should disperse for today. Given the recent downfall of the Uchiha clan, we must remain vigilant to prevent any opportunists from disturbing Konoha." Silently and without a trace, they dispersed, with Danzo leading the way. The affairs of Root were hardly less burdensome than those of the Hokage, leaving little time for idle chatter. Mito gate in and T-Rune Kamura swiftly departed, leaving the third Hokage alone. Orochimaru. A profound anguish weighed heavily upon the third's gaze, filled with a sense of desolation. Ding ding ding. The class finally concluded, heralding the arrival of lunchtime. Akimichi Choji exuberantly shouted, causing a commotion throughout the classroom. Sukahara, clutching his ice wheel blade, departed immediately. Keeping Danzo's instructions in mind, while he could continue attending classes at the Ninja Academy in the morning, he was required to go to Root for training in the afternoon. Exiting the school briskly, Sukahara made sure not to disturb anyone, as Iruka-sensei had already been informed. However, just as he left the confines of the academy, he sensed an unusual presence swiftly approaching. His heart tightened, yet his expression remained unchanged. He turned in an instant and drew his blade. "Lord Sukahara, Lord Danzo has sent me to escort you." An ANBU operative bowed, showing no reaction to the long blade poised at his throat. Abruptly halting his strike, Sukahara smirked. Ever since awakening his ice wheel blade, his senses had sharpened considerably. Thus, upon detecting an anomaly, he had drawn his weapon without hesitation. After all, it had not been long since the Uchiha clan's massacre, and Konoha was currently at its most vulnerable state since its inception. It was not surprising that various malevolent entities might emerge, especially after recently becoming Danzo's disciple. There could easily be those who wished him ill. Consequently, Sukahara kept his blade ever ready. Sheepishly sheathing his ice wheel blade, he rubbed his nose and said, "Then let us proceed." Following the enigmatic ANBU clad in a peculiar azure mask, Sukihara swiftly departed from the bustling areas of Konoha, leaping through the trees. Though referred to as a village, Konoha was undeniably one of the largest entities in the ninja world. Its center was the most vibrant marketplace, gradually dispersing outward into a sparse population of half forest and half residential areas, covering a vast expanse. This was Sukahara's second visit to the Root base. On his previous visit, he had been injured, so an ANBU had escorted him hastily, leaving him with little opportunity to memorize the route. Fortunately, this time he was able to grasp it well. The underground passage remained eerie, with tubes of unknown purpose lining the walls. This time, Sukahara scrutinized the Root base carefully. After all, given the previous address of Lord, he was undoubtedly now a part of Root. Since he had pledged allegiance, he could not waver, especially not at a time when he lacked strength. Sukahara walked at a measured pace, prompting a glance of respect from the ANBU leading the way. Earlier, he had been able to detect the operative's movements and had reacted decisively. Now, he was seemingly unaffected by the atmosphere of Root, demonstrating that Lord Danzo had indeed chosen a commendable disciple. "Lord Danzo, Lord Sukahara has arrived," the ANBU ninja reported dutifully, stopping before a grand door. "Enter," came Danzo's unmistakable voice, resonating through the closed door and reaching Sukahara's ears. As I pushed open the tightly shut door, I discovered an extraordinarily spacious training ground. A row of pristine scarecrows stood in neat alignment, and at the entrance, a table piled high with scrolls caught my eye. Danzo sat behind it, attending to official duties. He lifted his gaze to the moonlit sky and inquired, "What is your chakra affinity?" "Wind and water," I replied swiftly, surveying the training area. Wind and water, is it? Quite impressive, Danzo remarked, a sinister smile creeping across his face, causing a shiver to run down my spine. Having 2 chakra affinities offers greater flexibility in combat compared to a singular affinity, making one less susceptible to countermeasures. First, practice your swordsmanship. The techniques of your predecessor, by long, will suit you well. After mastering the sword, you shall practice shuriken throwing, followed by physical training with a partner. By nightfall, you can then engage in ninjutsu practice. Off you go. I must attend to my affairs. Having said this in a flurry, Danzo returned to his paperwork. With a blink of my eyes, I stepped into the center of the field without a word and began my sword practice in silence. What did it matter? When no one is there to instruct, one must practice relentlessly alone. If there is guidance, then complaining would truly squander such a splendid opportunity. Gripping the ice will blade tightly, I continually recalled the sword techniques from my family's scrolls, adjusting my stance in pursuit of the principle articulated by my ancestor by long, to wield power without exhaustion. Perhaps this is related to the mastery of water release techniques. The swordsmanship of the Fan clan seeks an endless flow, akin to a mighty river, ever surging. Silently wielding the sword, I exerted myself to remain utterly still. For this was the second lesson imparted by ancestor by long. True confrontations among ninjas often transpire in an instant. Thus, one must be swift and silent. Otherwise, a single strike could be earth-shattering. One cannot act as if they are one of the 5 great leaders. The adage of the bird that sticks its head out gets shot holds true in that realm as well. Initially, I counted my strikes aloud, but soon fell silent. Noticing a marked improvement in my physical condition, by the end of my practice, I was no longer gasping for breath. Within the training ground, Danzo occasionally issued commands, and various ninjas appeared and vanished. Yet throughout, I remained focused, engaged in hand-to-hand combat with a masked ninja. Eventually, Danzo set aside his work and glanced at the row of scarecrows. The once pristine 20 scarecrows were now riddled with shuriken, and notably, the first scarecrow bore 7 shuriken that had been launched, while the 20th had none that had escaped. Well done. Danzo nodded in satisfaction, though he suppressed a smile as he observed me being tossed around like a punching bag. It must be said, my physical prowess was quite lacking. The training provided by the Ninja Academy proved of little use, and the Fan clan did not excel in this aspect. We are masters of the blade, and without it, our skills are mediocre. Thus, my current predicament was hardly surprising. However, my opponent was careful with their strikes, ensuring I only appeared battered. After all, sustaining injuries would only lead to further delays in recovery. Yet, through each successive trial, Yuehua gradually grew stronger. In her initial attempts to perceive her opponent's movements, she was pleasantly surprised to discover her soul's power was remarkably high. In other words, her mental prowess was quite formidable. Engaging in daily dialogues with the ice will blade indeed enhanced her mental acuity. Consequently, Yuehua began to discern her opponent's strikes with increasing clarity. Although her physical reactions still lagged behind, she could only strive to tighten her defenses, enhancing her reaction speed by minimizing her movement distance. From a state of utter defeat, Yuehua eventually managed to defend herself with some semblance of skill. Though she still endured several blows, this was a significant improvement compared to being completely overwhelmed. In contrast to adults, her arms lacked length and her strength was insufficient, thus she focused on defense. Her body was not heavy enough, prompting her to lower her center of gravity, which improved her reactions considerably. Danzo silently assessed Yuehua's performance, growing increasingly satisfied. He had finally found a disciple who, in some respects, rivaled the legendary Sannin of yore, particularly since this disciple possessed the coveted bloodline limit. As a peak practitioner without a bloodline limit himself, Danzo understood the significance of such power. Among equals, those with bloodline limits were undeniably superior to those without, a lesson Danzo had learned through bloodshed in battle. This disdain for the Uchiha stemmed from the overwhelming influence of their Sharingan, which could easily alter the balance of power. Yet, despite his aversion, his envy of the bloodline limits drove him to implant a Sharingan in one of his arms, revealing an unsettling obsession. Moreover, Orochimaru harbored an even greater obsession for collecting bloodline limits. The Sharingan was among his most coveted desires. Both were elite practitioners without bloodline limits, and their pursuit of such power underscored the potency of these abilities. With a resounding thud, Yuehua absorbed a final, powerful strike by crossing her arms in defense. Nevertheless, the immense force still propelled her off the ground, and she tumbled against the wall before coming to a halt. "How do you feel?" Danzo inquired, his expression remaining as impassive as ever. very fatigued, yet exhilarated. Yuehua managed to steady herself and rise, swaying slightly. "Teacher, I feel quite well. Let us dine," was Danzo's only response as he turned and strode out, Yuehua trailing closely behind, her weary body struggling to keep pace. They arrived at a spacious dining hall, featuring 2 rows of booths separated by wooden partitions and 6 serving windows where ninjas occasionally collected their meals. Seated alone in a booth, one could scarcely see the figure's face. Yuehua mimicked Danzo as she served herself and sat beside him in a booth. And she had to admit that the chef's skills were commendable, rivaling those of any restaurant outside. The generous portions allowed the extremely hungry Yuehua to feast heartily, gradually regaining some of her strength. Swiftly concluding her mixed lunch and dinner, Yuehua followed Danzo to a new training ground, still underground. She stood before a large array of thick pipes, her expression one of bewilderment. What on earth were all these pipes for? Now, we shall commence the training of chakra control. The first step involves ascending from this point. I will be attending to matters in the chamber above. Once you reach the top, you may return. Danzo slowly tread upon the pipe, making his way upward, while the scholar utilized chakra to adhere to the surface, following suit. I watched as Danzo ascended step by step, ultimately vanishing from sight. Well, climbing trees is one thing, but this, scaling a pipe, is undoubtedly a greater challenge. Observing the smooth surface of the pipe, Yuehua's lips twitched nervously. Indeed, the difficulty level had significantly increased. However arduous or exhausting it may be, there was no alternative. After all, his mentor was Danzo, not Jiraiya. Yuehua attempted to emit chakra from his feet, gradually adhering to the pipe. The first step was straightforward. But upon attempting the second, he lost his footing and executed a backflip, landing on the ground. Reflecting on his earlier mistake, he realized he had insufficient chakra to maintain adhesion, and the pipes were exceptionally well maintained, slick as if coated in oil. With a few muttered curses, Yuehua resumed his practice of climbing the pipe, making repeated attempts in the silence of the surroundings. With the dim light from above guiding him, he tirelessly trained, enduring the monotony and tedium, focusing all his attention on mastering chakra manipulation. Excess chakra would prevent him from breaking the pipe, yet insufficient chakra would cause him to lose his grip entirely. Thus, he needed to maintain a delicate equilibrium, a sustained balance, especially considering the pipes before him were 5 to 6 times the height of an ordinary tree. Once again, as he ascended halfway, he felt a slight imbalance and tumbled down. Undeterred, he maintained a stoic expression and began anew. Finally, his breathing became steady and elongated, his mind clear and agile. Yuehua felt as though he could effortlessly command every part of his body, progressing smoothly upward without hindrance. The door to the chamber swung wide open, revealing Danzo seated behind a desk, astonished. It had only been a little over an hour, and he had succeeded, far surpassing Danzo's own accomplishments from years past. A satisfied smile graced his lips, albeit obscured by the towering stacks of documents. "Take a moment to rest." Danzo's voice remained steady. "Not bad at all. Just a tad shy of my own performance in my youth." Yuehua had no means of discerning the passage of time while below, and with a vague nod, he settled into a chair nearby. Spotting the teapot before him, he seized it and indulged in a hearty drink, wiping his mouth afterward, before reclining comfortably in the chair. As for chakra refinement, I shall refrain from elaborating. However, you must understand that the quantity of chakra each individual possesses is generally fixed, with little variation. Thus, aside from those naturally endowed with a large chakra reserve, the only path to strength lies in the meticulous manipulation of chakra. Danzo cast a glance at Yuehua, who was intensely focused, before continuing. "What you must now undertake is chakra manipulation training. Only by completing these exercises can you truly embark on learning ninjutsu. Do not concern yourself with the water techniques of the Chifan clan. I possess superior alternatives." In a moment of exuberance, Yuehua's spirit soared, her laughter blossoming as vibrantly as a flower. The effectiveness of her technique surpassed even that of the esteemed water release skills of the Chifan clan, which had been perfected under the tutelage of the elite Chunin, by long. The only techniques that could rival this were those of the second Hokage himself. "After a short rest, we shall return. Tomorrow, you must come directly. Training cannot cease," Danzo declared, dismissing Yuehua as he resumed his tasks. As she ambled through the village streets, fatigue weighed heavily upon Yuehua, her steps slightly unsteady. The intense training had not only drained her physically, but had also placed a significant strain on her mental faculties through the manipulation of chakra. Nevertheless, despite the exhaustion, an unparalleled sense of fulfillment enveloped her. The day's training had yielded results equivalent to several days of solitary practice with scrolls. Indeed, the difference between having a mentor and lacking one was monumental. Otherwise, the astounding progress of Sasuke and Naruto would be inexplicable. For not everyone is fortunate enough to receive guidance from the legendary Sannin. Yet, Yuehua was under the capable guidance of Danzo, whose expertise rivaled that of the Sannin. Combined with the power of the ice wheel, ensuring her future achievements would be remarkable. Upon returning home, Yuehua quickly bathed and collapsed into bed, utterly drained of energy. Time flowed like a swift river, and each day she underwent training at the root. After a year of rigorous practice, Danzo finally began to mentor her directly. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Water release, water flow wave. A powerful gale dispelled the shuriken hurled toward her, followed by a rushing torrent of water countering her opponent. Yuehua was engaged in combat with a masked Umbu operative. From a vantage point above, Danzo observed the skirmish intently. That will suffice, cease. At Danzo's command. Yuehua halted her hand signs abruptly and leaped back, creating distance from the Umbu, while two shadow clones positioned themselves defensively. The Umbu did not retaliate but instead executed the body flicker technique to vanish. Come forth, Yuehua. Danzo expressed his satisfaction with her vigilance. In the realm of the Umbu, one must always remain alert, particularly within Root, an organization that dealt with unsavory matters. To lower one's guard meant courting death. Gazing at Yuehua beside him, Danzo spoke coldly. Your current strength qualifies you as an elite genin. I will now instruct you in the nature transformation of wind. You will have 1 week to practice. Yuehua listened attentively. Having spent enough time with Danzo to discern his habits, he often combined praise with instruction, indicating further discourse was forthcoming. Subsequently, you will undertake a mission that I have specifically prepared for you. Danzo's single eye glimmered with a sinister smile. Understood. Without a hint of hesitation. Yuehua recognized that the task Danzo had devised would not be simple. Yet, she had long resolved to survive and thrive in this world, alongside Hanabi and her sister, Akane. For that, she would not hesitate to embrace the role of a demon. In the grim subterranean base of Root, the boy's ebony eyes radiated a steely determination. The transformation of nature is indeed a challenging endeavor. Yuehua gazed at the shuriken she had thrown, enveloped in a faint azure chakra, which had left a small dent in the tree trunk. A wry smile crept across her face, realizing that her efforts paled in comparison to Danzo's wind-based shuriken that could slice through rock. While she had guidance with wind techniques, the manipulation of water chakra was a different matter entirely, one she had to navigate alone. Although she possessed the second Hokage's ninjutsu scroll, it lacked information on nature transformation, leaving her to explore this arduous path by trial and error. A week had passed. What should she do? Lately, she felt as if she were on the verge of losing her sanity from training. Rubbing her head in frustration, she reflected on the past year. A tormenting period of relentless cultivation. Day after day, she engaged in unceasing training, climbing pipes, treading water, running with weights, water drills, stealth exercises, and more, all while learning to identify toxins and perform emergency medical procedures. The Ninja Academy offered scant instruction in these areas, as poison was not favored in Konoha. It was the Sand Shinobi who reveled in such practices. Moreover, Konoha boasted a comprehensive medical system, meaning only medical ninjas would delve into this realm. Yet, the training within Root came with exceptionally high standards, while it did not mandate the use of poison. It required the ability to identify the vast majority of toxins and respond appropriately. As Danzo's disciple, Yuehua faced expectations far exceeding those of ordinary Root members. In the Konoha forest, after some time practicing nature transformation, Yuehua grew increasingly exasperated. Recently, her sister Akane had been promoted to special jonin, resulting in longer missions and frequent absences from the village. Meanwhile, Hanabi had commenced her gentle fish training, making it awkward for Yuehua to intrude. Consequently, she found herself feeling somewhat adrift. With the Ninja Academy on break, she felt strangely out of sorts. Perhaps she should seek out Naruto? That fool was likely training somewhere nearby. Resolute in her decision, Yuehua vanished from her spot in a flash, sprinting away. In the Konoha forest, Naruto Uzumaki was diligently practicing with shuriken, though his aim left much to be desired, with many of them missing the target. Observing his efforts brought a flicker of melancholy to his face, but he quickly rallied his spirits and began collecting the scattered shuriken. Perched upon a tree, Yuehua silently watched Naruto's practice without uttering a word, her gaze fixed on his tireless dedication. She understood well that Naruto struggled with chakra control due to the interference of the Nine Tails chakra. Without overcoming this hurdle, precise perception would remain elusive. It was this very challenge that accounted for his frequent misses, a struggle he eventually overcame after mastering tree climbing and water walking. Yet, despite these obstacles, Naruto remained undeterred, resolutely practicing alone, determined not to cease until nightfall. What an inspiring individual he is. It seems I cannot afford to slacken my efforts. Without revealing herself, Yuehua turned and departed, feeling the pride that had momentarily swelled within her dissipate entirely. She could not help but reflect on her current status. She remained merely a low-ranking figure in the ninja world, with no grounds for pride. Knock, knock, knock. A symphony of melodious clashing sounds halted Yuehua in her tracks, prompting her to restrain her breath and stealthily approach. Lo and behold, another tragic youth, Uchiha Sasuke, was diligently practicing his shuriken technique. In comparison to Naruto's rudimentary skills, Sasuke's mastery of the shuriken was indeed no mere boast. Simply in terms of shuriken throwing prowess, Yuehua found herself utterly humbled. With an expression of profound bitterness, Sasuke unleashed a tempest of shuriken, embedding them into the target with precision. Has he returned? Danzo inquired, seated behind a table. An Umbu operative responded, yes. Lord Yuehua is training at the training ground. At least he remains lucid, not allowing arrogance to cloud his judgment. With his meager skills, he would be nothing more than cannon fodder in the ninja world war, Danzo remarked coldly. By the way, how is the investigation progressing? Have their identities been confirmed? Indeed. Based on intelligence from Lord Hokage, they are confirmed to be Cloud Ninja. They appear to be a decoy, while the true elite team remains in hiding. Lord Hokage has entrusted the matter entirely to Root, demanding discretion. Discretion? When has Konoha ever stooped to such a level? Danzo cursed vehemently. Yet he could not deny that Konoha was experiencing its weakest moment in history, particularly following the Uchiha clan's annihilation. With the Cloud Ninja now involved, it was conceivable that the other 3 great ninja villages might also intervene. Remember to assemble a small team, ensure Yuehua is included, so he may witness the essence of battle, Danzo suddenly commanded. Yes, I shall obey. Despite not fully comprehending Danzo's orders, the subordinate acquiesced silently. For that was the way of Root. Once the Umbu vanished, Danzo added, you will lead a small team to follow them discreetly, protect Yuehua, and prevent any ambush by the Cloud Ninja. Understood, Lord Danzo, the hidden ninja replied, though hesitating momentarily. But is it not a tad premature to send Yuehua into such a level of combat? After all, the weakest among those Cloud Ninja are Chunin. Within Root, few dared to question Danzo's authority, and among them was Naras, hailing from the esteemed Nara clan. The structure of Root, while seemingly complex, could be distilled into 2 principal components. One comprised of orphans taken in and trained by Danzo, transformed into true killing machines, while the other consisted of clan disciples from Konoha who shared Root's ideology and thus joined its ranks. It was these clan disciples who constituted Root's leadership, as their alignment of beliefs propelled them to join. Naras was one such representative. In essence, Root was a collective of Konoha's radicals. Danzo had established Root partly out of necessity, as its predecessor was a special operations unit of the Umbu, which had thrived during the war era. Another reason was to consolidate all the centers under one banner, thereby enabling Danzo to exert control and management over them. This embodies the collective will of Konoha's upper echelons from years past. Otherwise, even Danzo could not have established such a formidable foundation. The bellicose radicals, with their unique identities, were beyond the casual handling of the 3rd Hokage, necessitating their confinement within Root, managed by Danzo, the one who played the role of the antagonist, ensuring the village maintained a semblance of tranquility and avoiding the internecine strife reminiscent of the Mist Shinobi, which had been drenched in bloodshed. Indeed, while Yuehua's current prowess may only classify him as a genin, the transformation from a genin to a chunin can be achieved through a singular, fierce battle. Moreover, his bloodline limit is exceptionally potent. Mere training has yielded diminishing returns. Additionally, my disciple, at this age, should be acquainted with the realities of combat, Danzo remarked thoughtfully. Furthermore, Root has significantly waned and will soon face dissolution. It is fortuitous that you might guide Yuehua, Kaze, and the remnants of Root. As the old Root decays, a new one shall emerge. Without needing to look back, Danzo was aware of Naruto's astonishment. Do not be surprised. The downfall of the Uchiha was indeed of their own making, yet it has incited dissent among the various clans within the village. Thus, the disbandment of Root is imperative, albeit it merely signifies a restructuring of the Umbu. Naruto ceased to speak, understanding that Root embodied Danzo's long-held aspirations, and its dissolution was far from a mere reorganization. It would inevitably precipitate a reshuffling of power among the factions within Konoha. Ultimately, he silently retreated into the shadows, employing the body flicker technique to depart and observe Yuehua, the youth whom Danzo had entrusted with hope. In the village of Konoha, at the base of the root organization, Yuehua was in the process of changing attire. Before him lay a standard set of umbu clothing, a form-fitting black bodysuit, a white suspenders shirt, and a black hooded cloak, crowned with a blue-patterned mask resembling a demon's face. Although it was unconventional for Yuehua to don the garb of the umbu, he was now backed by influential connections. Moreover, as he was set to embark on a mission, wearing ordinary attire would be a disservice to his dedication. Thus, he had procured this set of umbu gear in advance. The umbu attire bore similarities across the board, with the distinction between Root and the Hokage's direct umbu lying solely in the masks. Root's masks adorned with various enigmatic patterns rather than animal motifs. 2 umbu captains, accompanied by 10 elite operatives, formed a notably impressive ensemble. After all, the umbu captains boasted at least special Jonin-level strength, with the more formidable among them possessing Jonin prowess. While all members were elite Chunin in skill, Yuehua silently stood within the ranks, his blue mask obscuring any trace of emotion. Move out. There was no briefing on the mission, only commands and obedience. Under the leadership of the 2 umbu captains, the 10 members surged forth, their speed unmatched. Even students from the Ninja Academy would struggle to match their swiftness. As these elite operatives raced towards their destination, they covered considerable ground in less than half a day. Having undergone a year of rigorous training aligned with Root standards, Yuehua kept pace with the group without a hint of breathlessness. They halted at a remote mountain village, refraining from approaching too closely and instead setting up a concealed barrier. A member of the Hyuga clan within the team activated his Byakugan to monitor the surroundings. Their target was the Cloud Ninjas. Although they had previously thwarted an assault from them, the Cloud Ninjas had recently resumed their restlessness, necessitating a stern lesson. One of the umbu captains remarked coldly, "These Cloud Ninjas have eliminated all the villagers and taken over the settlement. Our task is to eradicate this rabble." All present, including Yuehua, remained silent, yet their eyes brimmed with a palpable thirst for blood, eager for action. The members of Root were, after all, a cadre of killers. Taking lives was their primary pursuit, and even Yuehua felt the fervor surge within him, his hand gently resting on the ice wheel. The 2 umbu captains were satisfied with the enthusiasm of their subordinates. As seasoned veterans of Root, they lamented the organization's decline compared to its former glory. The invasion of the Ninetales and the covert conflicts with the Cloud Ninjas had claimed many skilled warriors, leaving Root in its most weakened state. Yet, hope lingered. The succession of Lord Danzo was paramount. As long as there was a leader, the potential for resurgence remained. Their greatest fear was the day when Danzo might falter, leaving no one capable of inheriting Root, an eventuality that could spell disaster, further contributing to the organization's decline. The time has come to nurture this heir. The 2 captains of the umbu exchanged subtle glances at Uchiha, recalling Lord Danzo's directive to proceed with conventional methods and refrain from providing undue protection to Uchiha. Only in the crucible of true battle can vibrant blossoms emerge. According to prior intelligence, within the village resides a particularly formidable J-Nin and 9 elite Ch-Nin. We shall eliminate the special J-Nin, while the remaining Ch-Nin are to be dealt with by you. Is that understood? Yes, came the subdued yet synchronized response. Furthermore, it is imperative to remain vigilant. Should anything appear amiss, retreat immediately and remain alert for enemy traps, one of the umbu captains cautioned. His words tinged with concern for the inexperienced Uchiha. At the village entrance stood a Ch-Nin, while within the largest chamber of the village were 4 more Ch-Nin. The special J-Nin, however, was training alone at the back of the village, making a surprise attack challenging. It must be noted that the Byakugan's reconnaissance capabilities are exceptionally advantageous, allowing for silent observation without alerting the enemy. Let us launch a direct assault, eliminating the one at the entrance first, then proceeding with the original plan. With a command, the 2 umbu captains dashed forward, closely followed by Uchiha and the others. Whoosh! A kunai flew forth, and the brown-skinned Cloud Ninja stationed at the entrance reacted instantly, wielding his own kunai to block the attack. Just as he opened his mouth to shout, a short blade pierced through his chest, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. The 2 umbu captains, working in tandem, easily dispatched a mere Ch-Nin. With deft hands, they laid the lifeless body down and stealthily advanced to confront the special J-Nin at the rear of the village. The scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, vibrant life extinguished in an instant. Uchiha found no time to process the tumult of emotions within, as he hurried alongside his companions towards the grand estate in the village. Danger! Retreat quickly. They are prepared. Be wary of lightning-style assaults. A member of the Hyuga clan shouted, swiftly withdrawing. Boom! A barrage of kunai, wrapped with explosive tags, erupted from the shadows, detonating where Uchiha and the others had just been standing. A tempest of flames surged forth, shattering the tranquility of the mountain village with a cacophony of sound. Gripping his ice wheel, Uchiha crouched atop the thatched roof, his focus sharper than ever. This was true combat, a fight for survival, where it was either his life or theirs. As a novice, he dared not act recklessly, instead closely following his teammates' lead. Crash! 8 blue lightning shadows shattered the wooden door, crackling thunder reducing it to splinters, and then surged towards Uchiha and his group at an astonishing speed, leaving him little time to react. Dodge! What are you waiting for? The voice, laced with urgency, snapped him from his daze. Beside him, the Umbu swiftly unleashed a flurry of shuriken, then yanked Uchiha down from the roof, just as 2 bolts of blue lightning obliterated the thatched structure. Novice move. Do not give these scoundrels an opportunity. The Umbu hurled a series of explosive tags, and the ensuing explosions rolled into a thunderous roar, engulfing the thatched house in a fiery collapse. Yunin and Konoha. Suna and Iwa each harbor mutual disdain, while the Mistnin remain preoccupied with their internal conflicts. Konoha and Yunin have clashed on numerous occasions, becoming exceedingly familiar with each other's combat styles. In comparison to the other 4 great ninja villages, Konoha lacks distinctiveness. If one were to insist, it could be described as a melange, embodying versatility that is impervious to any singular counter. Otherwise, how could Konoha triumph over Suna, defeat Iwa, and then deliver a resounding blow to Yunin? It is simply because Konoha boasts an array of skilled masters adept in various ninjutsu, relying on the overwhelming prowess of top-tier experts to consistently find counters to their adversaries, which constitutes Konoha's true confidence. Conversely, Yunin possesses more distinctive traits, having perfected their lightning techniques to an extreme, emphasizing aggression above all else. When confronting such foes, Konoha's ninjas rely on their experience to eliminate them from a distance with ninjutsu, aside from the Hyuga clan, who specialize in taijutsu. Few would willingly engage the Yunin in close quarters. A shiver coursed through Yuehua, leaving him drenched with perspiration, yet he could not afford to dwell on such discomfort. The fear of life and death had sharpened his mind, alleviating the tension that had previously consumed him. With a swift motion, he hurled a flurry of shuriken, each imbued with a faint azure chakra. After a week of relentless training in nature transformation, he had finally achieved a modest success, managing to infuse wind chakra into his shuriken. The cacophony of the shuriken caused the advancing Yunin to hesitate, swiftly evading. While ordinary shuriken could be deflected by their lightning-enhanced bodies, those laced with wind chakra demanded caution. Utilizing the shadow clone technique, Yuehua swiftly concealed his ice wheel, conjuring 2 shadow clones that charged forward in a linear formation. "Tu Navi, little brat." The opposing Yunin sneered, his body enveloped in a surge of lightning. Activating the signature technique of Yunin, the lightning release body reinforcement technique. This technique stimulates the body's cells with electricity, amplifying speed for a rapid thrust attack. The Yunin, wielding a kunai, leapt into the air, propelling himself towards Yuehua, having deemed him a novice based on his earlier display, and thus launched himself unhesitatingly in a straight line. Bang! Bang! 2 plumes of white smoke erupted, and the blue lightning silhouette emerged, grinning wickedly at Yuehua, believing the shadow clones to be mere fodder, a waste of chakra. Yet, Yuehua exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he smiled at the approaching Yunin, patiently awaiting his advance. Wind release, vacuum sphere. As the Yunin was nearly upon him, Yuehua completed his hand seals and expelled a transparent wind orb aimed directly at the charging Yunin. Simultaneously, he vaulted into the air, followed by 2 more clones of Yuehua who executed the same hand seals and movements, launching their vacuum spheres with less than a second's interval. Indeed, the lightning-release chakra-enhanced bodies are formidable. Any master who has honed their skills to perfection possesses astonishing speed, rendering their movements nearly imperceptible. However, this technique has its shortcomings. Without reaching a certain level of mastery, controlling the direction of their high-speed charges proves difficult, resulting in a direct approach that, while fast, is severely predictable in its trajectory. The Cloud Ninja before him had not yet reached such a formidable level, thus once he commenced his sprint, changing direction became exceedingly difficult. Faced with the onslaught of wind projectiles, he had no time to react. only able to lift the kunai in his hand to meet the attack head-on, while curling his body to augment the intensity of his lightning release. The clash of thunder and wind ensued as the lightning dissipated upon contact with the projectiles, followed by a second and then a third wind bullet. A gaping hole, the size of a fist, appeared in the back of the Cloud Ninja's vest. His right hand shot up high, pierced by the vacuum orb. His body bent sharply, collapsing onto the ground. Eyes wide open in disbelief at the realization that he had succumbed to the hands of an amateur. This was the second life he had taken, not out of vengeance, but merely to fulfill a mission. Yuehua displayed no signs of discomfort as he unsheathed the ice wheel and swiftly advanced to assist in eliminating the remaining Cloud Ninja. Clang! The swift clash of kunai and short blades resounded. Yuehua refrained from employing ninjutsu. The previous use of 4 shadow clones and 3 vacuum orbs had significantly depleted his chakra reserves. It was prudent to conserve energy, and with their numerical advantage. As long as they prevented the Cloud Ninja from gaining distance to sprint, a head-on confrontation posed no fear. These were not the Rock Ninja, impervious to attack. With a swift thrust, kunai struck the Cloud Ninja in the back, while a long blade pierced through his abdomen. Yuehua deftly evaded the flickering lightning kunai, losing only a few strands of white hair in the process. Extracting the ice wheel from the lifeless body, he gasped for breath. His own body marred with over 10 wounds, all charred and devoid of blood, testaments to the prowess of the Cloud Ninja. Among the 10 members of the Leaf's Umbu, they faced 9 elite Cloud Jounin, paying the price of 3 lives and 4 injuries, yet successfully annihilating all 9 Cloud Ninja. Yuehua single-handedly dispatched one, while collaborating with others to eliminate 3 more. The 2 unscathed Umbu members swiftly began collecting the bodies, while the remaining tended to their wounds. Yuehua meticulously shaved away the necrotic flesh surrounding his injuries before binding them up. The destructive power of lightning release chakra was distinct, easily inducing paralysis. Yuehua had narrowly avoided a fatal blow from a stray attack. Fortunately, a member of the Hokage clan had intervened in time, saving his life. It must be said, the gentle fist technique employed by the Hokage was particularly effective against the Cloud Ninja, enabling them to achieve such significant results despite the relatively even numbers. However, a sense of urgency gripped him. The situation had changed. Retreat to the village's rear to regroup with the 2 captains. Hardly had they caught their breath when the vigilant member of the Hokage clan suddenly leapt into action, shouting urgently. Upon assessing the chakra levels, he reported the presence of 1 Jounin and 2 special Jounin, merely half a kilometer away. Quickly retreat. Yuehua felt every hair on his body stand on end. 1 Jounin and 2 special Jounin were not adversaries they could contend with. Almost simultaneously, they took to the air, hastening toward the rear of the village, hoping to meet up with the 2 Umbu captains, thereby improving their odds. Behind the village, chaos reigned. The area lay in ruins. The special Jounin from the cloud were charred, a result of fire release techniques, yet the 2 Umbu captains were not unscathed either, bearing injuries that, while not severe, were nonetheless present. Captain, reinforcements have arrived for the enemy. 1 elite Jounin and 2 special Jounin. Yuehua and the others perched atop a slanted tree, recounting the visions perceived through the Byakugan by the members of the Hokage clan. An elite Jounin? Prepare for a fight to the death. The 2 captains of the Umbu displayed an intense aura of murderous intent, disregarding their injuries as they swallowed military ration pills to replenish their chakra. The presence of an elite Jounin carries significant implications. They are true masters within a village. And the disparity between a special Jounin and an elite Jounin is not easily bridged. As for fleeing, there is no need to mention it. The speed of an elite Jounin far surpasses that of mere Nin level Umbu operatives. A heavy weight settled in Yuehua's heart as he unsheathed his ice wheel blade without hesitation. The time for desperate measures had arrived, and there was no reason to conserve chakra now. Engaging an elite Jounin in a life and death struggle is a matter of mere instance. All faces reflected a resolute determination. Since the day they entered Route, they understood that such a moment would come. There was no fear, only a fervent madness, a conviction that even in death, they would not allow their adversaries to prevail easily. Scattered amongst several large trees, they awaited the approach of the Cloud Ninja in silence. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters, 200 meters, they were coming. Release. Along with the 2 Umbu captains, they followed the Hokage clan members' instructions, hurling shurikens, kunai, and explosive tags with fervor. As one of the wealthiest ninja villages, Konoha's ninjas were equally affluent, and they unleashed a barrage of explosive tags as if they were free, resulting in a continuous cacophony of explosions that engulfed the 3 emerging blue lightning bolts in flames and smoke. seated amidst the frost-laden skies. Ice Wheel Blade. Having expended all the explosive tags in his possession, Yuehua directly initiated the release. A chain rattled around his arm as he swung it, and the sky transformed dramatically. Dark clouds gathering ominously, casting an immediate shadow over the landscape. After a year of exploration, Yuehua had gradually mastered the characteristics of the Ice Wheel Blade. The natural phenomena were summoned forth. The Ice Wheel Blade's most fundamental yet potent power lay in its ability to manipulate the weather. However, in its release state, its control was still insufficient, allowing only for the gathering of dark clouds without any substantial effect. Moreover, beyond the manipulation of weather, the release brought an all-encompassing enhancement. Yuehua's reflexes, sensory abilities, and physical prowess experienced significant augmentation. As the most formidable ice and snow-type Zanpakutō, the Ice Wheel Blade was a weapon manifesting from Yuehua's very soul. Differing from a traditional Zanpakutō in essence. In truth, it was a part of his soul. Thus, the release of the Ice Wheel Blade signified a dramatic surge in Yuehua's spiritual power, propelling an enhancement across all his abilities. Flock of Ice Pillars. The enhancement of his perception allowed Yuehua to detect unusual movements above him. The fluctuations of chakra were starkly evident to him now. He swung his blade upward, unleashing a barrage of ice projectiles that soared like flocks of birds. At that moment, Yuehua heard two anguished cries, indicating that the Cloud Ninjas intended to eliminate their group of Chunin first. However, Yuehua could not afford to be distracted, for the flock of ice pillars had merely shattered a segment of wood. What a peculiar power! Is it a ninja tool? The burly figure of the Cloud Ninja, with his brown skin, fixed his gaze upon the ice wheel pill in Yuehua's grasp. Instead of launching an immediate attack, he casually remarked, "Young man, let us strike a bargain. Surrender your ninja tools, and I shall permit your departure." How does that sound? It was evident that the Cloud Ninja presumed Yuehua was relying on the power of his tools. In this world, numerous peculiar ninja tools possessed extraordinary abilities, among which the 7 Blades of the Mist Ninja's 7 Ninja Swordsmen and the Raijin Sword of the second Hokage were particularly renowned. Furthermore, as a seasoned shinobi of the Cloud Village, he was aware that they inherited the treasures of the Sage of Six Paths. Hence it was not surprising that he mistook the ice wheel pill in Yuehua's hands for a formidable artifact, drawing his attention the moment Yuehua unleashed its power. "Do you wish for it? Come and take it," Yuehua replied with a cold smile. For the ice wheel pill was an integral part of his soul, there was no way he would relinquish it. Ice Dragon Spiral Tail. Gripping the ice wheel pill, Yuehua executed a swift horizontal slash, summoning a vast expanse of ice that rapidly spread forth, covering everything in its path with a frosty grip. Lightning Release. Lightning Beast. The Cloud Ninja was no pushover either. With a flash of lightning, an electric beast surged forward, colliding violently with the advancing ice, causing a thunderous explosion that halted the icy spread and dissipated the lightning into the air. Lightning Release. Ground Walk. The Cloud Ninja formed hand seals with remarkable speed, and in an instant, blue currents of electricity swirled across the ground. Yuehua felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck, prompting him to leap away without a moment's hesitation. The treachery of lightning techniques lay not only in their immense destructive power, but also in their paralyzing effects. Having previously suffered at the hands of a Cloud Ninja, Yuehua had learned to be cautious, springing into the air at the first opportunity to evade the ground. "Die, boy." The blue lightning surged upward as the Cloud Ninja, enveloped in crackling blue chakra, approached with astonishing speed. Suspended in midair without a foothold, Yuehua found himself utterly immobilized, appearing to the Cloud Ninja as a lamb awaiting slaughter, easily within reach of a single strike. Clang! With his left hand gripping the blade, Yuehua swiftly hurled his crescent-shaped blade chain from his right hand. To the Cloud Ninja's astonishment, the chain ensnared his body, and in an instant, white ice burgeoned forth, encasing the Cloud Ninja in a massive block of ice within the span of a mere second. Boom! Before Yuehua could catch his breath, the Cloud Ninja, trapped within the ice, erupted violently, unleashing a torrent of lightning that shattered the frost, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. With a swift whoosh, a fragment of the ice grazed Yuehua's face, leaving a small cut from which a trickle of blood began to flow. Lightning Release. Shadow Clone? Yuehua cursed in frustration, realizing that his carefully laid trap had ultimately failed. The lightning shadow clone, formed from a substantial amount of lightning chakra, possessed explosive power. Such a terrifying little brat. Konoha cannot afford to let someone like you grow stronger. Therefore, you must obediently perish. A blue silhouette flashed before Yuehua, a kunai in hand, crackling with lightning as it aimed directly for his heart, plunging down with deadly intent. Clang! Yuehua was violently propelled backward. Although she barely managed to deflect the shuriken with her ice wheel Maru at the last moment, the tremendous impact still caused her to cough up blood. And the electric chakra left her entire body paralyzed, rendering her immobile. Her pitch-black eyes reflected the flickering lightning of the shuriken, and within her heart reigned a profound tranquility. Albeit tinged with bitterness as she mused, is this the true essence of lightning release, body flicker technique? The swiftness is indeed terrifying, facing the impending death. She felt an unsettling calm. After all, it was merely a matter of skill, and there was little to complain about in defeat. Body replacement technique. A youthful voice rang out, causing the cloud ninja before her to momentarily falter, his movement sluggish. Shadow imitation technique. A gentle voice followed, and the cloud ninja regained his composure, revealing a furious expression. However, his body remained rigid and unyielding, the shuriken in his hand unable to plunge forward. As a shadowy tether bound his feet. From the Mountain Clan and the Nara clan, the cloud ninja's tone turned ominous as the electric chakra within him surged, attempting to break free from the shadow's grasp. Yet, the assailant was evidently formidable, firmly restraining the cloud ninja's movements, rendering his struggles futile. Eliminate them. The soft voice resounded once more. At that moment, Yuehua regained her senses, gritting her teeth as the ice wheel Maru emanated an astonishing chill, enveloping her in a layer of frost, restoring her ability to move. Having narrowly escaped death, Yuehua wasted no time and thrust the ice wheel Maru fiercely into the chest of the burly cloud ninja. An icy blossom erupted from his heart, as she instantaneously froze his vital organs. His eyes widened in disbelief, filled with regret and reluctance. Had he not sought to merely gauge the power of this tool and refrained from unleashing his full strength, he would not have met his end at the hands of this young girl. Gazing at the lifeless cloud ninja beneath her, Yuehua shivered, realizing that in her struggle against the electric chakra's influence, she had inadvertently encased herself in frost. The chill still clung to her being. Collect the bodies, swiftly, commanded Nara, adorned in a black patterned mask and a white hooded cloak. His subordinates, masked and clad in black cloaks, promptly commenced the task of handling the remains with adept efficiency. Thanks to Nara's timely assistance, Yuehua and her companions ultimately suffered the loss of only 6 elite members from the root, a considerably small toll compared to their resounding victory. Yuehua silently aided in the retrieval of her comrades' bodies, meticulously arranging their garments and storing them in scrolls to be returned to Hokage for burial. As members of the root, they would not rest in the village cemetery but would instead be laid to rest in a secluded part of the forest. Their lives as unremarkable in death as they were in life. This is the fate of a ninja, the destiny of those of us in the root. As the foundation of Hokage, we are bound to protect the village, in life and in death. This is our solemn vow, the aspiration of Lord Danzo, and will also be your pledge. Nara removed his mask, revealing an unremarkable visage adorned with the traditional pineapple hairstyle of the Nara clan. Standing behind Sukahana, he spoke slowly. Your performance has been commendable. Your current prowess is nearly that of an elite Chunin, coupled with your bloodline limit. You could even contend with a special Jonin. However, you remain somewhat inexperienced. For now, there is no need to return to the village. I shall guide you in training outside for a while. After much deliberation, Sukahana finally discerned the identity of this esteemed figure. He was the second in command of Root, a trusted subordinate of Danzo. Yet, compared to Uncle Rokuju, Nara merely belonged to the collateral branch of the Nara family. Once a fervent leader of the martial faction, he ultimately joined Root. Lord Chihiro, what does training outside for a period entail? Once everything was settled, Sukahana began to tend to his injuries, which were not severe enough to hinder him significantly. Root is likely disbanded. Disbanded? What has become of my teacher? Sukahana was genuinely taken aback. Having no recollection of Root's dissolution, he momentarily feared the repercussions of his own actions, prompting him to inquire anxiously. Although the old man Danzo was far from a paragon of virtue indeed, a complete scoundrel, Sukahana, as Danzo's disciple, had been the recipient of unwavering support in his training. After more than a year of acquaintance, Sukahana had shed his initial aversion towards the perpetually grumpy old man. Regardless of Danzo's misdeeds, they had not affected him directly. The Uchiha clan's downfall was of little concern to him, as he was not well acquainted with them. Rest assured, it is merely a change in the method of infiltration for a time. Lord Danzo also requires a period of respite. To be candid, the recent influx of matters has overwhelmed Root, and Lord Danzo's health cannot endure the strain, Nara replied, clearly pleased with Sukahana's reaction. At last, Danzo's disciple had proven his worth. Upon hearing this, Sukahana exhaled in relief, chiding himself internally, what manner of person is Danzo for me to worry about him? Under Nara Chihiro's direction, 2 Umbu captains swiftly led the remaining 3 subordinates back to Konoha to report. Meanwhile, Sukahana, who was not officially part of the organization, remained behind. Accompanied by Chihiro's subordinates, Yamanaka Fu from the Yamanaka clan and Aburame Torian from the Aburame clan, both of whom were the most exceptional young talents of Root. As a collateral member of the Nara clan, Nara Chihiro possessed remarkable intellect. Danzo had specifically dispatched him to ensure the preservation of his direct lineage, while simultaneously nurturing Sukahana as his successor. Let us depart. Our destination is the northern region of the Land of Fire, which is currently quite tumultuous, an ideal environment for your honing. Chihiro smiled slightly, leaping into action. The 4 had already changed out of their Umbu attire and removed their forehead protectors. Sukahana, being an unregistered individual, had never worn one. In the heart of Konoha, the base of Root, Danzo has found himself in a state of unprecedented leisure. The majority of Root's members have been absorbed into the Umbu, leaving only the orphans he has taken under his wing. As the sole architect of their lethal prowess, only Danzo possesses the means to keep them in check. Even the 3rd Hokage is rendered powerless, engaged in a fierce battle with a cloud ninja. He reflects on the audacity of their ranks. 1 elite ninja accompanied by 3 special Jonin is indeed a formidable force. With a fierce swing of his cane, Danzo muses that eventually, only Konoha will prevail, dismissing the existence of the 5 great ninja villages as excessive. Konoha alone suffices. In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage contemplates a permission request for an outing from Sukahana Kage. It seems Danzo, that old schemer, has gone to great lengths. The 3rd, irritated, grumbles while signing the document, realizing that the person in question has already departed. Sukahana Kage, he sighs deeply, has become Danzo's successor. Yet the position of Hokage remains without a satisfactory heir. The 3rd offers a bitter smile. Lamenting that Konoha is in disarray, many from the old guard have either passed away or left, while the new generation lacks prominent talents, a truly distressing situation. At the Ninja Academy, Naruto finds himself bored, resting his head on the desk, while Sasuke wears an expression of deep contemplation. The rest of their peers are absorbed in their own pursuits, unperturbed by Kage's absence, as life continues as usual. Nearby, at the northern border of the Land of Fire, in a small town, Chiyu has taken Kage and 2 others to lodge at an inn. You 3 may go out and enjoy yourselves. Just remember to avoid causing any trouble, and Kage, be sure to keep your insects under control. Do not release them in the marketplace, Chiyu instructs. His words met with nods from the masked oil girl and the easygoing Yamanaka Kaze, as they accept the pocket money he offers. I will go gather some intelligence and return in the evening, Chiyu announces before departing, leaving Kage and the others in the room. Blinking, Kage glances at the somewhat dazed oil girl and the affable Yamanaka Kaze, introducing herself. I am Sukahana Kage. The oil girl responds. I am oil girl Kurigane, while Yamanaka Kaze, with his short orange ponytail and amiable demeanor, adds, I know you. You are a disciple of Lord Danzo. The trio exchanges pleasantries, their congenial natures creating a harmonious atmosphere. Despite Kage being 2 years their junior, there exists no generational gap. They have witnessed Kage's prowess and do not underestimate her due to her age. The oil girl joined Root under special circumstances, while Yamanaka Kaze voluntarily aligned himself with the organization, driven by a fervent belief in strength, a true martial spirit. Kage has already established her standing through her capabilities, having proven herself with the corpses of cloud ninjas. Before long, the 3 depart from the inn, leisurely strolling along the streets while engaging in conversation. Kage, filled with enthusiasm, samples an array of local delicacies for this region, being near the borders with the Land of Rice and the Land of Water. Boasts many culinary specialties not found in the Land of Fire. In the stillness of the night, within the confines of the inn, Yuehua reclined upon his bed, lost in reverie as memories of the battle from days past flooded his mind. He could not shake the recollection of that cloud ninja, whose speed was akin to lightning, nor the rapid thrust of the Chunin that left an indelible mark on his memory. The injury sustained during the skirmish had nearly healed, primarily superficial wounds of no grave consequence, allowing for a swift recovery. The application of lightning release for bodily enhancement was indeed astonishingly swift. Yuehua found himself in deep contemplation. His current strength was that of a standard Chunin, possessing a modest repertoire of ninjutsu and embarking on the study of nature transformation. However, Through the liberation of the ice wheel mirror, he could barely contend with special jonin. Had it not been for the leniency shown by that particular jonin from the Cloud Village, Yuehua would have succumbed within 3 moves. Yet, in the relentless world of shinobi, victories and defeats dictate the narrative, and the fallen bear their grievances in silence. This imparted a crucial lesson to Yuehua. Without the prowess to stand at the pinnacle of the shinobi realm, one should refrain from emulating the likes of the Senju or Uchiha clans. What truly troubled Yuehua was the terrifying speed of the Cloud Ninjas. Among the 5 great shinobi countries, the Cloud Village revered aggression. To embody their offensive doctrine, they had developed lightning release enhancements, resulting in the fearsome speed of their fighters. Similarly, Konoha boasted speed-oriented ninjas who rivaled those of the Cloud. The 2nd and 4th Hokage were exemplary in this regard, particularly the 4th, whose moniker, the Yellow Flash, struck dread into the hearts of the rock ninjas. While the Flying Thunder God technique was a sophisticated matter beyond immediate discussion, Yuehua had previously delved into the body flicker technique, only to find himself bewildered, lacking the requisite talent. Though Danzo remained indifferent, it became a source of vexation for Yuehua, especially after facing the Cloud Ninjas, which deepened his understanding of the significance of speed. Moreover, it was crucial to note that most jonin possessed mastery over the body flicker technique. If Yuehua wished to avoid being outpaced, he must enhance his own capabilities in this regard. After a bout of worry, he unfurled a scroll and began to read intently. This was a document entrusted to him by Danzo through Chiyu, containing Danzo's insights garnered from years of practicing wind-release ninjutsu. It included not only practical techniques, but also numerous attempts at harnessing wind-release chakra. Rather than hastily perusing the ninjutsu, Yuehua recognized that the true treasure lay in Danzo's understanding and experiential knowledge of wind-release chakra. After merely glancing at it, he found himself entranced, fully immersed in the wisdom contained within. In the realm of shinobi, the gap between those with bloodline limits and those without is vast. Only true geniuses can ascend to the top as ordinary ninjas. Danzo was undoubtedly one of them, a genuine prodigy, having trained under the 2nd Hokage. However, he excelled primarily in the singular domain of wind release. Though the 2nd Hokage also possessed wind release techniques, he was evidently more adept with water release, thus devoting less guidance to Danzo, with greater focus on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nevertheless, through his independent research, Danzo rose to become one of Konoha's foremost experts, particularly in the study of wind release. Even with the later emergence of formidable wind release practitioners like Orochimaru and the 4th Hokage, Orochimaru was more invested in forbidden techniques, while the 4th attained unparalleled mastery in space-time ninjutsu. In pure terms of wind release, Danzo remained unparalleled. This I never anticipated that my teacher would share the same thoughts as I. Under the pale moonlight, Yuehua grasped the scroll in astonishment, for he had uncovered a nascent ninjutsu prototype crafted by Danzo. As a disciple of the 2nd Hokage, Danzo had indeed witnessed the 2nd's Flying Thunder God technique. Although he had endeavored to learn it, much like Yuehua now, he had been unable to master the technique. However, after observing the lightning release physical enhancement from the hidden Cloud Village, he had contemplated whether he could achieve a similar effect using wind release chakra. Danzo initiated his research, but wind release chakra did not possess the ability to stimulate cells. Thus, he envisioned gathering wind release chakra beneath his feet to facilitate swift movement. Did he fail? Yuehua furrowed his brow tightly. According to Danzo, the experiment had ultimately failed. Compared to lightning release chakra, wind release chakra proved to be far more destructive, easily resulting in self-inflicted injuries, leading to an inevitable abandonment of the endeavor. Indeed, wind release chakra was quite challenging to manipulate, especially after its transformation. The rapidly rotating winds could easily tear one's feet apart. Frustrated, Yuehua stroked his chin, pondering the seemingly insurmountable issue. His gaze shifted, and he noticed the ice wheel Maru beside his bed. An idea sparked in his mind as he recalled memories from a past life. Shuinpa, the technique of ultra-high-speed movement. An epiphany struck him. Since wind release was too sharp, why not employ water release chakra as a buffer? After extensive research on the properties of water release, Yuehua had gleaned a modicum of understanding. Water, being exceedingly soft, possessed remarkable adaptability and flexibility. Flowing water was far more agile in defense than solid rock, making it an excellent companion for wind release chakra. Perhaps this could indeed be feasible. Yuehua felt a surge of excitement within, yet he refrained from acting impulsively. The development of ninjutsu was far from the ease suggested by words. at least until he mastered the transformation of wind and water chakra. All he could do was engage in theoretical design. Knock, knock. It's time to sleep, Yuehua. Tomorrow, training begins, called Chiyu's voice from beyond the door. Understood, Yuehua responded. Hearing the footsteps retreat, he quelled the excitement in his heart, extinguished the lights, and prepared for slumber. Recognizing the importance of rest for physical growth, a principle instilled in him by his mother, which he held as a sacred tenet. Even during his time in root training, Yuehua made every effort to ensure he received ample sleep. The following day, Chiyu, clad in a relaxed kimono, observed the three spirited youths and greeted them with a smile, pleased to see they had rested well, for today's tasks would not be easy. What? Yuehua, adorned in a sky-blue robe, which was more fitted than the loose kimono, represented the standard attire of the Aoihiba clan, with the clan emblem emblazoned on the cuffs and back. Yamanaka Takujin, dressed entirely in black, sported two large ninja tool pouches at his waist, while Yamashiro Kaze, clad in a mix of dark red and black, regarded Chiyu with curiosity. Recently, due to the Uchiha clan's annihilation, numerous opportunists had infiltrated the Land of Fire, including the rogue ninjas from earlier. However, this time, their adversary was not a major ninja village, but rather a small organization. As he spoke, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Shinyu's eyes. The roots of his being were steeped in an unwavering fanaticism for Konoha. He had always dealt with those audacious enough to provoke him with an iron fist. According to the intelligence I have gathered, this small organization consists of a band of rogue ninjas, including a special J-nin, about 10 ch-nin, and over 40 genin. However, what caliber of J-nin could they possibly possess? A sardonic smile graced Shinyu's lips, his gaze brimming with disdain. Thus, you three shall vanquish this rabble. They have committed no noble deeds in the Land of Fire, having attacked small ninja clans and plundered their jutsu, akin to a plague of locusts that incites nothing but revulsion. Is this the place? Yuehua inquired, her eyes lifted towards the looming mountain before her. In truth, it was but a small hill, for the Land of Fire is predominantly flat, with only gentle undulations near the borders that might be deemed mountainous. This must be the spot. The map given by Lord Shinyu confirms it, said Case, examining the map while continuously verifying his surroundings. Rogue ninjas, are they? I hope they can withstand some punishment, Yuehua murmured, idly toying with the kunai, its blade enveloped in a layer of azure chakra, moving it rapidly yet silently. This was Yuehua's training to refine her jutsu, delving deeply into the nature transformations of wind and water chakra to develop a complex technique known as Shuinbu. According to Lord Shinyu's intelligence, they should be situated at a small village halfway up the mountain, which had once belonged to a minor ninja clan but had been forcibly occupied by these rogue ninjas, who had mercilessly exterminated the family. As Keisuke spoke, a glint of lethal intent shone in his eyes. Then let us proceed and obliterate these wretched beings, Yuehua replied with a cold smile. Since her arrival in this world, she had developed a strong sense of belonging to Konoha, and those who dared to challenge it were met with her utmost contempt. The three moved swiftly, weaving through the dense forest, guided by Keisuke's lead. Hold on, let me scout ahead, Keisuke declared as he landed on the ground, closing his eyes and forming hand seals. Yuehua and Tsugen positioned themselves on either side of him, ensuring his protection from any disturbances. Yuehua observed Keisuke's movements with keen interest, sensing the potent mental techniques of the Keisuke's clan, which rivaled the Byakugan in strength and in many aspects surpassed it. However, after a prolonged observation, Yuehua discerned nothing of significance and eventually relinquished her scrutiny, for secret techniques are akin to bloodline limits. Without proper heritage, one cannot hope to cultivate them. I found them. Keisuke suddenly opened his eyes. There are 57 individuals in total, all within the village. The special J-nin is meditating in the heart of the village, while the remainder is dispersed in all directions. 6 sentinels guard the entrance, 2 ch-nin and 4 genin. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yuehua spoke. Tsugen, you and Keisuke handle those genin. Utilize your poisonous insects to ensure they do not escape. I will take on that special J-nin. As the trio prepared to act in unison, it was evident that they had communicated and were well aware of each other's capabilities. Given that Yuehua was a disciple of Danzo, it was only natural for her to assume the role of leader among the three, a decision met with no dissent from her companions. Let us proceed. With swift strides towards the village entrance, Yuehua finally laid eyes on a band of wandering ninjas, each adorned in a motley of garb devoid of headbands to signify their affiliations. Undeniably, they were vagabond ninjas. However, Yuehua and her companions were clad in similarly unremarkable attire. Yet, Yuehua held a different perspective, casting a disdainful glance at the loosely organized band of rogue ninjas. With a decisive motion of her right hand, she unleashed a wind release, shuriken technique. Following her encounter with the Cloud Ninjas, Yuehua had made significant strides in her mastery of wind chakra, allowing her to execute this technique, learned from her mentor Danzo, with newfound proficiency. In the wake of a torrent of shuriken, 3 shuriken imbued with azure wind chakra closely trailed behind. Ambush! The disorganized band of rogue ninjas shouted in alarm. Nevertheless, their experience from roaming various lands had endowed them with a wealth of combat knowledge, enabling them to swiftly leap away from the oncoming shuriken. Yet, while they could evade ordinary shuriken, the wind release, shuriken was not so easily dodged. It not only enhanced its sharpness but also broadened its attack range. The sickening sound of flesh being torn apart echoed through the air as 3 crimson sprays erupted, and 3 unsuspecting lower-ranked ninjas found themselves cleaved in 2, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Body disruption technique. Yamashitafu clapped his hands together, targeting a leaping lower-ranked ninja. That unfortunate soul, stricken with terror, extended his limbs towards the sky, only to meet the ground headfirst with a sickening thud, blood spilling in a gruesome display. In a fleeting moment, 4 lower-ranked ninjas were dispatched, leaving only 2 middle-ranked ninjas, who, without a word, fled back towards the village in haste. Stick to the plan. I shall deal with that special jounin. Yuehua leapt high, charging toward the heart of the village, while Oil Girl Toryun and Yamashita-fu swiftly took care of the remaining lower-ranked ninjas. As they moved with urgency, Yuehua reflected on the harsh realities of the ninja world. It was a realm where lineage and talent dictated survival. Only those endowed with one or the other could hope to endure, lest they become mere fodder. Who are you? A middle-aged ninja emerged, alerted by the commotion at the village entrance. Upon spotting Yuehua, he realized that the individuals at the gate had likely met their demise. As the leader of the wandering ninjas, Anchi and his tree stood poised with kunai, regarding Yuehua without underestimating her due to her youth. For other ninjas materialized around them, encircling Yuehua. In the ninja world, one must never equate age with strength, for such folly could lead to swift demise. Especially for wandering ninjas who had witnessed the terrifying prowess of young prodigies from major ninja villages. This understanding compelled him to ascertain the true nature of his opponent. Yuehua halted, sensing a measure of pressure emanating from the middle-aged ninja before her. It appeared he was indeed the special jounin. With a cold smile, she disregarded the surrounding ninjas. Prepared to meet your end. The audacious individual declared that regardless of who they were, they would not leave alive today. The weathered middle-aged ninja's expression shifted, clearly indicating that the opponent had no intention of backing down. As a distinguished rogue ninja, Anchi Kazuki was resolute. Since a peaceful resolution was off the table, he decided to eliminate the threat. Water release, water chaotic waves. Anchi Kazuki swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a torrent of surging water. Simultaneously, ninjas surrounding him hurled shurikens from all directions. Seated at frosty sky, Yuehua, with a quick activation facing a special jounin. Tsukihira would not underestimate the opponent. Regardless of the exaggerated prowess, the chakra levels were undeniably formidable. Ice Dragon Tail Spin, Circular Slash. Tsukihira spun in place, and wherever the tip of Yuehua traced, an extensive area was rapidly encased in ice. The shurikens hurtling towards him were also frozen, as were Anchi Kazuki's water chaotic waves, which transformed into a massive ice column protruding from the ice wall. Anchi Kazuki stared in astonishment at the colossal ice wall before him. Had he not been quick to evade, he too would have been encased in ice. His eyes flickered with uncontainable greed. He had never encountered a bloodline limit like this, which implied it was a secret technique. Or perhaps something peculiar about that blade. As a special jounin, his perception was keen, and he had clearly seen the transformation of Yuehua. Eliminate him and seize that blade. Anchi Kazuki roared with exhilaration, his expression grotesque as a beast. The mere thought of harnessing the blade's power ignited his ambition to become a true jounin, overwhelming him with excitement. Upon receiving the command, the rogue ninjas sprang into action, attempting to breach the ice wall created by Tsukihira. Fire release, Great Fireball technique. Lightning release, Lightning Sphere. Those without powerful offensive ninjutsu resorted to tossing explosive tags, which detonated upon contact with the ice wall, creating a cacophony of explosions as fire and lightning rampaged. Flock of birds, Ice Pillars. amidst the blinding white mist. A figure soared into the sky. The four ninjas looked up, momentarily blinded by the glaring sunlight, failing to discern the incoming ice pillars. Thud, thud, thud. The unmistakable sound of flesh being pierced echoed as the ice pillars mercilessly impaled the rogue ninjas. Sukahira, gripping Ice Will Maru, landed on the ground and curiously observed Anshi Kazuki. Truth be told, while these rogue ninjas possessed a variety of techniques, their power felt woefully inadequate. Suddenly recalling Chihiro's words about these rogue ninjas ambushing small clans to steal techniques, Sukahira understood. Although they appeared to have many skills, they were utterly disorganized and lacked mastery. Presenting an impressive facade, but in reality, were mere subpar practitioners. Damn it. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Anshi and Shumu, unwilling to concede, let out a fierce roar and unleashed their signature ninjutsu. A massive water dragon surged upward, roaring as it descended with tremendous force. Alas, it was a technique of water release. What ill fortune! Yuehua smiled faintly, raising the Ice Wheel Maru high, summoning an ice dragon with a resounding roar. As the Ice Wheel Maru swept down, a colossal ice dragon emerged from the tip of the blade, voraciously consuming the moisture in the air and growing in size, crashing directly into the descending water dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuehua's ice dragon mercilessly devoured the water dragon, its form expanding even further as it twisted its enormous body. Chunks of shattered ice cascaded downward, violently rebounding toward Anshi and Shumu. However, at this moment, Anshi and Shumu stood there, dumbfounded. Not because this particular Jonin was inept, though he was indeed lacking, but as a wandering ninja, his combat experience was confined primarily to the realms of mid to low-ranking shinobi, excelling in taijutsu and shuriken duels. When faced with the true high-level ninjutsu of the 5 great ninja villages, Anshi and Shumu had little experience. Upon encountering such formidable opponents, they would promptly retreat with their tails between their legs, preying instead on weaker ninja clans, where there was little need for the use of water release. Furthermore, due to his background, Anshi lacked fundamental knowledge of ninjutsu. A ninja from one of the 5 great villages, even if previously unaware of the power to create ice, would abandon water release upon witnessing it once, unless it were an exceptionally advanced technique, like that of the second Hokage. Yet Anshi clearly lacked such mastery of water release. And even the pirated version he had learned was inferior to standard techniques. Coupled with his inadequate foundational knowledge, he had suffered a setback but failed to learn from it. Attempting to employ the water dragon bullet technique once more. In his mind, the water dragon bullet was a B-rank ninjutsu, far superior to the C-rank technique water chaos wave. This notion wasn't entirely incorrect, yet a fool remains a fool. Whether B-rank or C-rank, both are mere FA8s. Faced with the oncoming ice dragon, Anshi and Shumu had nowhere to flee, and they were swiftly engulfed by the rapidly advancing icy water dragon, encased within a massive block of ice, reminiscent of an insect trapped in amber. Finally, it was done. Fortunately, this fool had made it easy to dispatch him. Ah, my chakra is dwindling. Yuehua furrowed her brow, instantly dispelling the initial form. It must be said, the consumption of chakra by the Ice Wheel Maru was extraordinarily swift, having dealt with 5 foes here. Feng and Tsugen should have taken care of the others, right? Yuehua shattered the large ice block with a resounding crash, sending a flurry of silver-white ice shards scattering. All was resolved. This was the last one. With a thud, a lifeless body flew through the air, crashing to the ground in a grotesque state, causing Yuehua to frown deeply. It was utterly distasteful, an unwelcome sight indeed. In the mountain, the wind swirled as the 2 figures, Yuki and the oil woman, stood before the moonlight, their expressions relaxed. Among them were 11 Chunin and 1 particularly skilled Jonin. 2 of them had been dispatched at the village entrance, while the remaining Jonin and 4 Chunin were swiftly dealt with by Yuki. They encountered no substantial resistance and effortlessly vanquished the band of rogue ninjas. The inadequacy of these wanderers was astonishing. Although their chakra levels were commendable, their combat abilities were utterly abysmal. Yuki could not help but voice his disdain. Such lowly beings dared to cause turmoil in the land of fire, seemingly ignorant of the concept of mortality. It was only natural. After the Uchiha clan's annihilation, many believed that Konoha had fallen from grace, and thus, numerous factions sought to seize a piece of its remnants. Yuki sheathed his ice wheel and cast a disdainful glance at the surrounding corpses. These imbeciles had sought their own demise. It was time to clean up and return to Lord Shiyu. The 3 of them scattered to swiftly tidy the battlefield, collecting all usable items, shurikens, scrolls, and more, leaving nothing behind. They hung the bodies of the rogue ninjas in the village center as a tribute to the fallen citizens of the Land of Fire. It is worth noting that even during the era of the Great Ninja Wars among the 5 great shinobi villages, there existed an unspoken agreement among ninjas to spare civilians from harm. This was a creed upheld by the shinobi of the 5 villages. Yet these rogue ninjas displayed a blatant disregard for such principles, recklessly attacking innocents. Even without Yuki's intervention, they would have inevitably faced the wrath of the Umbu. Have all been dealt with? Chiyu inquired, lounging in a chair, sipping hot tea, and perusing a book while listening to Yuki's report. This was part of a captain's duty to relay the outcomes of their missions. Although temporarily away from the village, it was evident that one must not abandon their principles. Your next tasks will follow suit, without remuneration, purely out of obligation, solely to uphold the interests of our Land of Fire and Konoha. Do you have any objections? After Yuki's report, Chiyu set his cup down and regarded the trio. Their eyes met, and Yuki jestingly remarked, "Lord Chiyu, no objections here. But surely there must be some provision for our meals. Do not dismiss this as a trivial matter. Sustaining a ninja is exceedingly resource-intensive. A ninja contributes no output and is merely a drain on resources. The investment in nurturing a ninja, from tools to various aspects, is substantial. Why else would the Great Ninja Wars occur? While historical factors certainly played a role, an undeniable truth remains. The Land of Fire occupies the most fertile regions, wielding the most abundant resources, whereas the other major villages do not enjoy such fortune. The Earth Country is laden with rocky terrains, the Lightning Country with lofty mountains, and the Wind Country with vast deserts, clearly more impoverished compared to the Land of Fire. From the perspective of food production, apart from the Land of Fire, the other nations struggle to achieve self-sufficiency. When the number of ninjas exceeds certain limits, even basic sustenance becomes problematic. Thus, the Great Ninja Wars erupted, diverting internal conflicts outward through warfare. Rest assured, there will indeed be provisions for meals. This is not a concern for you, Chiyu reassured with a smile. Tossing a scroll to Yuki. Blood splattered as Yuehua thrust his blade through the chest of the towering bandit leader, who collapsed with a resounding thud. It was unexpected that even tasks concerning banditry were assigned. Truly, one could not fathom Lord Shinyu's intentions. Such missions bore little significance, and it would be more worthwhile to devote oneself to solitary cultivation. With a swift flick of his wrist, Yuehua sent the icy blade spinning, droplets of blood splattering against the wall. It was not that the village's dark faction was unable to intervene. Rather, their efforts were consumed in a tedious game of cat and mouse with the cloud and rock ninjas, thereby exhausting the majority of their forces. The border had become a chaotic battleground, yet no one dared to raise a clamor, as all were preoccupied with recuperation, lacking the capacity to instigate a new ninja world war. Shanzhong Feng entered, his kunai still dripping with blood, while beside him, Yuya Toraigen donned gloves. Those who crossed paths with him seldom survived, thus he always wore gloves. Have all been dealt with? Yuehua inquired, glancing at the duo. 145. Not a single one escaped, Toraigen replied in a subdued tone, his temperament more reserved compared to Shanzhong Feng, likely due to years of limited human interaction. After all, he was a master of toxins. One touch could be fatal, necessitating a bioweapon suit to conceal himself, compounded by the fact that few within his faction could engage in normal conversation. Shanzhong Feng cast a glance at the fallen bandit leader and raised an eyebrow. Let us clean this up. Even bandits should have some kind of treasure. Yuehua, pursing his lips, swiftly began searching, having developed a tacit understanding over 2 years of collaboration with the two. Although Yuehua served as the captain, leadership among the trio was a mere formality. Decisions were made collectively. Shanzhong Feng was clearly the most strategically astute, not on par with the eccentricities of the Nara clan, yet still commendable. Yuehua and Toraigen were the primary offensive forces, especially Yuehua, who had mastered wind and water ninjutsu over the past year, no longer needing to resort to his initial release. His prowess was nearing that of a special J-nin. Toraigen, armed with secret techniques, possessed a lethal edge against formidable foes, often with Yuehua executing a feigned frontal assault while Shanzhong Feng discreetly manipulated the opponent's movements, creating opportunities for Toraigen to deliver a decisive blow. Their teamwork proved effective, having taken down 6 genuine special J-nin, as opposed to the mere rogue ninjas of lesser caliber. From the initial encounter with a rogue ninja of special J-nin rank that left them bloodied, to the 6th special J-nin's demise, the trio emerged unscathed, effortlessly resolving the conflict, their individual abilities having significantly advanced, just a step away from attaining the status of special J-nin. Over the course of 2 years, Naras guided them through the northern territories of the Fire Country, confronting rogue ninjas, spies, wandering ninjas, and bandits, sweeping through with relentless force. Those who dared to wreak havoc within the borders of the Fire Country were captured and executed without mercy. This drew the attention of the Konoha, who nearly classified them as threats, but Naras' timely intervention clarified the misunderstanding. However, the turmoil following the Uchiha clan's extermination gradually subsided. The Konoha launched a vigorous offensive, eliminating anyone daring enough to exploit the chaos, and as the casualties among the mounted, there arose a momentum for the reorganization of Root, for the original Root had been Konoha's sharpest blade. All of this was conveyed by Naruto to Tsukahana. After all, Tsukahana, as a disciple of Danzo, is regarded as a potential successor to the Root, or more plainly, as a candidate for the martial faction's heir. His training is comprehensive, extending beyond mere enhancement of strength. Although Tsukahana cannot be said to be well-versed in political machinations as a second-generation individual, he possesses a clear understanding of the significance of struggle. This realization further deepens Naruto's admiration, leading him to genuinely contemplate supporting Tsukahana and to devote himself ardently to his instruction. While Danzo is currently the leader of the martial faction, it does not imply that all within the faction endorsed Tsukahana. Danzo cannot coerce everyone into compliance. Various factions have numerous alternative candidates, and the ensuing struggles are akin to the contest for the position of Hokage, perhaps even more ferocious. After all, the election for Hokage garners immense scrutiny. While the leadership of the martial faction, being an uncertain and implicit role, is marked by bloodier conflicts, it is not sufficient merely to become the leader of the Root in order to assume the mantle of the martial faction. Danzo himself established the Root only after ascending to the leadership of the martial faction. However, Tsukahana remains oblivious to all of this, and Naruto has no intention of clarifying matters just yet. He chooses to instruct him in this manner, believing that once Tsukahana's strength reaches a sufficient level, everything will hold significance. The martial faction places a higher value on violence, and possessing formidable strength is a prerequisite for leadership. Let us depart, Tsukahana exclaimed as he observed the bandit hideout collapsing amidst the flames. He swiftly led the two companions away, his movements somewhat peculiar. As he leaped into the air, a layer of azure chakra rapidly generated friction beneath his feet, causing his speed to surge instantaneously, though the branches beneath him would snap under the pressure. Still not perfect, Tsukahana sighed. Over the course of a year, he had gained profound insights into the transformation of chakra properties, and he had recently begun to delve into the technique of Shuinpa, though the progress has evidently been challenging. Mastering the transformation of both wind and water chakra properties and then combining them presents an extraordinary level of difficulty. There is no need for discouragement. Your jutsu is already quite formidable. In a direct confrontation, making a bit of noise is inconsequential, as long as your speed is sufficient. Yamashiro, who closely followed behind, had witnessed the development of Tsukahana's techniques firsthand. During their physical training sessions, he had come to appreciate the potency of Shuinpa. Moreover, we are still young. With ample time to refine your techniques, he added, gazing enviously at Tsukahana. Yamashiro primarily practiced his family's secret arts, which provided him a higher starting point than ordinary ninjas. However, dedicating the same amount of energy to secret arts made it challenging for him to master ninjutsu, thus hindering his ability to develop techniques independently like Tsukahana. Yamanaka Toryun nodded in agreement, having great faith in Tsukahana's abilities. Over the span of 2 years, the bond among the three had strengthened considerably. The youngest of the trio, Tsukahana, had emerged as the most powerful, especially after the release of his ice wheel, a force that could subtly counteract Toryun's poisonous insects, which struggle to survive in frigid environments. Indeed, with a bit more time, I shall undoubtedly perfect Shuinpa, Tsukahana proclaimed, as the azure chakra beneath his feet accelerated once more, propelling him forward with such swiftness that only a blue shadow remained, accompanied by the sound of snapping branches. In this state, it can certainly be considered an offensive ninjutsu, Toryun murmured as he observed the shattered trees along their path. Indeed, such destructive power, devoid of the need for hand seals, combined with body techniques, is undoubtedly formidable. A sharp intake of breath escaped the lips of Kaze, who seized upon the conversation. Yuehua's strength only increases, being a disciple of Lord Danzo, and his propensity for lethality is palpable. Although he remains oblivious to it, he is exceptionally suited to serve as the leader of the Root. In comparison to other candidates, Yuehua surpasses them by a significant margin, responded Torian decisively. Where has Yuehua gone? Is it not the captain's duty to report to me? Narachiyu inquired curiously. Observing the awkward expressions of Yamanaka Kaze and Yamanaka Torian as he gently tapped the table. Well, it's because I spoke out of turn. Yuehua has gone off to develop new jutsu, Kaze finally admitted after a prolonged moment of hesitation. He had not anticipated that merely mentioning the potential for Shunpa to be used offensively would trigger Yuehua to exclaim about how he had completely overlooked it, prompting him to rush off to pursue jutsu development. Developing new jutsu hasn't he yet fully perfected Shunpa? Why would he embark on this new endeavor? Chiyu furrowed his brow. While the ability to innovate jutsu is indeed a hallmark of genius, neglecting one's training in favor of such pursuits is ill-advised. It is ideal to possess the strength of a jonin before venturing into the realm of jutsu creation. No, it's still related to Shunpa after much effort. Kaze finally clarified. Chiyu blinked, slammed his palm on the table, and declared, I must go and see. The transformation of Shunpa into an offensive technique is intriguing. As a distinguished member of the Nara clan, Chiyu practiced the family's secret arts, yet this did not imply ignorance regarding ninjutsu. The keen perception of an elite jonin is not to be trifled with. He is well aware of the extraordinary nature of the Shunpa Yuehua is attempting to develop. Setting aside its power, the difficulty of mastering it is exceedingly high. Mastery of both wind and water chakra is a prerequisite, followed by a simultaneous command of the nature transformations of both chakra types, culminating in the cultivation of Shunpa. In Chiyu's view, it was more cumbersome than directly training in the body flicker technique. Nonetheless, as mastering this technique would aid Yuehua's training, he refrained from dissuading him. However, should it integrate seamlessly with offensive ninjutsu, the value of Shunpa would undoubtedly rise significantly, no longer merely a superfluous skill. After all, there are many ninjas who struggle with the body flicker technique, yet individuals possessing dual wind and water chakra are indeed rare. The expansive estate, which Chiyu had somehow acquired for temporary residence from a noble, was originally a splendid and exquisite villa belonging to that noble. However, ever since Yuehua and his band of ruffians took up residence, the maidservants had all been returned to the noble's side, and even the garden had been dismantled, repurposed into a training ground. Yet, the noble's overseers had said nothing, instead smilingly gesturing for Yuehua and his companions to do as they pleased. In the newly constructed training area, Yuehua was endeavoring to develop a new technique. Previously, he had been singularly focused on perfecting Shunpa, entirely neglecting any other possibilities. However, after Kaze's offhand remark, a spark of inspiration ignited within Yuehua, bringing forth a wealth of ideas. The Gale Foot, an exceptionally powerful offensive technique, represents an advanced combat skill within the realm of pirates, accompanied by the swift movement technique known as body flicker and the aerial stepping technique called moonstep. It ignites a fervent desire within Yuehua to experiment with these abilities. With a sharp crack, a cerulean wind blade struck the rocky surface, leaving a shallow gash as fine dust wafted into the air. Yuehua frowned, dissatisfied with the result. Its power fell short of expectations. Unlike wind release, Shoikin, which is more straightforward, launching wind blades from the feet presents a significantly greater challenge, both in execution and in sheer force. To achieve greater destructive capability, one must infuse a larger amount of chakra, yet the risk of injuring oneself is considerable. Would it be necessary to rely on water-type chakra for cushioning? Yuehua glanced at his hands and feet, exhaling a weary sigh. The sand ninjas have mastered wind release to an extraordinary degree, yet none have utilized the feet to launch wind blades. It is not that the concept hasn't been considered, rather, the chakra expelled from the feet is far more challenging to control than that from the hands, and mastery cannot simply be attained through repeated practice. Compared to lightning release chakra, wind release chakra inflicts damage on the physical body more rapidly. Even with Yuehua's training in instant step, he still requires water-type chakra for protection. Otherwise, he would be rendered incapacitated within 2 days. Unfortunately, the Sand Village lacks proficient water-style ninjas, unlike the eclectic assortment found in Konoha. Yuehua possesses the second-generation's water-style scrolls and guidance on wind techniques from Danzo. Otherwise, all of this would remain mere figments of imagination, without the foundation laid by predecessors. Developing such formidable ninjutsu would be akin to chasing shadows. Time is of the essence. I need time, Yuehua lamented. Whether it be the development of ninjutsu or the research of the Bankai of the Ice Wheel, patience is paramount. Take your time with your techniques. There is a new mission that requires your attention. Prepare yourselves, as we shall depart tomorrow, stated Chinyu with a serious expression. Ah, We've only just returned. Yuehua couldn't help but voice his complaint, yet he obediently joined his comrades, Hujin and Feng, in preparations. Qianyu's firm hand had taught him the value of obedience. And now Yuehua's complaints were merely verbal, at least until he could surpass Qianyu in combat. Watching Yuehua and his companions retreat, Qianyu approached the stone that was once a mere decorative rock, observing the deep gash etched into its surface. A look of astonishment flickered across his eyes. Such an attacking ninjutsu, when combined with physical techniques, it transforms one into a human weapon. Qianyu's imagination took flight, startling him with the realization that what he initially thought to be a trivial technique was, in fact, immensely powerful. Given the glint of determination in that young one's eyes, it was clear there were more ideas brewing. Better to observe further before making any judgments. The following day, clad in combat attire, Qianyu faced the 3 future elites of Root. The mission is straightforward: gather intelligence on the Sound Ninja Village in the Land of Rice. Though it is merely a small ninja village, it is still a village, and thus I require your assistance. Upon hearing the term Sound Ninja Village, Yuehua felt a sudden jolt. It took considerable effort to mask her surprise, but internally she lamented. Wasn't the Sound Ninja Village merely a grand facade orchestrated by Orochimaru? Not only had he created a disguise for himself, but he had also ensnared a cadre of subordinates in his schemes, embarking on a venture in the Land of Rice to provoke Orochimaru's ire. Honestly, Yuehua had always perceived Orochimaru as the most formidable adversary in the entire ninja realm. His bizarre methods defied logic, and his terrifying prowess was unparalleled. Most vexing was his uncanny ability to evade death. Just when one thought he had been vanquished, he would re-emerge, startling all, undoubtedly a true monstrosity. It appeared they were indeed courting trouble with Orochimaru, and Yuehua could only hope that the latter would dismiss these insignificant players. It was not a matter of ambition, rather. The more she trained, the more she recognized the chasm that separated ninjas. Even an elite shinobi like Naruto could only hope to survive under Orochimaru's shadow. The Land of Rice bordered the Land of Fire, and historically, there had been no ninja village in this region. The sudden emergence of the Sound Ninja Village necessitated a thorough investigation into their activities and their stance towards the Land of Fire and Konoha. Naruto wore a grave expression. If they harbored hostility towards Konoha, then they must be eradicated. The Land of Rice was undoubtedly a vassal of the Land of Fire. The Land of Rice, a small nation located to the north of the Land of Fire, had always been a subordinate force, lacking its own ninja village. Tasks were typically delegated to Konoha, leading the ninja of Konoha to instinctively regard the Land of Rice as part of their domain, particularly the more belligerent factions. However, the situation had shifted dramatically with the sudden rise of the Sound Ninja Village, and Konoha could not afford to remain indifferent. Lord Chihiro, haven't we dispatched anyone to scout the village? Why must we, as external personnel, gather intelligence? Yuehua queried, trailing swiftly behind Chihiro through the forest. Rest assured, we have sent operatives. Several teams from the Anbu have been dispatched. However, we are executing Lord Danzo's orders. Remember, we are the roots of Konoha, Chihiro replied solemnly. Yuehua fell silent. Given that it was an order from Master Danzo, even the most perilous of paths must be traversed. Disobeying the roots was a capital offense. Thus, she resolved to continue honing her Shuinpa technique. There was little point in lamenting the situation. It was far more beneficial to enhance her strength. This is the Land of Rice. It's teeming with farmland. Truly impressive, Shangzhong remarked, gazing down from a cliff at the sprawling rice fields below. Though the Land of Rice was a small nation, its fertile soil yielded bountiful harvests, rivaling even that of several larger nations. Therefore, the Land of Rice must remain under Konoha's control. It could not fall into the hands of the Land of Lightning or the Land of Earth. Should any signs of Rock Ninja or Cloud Ninja appear in the Sound Ninja Village, it would be imperative to report to Lord Danzo and take decisive action to obliterate this Sound Ninja Village. Gazing upon the bountiful and serene expanse of farmland below, Naruto's tone turned icy, his heart as cold as iron, utterly unmoved. Any entity that posed a threat to Konoha would be ruthlessly eradicated, regardless of its nature. Such was the method of the martial faction. Yuehua, observing the meticulously arranged fields, comprehended Chihiro's sentiments. The lands of the Earth Country and the Lightning Country were barren and yielded meager harvests. Should they acquire the Rice Country, their power would undoubtedly surge. While the Earth Country was somewhat manageable, the true menace lay in the Lightning Country's Cloud Shinobi Village. Governed by the martial faction, a congregation of aggressive militants who harbored deep-seated animosity towards Konoha. Should their strength amplify, their sights would surely be set on Konoha, igniting the fourth great ninja war. Thus, as Yuehua surveyed the fields, his gaze flickered with concern. Even aware that the Sound Shinobi village was merely Orochimaru's facade, he firmly believed that the Rice country must retain its status as a vassal of the Fire country. Otherwise, he would prefer its complete annihilation rather than allowing it to fall into the hands of other nations. Noticing Yuehua's expression, Chihiro's lips curled slightly in satisfaction. Yuehua's reaction pleased him immensely. This was the future of the martial faction. A spirit of aggression was essential to becoming the very roots that sustained the towering tree of Konoha. The Rice country was experiencing another bountiful harvest this year. Indeed, there was hope for increased grain trade, as in previous years. The daimyo had consistently restricted the export of provisions, allowing trade only with the Fire country, which itself produced more than the Rice country, rendering profitable sales nearly impossible. This year, however, they hoped to make a substantial profit. Would this year permit them to sell grain to the Lightning country or the Earth country? Within a grand mansion, merchants from various nations convened, all drawn by the imminent harvest. After all, there were few nations on the continent capable of self-sufficiency, and the profits from grain trading were remarkably high. When the Senju and Uchiha clans united to dominate the ninja world, they secured the most fertile lands for the Fire country, leaving the remaining scraps insufficient for the other nations. Consequently, apart from the first Great Ninja War, the subsequent two wars revolved around Konoha, as it occupied the most desirable territories. Great nations could instigate wars to seize land, while simultaneously reducing their own populations. A veritable twofold advantage. In contrast, small nations were left at the mercy of calamities, leading to famines that forced them to purchase grain from others, ensuring the grain merchants thrived in business. It was truly a pity that the real profit lay in selling grain to the Lightning and Earth countries. Yet the great daimyo of the Fire and Rice countries imposed strict prohibitions. Was there a potential shift in this year's regulations? All eyes converged on a corpulent merchant, who had proclaimed his intentions to reap significant profits. As fellow grain merchants, they understood that substantial gains could only be realized through trade with the Earth and Lightning countries. Yet there had been no news of relaxed restrictions from the daimyo. However, wasn't it said that with the Sound Shinobi village established, there was no need to hire Konoha's shinobi for protection? They could simply recruit ninjas from the Sound Shinobi village to venture directly into the Lightning country. Surely even Konoha would find it difficult to intervene in such matters. The remaining grain merchants exchanged glances, continuing their conversations with those nearby, disregarding the greedy fool who presumed that the shinobi of Konoha were blind. After all, Konoha emerged as the victor of the Third Shinobi World War, having triumphed over the three great ninja villages, albeit at a significant cost. That corpulent pig was courting his own demise. From the beams above, Yuehua observed the rotund figure inciting others to transport grain to the land of lightning. A surge of ire igniting within her. This fellow was likely a spy for the Cloud Village, and it would be prudent to deal with him when the opportunity arose, rather than let anger take hold. The Cloud Shinobi were notorious for their incessant meddling, which was hardly surprising. Qianyu scrutinized the scene for a moment before deciding to depart. This group of merchants held little value. "Oh, Lord Qianyu, are we to wait here? I thought we were heading to the Sound Village," Yuehua remarked, glancing around at the bustling crowd. The noodle shop was thriving, and with the harvest season upon them, the land of rice had attracted a considerable influx of outsiders. "Impossible. You think too much. If we go, it will be only me. Your skills are not sufficient," Naras Qianyu replied, savoring a large bowl of noodles with evident delight. Do not assume that gathering intelligence equates to infiltration or assassination. Such feats are reserved for the elite. Typically, intelligence gathering involves spies, and our role is merely to relay information. In situations such as the one concerning the Sound Village, the absence of undercover agents necessitates the involvement of the umbu for reconnaissance. Finishing the broth with a satisfying slurp, Qianyu lowered his voice to attentively eavesdrop on the conversation of a group of Sound Shinobi behind him. Indeed, two youths adorned with Sound Village headbands, clad in black and white patterned ninja attire, took a seat. "Kinrin, who would have thought we would have our own village? It is truly thanks to the leader, otherwise we would still be merely a small clan of shinobi. Do not mention the leader in public. Have you forgotten the leader's orders?" admonished the Sound Shinobi seated behind Yuehua. The pair fell silent, focusing on their noodles. Qianyu finished his meal with a few swift bites and settled the bill, deep in thought as he departed the noodle shop with Yuehua and the others. "You continue to gather intelligence in the town while I pay a visit to the Sound Village. We shall reconvene at the inn," Qianyu instructed before vanishing. leaving Yuehua and her companions in the bustling capital of the land of rice, where the feudal lord resided. Very well. Let us stroll about and see if we can uncover any information, Yuehua suggested, weighing her purse as she, along with Tsugen and Foam, exited the narrow alley. The capital, bustling with activity, was alive with the sounds of commerce and the clamor of voices. This place is truly vibrant. There are so many people. Though it still cannot compare to Konoha. The trio weaved through the throng. While the mountain winds were bearable for Yuehua, Tsugen felt quite out of place. As a member of the Oil Woman clan, Tsugen was considered a special abilities user, harboring within him nano-sized venomous insects that granted him immunity to toxins. Should anyone else become infected with such venom, they would succumb to destruction of their cellular structure. Thus, Tsugen donned protective gear and had seldom ventured into crowded areas. Now, amidst the masses, he found himself feeling decidedly unsettled. Yuehua noticed the expression on Tsugen's face and furrowed her brow slightly. Wind, Tsugen, let us explore other places. There are no traces of those sound shinobi here. Departing from the bustling urban area, the number of pedestrians dwindled rapidly, and the surrounding buildings appeared increasingly dilapidated. Or perhaps they simply bore the marks of time, offering a unique charm of their own. Why hasn't Lord Chinyu returned yet? Was it said he would be back shortly? Yuehua felt a persistent worry in her heart, continually praying that Orochimaru was not within the village. As long as Orochimaru was absent, no one could contend with Chinyu's elite jonin prowess. However, if Orochimaru were indeed in the Sound Village, this habitual harbinger of chaos could pose a grave threat to Chinyu's very existence. Despite knowing full well that the Sound Village was merely a facade orchestrated by Orochimaru, Yuehua felt a deep frustration, yet there was little she could do. After all, one must rely on evidence in such matters. She could not openly declare that the Sound Village was a construct of Orochimaru, for her position rendered such knowledge perilous. Did Lord Chinyu actually say he would return shortly? Yuehua, you appear quite anxious, Kazekage observed, his eyes narrowing with concern at her demeanor. Indeed, I am somewhat agitated. Perhaps it is merely the discomfort of the unfamiliar environment. She offered weakly, masking her unease with a flimsy excuse. Though Kazekage was perplexed, he respected her silence and was about to offer words of comfort when suddenly his expression shifted, and he crouched down, employing his sensory technique. There are 7 ahead. No, only 5 now. Their chakra is remarkably potent. There seems to have been a battle, or perhaps it has already concluded. They are approaching. Yuehua quickly lifted her gaze as 5 figures emerged ahead. The moss-covered steps and the stout trees swayed in the evening light, a chill breeze brushing against them. The 4 men and 1 woman donned identical gray-white garments, their waists adorned with purple sashes. One among them sported 6 arms and bore the sound shinobi forehead protector, while another was a red-haired kunoichi, accompanied by a massive figure and one whose hair obscured his eyes, culminating in a white-haired ninja with 2 red dots on his forehead. Who are these 3? They appear to be ninjas, yet lack forehead protectors. The lone female ninja, her red hair vibrant, scrutinized Yuehua and her companions with excitement. Should we eliminate them? They could very well be spies from the great shinobi villages, she suggested, glancing at the white-haired youth in their midst. Yuehua, what shall we do? Should we engage them? They seem to be from the Sound Village, and their chakra levels suggest they possess nearly special jonin strength, Kazekage whispered. While Tsugen had already assumed a defensive stance, Yuehua gazed in astonishment at the 5 before her, the Sound 5, Orochimaru's subordinates. Formidable adversaries who had previously left the Konoha shinobi in tatters, especially Kimimaro, whose true strength had never been fully realized before his untimely demise. She had not anticipated encountering them here. Do not hastily engage with them. The Sound Ninja Village remains ambiguous in its allegiance. It is prudent to remain vigilant. Yuehua firmly grasped the hilt of his blade, the ice wheel, casting a wary gaze upon Kimimaro. Who are you? What brings you to the land of rice? Speak plainly. His voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion, as he scrutinized Kimimaro. We are merely passing through. We shall soon depart from the land of rice, Yuehua replied. His tone equally impassive, as he disliked being questioned in such a manner. Is that so? Kimimaro regarded Yuehua with indifference, refraining from making a move as he slowly walked past him. Though his 4 companions bore fierce expressions, none took action, and they followed Kimimaro's lead in leaving. Hey, why did Kimimaro let those 3 go? After they had distanced themselves, the sole female ninja, Doyo, voiced her discontent. Doyo, silence yourself. Do you wish to provoke Lord Orochimaru? Lord Orochimaru has instructed us not to attract undue attention from the great ninja villages. The Sound Ninja Village's base is of utmost importance, and those 3 are formidable. They likely do not hail from a minor ninja village. Even if the 5 of us were to act together, we would struggle to subdue them and only draw unnecessary scrutiny. Whoever jeopardizes Lord Orochimaru's plans, I shall personally eliminate them, no matter which of you it may be. Lord Orochimaru's will is not to be defied. Kimimaro suddenly turned, his gaze piercing into the 4, a palpable aura of menace in his eyes. Understood. Doya's expression stiffened as she obediently responded, no longer daring to speak out of turn. The other 3 also regarded Kimimaro with a mix of trepidation. Yuehua. Those individuals are not to be underestimated, particularly the one with white hair. The murderous intent emanating from him is quite formidable. Yamashiro remarked as he sensed the chakra of the 5 receding. Let them be. We have acquired valuable intelligence. And the strength of the Sound Ninja Village is noteworthy. That is the crux of the matter, Yuehua replied pensively, still astonished by the oppressive presence Kimimaro had displayed. Let us return and await Lord Chiyu's return. There is little more we can glean at this moment. Following the encounter with Kimimaro, Yuehua found himself increasingly disinterested in pursuing fruitless intelligence gathering. It would be more beneficial to return and hone his ninjutsu. Kazakiri and Torikage exchanged glances, finding no objections. After all, they had wandered for an entire day without any leads, and the 5 they had encountered were sufficient for reporting back. At the most luxurious inn in the land of rice, it must be said that Chiyu truly relished the finer things in life. If there were better accommodations, he would undoubtedly not settle for lesser ones, ensuring that Yuehua and the others enjoyed a comfortable stay as well. In his single room, Yuehua immersed himself in the scroll given to him by Danzo, filled with a wealth of information. The myriad of insights would greatly assist Yuehua in developing the instant step technique. Regrettably, the water release scroll left by the second Hokage could not be taken from the village, but having studied it for nearly a year previously, its absence was not overly detrimental. Wind and foot. If only I could develop the moon step. However, it seems exceedingly challenging. Moreover, in comparison to the moon step, that technique is truly paramount. When combined with the instant step, it could undoubtedly rival the lightning release of the Cloud Ninja in terms of physical enhancement. After a moment of contemplation, Yuehua ultimately resolved to adhere to his original plan. He was well aware that the investments made in the Shuinpa technique yielded disproportionate returns. However, this was merely foundational to the technique he had long aspired to develop. There could be no wavering. If he were to complete this technique, his power would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Furthermore, as he deepened his mastery over wind and water chakra, he sensed a corresponding rise in the potency of his ice wheel Maru. Was this merely an illusion? Gazing at the long blade in his hand, Yuehua fell into deep reflection. In the shadowy forest, a faint scent of blood began to permeate the air. Who are you? Naruto gasped, collapsing to his knees. One hand pressed against the wound on his shoulder, crimson blood trickling through his fingers. That is of little consequence. More importantly, you are one of Danzo's subordinates. Are you not? You appear to be a newcomer, perhaps from the Naras clan? A man, cold and serpentine in demeanor, approached slowly. Shadow stitching technique. As the man drew near, Chihiro suddenly formed hand seals, and the shadows beneath him transformed into sharp black blades that lunged forward. A series of piercing sounds echoed. Yet Chihiro remained unfazed, for the man struck by the blades began to disintegrate, collapsing into a heap of earth. A substitution technique? Truly troublesome. Chihiro's eyes darted around, on high alert for any imminent attack. His wounds continued to bleed profusely, yet he dared not bandage them. He could only endure. At that moment, Chihiro found himself in despair, never anticipating that the Sound Ninja Village would harbor such formidable foes, not mere masters of secret techniques, but genuine experts in ninjutsu, particularly in the elusive art of earth and wind. He was left utterly defenseless against their assault. Generally, practitioners of secret techniques find it relatively easy to advance in the early stages, but as time progresses, their growth becomes limited. In contrast, those who wield ninjutsu, as long as they survive into the later stages, often possess overwhelming prowess, with countless examples within the ranks of Konoha. The incumbent third Hokage, Sarutobi, the roots Danzo, the late White Fang, each a master of ninjutsu. Some specialized in composite techniques, while others focused on singular arts, yet their strength was indisputable. Chihiro now truly understood the terrifying power of a top-tier ninjutsu master. He felt utterly impotent, consumed only by thoughts of escape. Earth release, earth flow river. The ground beneath him suddenly softened, and in that instant, Chihiro leaped without hesitation, for the spot he had stood on had transformed into a river of mud, rapidly sucking him down, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release. Great fireball technique. In the face of the incoming wind attack, Chihiro swiftly countered with a fire technique, harnessing the force of the hurricane to expand the fireball rapidly, engulfing a swath of trees. With a nimble roll, he landed atop a tree, scanning for the enemy's silhouette amid the raging flames. No need to search further. He was right behind you. Naras boy. A chilling and sinister voice echoed in the air, and in the eyes of Qianyu, filled with terror, the voice continued, Earth escape, hardening technique. Before he could evade, a sharp pain surged through his back, akin to being struck by an iron rod. A mouthful of blood erupted from him, and he was sent spiraling backward, crashing violently against a tree before rebounding high into the air and landing heavily on the ground. Who exactly are you? Qianyu gasped, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, yet he remained fixated on the man who approached him slowly. You may leave. I'm not interested in killing you. Our Sound Ninja village is set to establish a friendly treaty with Konoha, so you are fortunate. Nara brat. The man smirked coldly before vanishing into the earth, leaving the severely injured Qianyu behind. What a terrifying individual. Who could he be? Qianyu, struggling with his injuries, slowly rose and summoned the last of his strength to flee. This battle would likely attract unwanted attention, and being discovered in such a state would spell trouble for him. Inside the inn, Yamanaka Kaze was diligently studying the family's secret techniques when his senses heightened, startled by the presence of a familiar chakra that was strikingly faint. Lord Qianyu? He's gravely injured. Kaze swiftly got out of bed, but his composed nature prevented him from rushing out recklessly. Instead, he forcefully knocked on the door to get Tsukahara and Kirin, startling them to the brink of attacking him with their blades, nearly throwing their gloves off in haste. Upon hearing Kaze's explanation, both were taken aback, especially Tsukahara, who knew that within the Sound Ninja village lurked Orochimaru, seemingly at his peak. Under Kaze's lead, they dashed out of the inn and located Nara Qianyu in a desolate alleyway, bloodied and slumped against the wall, barely clinging to life. I'll stop the bleeding for Lord Qianyu. You two keep watch. Kaze, disregarding pleasantries, immediately employed medical ninjutsu to provide first aid to Nara Qianyu. Everyone in Kirin had learned basic medical techniques, but Kaze's skills were far beyond mere rudimentary knowledge. Tsukahara remained vigilant, aware that only Orochimaru could inflict such damage on Qianyu. If Orochimaru were to arrive, they would face annihilation. Yet, aside from maintaining their guard, there was little he could do, and once again, feelings of powerlessness and a yearning for strength surfaced within him. The sensation of being unable to control his own fate was utterly disheartening. Fortunately, as time passed, no one came to attack, allowing Tsukahara to breathe a slight sigh of relief. We must leave, return, to the village. This is no place to linger. Qianyu coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, forcing himself to speak. We must go, back to the land of fire. Do not. Before he could finish, he fainted again, leaving no opportunity for Tsukahara and the others to respond. What is the situation? Tsukahara inquired, glancing at Kaze's fatigued expression. The wounds have been mostly treated, but the internal injuries won't heal quickly. What do we do? Should we return to the village? The wind gazed upon the moonlight, which at that moment served as their captain, and they would adhere to its command, with the wind also keeping a watchful eye on it. Is Lord Qianyu's injury tolerable amidst the bumpy journey? Moonlight inquired after a brief moment of contemplation. As long as we exercise careful vigilance, there should be no significant issues, the wind replied cautiously, casting a glance at the pale dawn sky. Moonlight gritted its teeth and declared, return to the village at once. I shall carry Lord Qianyu. Let us move. Not far from the outskirts of the hidden Sound village, a group of ninjas adorned with cloud-emblazoned headbands surveyed the marks of devastation on the ground, evidence of a formidable clash, wind and earth, perhaps masters of ninjutsu? Upon closely examining the remnants of the battlefield, one ninja suddenly exclaimed, Captain, it seems someone has fled. Judging by the signs, they have sustained severe injuries. Captain, look at this. It is a piece of clothing from a leaf ninja. Another ninja raised a tattered cloth high, revealing a fragment of Qianyu's torn battle attire. Leaf. The captain, a high-ranking ninja from the Cloud Village, a strikingly beautiful female ninja, glared with murderous intent and said, since they are from the leaf, pursue and eliminate them. After carefully scrutinizing the bloodstains on the ground, the captain coldly remarked, the leaf ninja is gravely wounded and cannot escape far. You too, Taku and Jun. Go and finish off that injured leaf ninja. Understood, Lord Yomurin, replied a pale-skinned youth and a brown-skinned ninja in unison before swiftly departing. Jun, can you sense them? Taku, the brown-skinned elite ninja from the Cloud Village, inquired as he stood in an alley beside his comrade. To the south, there appear to be 4 of them. One is severely injured, while 3 youngsters are making their escape. June, a golden-haired youth with a refined appearance, remarked, "Oh, it seems they also have a sensing ninja who has detected my technique. Not to worry. As long as we know their location, can they truly outrun us?" Taku replied with a confident smile, his body crackling with blue lightning. June also smiled slightly, similarly enveloped in dazzling lightning. "Let us go." The 2 arcs of lightning shot into the sky like arrows, surging forth. As the wind sprinted across the open fields, a sudden change in expression occurred. "Moonlight. Someone has detected our position using sensing ninjutsu. Damn it." Moonlight cursed while carrying Chinyu, hastily employing an incomplete technique to propel forward, creating significant disturbances along the path. "Wind. Sense them. Confirm whether they are indeed pursuing us." Yes, they are indeed coming our way, and at a swift pace. Their chakra levels are quite high. 2 elite ninjas will catch up to us in less than half an hour, the wind stated while dashing forward and utilizing sensing techniques. Noting the escalation in the enemy's secret abilities. "Half an hour? How long until we reach the border?" Moonlight continued to run without pause. Were it not for this unfinished technique, the speed would have undoubtedly diminished while carrying another person. 1 hour. At our current pace, it will take us another hour. The wind responded urgently. Damn it. The wind carried the words of Lord Naruto, urging him to return to Konoha immediately and seek out Master Danzo. While I remained here to fend off the enemy, Yuehua felt an unexpected itch in his teeth, realizing he too could exhibit selflessness in such moments. Shanzhong Feng was momentarily taken aback before swiftly responding, "Understood." As a ninja of root, he would not indulge in sentimentality at such a critical juncture, especially considering Yuehua's prowess surpassed that of the 3 of them, particularly after his so-called sword liberation, which elevated his strength significantly. Swiftly, he took hold of the unconscious Naruto and alongside the others, made haste towards the land of fire. Ah, what a thrill. 2 special Jainin, quite the excitement. Let us see if we can take them down. Yuehua stood upon the plains of the land of rice, a glimmer of exhilaration gracing his features. Taku. One of them has remained behind, seemingly intent on obstructing us, June voiced. Eliminate him. Taku's excitement surged for as subordinates of the Yuki clan. They were an elite unit among the Cloud Ninja, a group notorious for their extreme violence, thriving on combat, and reveling in the chaos of battle. That was their creed. Oh, here they come. June, leave this one to me. Taku bellowed as he spotted a white-haired youth clad in a sky-blue robe, brandishing a blade towards them. June refrained from rushing ahead, instead slowing down to witness Taku's display. Lightning release, living enhancement. In an instant, the lightning surged around Taku, catapulting his speed as he charged towards Yuehua, his short blade poised for attack. Cloud Ninja, how intriguing, Yuehua mused, recognizing the 2 streams of blue lightning from a distance. He was well acquainted with this signature jutsu of the Cloud Ninja, having previously encountered it in battle. Assume your position in the frosty sky. Ice Will Pillar. Yuehua swiftly initiated his technique, casting a cold smirk at the advancing Taku, and with a fierce sweep of his ice wheel pillar. A colossal dragon of icy water roared downwards. Over the course of more than 2 years, Yuehua's mastery of the ice wheel pillar had progressed significantly. Though he could only execute the initial release, his capabilities had improved dramatically compared to his former self. Moreover, the celestial phenomena of the ice wheel pillar, while fundamentally the most basic yet potent ability, had become somewhat familiar to him, allowing him to grasp a few tricks, ensuring he wouldn't unwittingly invoke celestial phenomena upon initiating his technique. To be candid, the power of the ice wheel pillar was quite ostentatious, yet such flamboyance bore risks. The extraordinary celestial shifts could easily attract the attention of those with ill intent. If a skilled individual were to take notice, misfortune would surely follow. At least during the earlier days of Yuehua's relatively modest strength, he had been averse to such grandiose entrances. As the howling ice dragon sped forth, poised to engulf the terror-stricken Taku, an imperious female voice resonated. Rat-tail ball. A concentrated sphere of chakra hurtled towards them, exploding into dozens of bursts, colliding with the ice dragon just before Taku, resulting in a tremendous explosion as swirling flames and shards of ice clashed and annihilated one another. The powerful blast of air sent Takurin flying, but fortunately, the enhancement from the lightning release not only improved his speed, but also significantly bolstered his physical defenses. Aside from extensive burns and 2 broken bones, he was not gravely harmed. A striking beauty with long, chestnut hair styled into a lengthy braid reaching her waist, and large. Expressive eyes stood before June, her forehead adorned with a cloud ninja headband, fixated on the icy flames before her. "Takurin, June, you have underestimated the situation." She reprimanded her two subordinates sternly. Both were secretly astonished by the power of the ice wheel, which was capable of countering her Rasengan, a truly formidable feat. Lord Yumuki. June's face was now etched with frustration. He had initially believed that the young boy was merely an elite Chunin. Yet the boy possessed a technique that allowed for a sudden increase in strength, resulting in Takurin's injury and causing him to lose face before Lord Yumuki. "Quickly attend to Takurin's wounds. I will handle this individual. After you left, I sensed an unease, prompting me to follow, and I never imagined you would nearly fall to a mere child." As June tended to Takurin's injuries, his fair complexion flushed crimson with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. Fortunately, Lord Yumuki finally directed his attention to the white-haired boy across from him. Yuehua remained calm and still, regardless of who approached. His sole objective was to delay as much as possible, allowing Kaze and Tugin to escape the land of rice. However, Lord Yumuki? A bitter smile crept upon Yuehua's lips. He was indeed a Jinchuriki from the Hidden Cloud Village, a rational host capable of transforming into a tailed beast, truly not a simple opponent. Yet, for reasons unknown, he felt an unexpected thrill. Compared to the eccentric Orochimaru, he instinctively believed that a Jinchuriki would be easier to confront. What an interesting child. Is this ice your bloodline limit? The two Yumuki did not rush to attack. Yuehua's unique power piqued their interest. As the Cloud Ninja were fervently passionate about collecting bloodline limits and harbored a strong desire for potent abilities. They even dismissed the notion of pursuing the injured Leaf Ninja. As Yumuki assessed Yuehua and stated, "Child, if you willingly surrender, I shall not harm you. I will take you back to the Hidden Cloud Village, where your abilities would undoubtedly earn you recognition. What say you? Me surrender?" "Absolutely not." Yuehua's lips twitched as he instantly rejected the proposition. It was absurd. The Hidden Leaf Village was the most prosperous of the 5 great ninja villages, with a relaxed atmosphere, and his friends' and parents' graves lay there. There was no way he would capitulate. "Is that so? Then please, state your name." "I am Yumuki, a Jonin of the Hidden Cloud Village." The proud Yumuki proclaimed his name, gazing at Yuehua. Unexpectedly, Yuehua found himself at a loss for words. How was he supposed to introduce himself? He was not even a proper ninja, merely an unregistered individual. Having never graduated from the Ninja Academy, he had only taken a leave of absence. I am a student of the Leaf Ninja Academy, Jifan Yuehua." He shamefully uttered his name, feeling his cheeks burn, realizing that his face likely resembled that of a monkey's backside. However, this is certainly a significant improvement compared to the villagers of the Hidden Leaf. Yuehua could only console herself inwardly. Although she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, the figure before her, the Yumu person, held a different perception. Yuehua-kun. Truly remarkable at such a young age. While Yumu praised her verbally, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Such prodigious talent must not be allowed to survive. Having witnessed the Ninja World War, Yumu had encountered many geniuses, individuals who could ascend to the rank of Jonin in a brief time. Strictly speaking, she herself was among those geniuses. Yet, that was during wartime, where lives were sacrificed and talent was forged through bloodshed, consisting of both allies and adversaries. It was through countless fierce battles that those talents emerged. The emergence of such genius during peacetime was indeed perplexing. Moreover, the training period for ninjas during peace was substantially longer, resulting in a quality of ninja far superior to the hastily produced half-finished products of the war. What a pity. Yuehua-kun, it seems I must take your life. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yumu hurled a multitude of shurikens, instantly filling the air with a flurry of cold stars. Wind release, shuriken. Yuehua responded swiftly, launching 4 shurikens from her left hand, each imbued with a layer of azure wind chakra. A cacophony of clinks and clatters ensued as her shurikens deflected all of his impressive reflexes, though slightly sluggish. Yumu reappeared above Yuehua, his razor-sharp metallic claws poised to strike down fiercely. Not quite. With a deft motion, Yuehua parried Yumu's specialized claws, and in his astonished gaze, she coldly declared, "Ice Dragon Whirlwind." Instantly, frost surged along the blade, encasing Yumu in an icy prison that shattered into countless shards. Yet, as she gazed at the swirling ice crystals, there was no joy upon her face. Dealing with a Jinchuriki was not a simple task. As anticipated, another Yumu emerged nearby. "To think you could eliminate my shadow clone, you are indeed impressive, but that only seals your fate." The more formidable Yuehua proved to be. the stronger Yumu's murderous intent became. No need for you to say it. I am well aware of my own capabilities. Yet, being praised by such a beautiful sister brings me great delight. Yuehua babbled, attempting to buy time. The longer it took, the farther the wind would carry them away. Oh, is that so? You've delayed long enough. Are you not going to escape? If you don't run now, it may soon be too late. Seasoned by countless battles, Yumu could not fail to notice Yuehua's intentions, yet, in comparison to the injured leaf ninja, Yuehua appeared far more significant to him. TCH. So you noticed, did you? It's a bit too early to flee. I might as well enjoy a little time with my big sister. Yuehua tightened her grip on the ice wheel, inhaling slowly. Her focus sharpened to its peak as she controlled the surging chakra beneath her feet, preparing to make her escape at any moment. Yumu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and with a light laugh, he said, Yuehua-kun, deceit is not a commendable habit. Before he could finish, he bent low, his entire body crackling with lightning. And with a sudden burst, he propelled himself forward, leaving only a faint echo in his wake. A flock of birds took flight, and with a swift motion akin to 3 slicing blades, the moonlight unleashed a flurry of sharp ice pillars that shot out in all directions, resembling the morning's birds as they soared into the sky in search of sustenance. After executing this maneuver, the moonlight figure, Yuehua, fled with remarkable speed, her feet propelling her forward with astonishing swiftness. To her delight, the ground beneath her did not shatter as before. Instead, it was as if the fierce winds had silently swept away the debris. In that fleeting moment, Yuehua experienced an exhilarating lightness, akin to a swallow in flight. As the winds whipped around her, granting her unprecedented speed and agility, all while her strength remained perfectly restrained, emitting no sound, gliding like a phantom. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of a lightning beast shattered the tranquility as it charged forward, obliterating the ice pillars with explosive force. The collision of the lightning's intense heat with the ice generated a thick mist, from which a figure emerged like a bolt of lightning. Yet Yuehua had already vanished from sight. Little mouse, you cannot escape the claws of the cat, came a voice, dripping with both admiration and challenge. I must commend your finesse, though. Despite the gentle demeanor previously exhibited, the wooden figure was a true elite of the cloud shinobi, maintaining a calm exterior while harboring a fierce warrior's bloodline. In her large, expressive eyes, one could see the thrill of battle igniting. With a delicate sniff, she pinpointed a direction. Although a cat's sense of smell may not rival that of a dog, it was still formidable. With a powerful leap, she transformed into a radiant streak of lightning, cleaving through the landscape, leaving a deep trench in her wake. Lord Yumurin, Chun called out desperately. Yet the unconscious figure in her arms, Tuo Rin, remained unresponsive, his broken bones still unhealed. Frustration bubbled within her as she let out a fierce shout. Dragging the ice wheel, Yuehua savored the exhilarating sensation of racing like the wind, feeling no burden, truly as if she could soar into the sky. However, after only a brief interval, she furrowed her brow, for the initial release of the ice wheel was nearing its limit. Sustaining it required chakra. Through 2 years of arduous training, Yuehua's chakra reserves had significantly increased, and her control had improved markedly, extending the duration of the ice wheel's release. Yet, it remained insufficient. Once engaged in battle, the chakra consumption would intensify. Now, as she initiated the release while employing her swift movement technique, her chakra was depleting rapidly. She estimated she could last no more than 5 more minutes, but at this pace, reaching the border would still take around 10 minutes. Lightning release, lightning spear. A familiar voice rang out from a distance, causing Yuehua's expression to shift instantly. The crackling thunder echoed ominously behind her. With a swift push off the ground, she executed a 360-degree aerial flip, narrowly evading the lightning spear, though a stray spark grazed her nose. What in the world? They've caught up so quickly? Panic surged through Yuehua as she hesitated no longer. She continued her frantic dash, while retrieving a black pill and swallowing it whole. Instantly, a wave of pain coursed through her meridians, yet from her almost depleted chakra, a surge was forced forth anew. Moreover, it was not merely the restoration of physical chakra. Even his spirit surged with exhilaration. Yuehua inwardly cursed, realizing that this was essentially a potent stimulant, and one with significant side effects at that. Nevertheless, it must be said that military rations sold exceedingly well, for ninjas lived in the moment, seldom concerning themselves with the future. After all, once dead, there was no energy left to ponder what lay ahead. Yuehua, who typically refrained from using military rations, found himself disregarding such reservations. The wooden figure was relentless in its assault, and Yuehua was certain that should he be caught, he would not face a gentle touch, but rather the merciless hand of fate. Lightning release, earth walk. A brilliant blue bolt of lightning streaked across the ground, prompting Yuehua to leap into action, spinning to unleash a torrential downpour of shurikens, some laced with explosive tags. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, immense flames leaping into the air. Yet Yuehua waited until the lightning subsided before continuing his frantic flight. Previously, he had believed himself immune to such rudimentary techniques, relying on the swift combination of wind and water chakra to evade them. However, he was unprepared for how the lightning disrupted the balance of his technique, causing his swift movement to falter. Even as he quickly regained his composure, he was struck hard, the wooden figure delivering a brutal kick to his back, nearly robbing him of breath and forcing forth a spurt of blood. With great effort, Yuehua activated his ice wheel, managing to push the wooden figure back a few steps, seizing the opportunity to flee once more. Thus, they danced a deadly waltz across the fields of the land of rice, one desperately escaping while the other pursued relentlessly, colliding in close quarters time and again. Were it not for the restraining force of the ice wheel against the wooden figure's fire techniques, the latter's lightning would have shattered the icy barriers. It was this very power that allowed Yuehua to repeatedly repel his foe. Paying no heed to the flames rising behind him, Yuehua understood that explosive tags would at most delay the wooden figure by a step or two, posing no real threat. Since the onset of this chase, the wooden figure had sustained no injuries, while Yuehua bore the marks of battle. His chest ached persistently. The impact of that kick had been devastating, and after consuming several military rations, the rate of chakra production began to dwindle, while the pain coursing through his meridians intensified. The exhilaration had faded, and the side effects were now taking their toll. Was he truly destined to perish here? With a violent cough, blood splattered across his chest, a grim testament to his condition. His arms and back bore the searing scars of lightning burns. What a stroke of misfortune! After striving to make a sacrifice to shield his comrades, was he truly to fall here? This was no laughing matter. Mousetail ball jade. 6 spheres of concentrated chakra spiraled towards him. Damn it, am I truly to perish? Yuehua cried out in a frenzied panic. The brink of life and death was overwhelmingly exhilarating, causing his eyes to redden with fervor. Water release, water barrier. As the ice wool pill was cast to the ground, Yuehua assumed a horse stance, his hands weaving through hand seals with unprecedented speed. The weight of life and death bore down upon him, elevating his sealing speed to new heights. However, at that moment, there was no time for joy. He opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of water, crashing forth like ocean waves, forming a towering wall of liquid. The chakra sphere collided violently with the water wall, triggering a series of explosive bursts that sent flames soaring into the sky, while a dense mist of water vapor began to boil. Quickly, we are almost there. Just a short distance from the clash, several figures rushed forward, sprinting towards the flickering flames. What a genius! But since you are from Konoha, do not blame me for being ruthless. The 2 figures, cloaked in wood, slowly traversed the thick mist, their eyes widening in shock as they beheld the youth leaning against his sword, swaying unsteadily. His scattered gaze revealed a tenuous grasp on consciousness, yet he refused to falter, stubbornly straightening his back. To think you could withstand my rat tail ball, your water release technique, given time, might rival that of the second Hokage. Alas, it seems your life ends here, Yuehua. A kunai crackling with lightning was poised at Yuehua's throat. With a resounding thud, the wooden figure retracted his arms, crossing them defensively. Yet he was still sent flying by a sudden, powerful kick, skidding backward for several meters before barely managing to stop, kneeling on one knee, eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the indistinct figure in the mist. Who are you? The proud azure beast of Konoha, guy? A bold and confident voice rang out as the mist was dispersed by a gust of wind, revealing a figure clad in a tight green suit, sporting a watermelon-like hairstyle and 2 alarmingly thick eyebrows, flashing a gleaming smile. Yuehua, are you all right? Hang in there. I will tend to your wounds immediately. You must focus on Lord Chiyu. Guy rushed to Yuehua's side, grasping his arm and instantly sensing the disarray of his body, his expression shifting to one of grave concern as he began to heal him. Is that you, the Jonin of Konoha, Guy? The wooden figure rubbed his numb arm. That kick had been far from light. As for you, the woman of the Cloud Village, I will not show mercy simply because you are a woman. Since you dare to strike at one of Konoha's own, prepare to face my wrath. Guy's gaze turned icy, assuming a stance directed at the wooden figure. The wooden figure clenched her teeth in frustration, having failed to eliminate Yuehua. Had she known it would come to this, she would have been willing to endure some injury to deal with him. If he were to grow stronger, he would inevitably become a formidable adversary. Now, it was evident that Guy was not an opponent to be taken lightly. Even skilled fighters could sense the underlying terror in one another. The wooden figure hesitated. Her pursuit of Yuehua had been coincidental, and she had tasks to fulfill in the land of rice. Engaging in battle here would undoubtedly jeopardize her mission, especially since she had been particularly cautious in her previous encounters with Yuehua. Her eyes flickered momentarily, and with a sigh, she declared, "Consider yourselves fortunate today. If you wish to incite war between the Cloud and Konoha, then do so, Lord Guy." With that, the wooden figure decisively withdrew, leaving without a trace of regret. Kai watched as the wooden figure departed, veins bulging on his forehead, but he soon regained his composure. The Hidden Leaf Village truly lacked the strength to engage in battle with the Cloud Ninjas at this moment. As an elite jonin of the village, Kai, despite his straightforward personality, possessed a keen sense of the bigger picture. That young lad was impressive. How remarkable he was. The Cloud Ninja was no ordinary foe. Sustaining himself under her grasp for so long, an extraordinary youth who stirred my blood with excitement. Kai bellowed, his spirit soaring. "I am gravely injured. Barely able to manage my wounds. I must hasten back to the leaf. Lord Chiyu's injuries are equally critical." Wind wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathing heavily. The 2 chakra signatures he had sensed earlier were merely at the special jonin level, which is why he had agreed to let Yuehua hold the rear. However, not long after, he suddenly detected a sinister and malevolent chakra. Its terrifying aura was nearly paralyzing. Now back within the borders of the Fire Country, Wind immediately activated the Umbu's emergency distress signal while employing sensory techniques, hoping against hope to locate a leaf ninja. Over the course of 2 years, having fought side by side through life and death, the bond formed between them was indelible. Just as Wind and Yuehua were growing increasingly anxious, the timely arrival of Kai, having just completed his mission, responded without hesitation upon detecting the distress signal. This ensued the moment when Kai kicked the wooden figure away. How painful! Every inch of my body throbbed with dull agony, and even my consciousness felt hazy. Darkness enveloped my vision. I yearned to open my eyes and seek a glimmer of light, yet a profound fatigue gripped me, rendering me immobile. How cold, how refreshing. The icy sensation elicited a faint smile from Yuehua. After much struggle, he finally managed to open his eyes. The sky appeared a vast expanse of white. Almost simultaneously with his awakening, his hearing returned. The howling wind was interspersed with snowflakes the size of palms, creating a world of ice and snow. Where am I? I remember I was battling the wooden figure. Am I dead? Yuehua gazed bewilderedly at the blizzard. Suddenly, a familiar voice resonated, reverberating through the heavens, jolting the dazed Yuehua back to alertness. He fixated on the tempestuous snowstorm, and indeed, a colossal claw tore through the gales, immense wings spread wide. A regal head held high, the ice dragon hovered above him. So, I am not dead. Is this my spiritual realm? Ice will pillar. A strange, prolonged response echoed. Ah, I see. Have I lost consciousness? Am I still unawakened? Yuehua's consciousness, or more accurately, the essence of Yuehua, observed the ice dragon within his spiritual domain. Hokage building. I never anticipated you would save that child, Kai. The third Hokage, Sarutobi, puffed on his pipe, regarding the upright figure of Kai before him. Huh. Lord Hokage knows that young lad? Kai exclaimed in astonishment, looking at the third. Hiki. The third slowly exhaled a smoke ring before responding. He is Danzo's disciple. Oh? Kai was genuinely taken aback. As a member of the younger generation and also a moderate faction member, he harbored no affection for Danzo of the militant faction. However, he was surprised to find himself rescuing a disciple of Danzo. Nevertheless, his astonishment was fleeting. His ninja way did not permit him to stand idly by while the children of the village were in peril. Casting a glance at Kai, the third Hokage smiled with relief, finally recognizing that the younger generation had exceptional talents like Kakashi and Kai, one a born genius. The other a diligent one, both pillars of Konoha's future. It was fortunate to avoid conflict with the Cloud Ninja. The current Konoha could not withstand any upheaval. At least not until the next generation matured. Kai, splendid work. That child, Sukikage, is quite remarkable. By the way, you mentioned Sukikage held out against that Cloud Ninja for quite some time. How formidable is that Cloud Ninja? The third Hokage suddenly expressed keen interest. Kai hesitated. That Cloud Ninja is incredibly strong. Even among elite jonin, he likely ranks among the finest. Since I haven't engaged him directly, this is merely my impression. Has Sukikage grown to such an extent? The third Hokage mused in astonishment, rubbing his forehead and offering a wry smile. Danzo, it seems you have found a rather exceptional disciple. Kai, you may leave now and take a well-deserved rest. There have been many missions lately. You've worked hard. The vigor of youth is never diminished, Lord Hokage. Kai flashed a thumbs up, his radiant white smile almost blinding. The third Hokage lowered his gaze slightly, wearing a complex expression. Once Kai departed, the third Hokage bit down on his pipe, exhaling smoke as he sank into contemplation. At Konoha Hospital, room 206. Ah, it's this child again. How unfortunate. His injuries seemed to worsen each time. A nurse in white was taking Tsukage's temperature while chattering incessantly. Hey, Kashui, do you know this child? A nearby nurse, her face still bearing traces of youth, inquired curiously. Misue, you may not know yet, but this child was frequently injured and hospitalized 2 years ago. Initially, he would come in every 5 or 6 days, then it became once a month for about a year, and I haven't seen him in the last 2 years. Kashui exaggeratedly described to her sister. Since the child had striking white hair and always carried that sword, he had made quite an impression, particularly as he consistently occupied room 206. Misue blushed as she gazed at Tsukage's sleeping face, murmuring absent-mindedly, he is quite handsome. But after 2 years, he seems to have grown so much, yet his injuries are even more horrifying. Kashui continued her chatter, carefully tending to Tsukage's wounds, oblivious to her sister's words, and admonished. Misue, why are you daydreaming? Come lend a hand. Oh, coming. The young girl hurried over, her cheeks flushed, eager to assist her sister. Ah. Upon seeing the wounds on Tsukage's arms, she gasped in shock. The deep gashes revealed bone beneath, a myriad of ugly scars. And it appeared there were many old injuries as well, causing her heart to ache with empathy. What terrifying wounds. What kind of work is he doing at such a young age? As Miho assisted her sister in administering medicine to Yuehua, she could not help but inquire, Shu, did I not tell you? Such matters should not be pried into. Many injuries sustained by ninjas are shrouded in secrecy, linked to confidential missions. Be cautious with your words, lest you be mistaken for a spy. Kasumi startled Miho with her stern rebuke, chastising her younger sister for her curiosity. With a pout of indignation, Miho refrained from arguing and dutifully continued to help with the medication. Suddenly, the door to the sick room creaked open, followed by the sound of a cane tapping against the floor. An elderly man, one-eyed and bandaged, entered with a visage both fearsome and imposing. Miho shivered in fright. But Kasumi quickly reacted, addressing the man, Lord Danzo, the medication will be ready shortly. Please bear with us. The intimidating Danzo surprisingly nodded and settled into a chair, quietly observing the unconscious Yuehua. The nurses, swift and efficient, completed their task, rewrapping the wounds before Kasumi, pulling Miho along, exchanged a hasty greeting with Danzo, and rushed out. Sister Kasumi, who is that elderly man? He seems rather terrifying. Miho voiced her curiosity once they exited the ward. Keep your voice down, Kasumi whispered with a mischievous smile. Gently admonishing Miho before elaborating, Lord Danzo is an exceptionally influential figure. I have seen him debate with the Hokage in the ward. Next time, be sure to greet him respectfully. Miho blinked in astonishment, her mind racing. As ordinary villagers who were not ninjas, they were unaware of the intricacies of ninja affairs, only recognizing that the Hokage was the strongest in the village. Anyone capable of arguing with the Hokage must undoubtedly be a person of great significance. Although simplistic, her reasoning was indeed accurate. What news do you bring? Danzo inquired, gazing at Kazekage Yamashiro, who had just entered. The detailed data is within, Lord Danzo. While Tsukihua's physical injuries may appear severe, she is recovering. However, on a spiritual level, her mental fluctuations are quite active, yet she remains unresponsive, Yamashiro reported, handing over a stack of documents containing the hospital's diagnostic results. Ah, this blood test cannot be erroneous, can it? No bloodline limit? How is that possible? Danzo's pupils constricted as he examined the test results in his hand. Yamashiro, standing before him, wore a wry smile. Lord Danzo, I conducted the tests personally, and there were no discrepancies. I was startled when I first saw the results, thinking there had been a mistake, so I took another blood sample myself. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Is it truly devoid of a bloodline limit? Instead, is it a matter of the soul? Fascinating. Danzo recalled Tsukihua's previous words, wherein she had mentioned that the blade was a part of her soul. However, Danzo had never genuinely believed it, instead considering that Tsukihua had failed to comprehend the true nature of her bloodline limit's power. It was not surprising, without a hereditary lineage. Understanding the intricacies of a bloodline limit was indeed challenging. The bloodline limit, true to its name, is a formidable and unique power that is inherited through generations. All possessors of bloodline limits carry within their veins peculiar genes. Although each manifestation of a bloodline limit varies, the bloodline genes are universally present. After a moment of surprise, Danzo swiftly accepted this notion. While powerful legacies at the soul level are rare, they do exist. The Yamashiro clan serves as a prime example, where each generation of disciples possesses exceptional spiritual strength, enabling them to practice the clan's secret techniques. This matter is of little concern. Yet could the reason for Tsukahara's prolonged slumber be related to this? Danzo gestured with his cane towards the ice wheel Maru resting on the bedside table. Yamashiro Keisuke pondered for a brief moment. Having witnessed Tsukahara wield the ice wheel Maru numerous times over the past 2 years, he honestly felt that Tsukahara was not employing a bloodline limit, but something entirely different. Each time Tsukahara performed the so-called sword release, he sensed that the blade seemed to possess a life of its own. It is quite possible, yet if this is indeed the case, I believe there should be no adverse consequences, Yamashiro Keisuke cautiously remarked. Is that so? Then stay here and keep an eye on him. I have arranged a team to guard outside, Danzo responded, rising and leaning on his cane as he approached the door, suddenly halting. By the way, Chiyu is next door? Correct? Indeed, Lord Chiyu is in room 205 and has just awakened, though his bones have not fully healed, so he cannot move yet, Keisuke swiftly replied. With a thud. In room 206, Yamashiro Keisuke settled on a stool beside the bed, unfurling a scroll to study. Meanwhile, in room 205, Danzo gazed at Nara Chiyu, who lay pale and weakened upon the bed. This is your negligence. You allowed them to fall into peril. Danzo's tone was harsh, his singular eye brimming with a menacing aura. Nara Chiyu managed to sit up, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It was my miscalculation. I did not anticipate that the Cloud Ninja would catch up to us. I accept the consequences for my subordinates' failures. The room fell silent. After a moment, Danzo spoke calmly. Whether to punish or not can wait until Tsukahara awakens. For now, tell me who is capable of inflicting such severe injuries upon you. At the mention of this, Chiyu could not help but recall the terrifying figure, replaying the previous scenes in his mind. With a pained voice, he responded, I am uncertain of his true identity. He is likely the leader of the Sound Village, a master of both earth and wind styles, far beyond my capabilities. Had he not expressed a desire to ally with Konoha and spared my life, I doubt I would have escaped. The Sound Village has indeed submitted a request for an alliance with Konoha, Danzo replied slowly, his mind racing as he sought to uncover the identity of the Earth and Wind Style Master. To easily overpower an elite jonin like Nara Chiyu was no feat for an unknown individual, yet even after much contemplation, Danzo remained uncertain. Has the village already consented to the alliance? Does this not imply that the land of rice is under the influence of the Sound Village? If the Sound Village chooses to, focus on your recovery. The head of your Nara clan is not without merit. Do not trouble yourself with such matters. The sooner you heal, the sooner you can assist me in re-establishing the roots. Tuanzong interrupted Qianyu, rising slowly with the support of his cane, and made his way out. Indeed, with Brother Lujio present, he surely had things more thoroughly planned than I could imagine. Qianyu lay on the hospital bed, exhaling deeply as if attempting to expel the pent-up frustration within him. Clang! A blade struck the hard ice, carving only a shallow wound. While a gust of wind whistled by his ears, Yuehua swiftly retreated, narrowly dodging the oncoming dragon's claw, the biting cold wind stinging his cheeks. Gazing up at the enormous ice dragon before him, Yuehua couldn't help but smile bitterly. Since his consciousness had awakened, he had exchanged but a few words with the ice wheel, which inexplicably turned aggressive, remaining indifferent to Yuhua's attempts to communicate and continuing its relentless onslaught. Boom! Another claw descended, shattering the icy ground and creating a massive pit. Looking around, Yuehua observed that the vast ice expanse was dotted with over 100 similar craters, alongside numerous small icebergs. Thankfully, he had mastered the instant step while fleeing from that cat girl. Otherwise, escape would have been impossible. Yuehua sighed despondently. The sheer size of the ice wheel was terrifying, each casual strike leaving no room for evasion, and its icy form was impervious to harm. Whoosh! Here it comes again! As Yuehua watched the ice wheel's mouth open wide, a chill ran down his spine. He activated his instant step, becoming a blue specter racing chaotically across the ice field. The ice wheel exhaled a blast of frigid air, instantly sweeping across the expanse and forming a new iceberg, narrowly avoiding its wrath. Once again escaping disaster, Yuehua's complexion paled as he glanced back at the iceberg merely 10 meters away, gritting his teeth. He tightened his grip on the ice wheel. Continuing to flee was not a viable strategy. Stand firm in the frosty sky, ice wheel, Yuehua declared. His blade aimed squarely at the approaching behemoth, charging forward with a roar. Come forth and witness the fruits of my arduous training, ice wheel. In room 206, phone, engrossed in a scroll, suddenly shivered uncontrollably. Why is it so cold? Yuehua, instantly realizing. Feng discarded the scroll and turned towards the bed where Yuehua lay, emanating an eerie chill that had frosted the blankets, causing the room's temperature to plummet, even forming frost on the window. In an instant, 8 members of the Umbu burst through the window, cautiously surveying the surroundings. They had been monitoring the room, and upon sensing something amiss, rushed in, only to be halted by Feng's hand. Leave at once. There is no intruder. Stay outside and keep watch, Feng commanded sternly. The 8 Umbu retreated silently, vanishing into the shadows. Suppressing the biting cold, Feng formed hand seals, employing sensory techniques to monitor Yuehua's condition. However, upon contact, the chilling aura that could freeze even the soul caused him to stagger back, leaning against the wall in horror as he stared at Yuehua. What on earth has changed so suddenly? Is it going to rain? It is not ideal. My clothes are still hanging outside. Hurry back to fetch them, dear husband. Do not linger here. In Konoha, dark clouds swiftly gathered in the heavens above, casting a foreboding atmosphere as if a torrential downpour was imminent. Consequently, pedestrians erupted into a frenzy, hastily returning to retrieve their garments and pick up their children from the ninja academy. Even several shops in the village had sold out of umbrellas, much to the delight of the shopkeepers who beamed with joy. What news from the barrier division? The third Hokage, with a grave expression, stood atop the Hokage building, scrutinizing the unusual celestial phenomena. Anyone with a modicum of perception could discern that these rain clouds were the product of external forces. The barrier division reported no abnormalities. There were no signs of intrusion within the village's protective barrier. According to their assessment, the source of the unusual weather appeared to be within the village itself. Yet the technique employed by the assailant was so peculiar that pinpointing the target proved elusive. A line of Umbu crouched behind the third Hokage, with the lead operative in a white cloak quietly briefing him on the situation. Mobilize all teams for a thorough search of the village. Any suspicious locations must be reported immediately. Remember to dispatch a squad to the Ninja Academy for the protection of the students. Understood. The elite Chunin of the village were also summoned, with some sent outside to search while the remainder coordinated with the Umbu. Inform Fukasaku to come as well. Understood. Go notify Danzo and instruct his subordinates to take action too. Tell him not to dismiss me with talk of the route being disbanded. This is not a time for jest. A rain cloud of such vast magnitude must be the result of a sophisticated technique. Understood. As the third Hokage issued command after command, the Umbu swiftly departed to fulfill their missions, while time passed and the clouds grew ever denser. Lord Hokage, what are these rain clouds above? Fukasaku inquired urgently upon his arrival. I am unsure. The intelligence from the barrier division is rather vague. It is suspected that the caster is within the village. I have already arranged for the Umbu and Chunin to take action. We need to devise a solid strategy quickly, the third Hokage replied, his brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment as the clouds thickened. Within the village? Fukasaku pondered, contemplating a response to the current predicament. Just then, an Umbu hastened toward them, crouching before the third Hokage and speaking swiftly. Lord Hokage, Danzo insists there is no need for alarm. There has been no attack on Konoha, and he invites you to the Konoha hospital. No attack on Konoha? The third Hokage echoed, his expression still serious but noticeably more relaxed. A longtime friend, though he held a strong disdain for Danzo's methods. He respected his commitment to the village's safety and did not believe he would speak lightly in such critical times. Is anyone at the Konoha hospital? Fukasaku inquired, his mind racing but unable to grasp the situation entirely. He exchanged a silent nod with the third Hokage. Lord Hokage, who could be behind this? Such an elaborate scheme. He pondered as 2 figures landed before them. Kakashi, Guy, you have also arrived. The third Hokage gazed at the 2 figures before him, one of whom was Might Guy, the very individual who had previously rescued Suka. The other, donned in the garb of a jonin, possessed silver hair and wore a black mask that concealed most of his face, with his forehead protector slanting across, obscuring one eye. We shall discuss this later. For now, let us proceed to the Konoha hospital. I am eager to uncover the schemes of that old rascal, Danzo. The third Hokage was the first to rush towards the direction of the hospital, with Iruka, Kakashi, and Guy hastily following suit, closely trailed by a large contingent of Umbu. In a brief exchange, Iruka succinctly elucidated the current situation, which eased the tense demeanor of Kakashi and Guy. At the entrance of the Konoha hospital, Danzo leaned on his cane, flanked by Yuhi Kurenai, as he observed the descending figures of the third Hokage and his entourage. Sarutobi, you were rather slow. It seems age has truly taken its toll on you. Your reactions are far from satisfactory. Perhaps it is time for you to retire. Lest you meet your demise while in office, Danzo greeted, his words laced with sharp sarcasm, inciting a murderous glint in the eyes of some Umbu behind the third. Enough. Danzo, spare me your distractions. Who is responsible for this incident? Are you certain they do not pose a threat to Konoha? The third Hokage's eyes gleamed with intensity, an aura of lethal intent involuntarily emanating from him, causing even the seasoned assassins of the Umbu to shudder. Truly, he was the legendary ninja of yore. However, this tactic proved ineffective against Danzo, who casually toyed with his cane, dismissing the gravity of the matter. Just as the third prepared to speak again, a flurry of figures descended, led by Mito Kazan and Nara Shikaku, the current advisors to the Hokage and respected elders of Konoha. Danzo, will you not reveal the identity of the enemy? This is not the time for your antics. Mito Kazan chastised Danzo sternly, showing no mercy, which instantly bored Danzo. Iruka, standing beside the third, observed keenly. It was he who had dispatched the Umbu to summon these two. While Danzo might oppose the third Hokage, he would not dare defy the entire upper echelon of Konoha, and the presence of the two advisors would surely temper his defiance. It appeared that the strategy was yielding positive results. Rest assured, there is no external invasion. It is merely my apprentice conducting research on a technique, which unexpectedly caused quite a commotion. Danzo wasted no time in revealing the truth. Your apprentice? Is it that young Tsukuha Aoi? When did she return to the village? Why is she at Konoha Hospital? A series of astonished inquiries erupted from Nara Shikaku, the third Hokage, and Iruka, all wearing expressions of disbelief. Nearby, Guy scratched his head, feeling that the name Tsukuha always sounded familiar yet could not place it. Danzo, is your apprentice not training outside? Tsukuha Aoi, is it? Is she a descendant of the esteemed Hikuru? Nara Shikaku inquired rapidly. Xiaochun, let us not digress. Even though Danzo is your disciple, such reckless experimentation within the village is unacceptable. How could one conduct an endeavor of this magnitude without consideration for the potential consequences? What if it spirals out of control? It is imperative that he dispels the technique, Mito Minin admonished, his voice stern. As a staunch advocate of authority, he despised such disorganized and undisciplined conduct. It must be acknowledged that the third Hokage and his former comrades, despite their differing perspectives, had all devoted themselves to the well-being of Konoha. The safety of the village was their foremost concern. No matter the magnitude of the issue, it paled in comparison to the survival of Konoha. Danzo cast a disgruntled glare at Mito Minin, but refrained from verbal retort. Instead, he turned and commanded, "Follow me, and we shall discuss this further." The Konoha hospital has issued a state of emergency, and the doctors and nurses without combat capability have hidden away with their patients, rendering the entire hospital desolate. On the second floor, everyone stands agape, gazing at a massive block of ice before them. Room 206 is entirely encased in frost, with a figure faintly discernible on a bed within. Standing guard in the corridor, Yamashiro Aoi notices a throng approaching, with his superior leading the way. He hastily steps forward, stating, Yuehua has yet to awaken, but his spirit is becoming increasingly vigorous. He should regain consciousness soon. What on earth is going on with this little one? Qingfan Yuehua. The third Hokage stares at the ice block, momentarily taken aback. Clang. Two kunai strike the icy mass, akin to colliding with solid iron, leaving behind minuscule dents that swiftly heal over. Mito Gate-in lowers his palm, having just tested the ice's resilience, which far exceeds his expectations, leaving him feeling quite challenged. What are you testing for, old man? Do you intend to forcefully breach it? Mito's actions provoke Danzo, who, despite being of the same age, feels he is the only one to be bullied. Does he wish to disrupt his apprentice's technique? Danzo, cease your bickering. Let us discuss what to do next. The third Hokage interjects sternly. Observing Qingfan Yuehua's condition, it is evident that communication is impossible. Merely declaring there is no danger will not suffice. This technique must be terminated swiftly. The third Hokage intercepts Danzo and Mito, his gaze serious. Danzo remains silent, harboring his own concerns about Yuehua potentially losing control. However, he would not shy away from supporting his most promising disciple in a critical moment. Let us first attempt to break the ice and communicate with Yuehua. But we must exercise caution to avoid harming the child. With no one else speaking up, Naras reluctantly chimes in. Oh, I remember now, Yuehua, right? He is the little one I saved. Kai finally recalls, a look of dawning realization spreading across his face, prompting a collective sense of embarrassment among the others. I shall use Chidori to try, Kakashi proposes, glancing at the third Hokage. Very well. Everyone step back and allow Kakashi to proceed, the third Hokage commands. Directing the group to clear the corridor. Caw, caw. The sharp cries of birds resonate in the ears of the gathered crowd as Kakashi conjures a swirling orb of azure lightning in his right hand. The violent electricity writhing yet firmly restrained. Crack. A crisp shatter echoes, and the massive ice block begins to fracture and dissolve at an observable rate, transforming into flowing water. Kakashi, feeling somewhat awkward as he gathers the Chidori, muses on why the ice shattered on its own before he even struck, leaving him rather vexed. Lord Hokage. The clouds outside have dispersed, and Umbu swiftly enters to report. Without needing further confirmation, the third Hokage and the others notice sunlight streaming through the windows. Each sighing in relief. Kakashi observes that it seems his intervention may no longer be necessary, especially with Danzo's apprentice glaring intently at him. He relinquishes the lightning in his hand, creating an instant sense of tranquility. Master Danzo, Hokage-sama, Uncle Jukyu, what brings you all here? Yuehua, clad in a hospital gown and holding Ice Wheel Maru, gazed at the crowd outside, puzzled as to whether this was a reunion of old men. The masked figure must be Kakashi, and the one with the watermelon head can only be Guy. Is there nothing amiss? Have you recovered from your injuries? Danzo swiftly squeezed through the door, blocking the entrance to converse with Yuehua, while the third Hokage and his entourage could only watch helplessly. Unwilling to push forward and lose face. Almost done. Yuehua, feeling the disarray around him, noticed the room resembled a flood zone. With shattered windows and the presence of so many people indicating something was amiss, it was time to heed his teacher's counsel. You should return home now. Exit through the window, not the door. I will come to find you shortly, Danzo urged, his voice commanding. Without hesitation, Yuehua leaped out the window, disregarding the lurking Umbu outside, and swiftly made his way home. Observing Yuehua's swift movement, Danzo's eyes narrowed, a faint smile emerging at the corner of his mouth. Though he quickly turned away, his expression darkening once more, casting an unsettling aura. Danzo, what are you doing? Are you shielding your disciple? Mito Minion's ire flared. Danzo's actions seemed to mock the village's rules, an affront he could not tolerate. The third Hokage remained silent, merely gesturing for the Umbu behind him to disperse. Jukyu, along with Kakashi and Guy, took their leave, the earlier scare having stirred chaos in the village, and as the leader of the Jonin class. Jukyu had much to attend to. As F-Ka and Kurikara descended the stairs, they did so hastily, eager not to linger in the unsettling atmosphere. Thus, in room 206 of the Konoha Hospital, for elders exchanged glances, the air thick with tension. Danzo, this matter requires proper protocol. It cannot simply be left unresolved. Moreover, if your prized disciple develops similar techniques in the future, it must be reported to avoid unnecessary alarm. The third Hokage spoke first. Burdened with the weight of leadership yet unwilling to engage in a contest of glares. Danzo, showing a rare willingness to cooperate, agreed, recognizing that further squabbling would be futile. He would rather converse with his disciple. After a lengthy discourse, Mito Minin and Tsunade reluctantly accepted the situation, and with Danzo's commitment, the four finally dispersed. Upon returning home, Yuehua promptly shed his hospital attire, donning a fresh outfit of sky blue, a color he had stockpiled in various sizes. He busily tidied his room, which had gathered dust over 2 years of vacancy, but with the aid of shadow clones, the space was swiftly restored to order. He remained alert to the sounds outside, anticipating Danzo's arrival. After a while, feeling the time was right, he positioned himself at the door, awaiting his teacher. Danzo, noticing his disciple at the threshold, nodded with satisfaction, leaning on his cane as he entered the Qing Fan residence, accompanied by his two subordinates. With nimble hands, tea was served, and Yuehua sat upright, gazing at Danzo. Do you comprehend what you have just done? Danzo scrutinized him thoroughly before finally speaking. On the way here, I overheard some people say that my powers were poorly controlled, resulting in the celestial phenomena. However, that was merely an accident. Under normal circumstances, I cannot wield such formidable strength, Yuehua candidly replied, admitting that he had gleaned a fair understanding from the fleeting remarks of passers-by. After all, this time of severe injury and unconsciousness had proven immensely beneficial. The power of the ice Uchimaru had finally ascended once more, and it was this very reason that had caused such a commotion. Lying in his room, Yuehua languidly rolled on the bed, reflecting on the adage, a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own humble abode. This was precisely the sentiment he now felt. After 2 years of wandering, it was not that life had been particularly arduous. Chiyu had a knack for enjoying life, and his standard of living was arguably superior to Yuehua's solitary existence at home. Yet, there was an undeniable comfort that home provided, an inexplicable ease that enveloped him, allowing both body and mind to relax deeply. I truly feel exhausted. Nothing compares to the comfort of my own bed, Yuehua murmured contentedly, his entire being enveloped in delightful languor. After some time, he finally regained his composure and began to reflect earnestly on the words of Master Danzo. For the time being, Yuehua need not venture out for training. He was to await his graduation from the Ninja Academy and officially become a ninja. Moreover, with the dissolution of the root organization, Yuehua could no longer casually visit their base. Although Master Danzo still preferred to remain there, surrounded by the remnants of those combat machines, the remaining personnel had been dispersed, integrated into the Umbu and the regular police force. Following the Uchiha massacre, the police force, although temporarily disbanded, had quickly replenished its ranks and was reconstructed, as it played a significant role in maintaining order in Konoha. However, the impact was not substantial. Master Danzo assured him that he would arrange for personnel to assist in his training, for Yuehua, after his battle with the Wooden Man, had finally stepped into the ranks of Special Jonin. At this level, he no longer required constant guidance. It was essential for him to delve into self-study. With Danzo's Wind Release Scroll and the second Hokage's Water Release Scroll in hand, and given that Danzo mentioned he would visit monthly, Yuehua's task was simply to solidify his foundational skills. Yuehua had successfully developed a technique, Shuinbu. In terms of learning difficulty, it certainly exceeded an A rank. Yet its practicality was somewhat lacking. At least, Yuehua had yet to unveil its greater potential. For now, it was merely a complex variant of the body flicker technique, less effective than simply mastering the original. With Shuinbu completed, his next endeavor was to continue exploring nature transformations, aiming to enhance this technique further. Unlike the body flicker technique, Shuinbu's speed was contingent upon the mastery of nature transformation, indicating ample room for advancement. This was a crucial reason for Yuehua's dedication to refining Shuinbu. And then there was the power of the ice Uchimaru. Moonlight grasped the ice wheel blade, gently caressing its edge, the scenes from her slumber vividly replaying in her mind. The Bankai still felt a bit forced. Truly, it is the strongest of the ice and snow element. Wielding it proves quite challenging. However, today shall be a day of rest. Lying languidly upon her bed, Moonlight felt as though she had transformed into a mere shell of herself, lacking the will to move. As if she could remain in this state until the world's end. The following day, at the Ninja Academy, the classroom buzzed with cacophony. Naruto's boisterous voice resonated, audible even from the corridor, accompanied by the sound of barking dogs, clearly indicating that he and Kiba were once again clashing. All right, everyone quiet down. Naruto, Kiba, behave yourselves. Anyone who does not sit properly will face punishment, Iruka-sensei declared as he entered, skillfully restoring order to the tumultuous class. Naruto pouted and sulkily settled down, noticeably taller than he had been 2 years prior. Today marked the return of a long-absent student to class. Iruka suddenly beamed. Come in, Moonlight, reluctantly stepping inside. Moonlight was taken aback by Iruka's unexpectedly playful demeanor, urging her to greet everyone. It felt almost ludicrous. Hey, Moonlight, where have you been? Naruto exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Not only him, but the others too wore expressions of astonishment. To be absent for 2 whole years and return was unprecedented in the Ninja Academy. That is quite impressive. Unlike Sasuke, someone remarked, eliciting a flurry of chatter among the girls. The classroom erupted in excitement, and it took Iruka considerable effort to restore calm once more. Moonlight settled into the last row, crossing her legs and observing Naruto and his companions. Sasuke remained aloof as ever, indifferent to everyone, while Sakura and Ino continued to orbit around him. A glance around revealed that everyone had remained largely the same, save for the fact that they had all grown a little older. Gazing out the window at the familiar yet foreign scenery, Moonlight found herself lost in thought. It was the 59th year of Konoha, with less than a year remaining until graduation. The true drama was about to unfold. Hey, Moonlight, Moonlight. Covering her ears, she finally snapped back to reality, her gaze unfocused and bewildered. She finally noticed Naruto, awakening from her reverie. What is it, Naruto? You're nearly deafening me. Moonlight rubbed her ears, glaring at the disgruntled Naruto. This fool remained unchanged. Observing the bustling classroom, it seemed that class had concluded. 2 whole years, and you took such an extended leave. What on earth were you doing? Naruto questioned, visibly annoyed. As his only friend. Moonlight's 2-year silence had left him feeling quite vexed. Well, it's a secret. After a moment's contemplation, Yuehua decided that matters concerning Root should remain unspoken. Naruto and his companions were not yet ready to confront such dark subjects. Truth be told, Yuehua was indifferent to whether the future would unfold as he envisioned. Since training under Danzo at Root, he had come to place his faith solely in power. It was the only reliable force. Relationships, whether familial, romantic, or friendly, were all contingent upon strength. Only power could safeguard all that one wished to protect. Rather than relying on the unpredictable future, it was far better to seize control over one's own destiny. Thus, Yuehua was concerned about preventing Naruto from encountering these matters too soon, lest they taint his character. Yuehua genuinely regarded Naruto as a true friend, not merely a classmate from the Ninja Academy. TCH, fine, whatever, Naruto muttered, his lips curling in a slight frown, yet he gazed at Yuehua with a glimmer of hope. Do you still remember what you said? What? Oh, I'm so sorry for the delay. Let us train together after school. With a swift mental shift, Yuehua recalled their earlier agreement to train together, but his time had been consumed by training at Root. Hee. Naruto beamed with excitement as he returned to his seat, promptly drifting off to sleep. This caused Yuehua's lips to twitch, but a glance around revealed that Shikamaru, Kiba, and Akamaru were all similarly slumped over their desks in a collective slumber. Iruka on the podium wore an expression of exasperation. These rascals had missed countless classes yet remained unperturbed. The tranquil, leisurely routine of daily life was undisturbed by Yuehwa's return. "And Yoshino, I'm leaving," Yuehua said with a smile, waving goodbye as he departed the Nara household. Having returned to the village, there were certain places he felt compelled to visit. In the realm of human existence, the essential ties of social interaction could not be severed. Therefore, Yuehua prepared gifts and set out to visit each household, starting with the Nara family. There were 4 more families he intended to visit, so he would go one by one. Glancing at his notes, he snapped them shut and strode forward with a light step to procure the gifts. Each of these 4 families were close friends of his parents and had shown Yuehua considerable kindness. In the sunlight of Konoha village, bustling with warmth and brightness, the silver-haired youth flowed through the crowd like a leaf on the wind. Finally, after completing all his visits, he pondered, now should I go see Hanabi? Does she still remember me? Crouched at a street corner, Yuehua felt a wave of melancholy wash over him as he contemplated this serious question. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh and declared, to hell with it. But I need to bring a shield along. With newfound determination, an idea sparked in his mind. And with a faint smile, he swiftly departed the street. What is going on? It's so early. Naruto complained groggily from his messy room, dressed in pajamas and yawning incessantly. Didn't we agree to go in the afternoon? Yuehua, the unwelcome guest, moved about the room with ease, noting the scrolls and instant noodle boxes strewn across the floor. It was clear that Naruto had been up late studying ninjutsu. Despite his carefree demeanor, he trained with an intensity that far exceeded expectations. It was precisely through his diligent efforts that a solid foundation was laid, allowing him to rapidly enhance his skills under Kakashi's guidance, and under Jiraiya's meticulous instruction, his strength surged to remarkable heights. Stop rambling. Quickly wash your face and brush your teeth. We need to visit someone shortly, Yuehua chided from the bedside, her tone rather irritable. However, Naruto was notably efficient in his actions, diving straight into tasks without any delay, which was a quality Yuehua greatly admired. It was this very potential that would enable him to become the future 7th Hokage. Wow, what an impressive house. It's truly remarkable. Is this your relative's place? Naruto exclaimed, gazing at the grand residence before him. No, this is the Hyuga household, the most prestigious family in Konoha, Yuehua replied, disregarding Naruto's and advancing towards the gatekeeper of the Hyuga clan. Observing the new guards, she noted that the ones from 2 years prior had recognized her and would have let her pass immediately. Now, however, they scrutinized her as if she were a thief. I am Fan Yuehua, a classmate of Hinata. I am here to see her, Yuehua stated politely. The Hyuga clan member glanced at her with curiosity, noticing her elegant attire. He sensed her extraordinary presence, devoid of any snobbish disdain typically associated with their lineage. Yet, upon hearing Hinata's name, the guard's demeanor shifted slightly, and he quietly said, Since you are a classmate of Miss Hinata, please wait a moment while I inform her. Is this the Hinata household? I never imagined it would be this grand. Naruto scratched his head, filled with wonder. However, Yuehua had no time to engage with Naruto at that moment. The guard's peculiar reaction had stirred a sense of foreboding within her, and she suddenly recalled the concerning events that had transpired between Hinata and Hanabi. It appeared that Hayashi, that old man, had indeed taken action. Yuehua furrowed her brow. She had not forgotten about this matter, but her training had consumed all her energy, leaving her little time to ponder such issues, especially after leaving the village. Thus, it was only now that the memory resurfaced. What a headache. Could Hayashi not handle things with a bit more finesse? The main house, the branch house, what a mess the Hyuga clan was. Yuehua grumbled inwardly. Before long, the Hyuga clan member returned, kindly stating, "Please follow me. Miss Hinata is waiting for you both." Yuehua and Naruto followed him through the winding paths, with Naruto exclaiming in awe at every turn. Yuehua, familiar with the layout, felt it inappropriate to leave Naruto behind, but eventually, they reached their destination. In the courtyard, Hinata practiced her gentle fist technique, diligently striking the wooden post before her. Before Yuehua could speak, a figure emerged from the corridor, observing her and Naruto. "Hinata has been under a lot of pressure lately. You should go and talk to her," the figure suggested. "Aunt Kai," Yuehua greeted while pulling the bewildered Naruto along. Then inquired, "Aunt Kai, where is Hanabi?" In the dojo, Hanabi diligently practiced her gentle fist technique. "You little rascal, have you truly set your sights on Hanabi?" Aunt Chunin shot a cold glare at Tsukuwa, finding it detestable that this impish boy was so preoccupied with Hanabi. How could he still be thinking about Hinata? Hinata's nature was too gentle, too kind. It would be ideal for her to find a strong husband. Aunt Chunin, fret not. With Naruto guiding Hinata, he will surely be more effective than I. I shall go check on Hanabi." With a grin, Tsukuwa swiftly kicked Naruto out, sending him tumbling into the courtyard. "And Naruto-kun, what are you doing here?" Hinata exclaimed, startled by the commotion. Upon seeing Naruto rise with a goofy smile, her face flushed crimson, and she could not meet his gaze. Her voice barely above a whisper. I came with Tsukuwa. He mentioned he wanted to meet someone, but I didn't expect your home to be so grand." Though Naruto was rather oblivious at times, he still showed care for the girls. As he plotted to confront Tsukuwa, he maintained a cheerful demeanor while conversing with Hinata. "Oh, it's Tsukuwa-kun. Naruto-kun, allow me to fetch you some tea," Hinata stammered, her cheeks pink as she hurried away. In the corridor, Hyuga-kun observed her eldest daughter thoughtfully. No wonder Tsukuwa would make such remarks. It seemed necessary to investigate this boy's background. However, she couldn't neglect her younger daughter either. Tsukuwa had already slipped away. Slowly, Kyuin departed, holding differing views from Hizashi. Hizashi bore the weight of the Hyuga clan's honor and the main family's legacy, necessitating a demeanor of coldness and ruthlessness, even towards his own daughters. Yet, Kyuin was not a ninja, merely an ordinary woman. If she had given birth to a son, it might have been easier to accept, but with two precious daughters, she held no extravagant desires, simply wishing to see them find a good home. Nevertheless, she would not question Hizashi's decisions, nor did she possess the strength to do so. She could only quietly care for her daughters, as she was not a ninja. Kyuin seldom managed the affairs of the Hyuga clan, focusing primarily on her daughters and husband, remaining largely unknown to outsiders. In the Hyuga household, within the dojo, the slightly taller Hanabi was diligently practicing her punches. It was evident that the little girl possessed remarkable talent. Her entire set of movements flowed seamlessly. However, due to her still developing physique, her punches lacked power. Yet, it is worth noting that the Hyuga gentle fist style does not rely on brute strength. After completing her practice, the young girl took a slight breath, suddenly sensing movement behind her. Swiftly, she formed hand seals and activated her Byakugan, the veins around her eyes protruding. As she noticed a hand reaching toward her, Hanabi crouched low, evading the incoming hand, and with both hands, she assumed a stance, executing a series of punches that struck the assailant's abdomen with force. Bang! The person struck suddenly transformed into a puff of white smoke. Initially taken aback, Hanabi quickly deduced it was a shadow clone. With her Byakugan scanning for the true body, her remarkable instincts, honed through heritage, set her apart from ordinary ninjas. Soon, the young girl Yuehua spotted a boy standing outside the dojo, revealing a familiar smile. Yuehua slowly walked into the dojo. Observing the now taller Yuehua clad in the training uniform of the Hyuga clan, her adorable little head tilted up, presenting an irresistibly cute appearance. "Yuehua, do you remember me?" Yuehua asked, beaming with the brightest smile as he crouched down in front of the little girl. "Yuehua-gich?" She called hesitantly at first, but then her previously dormant memory surged back, and Yuehua joyfully exclaimed his name, though she refrained from requesting a hug as she used to. Yuehua has grown up. Yuehua's emotions were indescribable at that moment. After a while, he finally calmed down and looked at Yuehua, asking, "Why aren't you training with your sister?" The once cheerful Yuehua suddenly fell silent, her small face darkening. "Sister is too weak. She cannot bear the family's fate, so it falls upon me to protect our clan." Though her voice was tender, her resolve was unmistakable. Yuehua covered his face in despair, feeling utterly helpless. What on earth was happening in the Hyuga clan? This once innocent little girl had been taught to mature far beyond her years. Yet, he refrained from judging Yuehua's perspective. He believed that strength was paramount. And if her thoughts could empower her, then they were indeed commendable. "How about I help you train? Although I am not proficient in the gentle fist technique of the Hyuga clan, my taijutsu is quite formidable." An idea sparked in Yuehua's mind. He could invite Hinata and Naruto to join the training, which would also prevent Naruto, the fool, from pestering him. "Is that really okay?" Yuehua asked, puzzled. After all, she had only ever trained with members of her clan and had never practiced with outsiders before. "Absolutely." A deep, rugged voice resounded as Hyuga Hisashi strode in, accompanied by the highest-ranking elder of the Hyuga clan. It would be beneficial to spar between the gentle fist and the strong fist techniques. Hisashi regarded the white-haired boy before him, noting his considerable height increase over the past 2 years and the latent aura he exuded, which was quite impressive. The Hyuga clan primarily practiced the gentle fist, but occasional exchanges with the strong fist were certainly advantageous. Hisashi continued, "You're welcome to come by any time. I've already instructed the guards at the entrance." An impressive young man. Yuehua, make sure to train diligently. The elder chimed in with a cheerful demeanor. He had already assessed Yuehua and recognized him as a disciple of Danzo, recalling that recent disturbances seemed to be linked to this boy. Thus, the Hyuga clan exhibited a friendly disposition towards Yuehua. Since the Uchiha clan's demise, the Hyuga clan had truly become the foremost clan in Konoha, a title that bore both advantages and disadvantages. The clan stance within the village had grown increasingly significant, with both the moderate and militant factions vying for influence. Although Hisashi was a supporter of the third Hokage's moderate faction, he did not outright reject the militant faction. He silently accepted the involvement of certain clan members in it. Thus he bore no ill will towards Yuehua, as this was the survival strategy of the Hyuga clan. "Thank you, Uncle Rizu." Yuehua waved enthusiastically at Rizu's retreating figure, her excitement palpable. In the corridor, Rizu walked alongside the elder, Hinata Tenma. "That little fellow from the Chinfan family is quite impressive. A disciple of Danzo. A potential leader of the martial faction, isn't he?" Hinata Tenma spoke with a hint of gravity. Recently, Danzo has been advocating for the reconstruction of the route. Though it was suppressed by the third Hokage, however, it may not remain contained for long. We must prepare ourselves. Rest assured, the Hyuga clan is the most formidable family in Konoha. Whether in martial or gentle arts, we are simply the Hyuga clan of Konoha. As long as we grasp this fact, none shall dare to threaten us. Rizu crossed his arms and strode confidently down the corridor. That's good. That's good. In the Konoha forest, at a training ground. Why are both Hinata and Hanabi here? Naruto muttered to Yuehua. Huh, is that a problem? Yuehua feigned confusion, gazing at Naruto. Besides, Hinata is in the same class. Can't you make friends properly? I have someone I like. I can't spend every day training with you. If you want to practice, you can seek out Hinata. The gentle fist of the Hyuga clan is quite formidable. All right. The notion of friendship stirred something within Naruto. The number of those he could truly call friends was scant, with Yuehua being the sole exception, while the others were merely classmates. That is settled then. It will be me and Hanabi sparring, and Naruto with Hinata. How does that sound? Upon Naruto's agreement, Yuehua's spirits soared. Hanabi nodded nonchalantly, her gaze fixated on Naruto. She was curious about this brother who held such significance to her sister. However, Hinata appeared to be in a bit of a predicament. Her face flushed to the point of near fainting. Seeing this, Yuehua scratched her head. This wouldn't he do. If Hinata were to faint, Naruto would undoubtedly cling to her again. Thus, she pulled Naruto aside and lowered her voice. Naruto, when you spar with Hinata, use the transformation technique and transform into someone else, understood? Why? Is it that troublesome? Naruto grimaced, expressing his reluctance. Yuehua's expression twitched. Here I am trying to help you find a partner, and you're complaining about it being troublesome. However, seeing Naruto's clueless expression, she felt deflated. One couldn't be too forceful with this guy. If you agree, I will teach you a powerful ninjutsu. How about that? Yuehua dangled the bait, waiting for him to take the hook. You make it sound impressive. What ninjutsu? Let me see first. Naruto regarded Yuehua with skepticism. All right then, Hinata and Hanabi. Let us practice. Shadow clone technique. Yuehua formed hand seals, and with two loud bangs, two shadow clones emerged, leading Hinata and Hanabi aside to begin their sparring. Do you see? The shadow clone technique. Would you like to learn it? Yuehua tugged at Naruto, retreating to the sidelines while watching the two clones engage with Hinata and Hanabi. This is not the type of shadow clone technique that is mere trickery. The shadow clones possess a tangible form, signifying they are capable of combat. Yet, I must admit I lack confidence in my cloning abilities. Naruto scratched his head. A pained expression etched on his face, for indeed, the shadow clone technique was Naruto's Achilles heel. How can one ascertain failure without an attempt? Naruto, do you not aspire to become Hokage? Is it not the mark of a future Hokage to possess at least this modicum of courage? Yuehua wore a rather derisive expression. Dealing with such a single-minded individual was best approached with provocation. Indeed, Naruto immediately became incensed, shouting in indignation. I'll give it a try. Do not underestimate me, Yuehua. I have also developed a new technique for you to behold. Before Naruto's words had fully settled, Yuehua recalled Naruto's signature ninjutsu and was momentarily taken aback, reaching out to stop him, but her reflexes were a fraction too slow. She could only witness Naruto form hand seals. Seduction technique. With a puff of white smoke, a figure of exquisite allure, possessing an enviable curvaceous form, appeared, partially concealed. Yuehua's eyes widened in shock as she suddenly felt two warm, slippery streams flowing from her nose. In her 2 lifetimes, Yuehua had remained innocent. The sheer impact of such a sight was beyond her imagination. Her eyes darted aimlessly, blood streaming from her nose, leaving her utterly flustered. Haha, what do you think? My ninjutsu is impressive, right? Naruto, the fool, continued to laugh heartily, oblivious to Hinata's near-fainting state and Hanabi's evident disdain. Covering her nose, Yuehua finally regained her composure, dispelling the chaotic thoughts. The two shadow clones diligently refrained from approaching, effectively diverting Hinata and Hanabi's attention, allowing the spar to continue. How careless of me to forget this aspect. Yuehua rolled up 2 small paper tubes to block her nose and pulled Naruto aside. You rascal, when did you start researching this technique? It's not too shabby. But wait, are you actually learning the shadow clone technique? Feeling the conversation veer off course, Yuehua forcefully redirected it, grasping Naruto and inquiring about the critical issue. What in the world is going on? You've been rushing to teach ninjutsu for 2 years. Yet he is reluctant to learn. I will learn it, Naruto retorted, pouting, although he claimed to fear failure. The inability to master the shadow clone technique was undeniably a source of distress for him. Then let us proceed. Watch closely. This technique is even simpler than the shadow clone technique, requiring only the formation of the rat seal. Shadow clone technique. As Yuehua spoke, 2 more shadow clones materialized with a pop. How about that? Quite simple. Isn't it? The key to this technique is the even distribution of chakra, so be mindful. Yuehua's remaining words caught in her throat, as she beheld the sight of 100 or 200 shadow clones of Naruto scattered throughout the training field and surrounding woods, chattering incessantly. Observing the ruckus caused by the multitude of Narutos, Yuehua marveled inwardly. The sheer volume of chakra he possessed was enviable, and the ease with which Naruto learned the shadow clone technique was astonishing. Not only had he mastered it, but he had also seemingly created an upgraded version, clearly demonstrating the multiple shadow clone technique. How impressive indeed! Naruto erupted with exuberant shouts, and Yuehua suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Having mastered the shadow clone technique, Naruto was indeed an excellent target for practice. Hey, Naruto, let us give it a try, shall we? Yuehua called out, unable to distinguish which one was the real Naruto among the multitude of clones. On the other side, Hinata and Hanabi, who had been practicing for a while, also paused, astonished by the sheer number of Naruto's clones. Surely, even a Jonin could not produce such a multitude. All right, it was unclear who among the many clones spoke, but soon enough, they all began to chatter animatedly. Yuehua grinned, not drawing his weapon, but instead, he executed a swift movement, lunging forward and delivering powerful punches to 2 of the Naruto clones, causing them to explode with a resounding crack. Then, Hinata and Hanabi could only watch as a blue figure darted through the crowd, each clone bursting like balloons, dissipating into clouds of white smoke. How fast! Hanabi exclaimed, activating her Byakugan, barely able to catch a glimpse of Yuehua's movements, while Hinata anxiously watched over the multitude of Naruto clones, fearing that Yuehua might inadvertently harm the real Naruto. As Yuehua continued to dash back and forth, He finally understood why the multi-shadow clone technique was included in the Forbidden Scroll. Besides the peril of depleting one's chakra to the point of death, the sheer overwhelming strategy of numbers could be truly vexing. While one might not be a match for a single opponent, the sheer volume could be insurmountable. Yuehua had already obliterated 60 or 70 clones, but still faced over 100. To counter the multi-shadow clone technique, one must employ powerful area of effect ninjutsu. Yuehua kicked 2 advancing clones away, landing on a sturdy branch of a large tree and swiftly formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique, with 2 more clones materializing alongside him. They executed the technique simultaneously. Water style, water surge. 3 torrents of water erupted, converging with a grandiose force, sweeping away all of Naruto's advancing clones, transforming them into mere wisps of white smoke. Haha, take this punch, Yuehua. Suddenly, from behind a tree, a shuriken transformed into Naruto and charged at Yuehua, aiming a punch at his core. Too naive, Naruto. With a swift motion, another Yuehua descended from the tree, using the body flicker technique to circle behind Naruto, rapidly forming hand seals. Water style, water whip. A long whip made of flowing water ensnared Naruto, binding him tightly. Once Yuehua had thoroughly eradicated all the clones, he used his original form to drag Naruto back to the training ground. After releasing the water whip, Yuehua observed Naruto's disgruntled expression and couldn't help but reflect on the boy's talent. Indeed, he was a genius. Even in his first attempt at the shadow clone technique, he had the foresight to conceal his true self and cleverly combined it with the transformation technique. Moreover, Naruto's transformation skills were truly impressive. Without exceptional perceptive ninjutsu like the Byakugan, one could hardly discern his changes. It was no wonder that in the future, Naruto would be able to outsmart many formidable opponents. Are you still feeling unsatisfied? Yuehua teased. I know your transformation is exceptional, which is why I prepared a clone just in case. He looked at Naruto. All right, stop sulking. I'll treat you to ramen. And Hinata and Hanabi can join us too. Oh, ramen. I want the ultra-luxurious supersized bowl. Upon hearing the mention of ramen, Naruto instantly leaped to his feet, brimming with energy and exhibiting no trace of despondency. Beside him, Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson at the mere thought of dining with Naruto, her head nearly steaming with excitement. Hanabi, on the other hand, displayed a curious expression. She seldom dined outside, and her outings with Kawaii usually consisted of indulging in simple snacks like candied fruit skewers. Kawaii, a devoted attendant to Hanabi, often accompanied her. That's fine. We can go after training, Naruto mused, redirecting his focus. For now, let us concentrate on our practice. To be frank, Naruto, your taijutsu leaves much to be desired. Your shadow clones are no match for me. Moonlight's unrelenting critique highlighted Naruto's deficiencies, and it was through repeated bouts of sparring that he gradually honed his taijutsu skills, albeit without any self-awareness until Kakashi pointed it out. With a slight huff, Naruto refrained from retorting, opting instead to perform the transformation technique, morphing into Moonlight's likeness. Although the stubble on his face remained, at least Hinata did not faint outright. Instead, she blushed and bowed respectfully to Naruto, promptly taking up a fighting stance for their sparring session. Finally rid of that troublesome character, Moonlight sighed heavily before donning a cheerful expression and addressing Hanabi. Shall we begin, Hanabi? Yes, Hanabi replied, her spirit indomitable. The petite girl, fiercely proud, approached her training with utmost diligence. Compared to Hinata's gentle and timid nature, Hanabi exhibited a stronger, more tenacious disposition. With a series of hand seals, she activated her Byakugan and darted towards Moonlight, a faint aura of chakra emanating from her, as she aimed a precise strike toward Moonlight's chakra points. Having previously clashed with Hanabi's shadow clones, Moonlight was well prepared for her assault. She deftly intercepted Hanabi's wrist, neutralizing the attack. This strategy, devised specifically to counter gentle fist techniques, involved striking the back of the hand or wrist to deflect incoming blows. For Moonlight had no desire to be struck by a chakra point. Although this approach was undoubtedly challenging, it was precisely such difficulty that enhanced the training's efficacy. When truly faced with an attack akin to gentle fist, Moonlight would not foolishly engage in a raw physical contest. His expertise lay in ninjutsu. Nonetheless, he recognized the importance of not neglecting taijutsu fundamentals, viewing this as an opportunity to train Hanabi while simultaneously improving himself. Hanabi had proven her mettle in her bouts against Hinata. Even if Hinata had shown some leniency, her talent was undeniable, particularly in her solid grasp of the fundamentals of gentle fist. As Moonlight sparred with Hanabi, their pace quickened, with Moonlight gradually increasing his speed to help her acclimate. Once they reached a certain threshold, he maintained that speed, and the two exchanged blows in the arena, the faint blue glow of chakra flickering around them. Hanabi was determined to land a hit on Moonlight, while he continuously struck her hand and wrist, redirecting her attacks. This left Hanabi feeling disoriented. During her training with her father and sister, their exchanges had always involved direct confrontations, unlike this elusive sparring where she struggled to even touch her opponent. However, Hanabi was not one to complain. Gritting her teeth, she persevered through the training, panting heavily after a while, clearly exhausted. Yet, her small face radiated excitement. The feeling of sparring was novel, deepening her understanding of gentle fist technique significantly. Finally, as Yuehua observed the little girl gasping for breath yet unwilling to cease her attacks, she gently pushed Hanabi's hands aside and placed a hand on her shoulder. "All right, you can rest now. You performed admirably." Feeling the coolness on her back, Yuehua also took a slight breath, having perfectly evaded each strike of the gentle fist. It required her utmost concentration and speed that surpassed Hanabi's to achieve this. As the close combat empowered by the Byakugan was undeniably formidable. Cradling the wobbling Hanabi, Yuehua turned her gaze to the opposite side of the training ground. Naruto had dispelled his transformation, lying on the ground, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. He could scarcely believe that the usually gentle Hinata could be so powerful. Her gentle fist left him feeling sore all over, with many of his chakra points sealed, rendering his chakra flow sluggish. This was only because Hinata had shown him mercy. However, Hinata was equally breathless, for despite Naruto's transformation, she still bore considerable mental pressure. Training under such conditions was unusually taxing, yet the results were remarkably beneficial. Kicking Naruto, who lay sprawled on the ground, Yuehua mercilessly taunted, "Wow, Naruto, your defeat was rather tragic." "Humph, Hinata is a girl. How could I possibly strike her?" Naruto exclaimed, only for his words to be followed by a resounding thud as Hinata's face flushed and she fainted. "Huh, Hinata, what's wrong? Is someone attacking?" As soon as Hinata collapsed, Naruto sprang up and rushed over, but upon seeing Hinata's flushed face, he too was taken aback, causing her to faint again. Yuehua cast a helpless glance at the startled Naruto, realizing that his clumsiness in courting was most perilous. Truly, ancient wisdom did not deceive. At the Ichiraku ramen shop, Yuehua and Hanabi sat in the middle, with Hinata and Naruto on either side. Given that Naruto's proximity to Hinata often caused her to faint, they arranged themselves in a line, eagerly awaiting their ramen. Yet, despite it being mealtime, there were few patrons. Yuehua observed Naruto's eager expression, secretly marveling at the protagonist's charm, which indeed proved beneficial in some respects. "Your ramen is ready, enjoy." The enthusiastic voice of the ramen chef announced as 4 bowls of Ichiraku ramen were placed on the table, particularly the enormous bowl in front of Naruto, which made Yuehua's eyes widen in disbelief. His capacity for food was astonishing. "So delicious," Hanabi exclaimed after taking a bite, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Indeed, our ramen is the best in the village," the chef's daughter, Ayam, proudly declared, handing over a plate of dumplings. "This is a little gift for you. But do come often." "Wow, Sister Ayam, you are such a savvy businesswoman. And so beautiful too." The ramen chef pales in comparison, Yuehua teased while enjoying her noodles. "Haha." The young boy's words were truly sweet. "Sister will give you half price next time." Changpu squinted and smiled. "Brother Yuehua, is this sister very beautiful?" Suddenly, Yuehua, who was eating noodles, put down her chopsticks, tugged at Yuehua's sleeve, and looked at him with an innocent curiosity. However, for some inexplicable reason, Yuehua felt a chill run down his spine, an unshakable sense of guilt swelling within him. He swallowed hard, gazing at the innocent Yuehua, and said, "Yuehua will also be very beautiful in the future, yes. Yuehua will grow up to be a great beauty." "Oh, so Yuehua is ugly now?" The little girl hung her head, and Yuehua's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Was this truly the utterance of a 6-year-old girl? "No, Yuehua hastily dropped his chopsticks and steadied Yuehua's shoulders. "Yuehua is very cute now." "Really? Not only is Yuehua adorable now, but she will also become even more beautiful in the future. Is that so?" Yuehua, seemingly skeptical yet pleased, finally lifted her head, picked up her chopsticks, and resumed eating her noodles, while Yuehua broke into a cold sweat, and Changpu watched with unabashed delight. In the night, at the Konoha ramen shop, Yuehua suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. "Yuehua is quite a remarkable child," the 3rd Hokage observed, gazing into the crystal ball depicting the ramen shop. "Danzo, what do you plan to do?" Are you thinking of bringing him into the Umbu right after he graduates? On the opposite sofa, Danzo reclined, his brow furrowed. Let me first re-establish Root before discussing this. Allow Yuehua to graduate normally. I want him to eventually succeed my position. So he must cultivate good relations with the future Hokage and gain sufficient credentials. There are many matters in the Umbu that cannot be made public. The third Hokage, puffing on his cigarette, fell into deep thought. Danzo's words held merit. Everyone felt that he and Danzo were at odds. Yet who could discern that? As fellow disciples of the second Hokage, perhaps their ideologies diverged, and there were indeed conflicts, with both sides having played tricks on one another. Nonetheless, they shared a common goal, the protection of Konoha. The third Hokage was akin to spring, warming the hearts of people, while Danzo's actions, akin to the harsh winter of Konoha, exemplified the most chilling ruthlessness. Only by uniting could they firmly control Konoha. They had never engaged in detailed discussions, merely working in tacit understanding, naturally forming a balance between light and darkness, opposing yet harmonious. To maintain this equilibrium, it was essential to cultivate rapport between the next Hokage and the leader of Root. The pressing issue was the selection of the next Hokage. After all, a talent like the fourth Hokage was rarely encountered in decades. Currently, Kakashi was indeed commendable, yet still somewhat inexperienced. Kakashi is quite good. What do you think? The third Hokage's tone was notably somber as he sought Danzo's opinion. Kakashi? The copy ninja, Konoha's foremost technician. Danzo contemplated for a moment before continuing. He is the fourth disciple, the son of White Fang. However, his strength still falls short. It may take several more years before he is truly qualified to inherit the Hokage position. Sarutobi, can you endure? Whether I can endure or not, I must. The third Hokage replied with a wry smile. But how to arrange for Yuehua and Kakashi? It's truly a headache. That is your concern. I can hardly be bothered. Now, let us discuss the affairs of Root. Danzo's demeanor shifted abruptly as he bellowed. Hiruzen, Root must be rebuilt. Your Umbu's methods pale in comparison to those of Root. The echoes of Danzo's furious voice reverberated through the Hokage building, prompting the stationed Umbu to roll their eyes. This gentleman certainly possesses an abundance of energy, frequently engaging in heated disputes with the third Hokage every few days, a spectacle they had grown accustomed to. Nowadays, Danzo's visits required no prior announcement, although that had never been strictly necessary. After finishing their ramen, Uchiha and Naruto escorted Hinata and Hanabi home before returning to their respective dwellings. Lying in bed, Uchiha reflected on the battle with Hanabi earlier in the day. The prowess of her gentle fist technique was utterly formidable. Uchiha felt it imperative to avoid being struck by her delicate fists, finding himself challenged even against a 6-year-old girl. He was fervently eager to master a technique that combined Shuinpa with both speed and strength. However, the research for this technique proved far more arduous than Shuinpa itself, presenting greater difficulties and yielding minimal progress thus far. This motivated Uchiha to engage in combat with gentle fist practitioners, seeking to explore the intricacies of chakra points. Earlier, Uchiha earnestly sought Hanabi's guidance on chakra points during their journey, gaining significant insights. She had approximately indicated the locations of his chakra points, refining his precision in chakra release. Let me give it another try, Uchiha declared. Rising from his bed and bare-chested, he made his way to the small training ground in the backyard. The moon had ascended into the sky, casting a gentle silver glow, which transformed Uchiha's white hair into a shimmering silver under the moonlight. Standing in the training area, Uchiha slowly formed hand seals, feeling chakra surging from his shoulders and back, swirling around him like a tempest, particularly concentrated in his shoulders, wrists, back, and ankles. Enveloped in high-density wind-release chakra. Today feels remarkably stable, he mused, marveling at the flow of chakra within him. After gently testing his limbs, feeling no abnormalities, he attempted a punch, unleashing a powerful gust that obliterated the wooden stake before him. However, the force sent him spinning away, resulting in a splash as he fell into the pond. Emerging from the water and changing into a fresh pair of pants, Uchiha rubbed his sore shoulders, recalling the sensations from moments prior. It appeared that the combination of wind-release chakra and water-release chakra had not yet harmonized well, compounded by his own physical frailty, which had caused him to lose control and be flung away. What an embarrassing spectacle. Thankfully, no one witnessed that. Uchiha lamented, glancing at his relatively small hands, realizing he would need to wait for his body to mature further. At merely 11 years of age, he was still physically underdeveloped. It seemed prudent to learn from Lee. Perhaps weight training would be an effective method. Sukuna distinctly remembered the dedicated duo of Lee and Guy, especially after learning from the Wind Master that Guy had saved his life. His admiration for the pair had soared. Yet he found himself with no valid reason to approach them at present. Wait, how foolish of me to have forgotten to express my gratitude for their life-saving kindness. Under the moonlight, Yuehua's face contorted with frustration as she rapped her forehead. Yet soon her spirits soared with excitement at the prospect of approaching Guy. She believed that with just a few pointers from him, her taijutsu skills could ascend to new heights. It wasn't that Danzo's taijutsu was lacking. Rather, he was advanced in age and primarily a master of ninjutsu. Though there were some proficient in taijutsu within the village, none could compare to the prowess of someone like Guy. Moreover, the training of taijutsu varies significantly according to one's physique, and the methodologies differ accordingly. For instance, the approach to weight training varies greatly among individuals. An indiscriminate weight training could lead to unnecessary injuries, which Yuehua wished to avoid. However, receiving guidance from a taijutsu expert would make a world of difference. Like Lee, who thrived under Guy's mentorship, progressing steadily while maintaining agility even under duress. Yet, the question lingered. Was Guy even in the village? The last time, he had taken his students on a mission, and his residence was unknown to her. Biting her finger, Yuehua pondered how to locate Guy, ultimately realizing that her only option was to seek out Danzo. As a Janin, Guy's address was unfamiliar to most. And while Yuehua was not well acquainted with those close to him, she suspected that Uncle Juki would certainly know. However, she preferred to ask her teacher for assistance. After all, seeking help from Uncle Juki would invoke personal ties, whereas approaching Danzo posed no such pressure. Their student-teacher relationship, while fraught with complexities, also yielded substantial benefits. Furthermore, as Guy was a member of the Gentle faction, any casual interaction with its members without Danzo's approval could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, her teacher had assured her he would return periodically, so she decided to wait. After all, the delay had already stretched so long that an additional day or two would not matter. With a firm resolve, Yuehua retreated to her home to rest. For the night had deepened, and it was time to sleep. Days turned into weeks, and Yuehua attended the ninja academy during the weekdays, while on holidays she would drag Naruto to the Hyuga household, training alongside Hinata and Hanabi. She also dedicated time to harnessing the powers of her ice wheel. Previously, Danzo had mentioned seeking someone to assist him in training, and now, Yuehua began to grasp the implications of that statement. Often, during the night, she would find herself subjected to stealth attacks from the Umbu, disrupting her slumber. Fortunately, Danzo did not resort to extreme measures. The assailants employed only taijutsu and spared her home from destruction, visiting merely twice a week, as daily encounters would be intolerable for anyone. Thus, a somewhat stable routine persisted. And a month passed before Danzo once again graced the Han residence. "Teacher T," Yuehua exclaimed with a beaming smile as she presented the cup respectfully before Danzo. "How has your training progressed of late?" he inquired leisurely, savoring a sip of the tea, which he found quite delightful before continuing. "What brings you here today?" Disciple has recently been developing a new technique, intending to complement the previously devised Shuanpa. Yet I have encountered some challenges, Yuehua confessed. Under the pale moonlight, Yuehua spoke cautiously, fearing the old man's glare. The oppressive aura that surrounded Danzo, having presided over the root organization for many years, was indeed formidable and chilling. Developing new techniques? Danzo paused momentarily. Even he would not assign someone to spy on his disciples, thus remaining unaware of Yuehua's recent endeavors. Standing behind Danzo, both Kigen and Kaze shared a look of astonishment at Yuehua, their expressions revealing their surprise despite their masks. Rather than focusing on developing new techniques, you should hone your shape-shifting and nature transformation skills. True masters of ninjutsu excel in these two areas. Without a solid foundation, an obsession with developing jutsu will only lead to mediocrity. Danzo's admonition was clear, almost as if he were ready to strike Yuehua with his cane. However, he swiftly altered his tone. "Since you have encountered a problem, allow me to observe your new technique." Yuehua immediately broke into a smile, leading Danzo towards the training ground behind the house. Kigen and Kaze followed closely, having significantly improved in strength, now serving as Danzo's personal guards. This was Danzo's intention. Although both were masters of secret techniques, he could still impart wisdom to them. They were being groomed as Yuehua's future comrades, their bond forged through 2 years of camaraderie, setting them apart from other family competitors. Notably, both held significant status as elite members of the martial faction's new generation. With their support, along with Danzo's endorsement, Yuehua had risen to prominence within the martial faction. Upon reaching the training ground, Yuehua wasted no words. He shed his upper garment, exposing his bare torso, and stood in the center, slowly forming a series of intricate hand seals. The complexity of the seals caused Danzo to furrow his brow. The prolonged sealing time was indeed a flaw, yet he refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to observe quietly. As Yuehua completed the final seal, an immense surge of chakra erupted from his shoulders, wrists, back, and ankles, transforming into a tempestuous whirlwind that enveloped him, making him appear as if a deity of wind had descended. Testing his limbs with slight movements, he found no hindrances. With a firm stance, he aimed at a distant wooden post and unleashed a palm strike. A visible wave of energy surged forth, shattering the post into a cloud of splinters. Yuehua staggered slightly, but the ground beneath him suffered the consequences as the recoil force drove into the earth, causing the soil to erupt and scatter chaotically around him. Yet, Yuehua remained unfazed. That was merely an appetizer. With a powerful push from his feet, he vanished from his spot, reappearing beside a larger wooden post in an instant. He struck with a punch, obliterating the post, but this time, the force sent him spiraling away. With a splash, he landed in a nearby pond, emerging drenched. Observing Yuehua clambering out of the water, Danzo's single eye gleamed with an indescribable delight. For his discerning eye could easily recognize the value of this technique. This technique bears a striking resemblance to the Cloud Shinobi's lightning release, living reinforcement. By harnessing the power of water release chakra to safeguard the body, and wind release chakra to enhance explosive force, it can be seamlessly integrated with the body flicker technique, rivaling the efficacy of lightning release, living reinforcement. In a confrontation with Cloud Shinobi, those practitioners would undoubtedly find themselves at a disadvantage. However, the flaws of this technique are conspicuous. Its high demands render it impractical for widespread adoption. Yet, it is a well-known fact that the most formidable jutsu are inherently difficult to master, which is not truly a significant concern. The abundance of powerful forbidden techniques in Konohagakure stems from their inherent risks, as well as their complexity. For ordinary shinobi, exposure to such techniques is more beneficial than harmful. The term forbidden technique does not imply a prohibition on learning, but rather signifies that only those with sufficient talent may grasp them. Otherwise, the third and fourth Hokage would not have been proficient in the dead demon-consuming seal. And one need not elaborate on Danzo's madness in sealing the four symbols on his own body. As for individuals like Orochimaru, who obsess over forbidden techniques, one can only scoff. Is the body too frail? Danzo not only recognized the shortcomings of the technique, but also discerned the deficiencies in Tsukihime's physical strength, which was insufficient to support the technique's demands, alongside other issues. At this moment, Tsukihime, now attired in a new outfit, stood before Danzo, anxiety evident in her demeanor. "How do you find it, sensei?" she inquired. "The technique is commendable, yet your deficiencies are more pronounced," Danzo complimented. But before Tsukihime could smile, he began to reprimand her. "Your manipulation of chakra's form is utterly inadequate. While wind release chakra may be unpredictable, your transformation skills are still lacking." After a scolding, Danzo paused, allowing Tsukihime to reflect. Upon hearing Danzo's words, Tsukihime's face flushed slightly. Had Danzo not brought it up, she would have entirely overlooked this aspect. Typically, wind release attacks manifest as wind blades, which impose minimal transformation requirements, while water release boasts the simplest transformation among the 5 elemental releases. Had she not developed this new technique, she might never have recognized her shortcomings. Moreover, her chakra manipulation remained somewhat crude, a skill that could not be rushed and would require dedicated practice over time. Observing Tsukihime's realization, Danzo continued, "Lastly, your physical strength is insufficient." Regarding this, noticing the eager expression on Tsukihime's face, Danzo finally relented. "I understand your aspirations. I will find time to discuss this with Sarutobi. However, your foremost priority must be mastering transformation. If you fail to meet my expectations, do not entertain thoughts of anything else." Tsukihime nodded in agreement, acknowledging that transformation was indeed her significant weakness. This was not the moment to allow distractions, for as her body grew, her strength would naturally follow suit. Previously, impatience had clouded her judgment. Such matters cannot be hurried. "By the way, what is the name of your technique?" Danzo inquired as Tsukihime pondered. "Instant boom. Hanabi, accelerate your speed and muster more strength," Tsukihime commanded, deftly striking Hanabi's wrist to deflect her attack. In the Hidden Leaf Village, at a training ground, Yuehua was engaged in a sparring session with Hanabi, while Naruto exchanged blows with Hinata nearby. Compared to the initial phase where he was thoroughly overpowered by Hinata's gentle fist, Naruto had now begun to emulate Yuehua's movements, managing to hold his own for a few rounds, provided he refrained from activating his Byakugan. Under Yuehua's guidance, Hanabi diligently aimed her strikes at Yuehua, not relying on the Byakugan to locate her opponent's chakra points, but instead depending on her instincts to strike with her body's inherent abilities. This was the realm that Yuehua had envisioned. After all, observing before attacking ultimately led to a delay, falling short of those who fought by instinct. This notion was a figment of Yuehua's imagination, yet inexplicably, after hearing about it from Hanabi, Hinata had fervently begun to experiment, leading to both Hanabi and Hinata incorporating it into their training. With a series of swift movements, Yuehua effortlessly deflected all of Hanabi's attacks, epitomizing the act of overpowering a young girl. However, rather than being disheartened, Hanabi intensified her efforts to land a hit. Although the contrast between her beautiful aspirations and the harshness of reality was stark, even though Yuehua's taijutsu was average, his prowess had already reached the level of a special jonin, a fact attested to by Danzo after testing Yuehua's skills, allowing him to adequately suppress Hanabi's strikes. All right, let's call it a day, Yuehua announced, glancing at the dimming sky, his stomach beginning to grumble. Hanabi also showed signs of fatigue, and Yuehua himself felt weary. The four of them sat together under the warm glow of lights, savoring bowls of ramen. After escorting Hinata and Hanabi back home, Yuehua and Naruto parted ways, with Yuehua walking alone along the dimly lit path. Yuehua, on his solitary journey home, two figures suddenly emerged before him, startling Yuehua into drawing his blade. However, upon hearing familiar voices, he halted his attack, puzzled as he recognized Yamashiro Kazuki and Oil Girl Torian. What brings you here? Yuehua inquired, contemplating the reason for their visit. Lord Danzo has assigned a task and asked us to fetch you, Yamashiro Kazuki replied, tossing a letter his way. Yuehua blinked, opening the document and reading under the dim streetlight. Kirigakure, rogue ninja, wait, Zabuza Momochi. Hastily finishing the document, Yuehua's mouth fell open in astonishment. Zabuza Momochi had been spotted in the Land of Fire, detected by Konoha's ninja. However, due to his notorious reputation, they had not dared to engage him directly and had relayed the information back to the village. Following the receipt of this intelligence, the higher-ups convened and, adhering to tradition, decided to dispatch elite Jonin to either eliminate or expel him from the territory, as the presence of one of the 7 ninja swordsmen was a significant threat in the Land of Fire. Yet, upon Danzo's review of the information, he became intrigued. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi was undoubtedly a prime target for honing one's skills. Thus, he took on the mission from the 3rd Hokage, officially assigning it to Naras, but in reality, the task fell squarely on Yuehua's shoulders. Are we the only 3 going? Yuehua pondered cautiously, posing the question. In essence, Lord Narachiyu has ostensibly accepted the mission, yet it is solely upon us to execute it. F shook his head. Yuehua, this task has been specifically assigned by Lord Danzo to hone your skills, so the outcome rests upon the 3 of you. Narachiyu emerged slowly from the shadows. The wounds sustained in the Land of Rice had long since healed, and with the dissolution of Root, he now stood as a member of Konoha's elite Jonin class. With a slight furrow of his brow, Yuehua began to contemplate, his attention drawn not to Zabuza, but to the young lad accompanying him. Though merely mentioned in passing within the intelligence reports, Yuehua was acutely aware that this boy was no ordinary individual. He was a true wielder of ice release. Yuehua, there are matters I must clarify with you. Let us proceed to your residence. Chiyu's voice interrupted Yuehua's thoughts, his expression grave, a demeanor mirrored by both Yamashiro F and Yamanaka Shikaku. Casting a puzzled glance, Yuehua refrained from further inquiry and led the trio to his home. Upon arriving at the Aohatsu estate, F employed his sensory technique to ascertain that no one else was nearby. This stance prompted Yuehua to roll his eyes, perceiving it as a precursor to rebellion. Yuehua, what are your thoughts en route? Chiyu inquired, his gaze fixed intently upon Yuehua's every move. Upon hearing this question, a sense of clarity washed over Yuehua. After locking eyes with Chiyu for a brief moment, he replied, Root is an indispensable component of Konoha. And beyond that, Chiyu pressed, Root is an unnamed entity, Konoha's sharpest blade, eradicating all who dare to infringe upon the Land of Fire and Konoha. Yuehua's tone was devoid of warmth. Cold and merciless, yet Chiyu and F nodded in agreement. Chiyu smiled broadly. Then, Yuehua, do you have any thoughts on the leadership of Root? Finally, they had broached the crux of the matter. Yuehua had pondered similar questions himself, even contemplating the possibility of becoming Hokage. However, after much deliberation, he had yet to reach a definitive conclusion, preferring to await the appropriate moment. Nevertheless, he found himself quite fond of such a formidable organization. During his travels over the past 2 years, Yuehua discovered a surprising lack of aversion towards killing, even experiencing a flicker of excitement at the thought of it. Initially, this revelation had troubled him for a time, but he swiftly cast it aside. The speed at which one's environment can assimilate an individual is astonishing. Born and raised in Konoha, he had witnessed plenty of life and death, especially following his parents' demise, leading him to develop an indifference toward slaughter. Thus, he felt that Root was indeed more suited to him. Root is Konoha's sharpest blade, and its leader must possess compelling strength. I believe no one in the younger generation of Root could rival me. Yuehua clenched his fists, his tone exceedingly arrogant, yet Chiyu did not dispute him. Rather, he nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. In that case, Yuehua, you must understand that the leader of Root cannot be a mere figurehead. So you will need to select your subordinates. Chiyu smiled slightly, signaling that this was all that needed to be said. Having pierced through the final veil of uncertainty, Yuehua no longer hesitated, turning his gaze towards F and Shikaku. F, Shikaku, would you lend me your assistance? Of course, came the unwavering reply. The winds in the mountains whispered as Yu and Kigen responded promptly and decisively. They stood among the elite of the younger generation, unimpressed by a few others who lacked the capability to earn their trust. Only Tsukihira possessed both remarkable strength and a deep-seated friendship with them, making the choice clear. However, the prerequisite was that Tsukihira must be willing to vie for the position. Thus, they could not voice their intentions first. It was only when Tsukihira spoke that they could agree, a decision that would ultimately dictate their futures. Now let's discuss the task, Naruto said languidly, reclining on the sofa. With the most crucial matter resolved, his focus shifted to nurturing the young man before him. The rogue ninja, Zabuza Momochi, was now a fugitive. Wanted due to his notorious past. The village forbade the presence of such a ruthless killer in the land of fire, and thus, I had taken on the mission to expel him. Yet, the real work would fall to the three of you. Tsukihira, you were the captain before, and you shall lead once more. Expel him, not kill him. Tsukihira questioned, gazing quizzically at Chihiro. Eliminating the 7 ninja swordsmen is no easy feat. Driving them from the borders will suffice. We must prevent him from clashing with the Umbu of Kirigakure within the land of fire. Chihiro clarified with a wave of his hand. The elite ninja of the 5 great shinobi villages are not numerous, yet each village boasts its own renowned ninjas. All formidable opponents. Notable names, such as the 7 ninja swordsmen of Mist, the legendary 3 of Konoha, and the AB duo of Kumogakure, signify that these individuals are typically to be expelled rather than confronted. United, the 3 of you should be able to handle Zabuza. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart tomorrow. Tsukihira, I will arrange for your absence from the Ninja Academy, he added. At this moment, Tsukihira's heart raced with excitement, yet he felt helpless. Missions were always conducted in haste, leaving little room for preparation. However, a thought of a boy named Haku surged within him, an uncontrollable urge that swiftly consumed his mind. As dawn broke, Tsukihira donned his Umbu attire, complete with a mask adorned with blue patterns, standing silently beneath a grand tree at the village's entrance, awaiting his comrades. Captain. 2 shadows swiftly landed beside him, bowing in respect. Personal bonds aside, they maintained the decorum expected during missions, especially since Kigen and Yu had clearly aligned themselves with Tsukihira. Let us be off, Tsukihira declared, stepping forward with a burst of speed, with Kigen and Yu hastily trailing behind. The trio soon vanished into the vast expanse of the forest. In a small town in the eastern land of fire, Zabuza Momochi's rough voice broke the silence. Are we to remain here, sir? We won't be here long. The Umbu of Mist are quite perceptive, yet this is the land of fire. They will likely be wary of Konoha, so I expect their actions to be restrained. We should be able to rest here for a while, Zabuza replied, his face bandaged. A large sword resting beside him. The youthful figure across from him fell silent, quietly sitting by the bed. Knock knock. Your lunch has arrived, a voice called from outside. Haku, please open the door. If one does not swiftly reprimand the youth to open the door, while simultaneously gripping the executioner's blade, honed in the art of assassination, He remains ever vigilant against potential ambushes, a reflex honed by experience. The exquisite youth named Bai opened the door, revealing a blushing and maid who, after delivering the meal to Bai, promptly retreated to an adjacent room. Mr. Zaibu-Zhan, lunch, Bai announced, placing the meal upon the table and beckoning Zaibu-Zhan to partake. Zaibu-Zhan approached the table, lifting the blade and casting a cursory glance at the food. Suddenly, his facial expression shifted, the skin on his forehead creased as he warned, Bai, flee at once. The food is tainted. Without hesitation, he crashed through the window and departed at great speed, with Bai following closely behind. As they fled the town, the astonished gazes of passers-by accompanied their escape. Is it permissible for them to flee like that? A voice inquired from atop a nearby rooftop, where three figures observed Zaibu-Zhan and Bai vanish from sight. No worries. After all, we are in the land of fire. Should a confrontation arise in the town, it could result in significant casualties. Remember, we are the blades that protect Konoha in the land of fire. Exercise caution within our territory, but feel free to unleash chaos outside, replied the figure with a smirk. And besides, isn't the wind in their favor? Where could they possibly run? Let us pursue them. I wish to witness the prowess of the Mist's phantom ninja. The figure declared, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving no trace. The captain's instant movement has grown increasingly formidable. I cannot match that speed with my own body flicker technique, mused Kaze, feeling a tinge of admiration before hastily following suit with the others. Mr. Zaibu-Zhan, what do you think of this place? Bai queried, grasping several shurikens while scanning the surroundings. Zaibu-Zhan, observing the nearby brook with its abundant water flow, nodded in satisfaction. This will suffice, Bai. Do not hold back. We cannot allow those scoundrels to return, or they will relentlessly pursue us. Aware of Bai's aversion to killing, Zaibu-Zhan emphasized his point. Bai responded with a subdued acknowledgement, then fell silent, remaining alert to their surroundings. Indeed, one cannot deny the cunning of the Mist Village's phantom ninja. Realizing escape is futile, they have chosen to seize the terrain and eliminate their adversaries. Truly a testament to the legacy of the Blood Mist Village's rogue ninjas. Observe the figure named Yuehua from atop a grand tree, watching Zaibu-Zhan and Bai below. The Umbu of Konoha? Zaibu-Zhan squinted, initially believing it to be the Mist's Umbu pursuing them, only to find it was Konoha's forces. Nevertheless, he quickly reconciled with the thought. All five great nations harbor disdain for rogue ninjas, so Konoha's actions were not surprising. Does Konoha's Umbu also wish to see my demise? He mused, eyeing the tightly gripped sword of Zaibu-Zhan and Bai's poised shurikens. Yuehua lightly tapped his mask, concealing his expressions, yet he raised his voice, declaring, Indeed, Mist's phantom ninja, I shall not permit such a dangerous element to roam freely in the land of fire. Then perish, Umbu of Konoha. Prepare to witness the true essence of assassination. Water style, hidden mist technique. With the executioner's blade thrust into the ground, Zaibu-Zhan rapidly formed hand signs, summoning a dense mist imbued with potent chakra that enveloped the surroundings entirely. A thick fog enveloped the surroundings, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. It could be said that one could not see their own hand in front of their face. Particularly, the presence of chakra within the species led to a significant impact on ordinary sensory ninjutsu. Is this the art of silent assassination? Yuehua observed her surroundings with keen interest, surrounded by dense mist that obscured all sight. Indeed, this epitomizes the ultimate technique of assassination, the art of silent killing. To perish beneath my guillotine is a privilege. The voice of Zabuza emerged from the fog, its proximity fluctuating, making it impossible to ascertain his location. Is that so? I beg to differ, but since you assert it, I shall not hold back. Drawing forth the ice wheel, Yuehua coldly declared, Sit in the frost of the heavens, ice wheel. A chilling aura surged upward, and suddenly, the sky transformed as heavy clouds gathered, followed by a torrential downpour that shattered the silence of the mist with the cacophony of rain. How about that? Now even the ghost of the hidden mist finds it challenging to discern my position through sound, does it not? Yuehua swung the ice wheel. The crisp clang of the chain resonated clearly, even amidst the rain. Following her tumultuous experience at the Konoha hospital, Yuehua had barely begun to master this formidable power. Still in its nascent stages, yet already capable of being utilized in battle, as evidenced by the current situation. Before departing the village, she had acquired some rudimentary intelligence on Zabuza, though it was rather coarse, given that information from the village of the Blood Mist was notoriously difficult to procure. Even their own comrades could turn against them, making espionage perilous and fraught with the risk of betrayal. However, her mentor Danzo had bestowed upon her a remarkable surprise, a scroll detailing Danzo's encounters with the mist ninjas, which included insights into the mist technique, the signature ninjutsu of the hidden mist. Danzo possessed certain understandings and methods to counter this technique, one of which Yuehua was capable of executing, thus leading her to brave the depths of the mist technique. The complexity of the mist technique is not exceptionally high. The truly troublesome aspect arises from the mist ninja's ability to discern their enemies clearly within the fog. The secret, of course, lies not merely in sound, but in the chakra-laden mist itself. The rain summoned by the celestial phenomena mingled with Yuehua's chakra, effectively obstructing the transmission of Zabuza's chakra within the mist, thereby unraveling the mist technique. With a clang, she parried Zabuza's guillotine with a swift maneuver, bending low to deliver a powerful kick that sent a blade of wind slicing through the rain. Yuehua had spent little time on this technique, and thus could only execute it successfully in the state of weapon release. The wind blade pierced through the curtain of rain, striking Zabuza. Yet it did not produce the sound of flesh being cut. Instead, it merely fell as a drop of clear water, inconspicuous amidst the heavy downpour. A water clone. How exceedingly cautious. Yuehua landed nimbly, gripping the ice wheel with vigilance. She had intentionally rattled the chain to provoke Zabuza into action, yet he merely used a water clone to test her. This mist technique is proving to be even more troublesome than anticipated. Yuehua furrowed her brow slightly, realizing that she had perhaps underestimated the situation. The dense mist saturated with chakra was indeed quite vexing. As the mist before them gradually dissipated, Yuehua gazed in astonishment at the now clear surroundings. However, he soon realized that the torrential rain had disrupted Zabuza's silent assassination technique. He was unable to move, and Zabuza could not ascertain his position either. Most importantly, Zabuza dared not linger, for they were in the land of fire. If he did not swiftly deal with Yuehua, he would face the relentless pursuit of the Konoha Anbu. Observing the situation, Yuehua brandished his ice wheel pill, and the dark clouds above parted, causing the torrential rain to cease abruptly. The only remnants were Yuehua, drenched like a drowned rat, and Zabuza, standing at a distance, locked in a standoff. Zabuza was filled with astonishment. The forces of nature were beyond human control, a fundamental truth among ninjas. Any technique capable of harnessing such power was invariably forbidden, and utilizing it would leave the practitioner utterly exhausted. Yet, witnessing Yuehua's nonchalant demeanor, even Zabuza, known for his fearsome reputation, felt a crack in his composure. He forcibly subdued his inner astonishment, knowing that distraction in battle could lead to death. Water style, water dragon jutsu. Zabuza swiftly performed hand seals. Following the recent downpour and a small stream behind him rich in water vapor, a water dragon coalesced in the air, striking forward with tremendous force. Ice Dragon Whirlwind. Yuehua did not evade. Instead, he swung his blade against the rapidly approaching water dragon. Eager to test the strength of an elite jonin, not one skilled in secret techniques like Chiyu, but one adept in ninjutsu, Zabuza was undoubtedly a master of water style. A mass of frost erupted from the path of his blade, rapidly growing due to the abundant moisture in the air, and collided fiercely with the descending water dragon. The sound of shattering ice reverberated as the ice gradually froze the water dragon, yet the immense force of the water shattered the ice blocks one after another. Yuehua frowned slightly. Indeed, such chakra-infused water was not easily frozen. With a swift step, he propelled himself away from his original position. The water dragon, relying on its massive impact, ultimately collapsed the ice wall Yuehua had created, but that brief moment was sufficient for him to evade. To Yuehua's surprise, Zabuza did not pursue him. Instead, he stared at Yuehua in bewilderment, even more astonished than when he had witnessed Yuehua manipulate the elements. "Kid, does your bloodline limit also pertain to ice style?" Zabuza inquired, his voice low. "Close enough." Yuehua waved his arm, feeling uncomfortable in his soaked attire. "Zabuza, while you're busy chatting, you might as well prepare to die." Ice pillars of the flock emerge. A flurry of sharp ice pillars shot forward, fanning out to completely seal off the space ahead. Yuehua, lacking the patience for a protracted battle, knew that while the duration of his ice will pill's initial release had increased, it would only last 10 minutes. After that, his chakra would be depleted. Water style, water barrier. Zabuza's reaction was equally swift. He used body flicker technique to retreat to the opposite side of the stream, quickly forming hand seals. A massive wall of flowing water appeared, nearly draining the stream dry, revealing its bottom in an instant. Unlike the earth-based techniques, The water barrier is composed of continuously flowing and swirling waves, utilizing the force of the current to dissipate incoming attacks. Sharp ice pillars striking against the water wall do not penetrate directly. Instead, they are scattered by the tumultuous spray, skewing away in all directions, with several embedding themselves into the ground with a resounding thud. What is happening? The wind user, Kamizukake, observes intently as the battle intensifies between the two opponents, neither gaining a clear advantage. Suddenly, another participant moves. Kamizukake, seated upon the ground, changes his tone, swiftly weaving hand seals for a communication technique. Be cautious, Tsukahara. Your adversary's subordinate is lurking behind you. Shall we intervene? The words resonate directly in Tsukahara's mind. A peculiar yet fascinating experience. However, now is not the time for contemplation. She whispers, not yet. Just as Tsukahara finishes her words, she senses a shift in temperature behind her. Water release, 1,000 killing water flight. A gentle voice announces, accompanied by the sound of countless projectiles slicing through the air, as innumerable water-formed arrows descend from all directions. Too slow. Tsukahara is already prepared. She activates her instant movement, deftly evading the onslaught and pivoting to charge towards the strikingly handsome youth. In the astonished gaze of Bai, Tsukahara slashes downward, a cascade of clear water splashing to the ground. Yet, she remains unfazed, swiftly executing another strike, this time aimed skyward. Ice pillars of flock. A barrage of ice pillars launches forth, soaring with the swiftness of a flock of birds. As Bai prepares to attack from midair, he quickly weaves hand seals. Ice release, ice rock hall. A thick, protective ice wall rapidly solidifies around him. Nevertheless, in the face of the relentless ice pillar assault, the wall shatters with a series of sharp cracks, piercing through and leaving a deep gash on Bai's left arm, blood spraying forth. Bai crashes backward onto a robust tree, clutching his injury in astonishment, both at Tsukahara's command over ice and at how she anticipated his movements, silently pressing down on his wound. He studies the Konoha Umbu before him, contemplating how to eliminate this adversary who wields ice techniques as he does. Beneath the mask, Tsukahara smirks. This is the advantage of having logistical support. With Kamizukake's long-distance reconnaissance, she is fully aware of Bai's maneuvers, allowing her to maintain an air of composure. Water release, great waterfall technique. A surge of water crashes forward, carrying an immense volume that violently strikes, toppling towering trees in its wake. Without a glance at the injured Bai, Zabuza, with a cold demeanor, forms hand seals. Damn it! Tsukihara exclaims in surprise, unprepared for Zabuza's sudden escalation. He rapidly closes the distance to Bai, disregarding his resistance, and swiftly seizes him, fleeing. Do not resist if you wish to live. I am merely a shadow clone. Even if you bind me, it will be futile. Tsukihara coldly threatens, causing Bai's body to stiffen, ceasing his struggle. A series of swift steps propelled through the forest, as Yuehua dashed forward without daring to glance back until she had covered 100 meters, pausing only at the guidance of the mountain wind. Observing the marshy expanse behind her, with uprooted trees scattered haphazardly by the raging currents, she was about to speak when a sudden pain pierced her side, and with a resounding thud, she transformed into a cloud of smoke. A mere shadow clone. When could that have happened? Bai, gripping a 1,000-handled weapon with one hand, surveyed the surroundings with vigilance. At the moment you were injured, another Yuehua emerged abruptly from the water, confronting Bai. Her exquisite face shifted slightly, a soft sigh escaping her lips. I see. Your speed is truly remarkable. I failed to perceive it at all. But may I ask, why did you choose to save me? I am your enemy, after all. You ought to eliminate me, do you not? I had no idea that the roots of Konoha would ever show mercy. You are aware of the roots? How intriguing, Yuehua mused, regarding Bai without rushing to attack, instead adopting a conversational demeanor. However, should you inquire why I refrained from killing you, I have 3 reasons. 3 reasons? Bai murmured, his brow twitching imperceptibly, blood streaming from his arm. Though dizziness threatened to engulf him, he steeled himself and pressed on. Then you should not mind elucidating. First, you did not strike me down. And as a member of the Umbu, I possess a certain understanding of meridians and acupoints. I can discern that your 1,000-hand strikes did not target any vital points. Yuehua held up one finger. Second, I find your strength captivating. I assume you are equally curious about my own abilities. Therefore, if possible, I would prefer to capture you rather than kill you. She raised a second finger, pausing to cast a significant glance at Bai. As for the third, it seems we share a common intent, to delay. However, your aim is to buy time for Zabuza's escape, while mine is to keep you away from him. Bai's pupils constricted instantaneously. Ignoring the wound on his arm, he swiftly formed seals with his blood-stained hand. Secret technique. Ice mirror. Mirrored surfaces of ice rapidly coalesced, encasing Bai and Yuehua within a dome. Bai leaped back, merging into the ice mirror behind him, and soon, reflections of his figure appeared across all mirrors. Coldly gazing at Yuehua. What an intriguing technique. Let me see what it entails. With a loud crash, Yuehua transformed into a cloud of smoke. Countless attacks from all directions striking her effortlessly, yet to Bai's surprise, this too was merely a shadow clone. Another shadow clone? Where is her true self? Bai pondered, staring at the empty ground, when suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated in his ears. His gaze shifted abruptly, dispelling the technique as he looked into the distance, where a colossal wave of water surged skyward. Zabuza! A frantic voice called out, and Bai dashed forward without hesitation. Just as Yuehua's clone led him to evade Zabuza's waterfall technique, her true form had already concealed itself. She managed to evade it. What astonishing speed! As Zabuza noticed the astonishing speed of the moonlight's sudden movement, he instinctively withdrew and fled. After several encounters, he had come to realize that his opponent was not someone to be easily dealt with. Prolonging the confrontation could lead to the arrival of reinforcements for the adversary. Thus, a direct escape seemed to present a flicker of hope. Bai, entangle that fellow. You are but my instrument. His murmurs lingered in the air as Zabuza dashed away. Did he intend to flee upon sensing danger? Alas, escape was not in his fate. Birds of ice, pillars, a barrage of ice columns surged toward him. Zabuza, in his frantic sprint, had no time to react and was struck by the relentless ice, dissolving into a puddle of water. A watery clone, perhaps? Moonlight. Wielding the ice wheel, Maru cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a figure erupted from the shallow puddle behind him, Zabuza brandishing his decapitating blade aimed at Moonlight's head. Die. The dark side of Konoha flashed in Zabuza's eyes, a cruel bloodthirst evident as he yearned to witness the sight of severed heads. Disruption technique. The abrupt voice caught Zabuza off guard, his expression darkening as his movements halted instantaneously. Moonlight swiftly turned, deflecting Zabuza's decapitating blade with a single strike, then surged forward, colliding into Zabuza and sending him hurtling away. Anger flared on Zabuza's face. He had been ambushed repeatedly. However, Moonlight's force was formidable, and even he could not immediately regain his footing. At that moment, Zabuza felt a pair of hands supporting him. Die. Reacting in an instant, Zabuza attempted to swing his blade downward, but with a clang, the weapon crashed to the ground as he collapsed, utterly drained and struggling to breathe against the searing pain. Well done, but ensure he does not perish. He still holds value. Moonlight approached slowly, while the wind from the mountains appeared, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Chigen crouched beside Zabuza, a hand pressed against his back, controlling the venomous insects to prevent them from claiming Zabuza's life. The ghost of the hidden mist lives up to its reputation. It takes our combined efforts to eliminate you. You should take pride in that. Although Moonlight's face remained unseen, one could sense a smile. The mountain clan of Konoha. Yet, I was unaware that Konoha harbored masters of poison, and someone capable of wielding the forces of nature, breaking my silent killing technique. I concede my defeat without grievance. Let it be swift, whether by death or dismemberment. Zabuza gasped, a face resolute in the face of death. Whether you live or die is yet to be determined, contingent upon circumstances. Moonlight removed his mask, a slight smile gracing his lips. A mere child, how unexpected. Zabuza's breath gradually steadied as Chigen stabilized the venomous insects, yet he remained incapacitated. Is your target Bai? Mr. Zabuza. Bai appeared before them, gazing at the fallen Zabuza in shock. A murderous glint surfaced on her exquisite face, completely disregarding her bloodied arm. However, disregarding the life and death of Zabuza. Especially upon witnessing his subjugation by the demonstrative figure, there was a palpable aura of murderous intent in his eyes, yet he refrained from rash actions. Foam. Attend to his wounds first. It would be in vain if he succumbs before we can achieve our objective. Yuehua furrowed her brow, noticing the injury on Bai's left arm. Yet, before Foam could approach, Bai, with his right hand gripping the blade of 1,000 books, fixed his gaze fiercely upon Yuehua, demanding the release of Zabuza. A moment of mutual understanding passed between Yuehua and Bai. He remained steadfast with the weapon in hand, displaying unwavering determination. Yuehua suddenly smiled, stating that if Zabuza wished to leave, he had but one choice, to become her subordinate. Should he agree, she would allow Zabuza to depart. Surprisingly, This proposition left Bai momentarily stunned. It implied that by sacrificing himself, Zabuza would be spared, yet an inexplicable discomfort lingered within him. Zabuza, do you wish for death or to abandon your comrades? Yuehua's smile took on a devilish quality as she gazed at him. Comrades? I possess no such thing. Bai is merely an effective tool. What value is it to hand him over to you? Zabuza replied. However, I require your assistance in leaving the land of fire, heading towards the northern iron country, the land of rice, or the land of soup. Zabuza openly negotiated with Yuehua, making it clear that Bai was an exceptional asset. And to obtain him, sufficient leverage was necessary. Bai, on the other hand, remained in a state of shock. He indeed viewed himself as a tool for Zabuza, willing to die for him without regret. However, the idea of becoming another's subordinate was thoroughly disconcerting, leaving him without a rebuttal, particularly as Zabuza's fate rested in another's hands. Bai's current objective was to save Zabuza's life, but as Yuehua suggested, it meant exchanging his life for Zabuza's. This implied that Bai, as Zabuza's tool, would perish, while a new existence would emerge as Yuehua's subordinate. Tool? Yuehua mused, casting a glance at the menacing Zabuza and the now composed Bai, who appeared indifferent to his fate. Of course, I am aware of your Konoha's penchant for familial bonds. However, I suspect you are not so naive. Ninjas are mere tools, a fate preordained. The more powerful the ninja, the more proficient a tool they become. Yet, in the land of mist, it is the same. Konoha is no exception. Having spoken at length, Zabuza found himself slightly breathless, casting a sardonic look at Yuehua. Enough of your prattle. I will accept this transaction. I will escort you to the borders of the Iron Country, and then Bai shall be my subordinate. In exchange for his life, you will spare mine. Is that acceptable? Demon Zabuza? Yuehua articulated each word with precision. Agreed, little brat. Once I am free, I will indeed become your tool. The bandaged visage of Zabuza revealed a sinister smile as he triumphantly declared, what a splendid tool. In the end, it aids my escape from peril, does it not? Whether he is a tool or not is of no concern to you. Your focus must be on completing this transaction and continuing your flight, Demon Zabuza. Yuehua raised an eyebrow, displaying no interest in Zabujan's words. Foam, go assist Bai with his wounds. Soon, he will be your comrade. This time, Bai discarded his 1,000 books without resistance, allowing the wind of the mountains to bind his hands as he tended to his injuries. Meanwhile, Yuehua personally took charge of binding Zabujan before permitting Tugin to extract the poisonous insects from within him. At the border between the land of fire and the land of iron, beside a small creek, Yuehua addressed Zabujan bluntly. Well, Zabujan, you have reached the boundary of the two nations. You may take your leave. She cast a dispassionate glance at him. By the way, should you ever return to the land of fire, I shall have Bai personally slay you. With his hands bound, Zabujan shot a cold glance at Yuehua. Little brat, return my blade. Indifferent, Yuehua shrugged her shoulders and hurled the decapitating sword with force, embedding it in the grass on the opposite side of the creek. Zabujan twisted his body, causing the ropes binding his hands to slip off, and swiftly employed the body flicker technique to cross to the other side of the river. He hoisted the decapitating sword and glanced back at Yuehua, stating, Little brat, let me tell you one last thing. Bai is a useful tool, but he is not a competent ninja. With that, he departed. Although the poisonous insects had been removed, the damage inflicted on his bodily cells was not easily mended. Zabujan, lacking confidence in defeating Yuehua and her companions, chose to flee as swiftly as possible. With Zabujan gone, Yuehua turned to Bai. You are now my subordinate. She fixed her gaze on Bai's impassive expression, dismissing Zabujan's remarks. She understood that Bai was reluctant to kill, yet no one dictated that ninjas must take lives. Bai. Pay your respects, my lord. Bai immediately knelt in accordance with the etiquette of the Umbu, his voice calm and devoid of inflection. A smile graced Yuehua's lips as she refrained from uttering another word. Instead, she donned her mask, waved her arm, and declared, mission accomplished, return to the village. The four of them resolutely turned and sprinted toward Konoha, with Bai at the rear showing no hesitation or sense of nostalgia. Having exhausted his utility as Zabujan's tool, he now belonged to Yuehua. What Bai feared was a world in which he was deemed unnecessary, where he could not find his sense of worth. He had risked his life to protect Zabujan because the latter had bestowed upon him a reason to exist. Now that Zabujan had discarded him, he had found someone who needed him once more. He had not lost his sense of purpose. He remained valuable. Finally nearing the village after a week's journey back and forth, Yuehua mused, when will you graduate completely? Undertaking missions like this is truly cumbersome. Not far from the village, the four found a place to rest. as prolonged travel was indeed exhausting. Feng half-teased, half-sincerely inquired of Yuehua. Taking a bite of his rations, Yuehua replied with a wry smile. I suppose we will have to wait until next year. Our cohort will only graduate then. Let us take our time. There is no need to rush. Such matters cannot be hurried, especially in peacetime. The likelihood of graduating early is quite slim. Hearing this, Feng shook his head in resignation, agreeing with Yuehua's sentiments. Bowing his head, he resumed eating his rations. Bai, this portion is for you. The moonlight cast a gentle glow as Yuehua tossed a ration to Bai. Observing Bai's silent demeanor, he declared, You are now my subordinate. Once we return to the village, you shall follow my lead. And there is no need for you to concern yourself with anything else. Yes, Lord Yuehua, Bai replied with utmost seriousness, before commencing to eat the provisions. After a brief respite, the four swiftly made their way back to the village. The Umbu did not require the main entrance for their return. They possessed secretive channels for entry. However, these routes were guarded by elite Umbu members, and the entire village was fortified with defensive barriers established by the barrier unit, making it quite challenging for outsiders to intrude. In a chamber within the Hokage building, Danzo inquired, Yuehua, how did the mission fare? It seemed he had not even acknowledged Bai's presence, his cold gaze fixated on Yuehua. To an unaccustomed observer, Danzo's demeanor might appear as nitpicking. Yet Yuehua had long since grown accustomed to Danzo's expression, which was perpetually devoid of warmth, a sinister visage directed at all. We have successfully exiled Zabuza without any casualties. All proceeded smoothly, Yuehua replied in a low voice. Now, tell me, who is this child? Danzo's gaze finally shifted to Bai, his eyes glinting with a chilling intensity. A palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Nevertheless, Bai remained unfazed. Though Danzo's presence was formidable, he was not intimidated. His nature was inherently kind. Yet his resolve was unyieldingly strong. Yuehua did not waver, responding meticulously, Bai is now my subordinate. He is a wielder of the bloodline limit, specifically the ice release. Akin to my own abilities, yet distinct. Bloodline limit? Chiyu's interest was piqued as he scrutinized Bai, though he refrained from interjecting. Ice release? Danzo's curiosity was also ignited. He had discerned Yuehua's powers, which resided at the soul level, but now another bloodline limit of ice release had emerged. Bai hails from the land of water. Previously, he was in Zabuza's service. I struck a deal with Zabuza, offering Bai in exchange for Zabuza's own life, Yuehua stated candidly, withholding no details. However, Danzo was less concerned with the transaction and more focused on Bai. So, he is a rogue ninja? A rogue ninja cannot be accepted into Konoha. This was not merely Danzo's disapproval, it was a universal stance among the 5 great ninja villages regarding rogue ninjas. No village would harbor a rogue from another, as such an act would incite war between the villages. As for the transaction, Danzo was not angered, but rather felt a sense of satisfaction to inherit root. One must be adaptable and shun rigidity. Danzo's methods were often ruthless, and as Yuehua was his disciple, he too must learn to protect Konoha by any means necessary. It appeared that Yuehua had indeed grasped this lesson well. Rest assured, I am not a ninja from the mist. I have merely operated under the guise of Mr. Zabuza's servant. My name and information do not appear on the roster of mist ninjas, Bai replied calmly. Is that so? Then Chiyu, please take Bai to register his information. He is one of the orphans I found. Danzo instructed Chiyu. Wait a moment, master. Yuehua interjected abruptly, interrupting Danzo's words. Upon meeting Danzo's brooding gaze, her lips instinctively twitched. The old man's expression was indeed quite formidable. Gritting her teeth, she ventured, could we possibly enroll Bai in the Ninja Academy, and ideally have him placed in my team upon graduation? Danzo's brow furrowed, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his solitary eye. He recalled his previous conversation with the third Hokage. According to their deliberations, it was intended that Yuehua would be under Kakashi's guidance after graduation, fostering the bond between the next generation of Hokage and the roots of the village. However, Yuehua's request evidently disrupted their plans. As the third Hokage had already made decisions regarding her teammates, it was clear that with Bai's enigmatic background, the third would be reluctant to allow him to be in the same team as Yuehua. This matter is not as straightforward as you might think. Before that, I need to witness the power of your ice release. Danzo spoke slowly, emphasizing that he needed to assess Bai's strength and whether his bloodline limit possessed sufficient merit to sway Danzo's opinion. Meanwhile, Chiyu had already risen, preparing to leave with Kazuki to attend to a mission. Remaining there would serve no purpose. The ensuing matters were between master and disciple. Let us depart, Danzo proclaimed. leaning on his cane as he, Yuehua, and Bai ambled away from the Hokage tower, before swiftly making their way to a training ground with an agility that belied his age. The training field was situated by the riverside. Leaning on his cane, Danzo stood upon the grass, observing Yuehua. Come, attack me. It has been a while since I have had a proper workout, and today I shall witness the might of your ice release. With a seasoned acuity, Danzo discerned that Bai only heeded Yuehua's commands, exhibiting distance and wariness towards others. This, in fact, earned Danzo's admiration. Such a subordinate could prove invaluable. If Bai's bloodline limit was sufficiently potent, his worth would undoubtedly surpass that of Zabuza's life. Bai, unleash your full power and attack with your ice release, Yuehua commanded directly. Danzo's prowess was undeniably formidable. Aside from his Sharingan, his mastery of wind release was unparalleled. Presently, Bai stood no chance against Danzo, thus the primary objective was to showcase the potency of his bloodline limit. Though the injury on his left arm had not fully healed, it no longer impeded his movements. Bai focused intently on Danzo, finding the fearsome visage of the elder intimidating. For the murderous aura he emanated was even more potent than that of Zabuza. Water release, 1,000 killing water shuriken. Bai retreated, leaping onto the water's surface, swiftly forming hand seals. Countless water shuriken surged forth from the surface, densely shooting towards Danzo on the shore. Thousands of them, showcasing the true essence of 1,000 killing water shuriken. With a series of resounding impacts, every single water shuriken struck Danzo, yet he made no move to evade. Instead, he transformed into a piece of wood. The multitude of water shuriken pierced through the wooden figure, leaving it resembling a honeycomb as it fell to the ground. Suddenly, a shuriken enveloped in azure wind blades soared from the trees. With no sound, the wind release shuriken approached Bai in the blink of an eye. The rapidly whirling wind blades promised to carve a deep wound with even the slightest touch. The wind blade effortlessly sliced through the white figure, transforming into a clear stream that fell into the river. Did the water clone itself? Quite skillfully done. Danzo, leaning on his cane, emerged from the forest, his hands suddenly moving to form seals. He raised his head abruptly, opened his mouth, and unleashed wind release, vacuum bullets. Over a dozen transparent wind bullets shot towards the sky like bullets, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Ice release, ice rock dome. The chilling white ice coalesced into a solid mass, forming an ice wall that blocked the rapidly approaching wind bullets. With a resounding explosion, the ice barrier shattered. Yet all the wind bullets were successfully intercepted. Ice release, ice pillar. In the air, Bai formed hand seals with one hand, causing ice spikes to rain down. But Danzo skillfully dodged them. His defensive capabilities were commendable, but was his offensive power merely at this level? Before Danzo could finish his thought, he suddenly felt a chill at his feet. Looking down, he saw ice spikes sprouting anew, forming ice pillars that pursued him, freezing his feet in place. So this is your ability? Quite an impressive bloodline limit. Before he could finish his sentence, with a loud bang, Danzo transformed into a puff of white smoke, leaving only shattered ice crystals behind. Shadow clone? Bai fell to the ground, adopting a defensive stance, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. All right, that's enough. Stand down. Danzo slowly emerged from the woods, approaching Tsukahara. Noticing Bai still on guard, he said to Tsukahara, "Let him cease. Your subordinate is quite remarkable." Remarkable is an understatement. Tsukahara thought gleefully. Bai's strength was undoubtedly formidable, especially considering he was still in his formative years at merely 14. His future achievements would surely exceed this. For among the ninja world, how many could form hand seals with one hand? Aside from the late Bai, the rest were all top-tier powerhouses. However, since Bai was now Tsukahara's subordinate, Tsukahara would not allow him to sacrifice himself so soon. As long as Bai survived, given his talent, his future prospects were limitless. Tsukahara felt immense joy at having such a loyal subordinate with boundless potential. Bai, come over and rest. Tsukahara waved his hand, and the vigilant Bai finally sheathed his kunai. Walking over to Tsukahara's side, an exceptionally promising bloodline limit, capable of morphing like wood release. Although it could not compare to wood release, it was nonetheless impressive. Danzo seldom offered praise, yet Bai remained silently by Tsukahara's side, seemingly unfazed. Tsukahara, internally scoffing, did not counter Danzo's remarks. In the eyes of Danzo and the third Hokage's generation, the first Hokage's would release and the Uchiha Sharingan were invincible, with nothing in the ninja world capable of competing against them. I still need to strategize regarding Bai. Let us not rush. You can have Bai stay at your home for now. Once things solidify, I will make further arrangements, Danzo concluded after a moment of contemplation. as Danzo's disciple. Sukahara enjoyed certain privileges, yet his actions were inevitably fraught with considerations. Every gain comes with a loss. This is an unshakable truth. Fortunately, Yuehua possesses a sufficiently mature mindset, understanding that this matter is far from simple. A struggle is undoubtedly brewing among the upper echelons, and the bloodline limit of white will inevitably draw attention. The days ahead are likely to be fraught with complications. Do not worry, teacher. I will accompany white in our endeavors. Is it possible to arrange for white to audit classes at the Ninja Academy temporarily? Yuehua pondered. If he were to attend the academy, he would naturally take white along. Leaving him alone at home would be unwise, as it could invite danger, especially with the likes of Danzo lurking in the shadows. Such thoughts made Yuehua increasingly suspicious. Danzo contemplated for a moment before responding. I will discuss this with the third Hokage. Once a decision is reached, you may attend the academy together with white. For now, focus on your training at home. The academy holds little value for you at this stage. I will arrange for you both to engage in other tasks. The last statement prompted Yuehua to roll his eyes, yet he accepted it with grace, for sitting in a classroom was indeed tedious compared to the thrill of life and death battles. Even solitary training was far more enjoyable than passive attendance. Danzo observed the cheerful Yuehua, always believing he was well suited to lead the roots. Yuehua is deeply sentimental. Those he loves, as well as those who love him, are in Konoha, ensuring his loyalty to the village. Furthermore, his exceptional talent and formidable strength are complemented by his unflinching resolve when it comes to taking lives. Reflecting on the reports from Kazahana regarding the roots, it was noted that Yuehua displayed no emotional fluctuations while engaging in lethal acts. It was neither numbness nor bloodlust, but rather an air of nonchalance. To Yuehua, killing might as well be akin to squashing an insignificant insect, indistinguishable in essence. This brief passage was read and reread by Danzo multiple times, and in conjunction with the intelligence from Chiyu and observations from other operatives, he found himself exceedingly pleased with Yuehua as his successor. He had spent his life pursuing Sarutobi, only for Sarutobi to ascend to the position of Hokage while he became the roots of Konoha. In terms of mentorship, Sarutobi had cultivated the legendary Sannin, and now, his disciple had the potential to inherit his will and surpass him. The thought brought him immense joy. Let us disperse. I shall seek out Sarutobi, Danzo declared, employing the body flicker technique to vanish. The training ground was left with only Yuehua and White. Come, White, let us procure some new attire. Your current outfit is rather lacking in sophistication. We also need to acquire some daily necessities, as our supplies at home are insufficient. It is the perfect opportunity to restock. With a grand flourish of his sleeve, Yuehua led White away from the training ground, heading towards the commercial district. Ah, Reiko-san. Please help him select a couple of stylish outfits. I trust your judgment. They entered a well-appointed boutique, one of the finest in Konoha, where the Aoyama family were regular patrons. Reiko, the shop owner, was a strikingly alluring woman. Though merely an ordinary person, her clothing designs were immensely popular. All of Yuehua's garments were crafted by her, and he was quite pleased with her work, at least from his discerning perspective. Yuehua. Oh, what a handsome young man. Reiko exclaimed in surprise upon spotting White from behind the counter. Reiko-san. How did you know he is a young man and not a young woman? Curiosity enveloped Yuehua, who, upon learning of Bai's male identity on the return journey, felt a lingering disappointment in her heart. Despite her mental preparation, she could not help but feel a twinge of regret. You should know who I am. I have been in this line of work for quite some time and possess a discerning eye, she declared. Enough of this idle chatter. Little rascal. Help me tend to the shop. Young man, follow me, and I shall assist you. Rising, Reiko strode into the store, and Bai, upon receiving Yuehua's directive, followed closely behind. Boss, could you please tally the accounts? Before even settling in, Yuehua busied herself with collecting payments and recording transactions. Thankfully, she had prior experience, having accompanied her mother and Aunt Reiko to the tavern when she was younger, watching over the shop with her father. As night descended, Konoha village remained lively, with pedestrians bustling about. Bai, your attire is quite commendable. It surpasses your previous outfit significantly. His plain white garments adorned with azure embroidery bore a resemblance to Yuehua's attire, yet retained a distinct simplicity that harmonized with his demeanor. Thank you, my lord, Bai replied, finally voicing his gratitude. The vibrancy and tranquility of Konoha stirred an unfamiliar sense of wonder within him, rekindling a flicker of hope in his lonely heart, a desire to integrate into this village. Bai, although you are my subordinate, remember this, my subordinates are also my comrades. I cannot express any more sentimental sentiments. Let us head back. We've gathered enough supplies for today, and we should return home to prepare dinner, Yuehua murmured. By the way, can you cook? Why are you dawdling? Let us go home. Observing by standing idly on the street, Yuehua waved her arms, calling out loudly, Comrade? The faint whisper dissipated within the crowd as Bai, with heavy bags in hand, hurried to catch up with Yuehua at the Qinfan residence. The addition of a new occupant inexplicably infused the once quiet abode with a hint of vitality. I never anticipated that you could indeed cook, Bai, Yuehua exclaimed, standing at the kitchen entrance, watching Bai deftly prepare the meal. She had attempted to lend a hand but soon realized she was more of a hindrance and wisely retreated, yielding the culinary battlefield to him. I can only manage simple dishes. Anything more complex is beyond my capability. However, with a bit of time, I believe I can learn. Bai stated as he chopped the vegetables. That will suffice. Just the two of us men, having something to eat is good enough. Reflecting on my previous attempts at cooking, it was truly a challenge. Yuehua sighed wistfully. Is that so? Do you have any green onions left, my lord? We're running low. Bai suddenly paused, glancing around. Green onions. I believe I purchased some earlier. Let me check. Sarutobi, what is your stance? Provide a clear answer. We need a decision swiftly. Danzo's voice cut through the air coldly. Ugh. The third Hokage groaned, cradling his head in discomfort, releasing a perplexed sigh. Since Danzo arrived that afternoon, he had taken residence, insisting upon a decision regarding the fate of the young man named Bai, as well as matters concerning Yuehua. Is it Bai? That youth possesses remarkable potential. The bloodline limit capable of transformation was believed to be solely the domain of the original Hokages would release. To my astonishment, both Tsukahara and Haku emerged, wielding ice release. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, ultimately letting out a resigned sigh. Very well. I shall assign Haku and Tsukahara to form a team. Yet how shall we arrange the third member? And what of the supervising Jonin? Initially, I intended for Tsukahara to team up with Naruto and Sasuke, with Kakashi as their guiding Jonin. However, with this unexpected turn of events, my original plan has become untenable. The third Hokage fixed his gaze upon Danzo, awaiting his response. The third member is not of great significance. Let one of my subordinates take on the role of the supervising Jonin. How does that sound, Sarutobi? Danzo's voice was low and muffled. Your subordinate? The third Hokage fell silent, lifting his pipe once more to exhale clouds of smoke. Tsukahara had already reached the level of special Jonin, having previously collaborated with two others to successfully defeat the rogue Mist Nin, Zabuza. Though the strengths of Yamashiro and Yamanaka were not to be overlooked, Tsukahara's capabilities were sufficient. The role of a supervising Jonin was merely a formality. Are we considering the 7 ninja swordsmen? The third Hokage pondered in silence for a while. The third member could be selected from the root, a capable youth alongside Haku, sent to the Ninja Academy. However, the disparity in strength among the other children could pose an issue. Very well, then root shall be re-established. Danzo discerned the implications in the third Hokage's words and rose to leave. As he approached the door, he remarked, Sarutobi, you remain as soft-hearted as ever. If it weren't for your excessive leniency in the past, we would not find ourselves in this predicament today. You shall inevitably pay the price for it. With those cursed words, Danzo leaned on his cane and vanished beyond the threshold. The price, you say? I am aware. The third Hokage lowered his head, lost in thought. That is the fate of a ninja. Slowly making his way to the window, he gazed out at the brightly illuminated village. It was the village that infused him with the strength to persevere. Minato, you departed too soon. As an old man, I find myself utterly powerless. His murmurs floated away with the night breeze above the village of Konoha. Ding, ding, ding. Ah, is it already this late? I am so tired. Reaching out to silence the alarm clock, Tsukahara nestled into her bed, savoring the last remnants of warmth. Indeed, upon returning home, the desire to rise dissipated. Ugh, I wish to continue sleeping. After a difficult struggle, Tsukahara finally emerged from her cocoon of blankets. Knock, knock, knock. Lady Tsukahara. Breakfast is ready. You may dine once you have completed your morning routine. Haku's voice filtered in, followed by the sound of retreating footsteps, leaving Tsukahara clad in her pajamas, looking rather dazed. At the dining table, Tsukihara observed Haku sitting upright with decorum, scratching her head in concern. Haku, you woke up so early. It is no longer early, the sun has already risen. As Bai looked on in astonishment, Yuehua felt a wave of shame wash over her, lowering her gaze. She had never been one to indulge in laziness. However, after 2 years of external training, she found herself succumbing to the temptation of lingering in bed. particularly reluctant to rise after each return home, ensconced within her blankets as if they were an impenetrable fortress. Just as Yuehua grasped her chopsticks, a sudden knock echoed from the entrance. Who could it be? Puzzled, she set down her chopsticks and began to rise, but Bai was already in motion. "Milady Yuehua." "I shall attend to it. You need not move," Bai said. Yuehua responded with a dazed acknowledgement, watching Bai approach the door, an inexplicable sense of uselessness enveloping her. Her heart burdened with complex emotions that were difficult to articulate. Yet, as time passed, and Bai had still not returned, concern gnawed at her. "What is taking so long?" "Bai? Who is it?" Yuehua stepped toward the entrance and beheld Bai's silhouette, exuding a palpable aura of aggression as he appeared to confront someone. Instinctively, her heart tightened. Fearing a confrontation, she rushed to Bai's side, only to halt abruptly. At the threshold stood a striking young woman with shoulder-length black hair and large, violet eyes. Clad in a purple attire, facing Bai with an air of defiance. "Milady Yuehua, this individual has displayed unwarranted hostility. Please exercise caution," Bai whispered, forming a defensive seal with a single hand. Yuehua cast a skeptical glance at the smiling girl, whose eyes betrayed no warmth. She seemed vaguely familiar, yet her memory faltered. "Who are you, and what brings you to my home?" Yuehua stated coldly, resolved to regard her as an adversary, regardless of her beauty. "I am Itachi Azusa, dispatched by Lord Danzo's command, specially assigned to serve under you, Milady Yuehua. Here is the order," she stated abruptly, kneeling on one knee to present a scroll. Her demeanor respectful. In the elegant parlor of the Qingfan residence, Bai brought forth tea and placed it before Yuehua, taking a position behind her while maintaining a watchful eye on Itachi Azusa. "So, you are now my subordinate, and you will be attending the Ninja Academy alongside Bai. Is that correct?" Yuehua inquired, laying the scroll down and scrutinizing Itachi Azusa across the table. "Indeed, Milady Yuehua," Itachi Azusa replied, her beautiful visage revealing no hint of emotion. As frigid as a shard of ice. It was no wonder Bai, with his inherently gentle nature, would regard her with such wariness. Itachi Azusa was merely a pseudonym, a designation for one of the most exceptional orphans under Danzo's care. Thus, the enchanting girl before her was, in essence, a merciless killing machine devoid of ordinary human sentiments. Yuehua recalled witnessing their rigorous training, and an inkling of recognition surfaced regarding Itachi Azusa. Observing such a stunning young woman, solely proficient in the art of murder, stirred a sense of regret within her, prompting her to silently lament Danzo's wastefulness. "Very well, I understand the situation, however. What does it entail for you to reside in my home?" Yuehua massaged her forehead in exasperation, finding the order utterly perplexing. As a mentally sound youth, albeit only 11 years of age, she felt an acute embarrassment at the prospect of suddenly sharing her space with a 13-year-old beauty. This situation seemed almost ludicrous. Due to the considerable distance between the root base and the Ninja Academy and the inconvenience of travel, Lord Danzo has permitted me to reside here. My response was delivered with a notable detachment. Aizawa's expression betrayed no emotion, as if the words were not his own. Just a single sentence rendered Sukahana momentarily silent. He had forgotten that the orphans adopted by Danzo predominantly resided at the root base, rarely stepping outside except for mission assignments. To Aizawa, moving into the Aoba household seemed no different from the tasks he had previously undertaken, albeit with a longer duration. "Yuki, please assist in tidying a room afterward." "Let us eat first," Sukahana said wearily. This unexpected situation caught him off guard. Initially, it had only been Yuki, and the company consisted entirely of males, which posed no issues. However, the sudden addition of a female. Fortunately, Yuki had prepared a generous breakfast, so accommodating Aizawa was not an issue. Dinner was soon concluded, and Yuki washed the dishes before the three of them set out together for the Ninja Academy. According to the scroll, Teacher Danzo had reached an agreement with the third Hokage, and they were set to attend class today. Glancing at his two exceptionally attractive companions, Sukahana could already envision the stir they would create within the academy. The mere thought of potential troubles made his head throb. "Whatever, let us just go," he sighed resignedly, striding towards the Ninja Academy. "Naruto, are you a fool? Didn't I tell you not to charge in recklessly?" Sukahana exclaimed, exasperated, as he berated Naruto amidst a flurry of gestures. On the training ground, Naruto's numerous shadow clones surged forward, attacking Yuki without any tactical finesse, relying solely on sheer numbers. Yuki, employing his instant movement technique, swiftly navigated the training area, effortlessly obliterating Naruto's clones with explosive precision, akin to bursting balloons. Yuki's instant movement speed seems faster than before. Hanabi remarked as she stood beside Sukahana, observing the intense skirmish, with Hinata appearing visibly tense nearby. Indeed, Hanabi was correct. Yuki's innate talent was truly remarkable. Sukihana watched in awe as Yuki showcased his prowess. Since imparting the instant movement technique to Yuki, he had quickly mastered it, now exhibiting extreme proficiency after just 2 months. Instant movement is a highly advanced ninjutsu combining both wind and water attributes, making it notoriously difficult to master. Yet, Yuki had accomplished this feat, now rivaling Sukihana. Albeit without the use of a sword. Take this. Just as Yuki dispatched the last of Naruto's shadow clones, a shuriken that had narrowly missed him transformed into Naruto, landing directly behind Yuki, excitedly swinging his fists. That idiot! Sukihana covered his face, reluctant to watch further. The attack pattern was exceedingly predictable. Naruto kept repeating the same 2 moves without any variation, leaving Yuki with no reason to lower his guard. Aizawa stood on Sukihana's other side, providing a candid assessment. But Naruto has become significantly stronger, Aizawa remarked. Hinata gathered her courage to offer a brief defense, yet Ikki had no interest in engaging in such trivial disputes. She remained calm and objective in her judgment. Naruto's strength had indeed increased, but his lack of diverse combat techniques limited his fighting style. Yuehua articulated Naruto's predicament. Without powerful ninjutsu, he could only rely on shadow clones and transformation techniques for battle. It was not that Yuehua was reluctant to teach Naruto ninjutsu, but rather that the third Hokage and Danzo had explicitly prohibited him from doing so, fearing that Naruto, being too young, might advance too rapidly and inadvertently disrupt the seal of the Nine Tails, losing control over it. Regarding Naruto being a Jinchuriki, Danzo had directly informed him and ordered that Naruto be monitored closely to ensure the safety of the Jinchuriki. This revelation enlightened Yuehua. No wonder Danzo had not obstructed her interactions with Naruto in the past. However, Yuehua approached the task of surveillance with a degree of indifference, which Danzo seemed to overlook. As long as Yuehua maintained regular contact with Naruto to ensure the safety of this formidable weapon. In the arena, Shiro, having anticipated the attack, effortlessly dodged Naruto's strike using the body flicker technique and proceeded to capture him, thereby concluding the sparring session. Azusa, go and spar with Shiro, but remember to hold back, Yuehua advised, allowing Azusa to take the stage, mindful of Azusa's ferocious fighting style that often made it difficult to rein in her intensity. Yes, Lady Yuehua. In contrast to Shiro, Azusa was more steadfast, adhering strictly to the rules of her clan, never stepping outside her bounds. No matter what Yuehua said or did, she could not coax Azusa into displaying a more cheerful demeanor. She stubbornly maintained a stoic expression. Unless Yuehua issued a direct command, Azusa would not reveal a smile. Consequently, Azusa remained unchanged, while Shiro had grown gentler since his arrival in Konoha, perhaps reflecting his inherently kind nature. Yuehua's contemplations were abruptly interrupted as Azusa and Shiro engaged in combat. Earth style, rock pillar spear. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of earth shattering echoed as sharp earthen spears erupted from beneath Shiro's feet, thrusting upward toward him. Yuehua's heart skipped a beat. She had explicitly instructed her not to be so vigorous, yet Azusa launched into the fray without mercy. Faced with Shiro, who excelled in wind and water release techniques, Azusa's choice to employ earth style was informed by her previous sparring experiences with him. Azusa was a prodigy with dual affinities for fire and earth. Otherwise, she would not have been sent by Danzo. Being recognized by Danzo and placed under Yuehua's mentorship as a future subordinate attested to Azusa's exceptional talents. However, her only flaw was her excessively ruthless demeanor, which could not entirely be blamed on her, as Danzo trained his killing machines in a similar fashion. To date, Yuehua only dared to allow Shiro or herself to engage in sparring with Azusa. Naruto, Hinata, and Hanabi were not permitted. Such a lovely girl. Yet the instructor is so unappreciative, training her in such a brutal manner. What a waste, Yuehua mused as she observed the ever-changing terrain of the training ground, rising and sinking in response to the fierce clashes. Step back, and be careful not to get caught in the crossfire. The moonlight cast a gentle glow as Yuehua shook her head in resignation, retreating to protect Hinata and Hanabi. As for Naruto, she could hardly muster the energy to acknowledge him. After all, he had the Nine Tails as his personal reservoir of vitality and was impervious to injury. After numerous sparring sessions with Naruto, Yuehua had gained a profound understanding of the Jinchuriki's remarkable recovery abilities. One could emerge from a brutal confrontation, battered and bruised one day, only to frolic about the next as if nothing had transpired. Even conventional medical ninjutsu couldn't achieve such rapid healing. By the way, Naruto, isn't the graduation exam approaching? Yuehua inquired, glancing at the fierce duel between Azuki and Haku. Never mind. Be quiet, Hinata. Do you see that? Yuehua scolded Naruto, who was lost in thought. He remained unchanged, skipping classes and napping, seemingly oblivious to Iruka's lessons. Yes, teacher Iruka mentioned that the graduation exams are imminent. Urging us to prepare, Hinata replied in her soft, timid voice. Fortunately, Yuehua was well acquainted with Hinata's speech patterns and listened intently. Finally, graduation was upon them. Excitement sparkled in Yuehua's eyes. To be honest, after having roamed freely outside, returning to the village felt refreshing at first. However, as time passed, she began to yearn for her adventures beyond its borders. Yet now, graduation was within reach, and upon officially becoming a ninja, she could undertake missions outside the village openly, no longer needing to operate clandestinely under the guise of an umbu. Fire release, grand fireball technique. Azuki swiftly formed hand seals, releasing a massive fireball. Ice release, ice wall technique. An ice barrier rapidly materialized before Haku, just in time to intercept the fireball. The moment the flames struck the barrier, a hissing sound echoed as the intense heat quickly melted the ice, creating a gaping hole. However, Haku had vanished from behind the wall. Azuki, on alert, surveyed the surroundings cautiously, anticipating Haku's swift attack. After all, the speed of the body flicker technique was astonishing, especially when combined with wind release for a close-range assault. Having suffered setbacks in previous encounters with Yuehua, Azuki remained vigilant, unwilling to let her guard down. Enough. Let us cease this for now. Continuing would only lead to chaos. Yuehua declared, appearing behind Azuki in the blink of an eye, grasping her arm to restrain her reflexive urge to retaliate. At that moment, a stone behind them erupted with a loud bang, and a puff of white smoke signaled the end of Haku's transformation, revealing herself behind Azuki. Today's sparring session concludes here. Haku, take Azuki to the weapon shop. Our supply of shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags is running low. You two should replenish our stock. Naruto and I will escort Hinata and Hanabi home, Yuehua instructed, releasing her hold. Yes, Lady Yuehua, they replied in unison, though one was kind-hearted and the other coldly unyielding. Their personalities were starkly different, yet they both executed commands with unwavering diligence, adhering strictly to orders without compromise. Despite Azuki's disdain for Haku's kindness, Haku understood Azuki's past. And despite the gender divide, they were not irreconcilable. In truth, Haku's gentle nature unilaterally embraced Azuki's icy demeanor. As Bai and Z departed, Yuehua suddenly smacked her forehead. Realizing she had forgotten to ask Z to restore the training grounds to their original state. Gazing at the uneven terrain, her lips twitched. But she quickly left with Naruto and the others, reassured that the training area in Konoha would be regularly maintained. At the Hyuga residence, as Hinata and Hanabi returned home, their relationship grew ever closer with Yuehua's guidance during their training. Hanabi's stubbornness softened, and Hinata emerged more resolute than ever. Naruto, are you ready for graduation? Fear not. I am destined to become the 5th Hokage. What is a mere graduation exam to me? Haha. As he strolled through the village streets, Naruto burst into laughter. Drawing the attention of passers-by, much to Yuehua's chagrin, she wished to knock some sense into him for his embarrassing display. Hey, Yuehua, Naruto, came Shikamaru's voice as he approached, carrying a basket of groceries with a weary expression. Ah, Shikamaru, your mother has sent you to buy groceries again. You truly have it tough, Yuehua remarked, glancing at the basket filled with a vibrant assortment of vegetables. She couldn't help but chuckle, as it seemed the Nara family possessed an inherent laziness, perhaps a side effect of their high intelligence. Thus, errands were a hassle for Shikamaru, especially when it involved directives from Yoshino that he couldn't easily sidestep. My mother is such a bother. Why must I always be the one to buy groceries? Sigh. He sighed deeply before adding, you all seem busy with training again. How diligent. Yuehua admired Shikamaru's perceptiveness. He could derive conclusions from the subtlest of observations. Yet his laziness remained uncurbed. She once considered inviting him to join her training, but he always managed to find an excuse to decline, perfectly evading her invitations. Eventually, even Uncle Juku had permitted Shikamaru to do as he pleased, leading Yuehua to abandon her attempts. Well then, farewell. We are heading home. Goodbye, Shikamaru. Yuehua, Naruto. And Shikamaru waved their farewells. Yuehua, I almost forgot to tell you, the graduation exam is next week. My father asked you to see him before the exam. He has something to discuss. Shikamaru suddenly turned and called out, Uncle Juku has business with me? Understood. As Yuehua walked back, she pondered this. But after a lengthy contemplation, found no clarity. Dismissing it as she approached her home, she decided it probably wasn't anything significant and would address it later. Kakashi, I leave these three in your care. With their prowess, passing the graduation exam should pose no issue. The concern lies in their uniqueness. I trust you comprehend that. So I shall refrain from further elaboration. The third Hokage exhaled slowly, his expression somewhat weary. Kakashi, with his silver hair and half-lidded eyes conveying a sense of lethargy, accepted the scroll handed to him by the third. Upon unfurling it, he let out an ambiguous sigh. This is indeed troublesome. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. Haruno Sakura. Huh? This is quite a predicament. Indeed, Kakashi sighed again, addressing the third Hokage. What a considerable challenge this presents. Haha. You need not concern yourself with troublesome matters any longer. You may observe in advance, to see how they truly are. After all, he is the son of Watergate, a descendant of the Uchiha clan. The third Hokage gazed blankly out the window at the Hokage rock. Teacher, Obito. I understand. Leave it to me. Farewell. Esteemed third. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, soon resumed his languid demeanor, stowed the scroll into his bag, and quietly departed. In the village of Konoha, at Naruto's residence, he finally felt he could become a true ninja. He was determined to earn the recognition of the villagers and aspire to the position of Hokage, excitedly shaking his fists. Naruto could hardly contain his exuberance, bouncing around his room. At a training ground, Sasuke Uchiha, with his eyes closed, hurled shurikens at the target with remarkable speed. Each one struck true, accompanied by a series of sharp impacts. I must eliminate that traitor of the Uchiha clan. There was no trace of youthful vitality in Sasuke. His eyes were filled solely with unrelenting loathing and anguish. As night fell, Konoha was soon aglow with a multitude of lights, illuminating the village brilliantly as if it were day. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Yuwa, come in. Upon opening the door, Jino welcomed him hurriedly. Yuwa. You really ought to heed my advice. I've told you to come over for meals more often. Yet you only visit once a week. And sometimes even forego the meal. No need to be so formal. Jino chattered on. Feeling embarrassed, Yuehua dared not contradict her. At this moment, Aunt Jino was not to be trifled with, a warning he had received from Uncle Riku, and Yuehua had no intention of challenging its validity. All right. I know you and Shikamaru find me tedious. Riku is in his study. Go seek him out. Jino handed Yuehua a freshly washed apple and playfully poked his forehead. Not at all. I've never thought you tedious, truly. Yuehua chuckled, clutching the apple, and swiftly slipped into Riku's study. All talk, no action, Jino mused. A slight smile gracing her lips, her spirits lifting as she eagerly set about exploring new recipes. In Riku's study, with its vast bookshelves and an orderly desk, Riku was bent over his paperwork. Hearing a noise, he turned to find Yuehua and remarked, Ah, Yuehua, please, take a seat. I will attend to this momentarily. Nodding silently, Yuehua settled on the edge of the bed, one hand grasping the apple and the other unfurling a scroll. The water-style technique left by the second Hokage was not easily mastered. As it stood, Yuehua's water technique was merely average, far from the potency that the second Hokage had wielded to counter earth-style techniques. Time flowed slowly, the only sound in the study being the scratching of pen on paper. At last, with a decisive thud, Riku set down his pen, rubbed his brow, and momentarily alleviated his fatigue. Yuehua, Uncle Riku. Riku gazed at the now-grown boy before him, recalling the tender child who had fainted at the funeral. How swiftly time passes. Yuehua, do you have any issues with the graduation exam? There are no issues, merely the matter of the three-body technique. You have grown stronger, surpassing even your father's prowess in his prime. To be candid, I never anticipated you would reach such heights. Luch sighed, reminiscing about his deceased friend. I never imagined it either. He uttered a phrase that only Yuehua could comprehend, had it not been for the awakening of the ice wheel. Perhaps everything would not be as it is now, and he would not have obtained his current strength. You have matured. Luch's gaze shifted to one of seriousness. Thus I must impart some words to you. Originally, these should have been conveyed by your father, but now it falls upon me. Indeed, Yuehua's expression also turned grave. Uncle Luch was not one to jest, and his words were undoubtedly deliberate. Although the Qingfan clan has declined, leaving you as its sole representative, it remains one of the esteemed clans of Konoha, steeped in history. What are your thoughts on the Uchiha clan's extermination? Faced with this perplexing question, Yuehua refrained from hasty speech, pondering for a moment before responding. According to rumors, the Uchiha clan was annihilated due to their insurrection, attempting to seize power from Konoha. But what are your true thoughts? Well, regardless of whether the Uchiha rebelled, their demise was inevitable. For Konoha to maintain stability, the extinction of the Uchiha was a necessity. Yuehua spoke boldly, as there were few Uchiha left, though the survivors were formidable. Who would dare provoke him? Continue. Tell me the reasoning. As for the reasoning, it is not some nonsense about inherent evil. That is merely drivel. The primary reason lies in balance. The power of the Sharingan is overwhelmingly formidable. Which bloodline limit in the entire shinobi world can rival it? The three great ocular techniques Rinnegan exists only in legend. And the Byakugan's flaws dictate the achievements of the Hyuga clan. Of course, this is not necessarily a detriment. The crux of the matter is that the amplification of the Sharingan's power is excessively abnormal. Since the matter has been broached, Yuehua no longer concealed his thoughts. For Luge was indeed his elder, and Yuehua held ample trust in him. If the Uchiha clan were merely sparse in numbers, it would be one thing. But with a thriving population, a pair of Sharingan is not to be feared. The first and second Hokage were always able to find strong opponents to contend with them. However, the key is that while not every member of the Hyuga clan can awaken their eyes, the ratio of those who can awaken in the Uchiha clan remains relatively high. Taking a moment to breathe, having spoken so much in one breath would exhaust anyone. Luge sat silently in his chair, unhurried, observing Yuehua as he caught his breath. After the passing of the first and second Hokage, and with the Senju clan failing to inherit Wood Release, having vanished from the village, the Uchiha clan lost its checks and balances. This implies that the Uchiha clan stands unrivaled. If another prodigy akin to Madara were to emerge, Konoha would inevitably become the Uchiha's Konoha. This situation is one that no one would relish. After all, due to the legacy of the second Hokage, the Uchiha clan, now in charge of the police force, has garnered a rather unfavorable reputation among the villagers. Even with promises from the Uchiha, few dare to align themselves with them. Additionally, the premature demise of the fourth Hokage left the third Hokage and Master Danzo in their advanced years, leaving them reluctant to entrust the complicated Uchiha matters to the next generation. In such an awkward predicament, the downfall of the Uchiha clan seems inevitable. Much of this intelligence I gleaned from my mentor, Moonlight added. After a prolonged silence, Rikuju gazed appreciatively at Moonlight and finally spoke. You are indeed correct. I can comprehend why Danzo would take you on as a disciple. You possess remarkable insights. After a few words of praise, Rikuju continued. Your analysis is astute. The decline of the Senju, the policies of the second Hokage, and the untimely death of the fourth Hokage, all these factors contributed to the Uchiha's demise. However, there exists a force that cannot be overlooked, the true foundation of Konoha today, represented by clans such as the Hyuga, Nara, Yamanaka, Akimichi, and the Oil Women among others. If the First Shinobi World War was a conflict between the Senju and the Uchiha, then the second was characterized by the decline of the Senju and the retreat of the Uchiha. By the time of the Third Shinobi World War, the real combat power lay with our clans. The countless families, large and small, united formed the true bedrock of Konoha. Otherwise, your mentor would not have gathered the elites from various clans to form the root. With a teasing smile, Rikuju's jest was met with silence from Moonlight, who found the information overwhelming. Observing Moonlight's puzzled expression, Rikuju continued. During the Third Shinobi World War, many clans faced decline, such as the Aoi family, while others, including commoner ninjas like the fourth Hokage, emerged. The fourth Hokage was a true prodigy, an undefeated ninja whose reputation as the Yellow Flash reverberated throughout the shinobi world. In terms of sheer deterrence, he nearly rivaled the first Hokage, a single individual capable of annihilating an entire regiment of ninja. Such prowess is indeed exhilarating. Rikuju's eyes sparkled with reverence as he reflected on the mythic figure. Unlike the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara, the fourth Hokage hailed from humble origins, lacking even a ninja clan background, yet he ascended to the pinnacle of ninja prowess through unparalleled talent. More importantly, his exceptional abilities were matched by his amiable demeanor, which endeared him to everyone. His presence ignited fervor within us. As the third Hokage aged, Konoha yearned for a new leader, and the fourth, with an indisputable mandate, rose to the position of Hokage. The once celebrated legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, suffered a dismal defeat in the selection process. We had anticipated the fourth would lead Konoha back to the heights of its former glory, even dreaming of a resurgence of the Namikaze clan. However, the untimely passing of the fourth left Konoha's clans clinging together under the frail leadership of the aging third Hokage, struggling to maintain cohesion. During this period of recuperation, the Uchiha, having recovered from the First and Second Shinobi Wars, appeared particularly conspicuous. Thus, the demise of the Uchiha clan became inevitable. The sole reason for my lengthy discourse is this. Yuehua, do you aspire to become Hokage? Rikuju suddenly revealed his trump card, leaving Yuehua momentarily stunned. Aspiring to be Hokage? Yuehua pondered deeply. Ever since he had taken Danzo as his mentor, he had labored tirelessly towards Danzo's position, never once considering that anyone would inquire whether he wished to become Hokage. Though the Aoi family had fallen from grace, they remained a member of Konoha's clans. And Yuehua's prowess was sufficient. As Danzo's disciple and a grand disciple of the second Hokage, he naturally garnered the favor of the martial faction. With our support, should you desire it, you could indeed become the sixth Hokage, Rikuju asserted earnestly, devoid of any jest. Why the sixth? Yuehua was taken aback by this revelation, his mind swirling with confusion. Rikuju, unfazed by Yuehua's reaction, found it more alarming that Yuehua could maintain his composure. The reason for the sixth is your youth. The selection for the fifth will likely not be far off, probably within the next 2 years. Your current task is to solidify your foundations and prepare for the future. Yuehua bowed his head in silent contemplation, the tumultuous emotions slowly settling as he raised his gaze to Rikuju. Uncle Rikuju, I am uncertain about my desire to become Hokage. After all, my efforts thus far have been in learning from Master Danzo, and many things cannot simply be changed on a whim. The most crucial aspect for me is to protect all that I hold dear, and all of that resides within Konoha. If the village requires it, I will assume the role of Hokage. This is my conviction, my Nindo. As he concluded, Yuehua's voice resonated with unwavering determination as he locked eyes with Rikuju. This was the first time Yuehua had clarified his long-held thoughts, reflections on the future, on life, and on his origins. If heaven bestowed upon him power, he would never squander it. Where he came from or where he was headed became irrelevant. What mattered most was cherishing all that he possessed in the present, to protect all that I wished to safeguard. This declaration was not a blind expression of arrogance, but rather the truest reflection of Yuehua's inner self. The loss of his parents remained his deepest wound. The anguish of losing those he loved and who loved him back was the heaviest shackle he bore. Very well. Then let us observe for now. There is no rush in this matter. I merely wish to inform you in advance. Rikuju's expression relaxed, shedding the earlier severity as he revealed the characteristic languor of the Nara clan. After lunch, you should visit Aunt Yoshino. She has been persistently lamenting your absence and has grown quite irritable. Leisurely departing from Rikuju's home, Yuehua cradled the back of his head, meandering aimlessly through the streets. It was the weekend, freeing him from the obligations of the ninja school, allowing him a moment of respite. As he wandered without purpose, Yuehua contemplated the future. Having clarified his Nindo, it was now time to act upon it. He understood that the current ninja world was on the precipice of turmoil. What appeared to be calm on the surface belied the turbulent undercurrents. It all boiled down to strength, the fundamental issue of power. Upon the mere mention of formidable figures such as Orochimaru, Akatsuki, Uchiha Ibito, and Uchiha Madara, Yuehua is beset by a throbbing headache. His prowess firmly places him among the elite Chunin, and even after unleashing his sword techniques, he can vanquish Zabuza in collaboration with others. Yet, he recognizes that he still falls short in comparison to those truly powerful beings. Regrettably, Yuehua finds himself at an impasse, unable to swiftly enhance his abilities. In other words, he has encountered a bottleneck. Should he fail to shatter this barrier, his strength shall stagnate. Recently, he has been unable to effectively employ his Shunshin technique, although his Gale Palm has significantly improved. With a heavy sigh, Yuehua opts to wander the streets rather than return home, seeking to dispel the gloom that weighs upon his heart. Suddenly, his peripheral vision catches a glimpse of a striking crimson figure. "Hey, Sister Hongo," Yuehua exclaims, darting forward. Sister Hong, where are you headed?" He stands before Hongo and Yuhi Kurenai, his curiosity piqued. Kurenai, with her raven curls and crimson eyes, is the epitome of beauty, while Hongo, wearing a mischievous smile, regards Yuehua with playful intent. "Oh, Yuehua, would you care to join us for a drink? It's splendid." "Hongo, don't speak so recklessly. Yuehua is still a student at the Ninja Academy. He is not of age to drink," Kurenai admonishes, casting a disapproving glance at Hongo before turning to Yuehua. "Are you out here alone?" Hongo and Kurenai are close friends. Thus Hongo is somewhat acquainted with Yuehua, though not intimately. "I just left Uncle Jukyu's place. Are you two going to drink during the day?" Yuehua inquires, genuinely intrigued. He is aware of Hongo's fondness for alcohol, but typically, she would only indulge with Kurenai in the evenings. "Not at all. Do you take me for someone frivolous?" Today, Sister Hongo has officially been promoted to Chunin. We are going to celebrate. This is a festive occasion, understand, little brat? Hongo exclaims, playfully tousling Yuehua's hair with a grin. With a sense of annoyance, Yuehua escapes Hongo's playful torment, adjusting his disheveled hair before addressing Kurenai. Congratulations on your promotion to Chunin, Sister Hong. He beams, extending his heartfelt wishes. He vaguely recalls that Kurenai indeed has been elevated to Chunin recently. Such a good boy, Yuehua. Kurenai reciprocates the gesture, affectionately ruffling his hair, which only serves to frustrate Yuehua further. He is already a grown-up after all. Hongo, perhaps we should refrain from visiting the tavern during the day. Instead, why not take Yuehua to enjoy something else to eat? Very well then. Let us indulge in some grilled meat. Besides, they serve drinks there too, Hongo muses before readily agreeing, wrapping her arm around Yuehua and dragging him along. Completely disregarding his protests. Sister Hongo, I've already eaten. Yuehua's feeble lament fades into the crowd, leaving no ripple in its wake. At the Ninja Academy, the classroom buzzes with chaos. Lessons have yet to commence, and students engage in chatter, munching, dozing, and displaying antics, each absorbed in their own merriment. Under the moonlight, Yuehua adhered to the principle of being the first to rise, resting his head on the table for a brief slumber. After an exhausting night of training, he had barely managed an hour of sleep, leaving him somewhat lethargic upon awakening. To his right sat Bai, engrossed in a novel. To be honest, Yuehua had not anticipated Bai's fondness for reading, especially not the trending romantic series, but rather adventure tales, including a considerable collection of children's literature. However, indulging in novels was a welcome respite, especially since to Yuehua's left, Ji was meticulously polishing his shurikens, exuding an intimidating aura that deterred any would-be admirers. Past attempts at confession from students of other classes had resulted in unfortunate consequences, leaving them too wary to approach Ji. Enough with the noise, everyone settle down. Sakura, cease your bickering, and Naruto, what is that expression? Sit up straight. Iruka's head throbbed as he surveyed the mischief makers in the classroom, veins pulsing at his temples. These youngsters were nothing short of a handful, the most troublesome batch he had ever encountered. After a few moments of silence, Iruka cleared his throat, ready to address the class, only to be met with the sight of several students slumped over in slumber. His forehead creased with frustration. Yuehua, Shikamaru, Kiba, rise at once. He bellowed, his voice echoing through the classroom. With practiced ease, the three students stirred from their stupor, straightening up despite their bleary-eyed appearance. Iruka sighed heavily. These little rascals were driving him to exasperation. All right, listen up. Today we will conduct the graduation exam for the shadow clone technique. When I call your name, proceed to the adjacent room for your test. Be prepared. After announcing the exam, Iruka scanned the room, noticing that the earlier irritation had dissipated, replaced by a sense of pride in watching these kids grow. Despite their mischief, it was undeniable that this cohort exhibited commendable qualities. In the adjacent classroom, a table was laden with pristine forehead protectors as Iruka and Mizuki sat behind it. Shadow clone technique, he called out. With a pair of loud bangs and a puff of white smoke, two identical clones appeared beside Yuehua. Pass. Here is your forehead protector. Take care of it. Iruka smiled as he handed the protector to Yuehua, reminding him to submit his registration form to the Hokage the following day and to attend the orientation session the day after. Understood, Iruka-sensei, Yuehua replied cheerfully, accepting the protector and admiring the leaf insignia upon it. Now, he too was a leaf ninja. He secured the protector on his forehead, feeling that wearing it anywhere else would be rather peculiar. Here, this is a sample. Please fill out your ninja identity registration form accordingly, ensuring there are no errors. And do remember to affix your photograph. Iruka handed over a sheet of paper, rambling on for quite some time before finally pausing. After much effort, Yuehua finally extricated herself from the examination hall, having not once acknowledged Shuemu. Outside the school, Yuehua observed Bai and Z, both of whom had successfully passed the exam and donned their forehead protectors. Bai, particularly, appeared elated, as if attaining this protector granted him a profound sense of belonging. To celebrate our successful graduation, let us indulge in some barbecue, Yuehua proclaimed with a grand gesture. Yes, Lady Yuehua, they replied in unison. Yet, Yuehua's expression grew subtly complicated. This was not the response she had anticipated. Now, the term lady filled her with a sense of resentment. At that moment, she spotted Naruto wandering aimlessly beneath a tree, sparking her curiosity. She had never seen him in such a state. Logically, having mastered the shadow clone technique, Naruto should have graduated with ease. And the incident involving Shuemu ought not to have occurred. Yuehua originally intended to deal with Shuemu after entering the roots, while also attempting to uncover any spies linked to Orochimaru, although it appeared her teacher was an ally of Orochimaru. Hey, Naruto, what are you doing here? Care to join us for some barbecue? Yuehua tapped him on the shoulder. Who is there? Naruto startled, then quickly calmed down. Oh, it's you, Yuehua. You scared me. I thought someone was ambushing me. This only heightened Yuehua's curiosity. Naruto was acting unusually. What is the matter? Shuemu-sensei said a few things to me. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto finally replied. Yuehua felt a wave of exasperation. She hadn't anticipated Shuemu being so troublesome. Even with Naruto's graduation, he could still stir up some trouble. What did he say that has you so concerned? Yuehua was eager to learn what Shuemu had said to transform Naruto into this state, especially considering Naruto's thick skin. Shuemu-sensei said I am a nine-tailed fox. That I killed Iruka-sensei's parents and many others in the village. His tone was particularly somber, and Naruto's face lost its usual brightness, overshadowed by gloom. What else did Shuemu say? Yuehua's gaze turned icy as she contemplated how to deal with that scoundrel. He mentioned that the Hokage possesses a scroll of sealing techniques, which contains a jutsu capable of resurrecting the deceased. If I could obtain that scroll, I could learn the jutsu within and bring back those who died in the village, including my parents. Yuehua's mouth fell open in genuine astonishment. Shuemu truly had a knack for fabrication. Resurrection of the dead, while there exists such a jutsu, was entirely different from the concept of the impure world reincarnation. Moreover, Shuemu should not have the qualifications to know of such techniques. It likely was mere fabrication on his part. Shuemu was but a minor pawn in Orochimaru's game, a trivial plaything created by chance to pass the time. For scattering pieces was indeed Orochimaru's favorite pastime. Orochimaru's stronghold is scattered throughout the entire ninja world. While a cunning rabbit may have 3 burrows, Orochimaru possesses far more. So, Naruto, what do you intend to do? Do you trust Mizuki's words? Do you doubt Iruka-sensei's care for you? Do you believe in the bond of friendship we share? Yuehua gazed deeply into Naruto's eyes, declaring, regardless of whether you are a demon fox, I only know that you are my friend, and that is all that matters. As for Iruka-sensei, you may inquire yourself and see how he truly perceives you. A friend, perhaps? Naruto closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he quickly resumed his spirited demeanor. However, what could Mizuki possibly mean? Though Naruto may not be the sharpest, he was perceptive enough to sense Mizuki's peculiarities. Mizuki, you and Yuehua quietly whispered a few words to Naruto. Will that truly work? Naruto questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. Fear not. I shall capture Mizuki and the individuals behind him, Yuehua assured confidently. Let us depart. A splendid show awaits us today, but first, we shall indulge in some barbecue. This is a celebration of our graduation, Yuehua exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, Lady Yuehua, came the instant reply. However, Yuehua's expression soured as she muttered. Could you not be a tad more enthusiastic? With Lady on the left and Lady on the right, it feels utterly devoid of excitement. Yes, Lady Yuehua after savoring the barbecue. Yuehua leaned back in her chair, rubbing her pleasantly full belly, a look of satisfaction on her face. Indeed, indulging in meat was the greatest pleasure, and the essence of life lay within the simple joys of eating and drinking. Such a sentiment held merit. Approving murmurs echoed, sounding oddly familiar. Rising in curiosity to glance back, Yuehua suddenly gasped, Oh, it's you, CHG. And Shikamaru is here too. Yuehua? CHG exclaimed, equally surprised to see her. While Shikamaru lazily waved his hand, appearing utterly disinterested. Opposite CHG sat a remarkably rotund figure, who regarded CHG and Yuehua with a gentle smile. Today marks our graduation. Let us celebrate with some barbecue. Had I known, I would have joined you sooner, Yuehua sighed. Bai and Z remained too quiet. While Bai was somewhat better, Z approached eating with the same seriousness as a mission, which felt quite stifling. No worries, we shall dine together next time. But be prepared for battle when dining with me. The moment the meat hits the grill, the battle begins. CHG grew animated at the mention of barbecue, his words becoming sharp and spirited. CHG, Shikamaru, enjoy your meal at your own pace. We must take our leave. Until tomorrow's briefing, Yuehua smiled. Waving goodbye politely and bowing slightly to Akimichi CHG before departing with Bai and Z. As Yuehua's figure faded from view, Akimichi CHG looked affectionately at the battling CHG, then glanced at the languid Shikamaru. Is that youth, the famed Shinban Yuehua? Indeed, Uncle CHG, came the reply. A fine young man he is. Dingzwa nodded, recalling the words spoken by Lu Jiao, but he quickly buried those thoughts deep within, deeming it premature to dwell on such matters. Everything remained uncertain. The sun had completely set, giving way to a silvery moon that ascended the heavens, casting a gentle luminescence that enveloped the tips of the moonlight in a veil of silver. At this moment, Yuehua, clad in the dark garb of the Umbu, concealed herself atop a building, vigilantly observing a room across the way. Suddenly, Bai broke the silence, exclaiming with urgency. To be frank, Bai was a true prodigy. Under the simple guidance of the mountain winds, he had swiftly mastered a certain level of perception techniques. Coupled with his ice release, he could ascertain the enemy's location through temperature. Though still riddled with flaws, his potential was undoubtedly boundless. Indeed, it wasn't long before Mizuki stealthily emerged from the window, casting a furtive glance around before making haste toward the Hokage's residence. Yuehua rolled her eyes in disdain. This fellow was clearly up to no good, opting for the window instead of the front door. As Mizuki's silhouette vanished into the night, Yuehua and her companions remained motionless, stifling their breaths as they concealed themselves atop the rooftop. After a brief interval, a figure shrouded entirely in a black cloak appeared, cautiously surveying the surroundings before pursuing Mizuki into the darkness. "Don't move," Bai inscribed this message on an ice mirror, and Yuehua and Z remained silent, holding their breath in anticipation. Soon, the same figure reappeared, wrapped meticulously in black, rendering any distinct features indiscernible. This time, it did not advance but instead crouched upon the windowsill of Mizuki's room, and within moments, dashed toward the Konoha forest. What a cunning individual! Employing a shadow clone for reconnaissance? Yuehua cursed under her breath. Nevertheless, this black-cloaked Umbu was quite adept. The original purpose of shadow clones was indeed for intelligence gathering, a tactic uniquely exploited by Naruto in his ocean of clone strategy. Let us pursue. I must uncover the true identity of this individual. With Naruto already in motion, we cannot afford to slacken our efforts. Yuehua activated her instantaneous movement and swiftly gave chase, while Bai and Z utilized their respective techniques, one employing instantaneous movement and the other utilizing earth release to stealthily follow, both moving at considerable speed. In the Konoha forest, Naruto, burdened with the stolen sealing book, dashed through the woods, evading the pursuing Konoha ninjas while simultaneously adhering to Yuehua's plan. "You rascal, Naruto. At last, I found you." Iruka, breathless, confronted Naruto, his voice raised in exasperation, clearly incensed by the sudden revelation of Naruto's theft of the sealing book in the dead of night, especially with a mob clamoring for Naruto's execution. Thankfully, under the guidance of the third Hokage, he had managed to locate Naruto before others could catch up. "Naruto, what is the meaning of that scroll behind you?" Iruka inquired, glancing at the sealing book, his mind clouded with confusion. How could Naruto possibly know about the sealing book? "It was Mizuki-sensei who told me. Mizuki-sensei informed me all about it," Naruto responded, anxiety and fear evident in his eyes. "Mizuki? What did he tell you?" Iruka's brow furrowed, his heart now filled with doubt and suspicion. "I am the nine-tailed fox, the murderer of Iruka's parents, and the monster who seeks to annihilate Konoha." Confusion clouded Naruto's eyes as he grappled with his identity, yet he found solace in the presence of his friend, Sekihua, preventing him from succumbing to utter despair. "That wretched Mizuki," Iruka muttered in frustration, gazing earnestly at Naruto. "Naruto, you are not the nine-tailed fox. You are my student, my most exceptional student. Looking at you is akin to gazing upon my own brother. Regardless of what others may say, you are simply a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village, Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka-sensei." Suddenly, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. Iruka was jolted to attention, his instincts as a Chunin immediately discerning that the threat was directed at Naruto. Before he could react, he saw Naruto spring forward, pinning Iruka down. "Hey, little fox. You're quite impressive. Hurry and hand over the Book of Seals. I shall teach you the technique to resurrect the dead." Mizuki sneered from atop a large tree. "The technique to resurrect the dead? Mizuki, what are you talking about? Are you truly contemplating betraying Konoha?" Iruka shouted in fury, pushing Naruto away. Astonished at how swiftly Naruto responded, even outpacing him, a Chunin. "Haha. Iruka, you fool, I speak no falsehood. The Book of Seals indeed contains the forbidden technique for resurrecting the deceased. So, Naruto, hand over the scroll quickly, and I will teach you this art. You shall be able to resurrect Iruka's parents and those ninjas slain by the nine-tailed fox." Mizuki's eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixated on the Book of Seals behind Naruto. "Resurrect my parents? Naruto, is that your motive?" Iruka reached out to pat Naruto's head, a smile breaking across his face. "There is no need for such actions. My parents were heroes of Konoha. They are my pride. You are simply Uzumaki Naruto. Their deaths bear no relation to you. Do you understand? Iruka, what nonsense are you speaking? You've always been this way. This brat is indeed the nine-tailed fox. Enough of your prattle. Hand over the Book of Seals. Mizuki shouted impatiently. Naruto, do not listen to him. Quickly, leave. I will handle this. Iruka positioned himself protectively in front of Naruto, glaring intently at Mizuki. Are you jesting, Iruka? You are no match for me. Mizuki revealed a menacing grin. Iruka-sensei, rest assured. I have never believed Mizuki's deceitful words. With Iruka's approval, the shackles within Naruto's heart dissipated entirely, his spirit invigorated as he glared at Mizuki. Eh? What did you say? Naruto? Iruka felt his head spinning. What was happening? Well, it's a rather complex matter. Explaining it would be too cumbersome, Naruto replied with a cheerful grin. Naruto's demeanor instantly infuriated Iruka. Stop joking. Clarify what is truly going on. Shadow clone technique. With a series of hand seals, Naruto unleashed a multitude of clones, encircling Mizuki, who found himself trapped in their midst. Teacher Iruka found it difficult to comprehend. It was Sukihana who advised him to follow Suemu's instructions, subsequently seeking a way to deal with Suemu. Sukihana mentioned him. How is he involved in this? Iruka felt a wave of frustration. These students had only just graduated and had already stirred such chaos. What would become of them in the future? Moreover, dealing with Suemu, who was a Chunin, posed a significant challenge. As he gazed upon Suemu, battered beyond recognition by Naruto's shadow clones, Iruka fell silent, astonished. With hundreds of clones overwhelming Suemu, Naruto's prowess was already on par with that of an elite Chunin. Was this the power of the Nine Tails? Remarkable indeed. Regrettably, it appeared that the Book of Seals would remain out of reach. However, it was merely a test, after all, concealed within a great tree. The black-clad Umbu observed Naruto's boisterous laughter before vanishing with a sudden thud. A kilometer away, an Umbu member hidden within a tree suddenly opened his eyes, a soft chuckle escaping from beneath his cat-faced mask. The Nine-Tails brat, how unexpectedly amusing. Is that so? Who exactly are you? You were the one who instigated Suemu, weren't you? A chilling voice emanated from behind. The Umbu whirled around to find Sukihana, adorned with a blue-patterned mask, producing an unsettling sound that rendered his age and gender indiscernible. A subordinate of Danzo, I see. Yet since you are aware of this matter, it matters not who you are, you shall perish. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A colossal earthen dragon erupted from the ground, its maw agape as it launched a barrage of mud bullets. With several resounding cracks, a wooden beam shattered, while Sukihana reappeared on a nearby tree. His gaze fixed intently upon the Umbu. Water release, water whip. A gentle voice resonated from behind, but the Umbu, clearly not perceiving any warmth, leapt upward with great haste. Nonetheless, he was a moment too late, as the water whip ensnared his left leg. The masked figure exerted a powerful tug, yanking the Umbu down to the ground with a resounding thud. Earth release, swamp technique. A cold voice echoed, causing the ground where the Umbu fell to suddenly soften into a quagmire, swallowing him up to his neck, leaving only his head and left hand exposed. Now, it is time for you to divulge your identity. Allow me to unveil your true self. Sukihana leapt down from the tree and approached the swamp, preparing to expose this individual's true nature when suddenly, the Umbu's form shifted, transforming into a clump of earth and melting into the mire. An earth clone? When did that happen? Sukihana gasped, his gaze sharpening as he instinctively braced himself. Earth release, crumbling earth palm. A peculiar voice resounded once more. As the ground beneath him trembled violently, the earth collapsing and rocks splintering, while trees in the vicinity toppled with a thunderous crash. From beneath the earth, Azusa emerged, coughing blood, his mouth stained crimson as he was caught off guard and injured. In that fleeting moment, Sukihana reacted, leaping high while clutching the wounded Azusa. On the opposite side, White was equally swift, springing from the fallen tree and rapidly forming hand seals. Water release, water chaos wave. Utilizing the recoil of the flowing water, I propelled myself into the air, evading a descent to the ground. I found myself seated gracefully in the frost-laden sky, with the ice wheel Maru. At this moment, the moonlight, no longer concealing its identity, revealed the magnitude of the earth-style ninjutsu being employed, indicating that the adversary possessed elite Jonin-level prowess. A formidable opponent battle-hardened through countless encounters. With a flourish, the ice wheel Maru conjured a towering ice pillar, which, although it existed for but a fleeting second before being shattered by the violent tremors of the earth, provided a temporary foothold for the descending moonlight. enabling it to leap once more and avoid a fall to the ground. Ah, what an intriguing ability. Could it be a bloodline limit? Indeed, Danzo's subordinates are impressive. I must seize the opportunity to meet them again, but for now, I shall take my leave. A piercing laugh echoed as I watched the shadowy figures of the Umbu vanish underground. The sheer scale of the Earth-style ninjutsu had undoubtedly attracted the village's attention, particularly that of the Umbu operatives. Moments later, a multitude of Umbu agents converged from all directions, astonished by the devastation that spanned several hundred meters, as if the ground had been violently plowed by an unseen force. Amidst the chaos, I tended to Aki's injuries, for she had been lurking underground when the earth split and crushed two of her bones. While her life was not in jeopardy, prompt care was essential. What transpired here? Who are your superiors? Inquired a robust figure clad in the attire of an Umbu captain, his white cloak billowing as he surveyed the scene. This level of destruction could not be wrought by an ordinary individual, prompting him to regard us with suspicion, maintaining a cautious distance that allowed for both offense and defense. We are subordinates of Lord Danzo. We recently clashed with an unidentified spy proficient in Earth-style techniques, possessing elite Jonin-level strength. Our comrade was injured, and the adversary fled towards the northeast. I relayed swiftly, my hands still pressed against Aki's broken bones to alleviate her suffering. Elite Jonin, dispatch 3 teams to pursue and ascertain the truth of your claims, the captain commanded with a sweeping gesture, causing his contingent of Umbu to vanish in an instant. Are you truly Danzo's subordinates? The captain's fox mask concealed a gaze filled with bewilderment. The roots had already been disbanded, and logically, Danzo's Umbu had been fragmented long ago, save for a cadre of lethal assassins. As he pondered this, a flicker of surprise crossed his features. It was unexpected that you would also endeavor to heal your comrades. TSK. The captain remained, still uncertain of the veracity of my words, as his Umbu encircled us. Though they did not encroach aggressively, I paid little heed to their movements. My focus remained on White, who was diligently treating Aki's injuries, expertly realigning her fractured bones. White's mastery of chakra manipulation was formidable, having learned not only to sense ninjutsu from the winds of the mountains, but also having attained a commendable proficiency in medical ninjutsu, far surpassing my ability to merely mend superficial wounds. Sir, we have indeed detected traces of chakra, exhibiting remarkably high quality, indicative of a Jonin-level expert. An Umbu materialized beside the captain, whispering a report. Go and report this matter to the Hokage, and then take these 3 individuals to the Konoha hospital. The burly man pondered for a moment. Since the information from Moonlight was credible, his identity could not be feigned. He promptly commanded his subordinates to take action, while instructing the others to pursue the individual who had vanished. Yes, sir. The remaining Umbu disappeared in the northeastern direction, while Moonlight and the others, escorted by a small team, headed towards the hospital. Damn it, he's an elite Jonin. Moonlight lamented, seated on a bench in the hospital lobby, clenching his fists in frustration. He never anticipated that a mere pawn like Mizuki would have such formidable backing, especially one of elite Jonin caliber. This was indeed a significant oversight. Had he known, he would never have brought Azuki along. Damn it, whoever it is, I will make them pay. Moonlight seethed, gnashing his teeth, reflecting on his miscalculations that had resulted in Azuki's injury. At the Hokage's office, has Mizuki been summoned? The 3rd Hokage, holding his pipe, regarded the Umbu captain clad in a white trench coat, the very same one Moonlight had encountered earlier. Mr. Hachi has made a move, but there is no useful intelligence. The adversary has never shown their true self during encounters with Mizuki. They are quite cautious. The Umbu captain hesitated. But what? Mizuki keeps mentioning Orochimaru's name. Perhaps there is a connection, he finally articulated, glancing nervously at the 3rd Hokage. An elite Jonin-level spy, proficient in earth techniques, Orochimaru could very well be his subordinate. Yet other factions must not be disregarded. The 3rd Hokage fell silent for a moment but quickly regained his composure, revealing no further signs of concern. The adversary's target appeared to be Naruto, thus the Cloud and Rock ninjas were potential threats, and of course, Orochimaru could not be underestimated. Yes, Lord 3rd. The Umbu captain replied cautiously. Ensure that vigilance remains high across all sectors. Let the Root take action as well and monitor all suspicious movements. Root? I thought they had been disbanded? The Umbu captain inquired, astonished at the 3rd Hokage's words. The 3rd Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke before responding slowly. Root has been re-established. Inform Danzo that he may proceed. We cannot allow the enemy to inflict harm upon the village. Any potential threats must be eradicated at their root. The murderous intent in his words caused the Umbu captain to shudder. No wonder those 3 members of Root appeared there. It turns out Root has been reformed. I assumed they were merely remnants of Danzo's killing machines. The Umbu captain realized the truth. Noting that the reformation of Root had only been communicated between him and the 3rd Hokage, with no one else aware of it. Inform the 2 advisors and Kakashi about the reformation of Root. Now go. Regarding the matter of Yuehua, the 3rd Hokage preferred to remain taciturn. He held a profound admiration for the young lad, even harboring a tinge of regret. Perhaps he should not have entrusted him to Danzo. However, upon reflection, there was no one in the village more suitable to guide Yuehua. The 3rd himself lacked the vigor to mentor students, and none could rival Danzo, that old curmudgeon. It seemed to be fate, for although Danzo's methods were often ruthless, his intentions ultimately served Konoha. The absence of a successor had long plagued him, but now it appeared to be resolved. Yet, this young one certainly possessed audacity, daring to enlist Naruto to steal the sealing book. Did he ascertain that Mizuki was merely a pawn? What an impressive youth. Konoha at last has a promising future. Once all had departed, the 3rd paced alone in his chamber, his spirits lifted once more. He gazed at the sealing book resting on the table, and the creases on his face began to smooth. After subduing Mizuki, Naruto and Iruka handed him over to the Umbu and returned the sealing book intact. Iruka then led Naruto away, clearly elucidating the situation regarding Yuehua, which had been agreed upon. The only miscalculation was underestimating the opponent's strength. At the root base, inquiries were underway. What manner of individuals dared to stir trouble in Konoha? Danzo's single eye brimmed with murderous intent as his cane struck the rocky ground with force. According to Lord Yuehua, it seemed the enemy was observing Naruto Uzumaki, with the sealing book serving merely as a decoy. His subordinates, lamentably inept, failed to pursue the adversary. And with Mizuki in Umbu custody, they possessed no useful intelligence. However, they had located a corpse and were in the process of confirming its identity, promising that information would soon follow. Danzo's eye flickered with a brief glimmer of ferocity before gradually settling. How was the situation with Yuehua? He felt he had acted recklessly today, underestimating the enemy, a grave embarrassment. After a series of discontented mutterings, he paused. Is Lord Yuehua unharmed? He is well. Though Azuki was injured, yet not severely, he is currently receiving treatment at Konoha Hospital. Is Yuehua unharmed? That is satisfactory. Azuki is his subordinate. His fate rests in his own hands, for he is a ninja now. A subtle relaxation crossed Danzo's features at the news of Yuehua's safety. As Yuehua continued to excel, Danzo cherished this disciple all the more, having invested considerable effort in his development. What then of Naruto Uzumaki? He had passed the Ninja Academy exam and was now a ninja. Controlling him would likely become increasingly challenging. Danzo mused, Uzumaki Naruto, the Ninetales. Leaning back in his chair, he closed his eye for a moment of contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally reopened his solitary eye, stating, for now, let him be. I will arrange for someone else to monitor him. You are to withdraw from his vicinity. Understood. Proceed with your tasks. Danzo gazed at the shadowy figures fading before him, narrowing his eyes once more. Qianyu, may I entrust this matter to Yuehua? His subordinate hesitated, yet added, however, regarding Yuehua, he is your disciple. You ought to possess sufficient faith in him. Frankly speaking, his future will undoubtedly surpass your expectations. He possesses a unique talent, a charisma that compels others to follow him. Although Yuehua's words may lack sharpness, he exhibits a remarkable aptitude for cultivation and a genuine kindness towards others. Anyone he acknowledges is treated as family, whereas those he considers adversaries face his wrath without hesitation, a truly extreme individual. Thus, those regarded as family by Yuehua are irresistibly drawn to him, trusting and supporting him. Feng and Tsugen are perfect examples. They have already embraced Yuehua as a brother, and should a choice arise between you and Yuehua, they would likely choose him as their leader. Naras Qianyu entered the room slowly. Moreover, Lord Danzo, are you not a prime example of this yourself? Qianyu, without a mask, offered a faint smile. You certainly possess quite the audacity. Very well, let it be so. Uzumaki Naruto, ensure that Yuehua remains vigilant. The Ninetales cannot be neglected. Danzo spoke slowly. Understood, Lord Danzo. Morning light cascaded over Konoha village. In a hospital room, a beautiful girl lay on the bed, letting out a soft groan as she struggled to open her eyes. The efficacy of the anesthesia was remarkable, allowing the well-trained girl to remain unconscious until now. The morning light filtering through the curtains illuminated the room, where a young boy leaned by the bedside, still slumbering. His disheveled white hair tinged with a faint hue of yellow. His delicate white brows twitched slightly, restless even in his dreams, seemingly lost in thought. She awoke. yet remained still, turning her head to gaze at Yuehua, a peculiar emotion blooming within her, a sensation she had never experienced in her 13 years of life. Since her memory began, she had undergone training under the guidance of Root, instilled with the education of protecting Konoha, willing to forsake everything, even their lives, for this cause. Their world was merely a shade of gray, devoid of color. In their understanding, emotions were non-existent. They lived simply to exist, with the singular belief of safeguarding Konoha. Yet why? They did not know, nor had they ever contemplated. "Ji, you are awake?" Bai entered, noticing Ji's wide-open eyes, which sparkled with an unprecedented light. "Oh, Ji, you're awake. How do you feel? Your bones should be fine now, right?" Yuehua, suddenly alert, had merely closed his eyes for a moment before drifting off again. "I'm fine now. It doesn't hurt at all." She lifted the covers and got out of bed to stretch her limbs. Yuehua nodded, confirming that Ji's injuries were not serious. She then remarked, "I will inform the doctor. You tidy up a bit. We will have breakfast soon and then go for photos. Today we need to submit the pictures. There is nothing else to worry about, so no need to rush." After giving her instructions, she exited with Bai, leaving Ji in the hospital room to change clothes while Bai stood guard at the door. Yuehua proceeded to find the doctor to handle the paperwork. At the photography studio, the results were satisfactory. The young girl looked quite lovely. If only she could smile. The balding uncle examined the photographs in hand. "Ha ha ha. Thank you, uncle. Please give them to me." Yuehua chuckled, glancing at the expressionless Ji and the smiling Bai, unable to suppress a slight grimace. It was quite a challenge to elicit a smile from Ji. She had never witnessed any expression from her, not even when injured. Her face remained impassive. "Ji, is there anything you require, Lady Yuehua?" Never mind. Just submit the registration form." Yuehua hesitated to voice her thoughts. It felt inappropriate to command the girl to smile. That would be rather odd, wouldn't it? "Understood," Ji replied coldly, showing no change in demeanor. In the Hokage building. Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage looked up at the trio as they entered, setting down his pipe. "Ah, you have arrived." "Yes, Lord Third. Here are our registration forms." Yuehua handed over 3 thin sheets of paper detailing the basic information of herself, Bai, and Ji. The third Hokage perused the documents and nodded. "Everything seems in order. Much more reliable than that fool Naruto." He rubbed his forehead, recalling Naruto's erratic behavior and his unreliable techniques. Yuehua stood before him, smiling gently. Truth be told, Naruto had matured considerably. He was far less reckless now, and at least the Hokage monument had not suffered under his antics. "Yuehua, although your rank is merely average among your graduating class, your strength exceeds that considerably. Would you consider joining the Umbu for training once you become a Chunin?" He blinked, and Yuehua felt momentarily bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be a shoo-in for Root? Why was the third suddenly contemplating poaching from Danzo? "Shikaka mentioned that you were quite impressive. A compassionate child. Joining the Umbu is no less than Root, and your future accomplishments will be even greater." The third Hokage smiled warmly. Yuehua immediately understood. This was the matter Shikaka had previously discussed with him, and it seemed the third was now intrigued as well. "Lord Third, I cannot say for certain at this moment. Even if I were to join the Umbu, I must first discuss it with my teacher. Moreover, I am currently an unofficial genin. Let us revisit this once I become a Chunin. It feels premature to discuss it now." After a moment of hesitation, Yuehua sincerely explained to the third. "It's not too early, not too early. The Chunin exams, well, let's leave it at that for now. Perhaps I was too eager. You may go." The third Hokage chuckled and waved them off. "Lady Yuehua, do you not wish to become Hokage?" As I strolled through the desolate alleyway, I suddenly inquired. "I am uncertain about whether I should aspire to be Hokage. It seems inconsequential to me. My sole desire is to survive, to live joyfully alongside my family and friends." "Bye. What does it feel like to wander alone? Loneliness, fear, coldness, hunger. I scavenged through dumpsters for food and competed with stray dogs for scraps. The world felt so vast. Yet I found no sanctuary until I encountered Mr. Zabuza, who bestowed upon me the purpose of my existence," I replied, a faint smile gracing her lips, devoid of sorrow. "I ultimately sacrificed my life to save Mr. Zabuza. By then, I had already tasted death once. Presently, I merely serve as a subordinate to Lord Yuehua. Which constitutes my significance now." Yuehua abruptly halted, casting a glance at Bai and Ji. "When I was 8, my parents perished while on a mission. At that moment, I was engulfed in despair, loathing my own helplessness and inadequacy in the face of death. It was during that time that I resolved to protect those who matter most to me, Sister Hongo, Hanabi, Aunt Reiko, Uncle Lukyu, and Jino, Shikamaru, the foolish Naruto. And now Bianchi. I yearn to safeguard my family, my friends, my home, and this village I cherish. Yuehua closed her eyes, her expression exuding deep sincerity. So remember, Bianchi, you are not merely my subordinates. You are my companions and, indeed, my most cherished family. A gentle smile spread across Yuehua's face. Each morning, I have grown accustomed to enjoying the breakfast by prepares, training together, and tidying up. It is truly splendid. I prefer these days far more than the solitude I once endured. Indeed, Lord Yuehua, I replied with a subtle smile, as Ji's lips unconsciously curled upwards. Ji, did you just smile? I exclaimed. Ji, she truly smiled just now. In the early morning at the Ninja Academy, in the classroom, Naruto arrived quite early. Resting his head on the desk, chuckling to himself while occasionally touching the forehead protector on his brow, his grin growing more foolish by the moment. Naruto, you're here remarkably early. Sakura Haruno, the pink-haired girl, exclaimed, observing Naruto sprawled on the desk with astonishment. It was indeed miraculous that Naruto, the perennial underachiever, had managed to graduate successfully. However, such matters held no significance for her. Naruto, hurry and move aside. Let me take that seat. You should be the one to get lost, forehead. Nah, it's you who should move, Naruto. I deserve to sit next to Sasuke. What did you say, Ino? Ino interjected. Confronting Sakura, both unwilling to yield, glaring fiercely at each other right in front of Naruto. As Naruto observed Sakura and Ino glaring at one another, he suddenly felt an unusual warmth beneath him. He cast a sidelong glance at the icy Sasuke, and in that moment, beads of sweat cascaded down his brow. This guy was akin to a ticking bomb. At present, Naruto harbored no particular feelings for Sakura. Under the influence of Uchiha, his aesthetic sensibilities had shifted slightly, and he had not developed any affection for her. Oh, Hinata, you've arrived. By the way, there's something I need to discuss with you. The moment he spotted the bashful girl entering through the door, Naruto sprang to his feet and dashed towards her with remarkable speed. Secretly relieved to escape the perilous atmosphere he had just endured. When had Naruto developed such a close relationship with Hinata? Ino, get up. That's my seat. Sakura exclaimed, turning her attention to Ino, who had usurped her spot, instantly dismissing thoughts of Naruto as she engaged Ino in yet another round of rivalry. Hey. When did Naruto become so attached to Hinata? Uchiha marveled at the scene before her, utterly astonished. This was far from her expectations. Had Naruto finally come to his senses? This was truly remarkable. Isn't it Uchiha who has been orchestrating opportunities for Naruto and Hinata to be together? Bai remarked with a grin from the sidelines. Is that so? Well, let it be. It doesn't matter. Uchiha seized Naruto's collar and pulled him towards the back of the classroom. Naruto, don't cling to Hinata so early in the morning. You didn't team mess up yesterday, did you? How could there be a problem? I'm destined to become Hokage. Naruto chuckled, adjusting his forehead protector, grinning like a fool. Fool. A cold voice interjected, coming from Azusa. What did you say? Uchiha and Naruto exclaimed in unison, Uchiha in astonishment and Naruto in indignation. With a swift motion, Uchiha pushed Naruto down under the desk, her eyes widening in disbelief as she regarded the impassive Azusa. Just yesterday, she had witnessed Azusa smile. And now she had seemingly mastered the art of sarcasm. Azusa, did I mishear you? What did you just say? Azusa tilted her head, looking at Uchiha. Fool. Indeed. Uchiha had not misheard, but it felt somewhat peculiar. Was she being ridiculed? She stroked her chin and released her hold on the struggling Naruto. Once liberated, Naruto clung to Uchiha's clothing, erupting into a cacophony of noise that was impossible to quell. Enough. Naruto, quiet down. Iruka entered the classroom to find Naruto causing a ruckus. With a swift motion, he flung an eraser, which struck Naruto squarely on the forehead, leaving Uchiha astounded. Iruka's aim was far more precise than that of a shuriken. Haha. You idiot, Naruto. On the other side, Kiba laughed mercilessly, joined by Akamaru as they too entered the mocking mode. Instantly, they diverted Naruto's attention, prompting Uchiha to feel a swell of admiration. This was what a true teammate did, sacrificing themselves to draw fire away. Iruka's voice thundered once more, causing the classroom windows to tremble. As the time has come, you will form teams of 3, each guided by a seasoned jonin, to accomplish the tasks assigned by the village. Is that understood? Very well. Iruka surveyed the room before nodding. Now, I shall announce the group assignments, so please listen attentively. Group 7, Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. As soon as Iruka finished reading the names, Sakura leaped up in excitement. while Naruto, somewhat disappointed, rested his chin on his hands. He had hoped to be grouped with Sukahana and Hinata, but recalling the presence of Haku and Azuki, he realized that was unlikely. Glancing at Sasuke as aloof figure ahead, Naruto grimaced. Even without Sakura's influence, he instinctively disliked the top student of the year. Coincidentally, Sasuke cast a glance back at Naruto, scoffing inwardly at the laggard. "Don't hold me back, you fool." "What did you say?" Naruto exploded in response, ready to retaliate. However, Sukahana suddenly stood up and pressed Naruto's head down onto the table, then smiled at the podium. "Iruka-sensei, please continue reading. I'll make sure he stays quiet." "Ah, very well. Next is Group 8, Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, and Kiba Inuzuka." Iruka proceeded with the announcements. Group 9, Azuki Ito, Sukahana, and Haku. Iruka scratched his head, puzzled by Haku's name, which lacked a surname. It was rather peculiar. Lastly, Group 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. Iruka closed his notebook, smiling as he looked around at everyone. That concludes the allocation of all 30 graduates. We will pause for the morning session. This afternoon, I will introduce your guiding jonin. Please gather here at 2 o'clock. You are dismissed for now. Sukahana glanced at the time. It was just past 10. There was still ample time. Turning to Haku, she asked, "What shall we have for lunch today?" "I'm in the mood for grilled fish. Let us go buy some." "Lady Sukahana, we just had grilled fish yesterday. Let us try something different today," Haku replied calmly, declining her request. "Hey, Lady Sukahana, more importantly, today it's your turn to wash the dishes. If you find cleaning the grill to be an easy task, then perhaps grilled fish is permissible." "Already my turn?" Sukahana exclaimed in shock, pointing at herself. "Didn't you say so initially? You and Azuki would take turns every other day washing dishes while I handle the cooking. How could you possibly forget such an arrangement? Then let us just have something simple." Sukahana conceded gracefully, accustomed to Haku's cooking. It would be troublesome if she upset Haku, though she doubted that Haku would actually get angry. With 30 graduates divided into 10 small groups, they left the classroom in clusters, seeking a place to eat and bond, as they would soon become comrades in life and death. As I was preparing to leave, I noticed Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke. Naruto sat at the back, while Sakura and Sasuke were seated together. In stark contrast to Sakura's exuberance, Sasuke maintained his aloof demeanor, ignoring everyone around him. "Naruto, would you like to come to my house for dinner?" Yuehua finally broke the silence. "Sure," came Naruto's immediate reply, surprisingly unhesitant. Initially, I had intended it as mere politeness, but with a quick thought, Yuehua added, "Then you'll have to help with the dishes." "You ate too much, Naruto." "Our food supplies have dwindled significantly," Yuehua remarked, playfully chastising Naruto for his insatiable appetite. However, upon noticing Dingji munching on chips, Yuehua suddenly calmed down, realizing that in matters of consumption, one could never have too little. "What does it matter? I'll treat you to a meal another time. Why be so stingy?" Naruto replied, rubbing his belly and resting his head on the classroom desk. Yuehua, exasperated, raised an eyebrow, feeling an urge to kick this glutton, who had the audacity to be so brazen after benefiting from others' generosity. At that moment, everyone returned one after another, with Sasuke entering last, his expression as cold as ever, and Sakura looking utterly dejected, suggesting their interaction had not gone well. However, Yuehua had little interest in their affairs. His energy was limited. He needed to focus on his own training, occasionally deal with Naruto's antics, and most importantly, find time to play with Hanabi, as relationships are nurtured from a young age. His circle of friends consisted solely of Shikamaru, Naruto, Dingji, and Hinata. The rest were merely classmates, and he had no intention of investing his thoughts in anyone beyond his close companions. Everyone, please wait a moment. The Jonin instructors will be arriving shortly. And when they do, you will heed the commands of your respective group leaders, Iruka explained hurriedly before departing. As he was preoccupied with the numerous documents that needed to be processed for the graduating students. "Jonin instructors, huh?" Naruto mused, resting his chin on his hand. "Hey, Yuehua, how formidable do you think they are?" Let me tell you, they're incredibly powerful. With your current abilities, a single Jonin could handle you with one hand tied behind their back. In a word, you are no match for them, Yuehua replied, recalling Kakashi. Since there had been no changes in class assignments, it seemed that Kakashi would still be their instructor. "All members of Team 1, please step forward." "Oh, there are only a few of us left. I'm late." "Team 10, follow me," called out a bearded man, glancing at Yuehua and his two companions before focusing on the three who stood up. "What a chain smoker," Ino muttered, rising slowly with a visibly gloomy expression. She felt disheartened not to be grouped with Sasuke and now faced a smoking instructor. Shikamaru strolled over with his usual laid-back demeanor, while Dingji eagerly tore open another bag of chips, devouring them with his characteristic gusto. "Hinata, you're so slow." Naruto exhibited a remarkable lack of patience, incessantly lamenting, which greatly irritated Yuehua. With a swift kick, she sent him towards Hinata, relishing the newfound tranquility. After all, Hinata had significantly bolstered her resistance to Naruto's incessant prattle and was far less likely to faint now. "Team 10, follow me," announced a familiar face, Yuehua. As she entered the classroom and noticed the remaining 9 students, realizing she had arrived late, all thanks to Anko's insistence on lingering. "Sister Kurenai, you're the guiding jonin for Team 10? I thought you would be instructing me." Yuehua chuckled playfully. "You better watch your tongue or Anko will teach you a lesson." Kurenai retorted with a sidelong glance at the cheeky child, though she acknowledged the young one's considerable prowess. Upon hearing Anko's name, Yuehua instantly fell silent. Should Anko discover his frivolous nature, the consequences would undoubtedly be dire. Kurenai departed with Hinata, Kiba, and Shino, leaving Naruto even more distressed as he slumped over his desk, exhaling deeply in exasperation. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open again, and a familiar pineapple-haired figure peeked in. "Hey, Yuehua, come with me," Naras Shikamaru greeted. Then added with a serious demeanor, "Team 9, follow me." "Are you all leaving too?" "We are Team 7. Naruto shot an envious glare at Yuehua, with a casual wave. Yuehua bid farewell and left with Shikamaru, ignoring Naruto's glum demeanor entirely. On the rooftop, Shikamaru smirked, surprised to see me again. "Huh?" Yuehua grimaced at his irritating grin, pondering when he had developed such a comical trait. To get to the point, while other teams may undergo training assessments, we have no such need since we are all familiar with each other, and I am well aware of your capabilities. Hence, I hereby declare, Team 9 is officially established, led by Jonin Naras Shikamaru, comprising Aoba, Bai, and Azuki. There is no need for introductions. I have just one question. Shall we commence our missions today, or rest for 2 days? Shikamaru inquired casually, glancing at Yuehua. "Let us get started today. I've been cooped up in the village lately and feel a bit restless," Yuehua replied, stretching her limbs and hearing her joints crack. "Really? Didn't you just engage in a skirmish the night before last?" Azuki interjected at an inopportune moment, causing Yuehua's eye to twitch slightly. It seemed that elevating Azuki's social intelligence to a normal level would take some time. However, besides Azuki, Bai also needed correction. The habit of excessive lethality could prove fatal in the intense battles that lay ahead. "But why are we tasked with hunting wolves?" Yuehua lamented, her voice tinged with reluctance as the 4 of them meandered along a path overgrown with wild grass. "Shouldn't we be taking on more advanced missions? Even eliminating bandits would be preferable to this wolf hunt." "What nonsense are you spouting? You are merely a low-ranking ninja, capable only of undertaking D-rank missions. Tasks such as eliminating bandits fall under the category of C-rank missions. Furthermore, this particular assignment is among the most challenging of D-rank tasks, so you ought to be content." Chiyu chided with exasperation. With a reluctant sigh, he realized this was yet another instance of his discontent along the Moonlight Road. He had completely overlooked the fact that low-ranking ninjas could only accept D-rank missions. Even to take on C-rank missions, one must first accomplish a considerable number of D-rank tasks and subsequently obtain the approval of a supervising jonin. As their inaugural D-rank mission, Moonlight and his companions were tasked with eliminating a pack of wolves that had been attacking the villagers. That must be Hokage village. Standing atop a hill, he spotted a small village in the distance with wisps of smoke rising from its chimneys. Surrounding the village were vast rice fields where farmers were toiling away. Though as the sun dipped lower in the west, some were already heading home after a day's work. Bai pulled out a map for verification and confirmed. "It is indeed Hokage village." "Then let us proceed," Moonlight declared, charging ahead, with Bai and Z following closely behind, leaving Chiyu momentarily stunned. Watching their retreating figures, Chiyu helplessly scratched his head, noting how different they had become. They were far more assertive now. "Oh well, it is what it is," he sighed. In Hokage village, an elderly man with sparse hair and a hunch was conversing with Chiyu. Moonlight surveyed their surroundings. They were currently in a fairly decent residence, the home of the village chief, who was detailing the situation to Chiyu while they listened attentively. "Mr. Nara, these wolves only act at night. Several villagers have been taken while walking home in the dark, and by the time they were found, only bones remained," the old man lamented, his face etched with sorrow, as his youngest son was among the victims. As if that were not enough, They have begun to attack the outskirts of the village. Have you not attempted to drive the wolves away? After all, they are merely beasts. With bows and crossbows, you should be able to eliminate them, Chiyu inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. Of course, we have tried, but these wolves are more cunning than we anticipated. When there are many of us, they do not reveal themselves. With the current farming season, we simply cannot spare enough people to hunt them down. That is why we have turned to the ninjas of Konoha for assistance. The old man explained. I understand. Leave it to us. Tonight, we will guard the village perimeter and ensure no wolves disturb you, Chiyu stated resolutely. Then I entrust this to you, the elderly chief replied, bowing slightly before summoning his family to set the table for dinner, welcoming Chiyu and his companions. After dinner, the sun had fully set behind the mountains, and darkness enveloped the land, visibility diminishing drastically. This was not Konoha, where the nights were brightly lit. In such a small village, there were no sources of illumination after dusk. However, Chiyu produced 4 lanterns, handing one to each of them. There is no need for a complicated battle plan. Each of us will take a different direction, eliminating any wolves that approach the village. Tomorrow, we will clear their den. Understood? Yes, they replied in unison. The 3 responded in unison, acknowledging that prior complaints were inconsequential. However, when it came to executing the task, they could not afford to be careless. This diligence was a quality cultivated during their rigorous training at the root, a method even the white had undergone within the misty hidden dark division. The lantern's faint glow swiftly dispersed, casting flickering lights in all 4 cardinal directions. Moonlight, holding the lantern, soon arrived at the eastern edge of the village, where, aided by the dim lunar radiance, Moonlight discerned the scattered residences around. After a moment of contemplation, she placed the lantern at her feet and formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique, with a series of muffled thuds. 4 shadow clones emerged, 2 flanking each side, while the original remained stationary, holding the lantern. This path was the village's main thoroughfare, favored even by wolf packs, as traversing through thorny fences was hardly a delightful endeavor. How fortunate shall I be? Will these wild wolves come within my grasp? If they do, it would be the perfect opportunity to test my technique. An expression of anticipation flickered in Moonlight's eyes as she stood resolute against the biting wind. Time trickled by slowly as Moonlight silently anchored herself at the crossroads, occasionally taking a few steps to ease her stiffening limbs. Unbeknownst to her, the moon had reached its zenith, and as she stifled a yawn, her brows twitched unexpectedly. A pair of glimmering green eyes began to approach, appearing even more sinister under the pure white moonlight. Without a sound, they silently drew nearer, and Moonlight realized the reason behind the formidable nature of these wild wolves. In an instant, a massive shadow lunged at her, accompanied by a chilling gust from both sides. With a swift motion, she discarded the lantern, executing a backflip, her feet moving like windmills in a frenzy. A series of azure wind blades sliced through the air, the silence of the night shattered by the sound of flesh being torn asunder, a faint scent of blood lingering in the atmosphere. Moonlight quickly regained her stance, crouching down to survey her surroundings. 4 wolf carcasses lay scattered, cleaved into disarray, yet their sizable heads remained distinguishable, crimson blood oozing out, congealing into a sizable pool. Nevertheless, the demise of their companions did not instill fear in the remaining wolf pack. Rather, the scent of blood incited their restlessness. As more pairs of green eyes emerged from the shadows, a rough count revealed over 30 wild wolves. Come forth, let me witness the instinct of beasts. Excitedly licking her lips, Moonlight chose not to draw her ice wheel, instead standing with her hands clasped behind her back, with her toes lightly touching the ground. The swirling wind began to converge, her body swaying slightly, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she gazed into the darkness. Howl. At last, the stimulation of blood proved irresistible, even for the lead wolf. As one wild wolf howled, the rest of the pack echoed in a chorus of cries. With a swift maneuver, the tempestuous winds coiling around her feet compressed into a slender wind blade that shot forth, instantly painting the advancing wolves with a vivid streak of crimson, followed by several mournful yelps. However, at that moment, fierce wolves surged from both sides, bearing their blood-soaked moss. Under the pale moonlight, their sharp fangs reflected a terrifying gleam, glistening saliva cascading in the wind. The pace was sluggish. The gale steps unleashed a chaotic flurry of blades, severing 17 foes. With a gentle thrust of the foot, one ascended into the air, observing as the encroaching pack of wolves collided in a cacophony of ferocious howls. Moonlight's feet danced rapidly, delivering 17 precise strikes, each a cascade of wind blades raining down like celestial petals. A series of gruesome renditions echoed as wolves succumbed, their lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, dismembered and drenched in a pungent aroma of blood that permeated the air. 17 strikes, indeed? The 18th would prove impossible. As moonlight descended, stepping into the sanguine pool, a slight frown creased her brow. The prior flurry of attacks was limited. Unable to rival the sheer volume of her blade strikes, for the time aloft was too brief. Why do they not ascend? Then I shall approach them. Noticing the somewhat apprehensive wolves, she grinned, her footfall propelling her forth like a specter in flight. Gale steps, crimson line. Another crimson arc erupted, cleaving the pack in twain. Moonlight, propelled by her swift strides, wove effortlessly among the wolves, orchestrating an unbalanced massacre. The so-called crimson line, a concentrated form of gale steps, boasted an extended reach, accelerated velocity, and enhanced power, albeit with the drawback of linearity, making it predictable and thus easier to evade. Yet against these wolves, even if they discerned her movements, their speed rendered evasion futile. They could not outrun Moonlight's rapid approach. With a resounding smack, a massive wolf's head soared, a fountain of blood gushing forth, and a half-corpse thudded to the ground. As Moonlight landed, the slick sensation between her toes prompted a displeased wrinkle of her brow. She resolved never to don straw sandals again, vowing to procure a pair of boots instead. 39 wolf heads. Clenching her fist, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Thus far, her studies on the instantaneous strike had progressed slowly. However, her gale steps had seen remarkable advancement, leading to the development of a series of derivative techniques, marking a triumphant beginning to the night. Quickly, to the eastern village entrance. It is said that a ninja has slain those wretched wolves. Is that true? When did the ninja arrive? I was unaware. Come, do not dally. Let us go see. In the morning light, Crane Residence Village buzzed with excitement. Villagers gathering in clusters to the eastern entrance, eager to witness the slain wolves. Many crouched by the roadside, retching, having rushed over without breakfast. It was a cycle of heaving. Those who arrived later, undeterred, insisted on approaching for a closer look, resulting in nearly every able-bodied villager sprawled along the roadside in discomfort. After all, women and children would not venture near the carcasses, while the village elders, such as the old village chief, had endured the ravages of war, possessing far greater psychological resilience than the youth. Move swiftly and clean this area, commanded the old village chief, leaning on his cane, directing several stout youths with better fortitude to clear the entrance. Prolonged exposure to the corpses could lead to disease, a lesson learned through the trials of conflict. The elderly man cast a glance at the young man who was staggering and retching, his anger flaring as he raised his cane and struck wildly, admonishing the onlookers for not tending to their fields. What are you all doing here, idly watching? Are you waiting for winter to starve? With a flurry of blows, the villagers, swaying unsteadily, dispersed, returning home to gather their hoes and attend to the fields. With the village chief present, their presence was unnecessary. They would only provoke the elders' wrath and earn themselves a beating, which was hardly worth the trouble. Soon, the number of people at the village entrance dwindled. Aside from Yuehua and her 3 companions, the old village chief, and a few robust men handling the corpses, only a handful of reckless youths remained, watching from a distance. Yuehua, can't you leave a survivor? We lack the skills for tracking, and we don't even have a hunting dog. How can we pursue them? Chinyu shot a glare at Yuehua, frustrated with her knack for stirring up trouble. Haha, caught up in the moment, I couldn't rein it in, Yuehua replied, a hint of shyness coloring her smile. Stop pretending, Chinyu retorted sharply at the little rascal before turning to the old village chief. Do you have any insight about the wild wolves? Any idea where their den might be? The wolf den, if there's anything to say, it would be that area. The elder replied after a moment of contemplation. It's around here, indeed. There used to be many animals roaming, but lately, the hunter's haven tea had much luck. Yuehua surveyed the rolling hills around them, the tall grass undulating like waves in the wind, a continuous green sea stretching to the horizon. This must be the place. Let us search the area. Z, use your earth-style jutsu to scout around, Chinyu commanded after scanning their surroundings. Understood, Z responded, swiftly forming hand seals before sinking into the earth. Earth-style is truly convenient. Yuehua marveled at the disappearing figure of Z. As long as one was battling on the surface of a river, Earth-style offered unparalleled advantages. Just this technique alone was enough to incite envy. One could strike or retreat at will, unstoppable. Earth-style is indeed effective. Yuehua, you could develop your Earth chakra now. With your current strength, you should be capable, Chinyu remarked, his gaze fixed on Yuehua. Generally, at the J-Nin level, besides one's inherent affinity, practitioners develop other chakra types. Take the 3rd Hokage. A master of 5 chakra transformations. Aside from his natural talent, the rest were cultivated over time. Of course, there are those like Danzo who specialize in a single nature transformation, but they are rare. I don't have that much time. I haven't even fully developed my own techniques. Besides, Master Danzo said that if my wind transformation doesn't meet his standards, I'm not allowed to develop other chakra types. Yuehua replied, her expression turning glum, even the progress of Eren failing to lift her spirits. There was another reason, one unspoken by Danzo but understood by Yuehua. Developing a new chakra nature was not merely a matter of talent. Even if one could, it would be a waste of time. The best approach would be to seek out a master in earth style for guidance. Herein lies an awkward situation. While many possess a remarkable aptitude for earth style ninjutsu, only a select few, those of Jonin rank, truly excel. It is not that Yuehua's aspirations are lofty, rather. He has been mentored by Danzo in wind release and has studied water release through the scrolls of the second Hokage. However, the thought of receiving guidance in earth release from a Jonin is somewhat disconcerting. In truth, if he were willing to humble himself, the third Hokage would be the ideal mentor. The title of ninja doctor is not merely for show. Yet it is evident that Danzo cannot bring himself to lower his pride, and Yuehua is unable to broach the subject. Observing Yuehua's furrowed brow, Chinyu quickly deduced that this matter was not one he could interject in. He rolled his eyes, gazed skyward, and casually folded his arms behind his back, adopting an air of nonchalance as he admired the scenery. Noting Chinyu's demeanor, Yuehua merely sighed, refraining from further commentary. The Naras clan is renowned for their intellect. Yet they all seem afflicted with a collective lethargy, a conclusion Yuehua reached after engaging with them in earnest. Lord Yuehua, Azusa suddenly emerged from the ground before him. Having located the wolf den, all the cubs and their mother were nestled within. What shall we do next? Should we bury them all? If we allow these cubs to grow, they will undoubtedly become a menace. Our mission clearly stated extermination. We must proceed accordingly. Team 9 will fulfill this task without compromise. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Yuehua regarded the matter as trivial. Soon, a thunderous roar echoed from afar, accompanied by a slight tremor beneath their feet. Azusa returned swiftly, having executed a Doton technique that collapsed the den into the earth, leaving no survivors. Is it all taken care of? Then let us return. The first mission of Team 9 has been successfully completed. With a grand gesture, Yuehua led by and Azusa back, essentially usurping Chinyu's duties. Ah, what an annoying little brat. How can one be so unlikable? Wasn't he once eager to report on the mission's progress? Chinyu sighed languidly, following behind at a leisurely pace. Upon returning to Kakeru village, they promptly informed the elder of the village and then took their leave, as the mission had been accomplished. The only remaining task was to collect their reward. However, Yuehua found himself devoid of a pressing need for monetary gain. After a conversation with Uncle Riku, even before Yuehua had officially become a ninja, the assets of the Aoi family had been entrusted to him. Upon inspection, he was taken aback by the substantial fortune. Although the Aoi family had fallen into disrepair, the inheritance was significant enough for Yuehua, sufficient for indulgence, even allowing for Bai and Azusa to partake for an extended period. Thus, Yuehua's current pursuit is personal growth, striving to become ever more formidable. In the Hokage Tower, within the mission distribution hall, Chinyu swiftly completed the handover of the task, successfully receiving the reward. Following customary protocol, he took his share, while the remainder was deposited into Bai's possession. The financial affairs of the Aoi family were now under Bai's management, a matter Yuehua had little inclination to oversee, especially since Bai seemed quite content to handle it all. Yuehua, are you here to accept a mission as well? Naruto. That fellow always seems to appear unexpectedly, and now he is bouncing around in excitement. Yuehua, let me tell you, we have passed Kakashi-sensei's test. We can officially accept missions now. Naruto exclaimed, eagerly recounting how he had shown great prowess and earned Kakashi's acknowledgement. I know, well done, Yuehua replied, rolling her eyes and responding weakly. Naruto, stop dawdling and come look at the missions. Kakashi, wearing his mask, exuded a laid-back aura as he called out to Naruto. Only then did Naruto settle down, rushing over to join Sasuke, creating a commotion together. Yuehua, feeling a twitch of irritation, silently thanked her luck that there had been no changes in class assignments. Being in the same class as Naruto would have been intolerably noisy. Sensei Chinyu, let us continue with the missions. Since you have nothing else to do, if we complete a few more D-rank tasks, we can take on C-rank missions, Yuehua asserted, turning back to the staff and promptly accepting another D-rank task. Who says? I have nothing else to do. Although it is true I have little on my plate, Qianyu sighed heavily as he observed Yuehua's retreating figure. A similar sigh echoed nearby. It was Kakashi. Though they were not well acquainted, they suddenly felt a sense of camaraderie, both burdened by troublesome students and subordinates, which was indeed worrisome. Kakashi-sensei, these missions seem rather mundane, don't you think? We are elite after all. Surely, we should be tackling more challenging tasks. Naruto complained, glancing at the mission release board with dissatisfaction. Surprisingly, Sasuke shared Naruto's sentiment, both looking to Kakashi for affirmation, while Sakura anxiously glanced around, on the verge of tears, as she was not keen on undertaking overly dangerous missions. Qianyu watched as Kakashi attempted to educate Naruto and couldn't help but shed a tear of sympathy, relieved that his own students were less of a hassle. Sensei Qianyu, we have selected our tasks. Please sign, and we shall be on our way. Yuehua cheerfully thrust the documents into Qianyu's hands. The mission system in Konoha Village is well structured, with dedicated teams accepting missions categorized by rank. Generally, A rank and above require the Hokage's intervention and are assigned to Jonin. C to B rank missions are resolved by Jonin and Chunin based on the situation, while D rank tasks are typically completed by Genin. Newly graduated teams, like Yuehua's, are usually assigned suitable D rank tasks by their leading Jonin for training purposes. It is rare for teams like Yuehua's to be so selective. But since the leading Jonin had approved, the staff would not interfere. Let me see. 1, 2, 7. Am I counting incorrectly? What is going on? Yuehua? Qianyu glared at her, having just sympathized with Kakashi, only to find his own situation equally troublesome. Let's take a closer look first, Yuehua shrugged. Qianyu patiently finished reading, his eyelids twitching. The 7 tasks all stemmed from requests outside the village, and as observed on the map, they aligned perfectly in a single line. The deadlines varied, ranging from 2 days to a week, indicating that his upcoming week was entirely booked. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Qianyu signed off with a complex mix of emotions, standing off to the side as he watched Yuehua issue commands. A sudden wave of familiarity washed over him, reminiscent of a similar scene involving Yuehua, Phone, and Chigen in the past. In an instant, all worries dissipated, and Qianyu found himself chuckling softly. Realizing that his emotions were quite out of sorts, overly tense, perhaps excessively anxious. Unbeknownst to him, Yuehua's significance had been steadily rising, leaving him no choice but to feel uneasy, which explained his confusion regarding Yuehua's actions. Teacher Qianyu, there are no issues now. Let us move out. All shurikens and kunai remain intact. Everything is in order. Let's go. With a decisive command, Qianyu led the 4 swiftly away from the Hokage building. At that moment, Kakashi finally managed to persuade Naruto and Sasuke to agree to undertake a D-rank mission, much to Sakura's relief. Have you located the target? No matter where it is, it cannot escape my grasp. Shadow clone technique. Naruto formed hand seals, and a myriad of chakra-infused smoke erupted, dispersing into 100 or so Narutos, darting in all directions through the forest. That idiot Naruto, I must give him a proper beating. Sakura shouted in exasperation over the radio, while Kakashi sighed silently, acknowledging the considerable gap in their teamwork. Surprisingly, Uchiha Sasuke remained silent, fixated on the flurry of Naruto's weaving through the trees, his fists clenched in frustration. Despite being a laggard, Naruto's strength was unexpectedly formidable. Previously, during Kakashi's survival exam, Naruto had nearly outwitted him by combining the shadow clone technique with transformation technique. Although Kakashi managed to evade at the last moment using body flicker technique, Naruto had sustained himself against Kakashi for quite some time solely through his taijutsu. Damn it. Why is he so strong? Sasuke's eyes brimmed with dissatisfaction as he scrutinized Naruto's clones. Found it. Let us go, brothers. One of Naruto's clones shouted, and instantly, all the clones sprang into action, charging forward in unison. Are you certain which one it is? Kakashi inquired over the radio. Absolutely, Kakashi-sensei. The one with the pink ribbon on its ear is definitely Ahu. Naruto confidently asserted, tugging at the cat captured by the clones. Then let us proceed to complete the task. Kakashi commanded, and the 4 regrouped, making their way back to the Hokage building. Finally returning, the last task turned out to be unexpectedly troublesome. On the streets of Konoha, the spirited white-haired youth donned in a blue and white robe engaged in lively conversation with his companions. Isn't it because you were too harsh? Otherwise, those wild boars wouldn't have been scared off. It shouldn't have been so troublesome according to plan, Qianyu remarked from behind, playfully teasing. Come on, don't say that, Naruto. As the moonlight illuminated the surroundings, Yuehua suddenly caught sight of a jubilant Naruto and his companions. Aside from Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura, the group also included a drunken old man. Yuehua, our class has taken on a C-rank mission. Haha. Naruto laughed boisterously, brimming with pride. Observing the old man in the group, Yuehua raised an eyebrow, realizing that the task had indeed fallen upon Naruto and his friends, but this time, everything was different. Let us do our best and not mess it up. Return alive, Yuehua said with a smile as she patted Naruto's shoulder and walked past him. I will become Hokage. Naruto shouted after her retreating figure. The little brats seemed far more reliable than you. The drunken old man interjected sharply, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. Naturally, Naruto flared up. What did you say? Kakashi-sensei, don't hold me back. I'm going to kill him. The clamor gradually faded into the distance. Is a C-rank mission too soon for Naruto? She suddenly spoke up, noting that within Kakashi's team, the only one Yuehua genuinely cared for was Naruto. Although she couldn't comprehend what made Naruto so special, as a subordinate, she felt obliged to respect Yuehua's wishes. A C-rank mission, Yuehua pondered, recalling Zabuza. She wondered if Zabuza would still head to the Land of Waves after losing Haku. Should Zabuza appear, that mission would undoubtedly qualify as an A rank. For the reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen was still highly valued. It's nothing to worry about. Although Naruto is undoubtedly a fool, he is by no means weak. It's just that we are too exceptional. Viewed through a normal lens, Naruto and Sasuke are undoubtedly the strongest among our graduating class, Yuehua remarked, gazing at the monumental Hokage rock. Uchiha Sasuke, as long as he awakens his Sharingan, his strength will be firmly at the level of a Chunin. And you are well aware of Naruto's prowess, Ji. His vast chakra, akin to an unfathomable abyss, ensures that becoming a strong ninja is merely a matter of time. Looking into Ji's profound violet eyes and her serene smile, Yuehua encouraged, we must also strive hard. It would be quite embarrassing if that fool Naruto surpasses us. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chiyu was engaged in conversation with a noblewoman holding a struggling cat, indicating their familiarity. However, the cat appeared to be in distress. In the Hokage building, the 3rd Hokage was present in the mission issuance hall. Generally, he did not concern himself with missions below A rank. But Kakashi's team was exceptionally unique, with a Jinchuriki and a Sharingan user, making it impossible for him to overlook. Lord 3rd, Yuehua approached directly to greet him. Strictly speaking, as a disciple of Danzo, she was also a junior to the 3rd Hokage, placing her in the same generation as Orochimaru, which made her mentorship under Danzo quite advantageous. Oh, it's Yuehua. Have you come to submit a mission too? The 3rd Hokage cast a brief glance at Bai Z and Qianyu, then shifted his focus to carefully observe Yuehua. This marked the first occasion he had seen him as a fully fledged ninja. The young man donned a blue and white robe, exuding vitality and exhibiting no signs of fatigue from his recent mission, having officially become a ninja and completed several tasks. His demeanor had grown more composed, yet the 3rd could sense a profound change within him, a feeling entirely distinct from before. To articulate it precisely, the youth had found his path, imbued with his own beliefs and convictions, no longer the naive boy he once was. Lord 3rd? HM? Oh, haha. One grows accustomed to daydreaming with age, haha. The 3rd chuckled lightly, seemingly in high spirits. Casting a curious glance, Yuehua chose not to elaborate further. Although he could not fathom why the elderly man was staring blankly at him, the matter at hand was of greater importance. Lord 3rd, we wish to undertake a C-rank mission, Yuehua stated once more, adding, preferably one with a bit of difficulty. Tasks that are too simple are truly dull. A C-rank mission, you say? Please wait a moment while I review your mission records. 47 D-rank missions, quite an impressive achievement. The 3rd praised them, though he did not appear overly surprised, as he was well aware of their capabilities. Iruka, please bring me the C-rank mission list. The 3rd did not comment on Yuehua's additional request, but merely called for Iruka. Iruka, who was preoccupied with his own tasks, took a considerable amount of time to present the documents to the 3rd, only then noticing Yuehua. Yuehua, is it you? Are you all here to accept the C-rank mission? That is certainly more reassuring than Naruto. Iruka recalled Naruto's persistent antics, which made his head ache. Iruka-sensei, what brings you here? Yuehua asked curiously. Recently, the Ninja Academy has been on break, and a friend of mine fell ill, so I came to substitute for him. Yuehua. Bai and Little Z, do your best on your missions. I must return to work now. Iruka smiled encouragingly at the trio before diving back into his responsibilities. Bai nodded slightly. He held a fondness for the sunny disposition of this Konoha teacher. Even Z did not object to Iruka calling him Little Z. prompting Yuehua to reflect on how remarkable Iruka was. It was indeed a formidable feat to be well-liked by everyone, and the likes of Sasuke, despite his brooding nature, at least did not harbor any disdain for Iruka. Achieving such a level of acceptance was something for which Iruka could take pride, given Sasuke's lofty standards. Yuehua, there is a guard mission that aligns perfectly with your request. The renowned jeweler, Banjuzu, from the Land of Fire, seems to have bandits targeting his son and is seeking ninjas for protection. However, this is a B-rank mission, not a C-rank. Would that pose a problem for you? No problem at all. Yuehua felt a surge of joy within. This was a blatant act of consideration, entrusting them with a B-rank task. He had not anticipated the third would go so far, and there was no reason to refuse, so he eagerly agreed. Come with me. The third Hokage observed the beaming Yuehua, then rose from his seat in the mission hall, leading her to a secluded corridor. In addition to this task, there is something else I wish to entrust to you, he stated, fixing his gaze upon her with a sharpness akin to that of a falcon, causing Yuehua to shiver involuntarily. She quickly composed herself, her smile fading as she regarded him earnestly. Lord Third, please speak. For the sake of the village, I shall exert every effort within my capabilities. The third's expression softened, disregarding Yuehua's subtle attempts at humor. What do you mean for the village? You are quite the cautious one. However, there is nothing wrong with that, as long as your heart is aligned with Konoha. He then began, I once had 3 disciples. One became a rogue ninja, while the other 2 wandered away from the village. This matter pertains to my only female apprentice. Have you heard of the name Tsunade? At the mention of the legendary Sannin, Yuehua's mind was inundated with a cacophony of thoughts. Such an association indicated a precarious situation. I believe I have heard teacher Danzo mention her. She is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, correct? She replied cautiously. Indeed. What I wish to convey is that Tsunade is a close friend of Banjukichichi. If possible, could you inquire about her whereabouts? The third's expression was tinged with concern, as Tsunade's gambling habits were a source of embarrassment. If you find her, please inform her that Konoha is in need of a 5th Hokage. Since the sacrifice of the 4th Hokage, the third had once again shouldered the weight of Konoha, yet he was aware of his advancing age. And Kakashi's generation still seemed somewhat inexperienced. Thus, he contemplated the retrieval of both Tsunade and Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya was a wanderer, making it difficult to ascertain his whereabouts. Tsunade, on the other hand, frequently garnered news of her substantial losses at gambling, which led the third to hope for her return to assume the role of 5th Hokage. Understood. Rest assured, Lord Third, I shall complete the task, Yuehua assured him earnestly. Banjukichichi, a renowned jeweler of the Land of Fire, was also a powerful nobleman with only one son, Banjuritsu. Would anyone dare to target such a formidable individual? Yuehua furrowed her brow, acknowledging the complexities of dealing with nobles. The more powerful they were, the more likely they were to befriend strong clans from the ninja villages. The daimyo of the Land of Fire, for instance, was always accompanied by the 12 guardian ninja, elite shinobi of formidable skill. Nobles like Banjukichichi, being among the greats of the Land of Fire, undoubtedly had a robust protective detail. Even someone like Kakuza could recruit formidable figures like Zabuza. Thus, the strength surrounding Banjukichichi could only be greater. Unclear for now. We shall ascertain the details upon meeting. There is no need for excessive speculation. Let us proceed, Chinyu remarked as they continued on their journey. Within an opulent mansion, a small boy with a runny nose gazed wide-eyed at the middle-aged man seated in a pavilion, sipping tea. Daddy, are real ninjas really coming? He asked innocently. Yes, indeed. Little Yuehua, the man replied fondly, looking at the boy. Your uncle Yuehua and the others are also real ninjas. However, the boy was engrossed in play within the courtyard, paying no heed to the middle-aged man's words. At that moment, a maid hurriedly approached, announcing, Sir, a ninja from the Leaf Village requests an audience. Have they arrived? Please, usher them in promptly and ensure they are well treated, the middle-aged man instructed. He then turned to the boy frolicking in the courtyard. Little Yuehua, the ninja is here. Really? Let's go see, Dad. Hurry. The boy tugged at the middle-aged man, urging him forward. In the living room, the Leaf Ninja Nara Chihiro, accompanied by his subordinates Aoi, Sakikawa, Bai, and Itachi, had accepted this escort mission. Mr. Bankyu, Chihiro addressed the middle-aged man, Bankyu Chujin, a prominent gem merchant. You are too kind, Mr. Nara. Bankyu Chujin replied amiably, as a maid brought in tea and snacks. Dad, is it really a ninja? Is it true? The boisterous boy Bankyu Yuehua exclaimed, pointing at Sakikawa, causing her to twitch in annoyance at his antics. Yes, indeed, little Zwa. Behave yourself, Bankyu Chujin replied with a smile, calling the boy closer to him, preventing him from pestering Sakikawa further. Seeing this, Chihiro remained silent until Bankyu was settled down, then inquired, Mr. Bankyu, your protective forces must be formidable. Yet why issue such a defense task? Has something occurred? Bankyu Chujin's expression turned serious. Yes. Our Bankyu family has maintained a good relationship with the Moonlight Clan of the Leaf since my father's time. And we usually have a ninja from the Moonlight Clan guarding us. However, recently, one of the elite ninjas left to protect a shipment of valuable jewels, leaving us with only one elite and 6 mid-level ninjas. He cast a loving glance at Bankuzwa, who was playing with glass marbles, and continued, at that time, our estate was targeted. Initially, we thought it was just some foolish thieves, but we were attacked. Though we repelled the assailants, another elite ninja was injured, prompting us to request assistance. Upon hearing this, Chihiro's expression grew grave. It was clear that the assailants were not to be underestimated, thus justifying the B-rank mission. Furthermore, we received a letter threatening that if we wished to keep Little Zwa unharmed, a substantial sum must be paid. Bankyu Chujin's voice trembled with barely contained anger. Little Zwa was his precious child, born to him in his later years, and he could not fathom anyone daring to threaten his son. Therefore, I implore you all to protect my son. Bankyu Chujin suddenly bowed deeply. Chihiro quickly assisted him up, promising, rest assured, Mr. Bankyu, we have accepted this mission, and we will ensure not a single hair on your son's head is harmed. This residence is extraordinarily vast, Sakikawa marveled. Having wandered for quite some time with the maid's guidance, yet still not having explored the entirety of the estate. Indeed, Mr. Bongjio is one of the most prominent merchants in the Land of Fire. However, this is not the time for such discussions. With such a grand residence, we are utterly incapable of establishing a defense. Our only option now is to provide close protection. Nara Chihiro leapt onto the rooftop, surveying the various courtyards, his brow furrowed. One courtyard, exquisitely designed and aesthetically pleasing, featured a white stone path, lush bamboo growths, vibrant clusters of flowers, and a gently flowing stream. This was Bangriji's domain. Sakahana, Bai, and Aki were responsible for the close protection of Bangriji, while Chihiro and the ninja from the Tsukikage clan safeguarded Bongjio-ju in the palace, preventing any overt attacks on Bangriji. Typically, such protective assignments have no set duration. They last until the threat is neutralized. Whether that be through the elimination of all assailants by Tsukahana and her team or the return of another elite ninja from the Tsukikage clan, coupled with the recovery of the bedridden individual. Ninjas, true ninjas. Bangriji was gleefully darting about, his large snotty nose flailing around Tsukahana, radiating excitement. Tsukahana, aghast at the sight of the swinging mucus, felt her eyes twitch in horror, especially as the little imp seemed intent on getting closer. Little brat. Suck that snot back in. She seized Bangriji by the collar, pulling him away to avoid contact with the unsightly mess, while Bai unexpectedly displayed a warm smile. And even Aki's lips curled slightly upward, exacerbating Tsukahana's frustration. Listen well, little one. Do not run about recklessly. We will be providing you with close protection from now on. Understood? Tsukahana adopted a fierce expression, attempting to intimidate Bangriji. Do not underestimate me. I am capable of ninjutsu, Bangriji proclaimed defiantly, puffing out his chest and extracting a bundle of cash from his pocket. Suddenly, he tossed it into the air with a flourish. Ninjutsu, gold release, human wall technique. The fluttering bills cascaded through the air, and from the flower beds, bamboo groves, and beneath the stream, dozens of agile figures in black emerged, frantically scrambling for every banknote, forming an impenetrable wall that shielded Bangriji securely within. With wide eyes, Tsukahana stood dumbfounded at the spectacle before her mind struggling to comprehend the scene. And she was not alone in her astonishment. Even Bai, who typically remained composed, and Aki, accustomed to a stoic demeanor, exhibited expressions of bewilderment at the sheer absurdity of this gold release technique. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? This is my ninjutsu, the gold release technique. Ah. Get off me. You're crushing me. Bangriji initially laughed triumphantly before expressing his displeasure loudly. Though her lips twitched in annoyance, Tsukahana, as the protector, reached into the throng and pulled Bangriji out, only to discover that his snot had inadvertently smeared onto some unfortunate soul. However, before Tsukahana could even catch her breath, another stream of mucus swung back and forth, causing her face to pale instantly. After a day spent playing ninja games with the exuberant Bangriji, the evening finally settled into tranquility. What a tiring ordeal, That sly Chihiro really handed us a handful with this troublesome little rascal. Seated in the corridor, Yuehua seethed with indignation. However, the individual leisurely engrossed in reading seemed oblivious to this earnest expression of discontent. My lord Yuehua, would you like to rest for a while? How about I and I take the night watch tonight? She suggested softly. Recently, Z had indeed undergone a significant transformation, for instance. He occasionally smiled and could engage in casual conversation, unlike the cold demeanor he exhibited when he first arrived at the Qinfan household, where he only knew commands and tasks. No need. Let the three of us take turns on the night watch. Gee, you should go to sleep first. I will take the first shift. I will take the second, and you will handle the last shift. Bye. Is that acceptable? Yuehua inquired. Of course, but my lord Yuehua, I would prefer to take the second shift, I whispered. The arrangement of 3 shifts allowed for more rest during the first and third shifts, while the second shift was particularly arduous, making it difficult to achieve uninterrupted sleep. Do not worry about me. I shall retire now. Gee, you should also hurry to bed. Lack of proper sleep is detrimental to your skin, Yuehua remarked with a smile before departing to the guest room prepared for them, situated right next to Bangri's bedroom. As Yuehua lay on the bed, sleep did not come immediately. Instead, he plunged his consciousness into the Binglanwan. The so-called sleep was merely a means to alleviate mental fatigue. In other words, it allowed the soul to relax. While conversing with the Binglanwan, Yuehua could bolster and enhance his spiritual power, thus significantly alleviating mental exhaustion. However, this was limited. Sleep remained essential, as it provided an irreplaceable means of mental relaxation, albeit reducing the need for prolonged slumber. In essence, while an ordinary person required 8 hours of sleep, Yuehua needed only 3 to 4 hours to function adequately. Otherwise, he would lack the energy to practice at night. Time flowed swiftly, and before the first half of the night had passed, Yuehua awoke. He stepped outside to splash cold water on his face, fully rousing himself. I stood vigilantly at Bangri's door, attentively observing the surrounding movements. My lord Yuehua, isn't it too early for a shift change? Why are you awake? I noted as Yuehua emerged without concealing his presence. You know very well that my need for sleep is minimal. 3 hours is sufficient. Now, off you go to rest. Leave the rest to me, Yuehua promptly urged. I obediently rose to depart. Since Yuehua assured him there was no issue, he felt no need to burden himself with additional concerns. Moreover, he truly felt fatigued, and persisting further would yield no benefits. Watching Bai enter his room, Yuehua plopped down onto the floor, cradling the Binglanwan in his arms. With swift hand gestures, he began to practice the perception technique he had learned from the winds in the mountains. However, Yuehua's innate talent in this area was not particularly high. Despite possessing formidable spiritual power, he remained only at a rudimentary level. His perception range was limited, and its precision was lacking. He could barely detect the presence of larger beings or animals, while smaller creatures remained elusive and indistinct to him. Is this still ineffective? What exactly is going wrong? Troubled, Yuehua scratched his head and gazed up at the resplendent full moon in the sky, its cool light cascading down to the earth like a flowing stream. Enchanted, he admired the bamboo grove draped in silver veils, the floral clusters dusted with silver powder, and the shimmering brook illuminated by the moonlight. Even the white stone path glimmered with a delicate silver sheen. It is truly beautiful, he murmured unconsciously. The silver moon hung askew, casting a soft glow upon Yuehua and his ice wheel blade. Suddenly, a sharp sound of slicing wind pierced the air. The ice wheel blade was drawn in an instant, its pristine edge shimmering brilliantly under the moonlight as Yuehua swung it to deflect the incoming shuriken. This is a warning. If the money is not delivered by tomorrow, we shall take the life of that boy. Consider this carefully, Bangjiuzu in the palace. What is more important, the money or your son's life? We do not fear the ninjas of Konoha. The booming voice echoed thunderously, prompting Bai and Z to rush forward. Go protect the boy. I shall handle this, Yuehua commanded, brandishing the ice wheel blade as he charged forward, simultaneously initiating the first release. Sit in the frosty sky, ice wheel blade. Above the high wall, 2 figures, one tall and one short, merely smiled coldly at the advancing Yuehua, rapidly forming hand seals as they shouted, Earth style, and hell. Instantly, the ground below collapsed, the earth becoming soft like a funnel, swirling rapidly and devouring everything in its path. At the moment the ground softened, Yuehua leapt swiftly, wielding the ice wheel blade to conjure a massive ice pillar. He landed atop the ice pillar and leaped again, glancing back to see the pillar being sucked down into the whirlpool of earth. However, Yuehua had already evaded the attack range of Ant Hell and gazed at the two figures atop the wall, launching a rapid series of kicks, wind style, Tempest Blade. Yet, the razor winds merely grazed the two, tearing a bit of fabric but inflicting no harm. The sound echoed like a clash against solid steel. The Konoha brat, we shall meet again. The two did not retaliate. After uttering their words, their bodies quickly sank into the earth, vanishing from sight with a speed far surpassing that of ZS stealth. Wind style, red thread. The slender wind blades carved deep gorges into the ground, but the adversaries had long since disappeared, their earth-escaping speed extraordinary. Shaozhua, are you all right? A panicked voice called out as a large group rushed forward, with Banjiizu in the lead, closely followed by the Chuzhong of the Moonlight Clan, and behind them, a cadre of black-clad bodyguards. Upon seeing Banjiizu, who was being shielded by Bai and Z, they surged forward, embracing him in relief. Meanwhile, Xinyu observed the massive whirlpool of earth in the courtyard, along with the protruding ice pillar and Yuehua standing on the wall. What is going on? Any clues? Xinyu inquired as he landed beside Yuehua. The adversaries are those despicable rock ninjas, 2 in number, both likely possessing the prowess of Jonin. Their ability to maneuver through the earth is formidable, and they have left threats that if the money is not delivered by tomorrow, they shall take the life of Banjiizu. Yuehua spoke swiftly, her disdain for the rock ninjas palpable. Xinyu remained silent, having perused the records concerning Yuehua's parents, who had met their demise at the hands of the rock ninjas. It is no wonder Yuehua harbors such animosity towards them. However, Xinyu himself held no fondness for them either. Indeed, it is the rock ninjas. I have already conferred with the Jonin from the Moonlight Clan. There should be 2 of them, both of Jonin caliber, precisely as your intelligence suggests. This is truly a significant undertaking. Nara Xinyu's expression darkened. The complexity of this mission had evidently surpassed the scope of a B-rank task, undoubtedly qualifying as an A-rank mission. Due to the surprise attack, Banri's courtyard lay in utter ruin, yet this mattered little to Banjiizu in the palace, even if the entire estate were to be obliterated. As long as Banri's remained unharmed, it was of no consequence. They quickly relocated to another venue, where discussions of subsequent strategies commenced, as the enemy had brazenly proclaimed their intent to return. Mr. Banjiu, we have confirmed that the assailants are ninjas from a Wagakure, likely hired by someone from the Land of Earth to act against you and your son. Do you have any leads? The Land of Earth? Banjiizu in the palace initially paused, his countenance shifting to one of grim resolve, the warmth previously present on his round face replaced by a chilling aura of menace. Naras-san, I believe I have an inkling of who has orchestrated this attack against me. Summoning a nearby attendant, Banjiizu in the palace proceeded to issue a series of commands, each action reflecting his astute capability. That fool from the Land of Earth shall soon come to regret this. To fail in business and resort to such underhanded tactics is intolerable. After venting his frustrations, Banjiizu turned his gaze to Xinyu, yet continued. I must rely on your expertise in what follows, Naras-san. Rest assured, we shall not abandon this mission. However, we must indeed contemplate our response strategies. Xinyu mused, stroking his chin. Throughout this ordeal, neither Banjiizu in the palace nor Xinyu ever entertained the notion of conceding to the enemy's demands. Surrender was never an option in their minds. This exemplifies the pride of the Land of Fire, the dignity of Konoha. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, Xinyu pondered while Yuehua was also strategizing on how to confront those two. Seeking assistance from the village, she quickly dismissed the idea, realizing time was of the essence, leaving only their own capabilities to address the situation. However, the rock ninjas proved to be exceedingly troublesome. The Jonin from a Wagakure, masters of the hardening technique and earth-style stealth, are undoubtedly among the most formidable foes. It is well known that of the 5 great ninja villages, the rock ninjas are the most tenacious, unless one were to face the battle-mad warriors of Kumogakure. Regardless, anyone would find it arduous to contend with the rock ninjas. Konoha had only triumphed over a Wagakure through the might of its elite. Banri's had grown very quiet, not uttering a word. Having been startled by the earlier chaos in the courtyard, leaning against Banjiizu in the palace, he remained silent. Ji, can your earth-style techniques hinder their stealth? Yuehua inquired. Looking towards Ji, it is exceedingly challenging. The opponent is a high-ranking ninja, possessing far superior control over chakra than I do. I can only manage to impede them for a mere second or two, Ji solemnly stated. Upon hearing Ji's words, Yuehua's brow furrowed tightly. A fleeting moment was utterly inconsequential. After all, the adversary's hardening technique was remarkably formidable, impenetrable even by the Galefoot technique. Only a more powerful maneuver could resolve this predicament. I have an idea. Bai, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke, prompting both Yuehua and Qianyu to turn their attention towards him. The handsome youth gradually articulated his plan, causing Yuehua's spirits to soar, while Qianyu blinked in acknowledgement, nodding in agreement. Together, they began to refine the strategy with Bai and Xi. On the following dawn, under the morning light, a large throng departed from the Bongzhou family estate, ostensibly to attend to family repairs, before temporarily retreating to a subsidiary residence for a few days. Is Bongzhou Chuzai attempting to escape? Shall we act now? Inquired a somewhat shorter Iwa ninja. Do not concern yourselves with them, unless they flee to Kanahegakure. Their efforts are futile. Just follow them. Tonight, we shall eliminate those brats from Konoha, and Bongzhou Chuzai will undoubtedly relent. His affection for his son is genuine. Retorted a taller Iwa ninja, casting a cold glance into the distance before vanishing underground. Another Iwa ninja followed suit, disappearing into the earth. Is this sufficient, Mr. Qianyu? Bongzhou Chuzai, unlike some old aristocrats who traveled in palanquins, preferred to walk. At this moment, he and Bangriswa were positioned in the middle of the procession, flanked by Qianyu and Yuehua, who tended to Bongzhou Chuzai and Bangriswa, respectively. Bai led the group ahead, while Xi and the ninjas from the Moonlight clan formed a protective perimeter. Everything will be fine. Do not worry, Mr. Bongzhou. The next appearance of the enemy will herald their demise, Qianyu reassured, remaining vigilant. Although it was presumed that the adversaries would not strike during daylight, caution was still prudent. Thus, they departed the family estate without incident, arriving at a picturesque villa not far from the main residence, situated by a serene lake. Time passed swiftly during the day, and at last, as the sun descended, Bongzhou Chuzai and Bangriswa concealed themselves within the grand house. Qianyu stood guard closely by their side, while Yuehua stood alone atop the roof. Xi, Bai, and the ninjas from the Moonlight clan scattered throughout the vicinity, prepared for defense. Such audacity! The brats from Konoha are growing increasingly arrogant. Do they truly believe that a handful of them can thwart us? The voice resounded again, boldly shattering the entrance without hesitation. Who is truly audacious here? You two rascals, Galefoot and Crimson Thread. Without further ado, Yuehua leapt from the rooftop, executing a Galefoot strike. The slender azure wind blade barely visible beneath the moonlit night. Earth release, earth flow wall. The shorter Iwa ninja hastily formed hand seals, slamming both hands onto the ground. And in an instant, a wall of earth surged forth, erecting itself before the two Iwa ninjas. The wind blade struck the earthen wall with considerable force, producing scarcely a sound. A slender crack appeared, penetrating the wall entirely. Regrettably, it did not hit any of the rock ninjas. Ah, the little brat is quite formidable, managing to breach my earthen wall. Yet, no matter how skilled, he remains merely a child, and to think he could slay a genius from Konoha, how fortunate indeed. Two rock ninjas slowly emerged from the wall. The shorter one formed hand seals, invoking earth release, rock cannon. A stone projectile was expelled, initially no larger than an almond, but it rapidly swelled to the size of a fist, hurtling towards its target with a deafening rush. Yuehua instinctively tilted his head just in time, the rushing wind stinging his ears. More critically, the fist-sized stone struck the house behind him, causing a sturdy column to shatter with a resounding crack, the entire structure groaning ominously, on the verge of collapse. Ice release, ice binding technique. With a gentle incantation, the fractured column was frozen in place, providing solid support to the house, and the ominous creaking ceased abruptly. Impressive, a bloodline limit I have yet to encounter. This journey is proving worthwhile. The taller rock ninja displayed a look of astonishment. Capturing an opponent with a bloodline would undoubtedly be a tremendous achievement. Sit tight, Frosty Sky, Ice Wheel. The moment Bai made his move, Yuehua activated his abilities, aware that his adversaries were powerful Jainin. He could not afford to be distracted. His gaze fixed intently on the rock ninja before him. Ice pillars of flock. Yuehua unleashed the ice wheel, sending forth dozens of sharp ice pillars, which surged forward, propelled by the power of the ice wheel. Earth release, earth return. The taller rock ninja swiftly raised a hand, summoning a massive stone from the ground to shield himself. The impact resonated as the ice pillars struck the rock, causing it to tremble violently. Two bloodline users? Or perhaps some unique ninja tools? The tall rock ninja pressed the stone down, observing the ice pillars lodged within it with curiosity. His attention fixed on the advancing Yuehua and the ice wheel in his grasp. You wish to engage in close combat? Such folly, little brat. However, it would be wise not to kill you just yet. Should you also bear a bloodline limit, that would be a shame. I'll leave you half dead instead. A sinister smile crept across his lips, and his exposed skin shifted color, taking on a metallic sheen. Who said I desired close combat? Water release, water wave. Suddenly, Yuehua halted, planting the ice wheel into the ground, forming hand seals. The moisture in the air surged, and torrents of water coalesced around him, rushing forward with tremendous force. Using water release against us? Huh. Are you a fool, little brat? The two rock ninjas erupted in laughter, yet their hand seals remained swift. Earth release, earthen wall. Canola's little brat, do you not know that earth beats water? Did your mentor never enlighten you? What a pitiable child. It would be best to surrender quietly, lest I leave you half dead and drag you back to the village, enduring needless suffering. The tall rock ninja stood atop the towering earthen wall, surveying the scene below with a condescending gaze, attempting to manipulate the delicate moonflower. You insufferable rock ninjas. I dare say you would be far more charming if you simply ceased to exist. Your very existence is a waste of sustenance and a blight upon the air we breathe. To persist in life takes remarkable audacity. She spat venomously. In response, Moonflower unleashed a barrage of shurikens with her left hand, simultaneously plunging the ice wheel into the water. The sound of cracking echoed as the flowing water rapidly froze, enveloping the entire courtyard in a thick layer of ice. This was the result of Moonflower's water release technique. Infused with her chakra, which made the freezing process considerably less taxing, as the ice wheel was responsible for the solidification. Creating such an extensive ice layer would typically demand an immense amount of chakra. Upon hearing Moonflower's curses, the two rock ninjas exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. They deflected the shurikens effortlessly with their hardened bodies, readying their hand signs when a chilling female voice pierced the air, altering their demeanor. Earth release, rock collapse. Beneath the earthen wall, a misdirected shuriken suddenly transformed into a young girl, Zizi. With her hands swiftly forming seals, she pressed her palms against the wall. Is this little brat seeking her own demise? She muttered indignantly. The two rock ninjas shifted their hand signs, maximizing their hardened technique, their skin deepening in hue. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted as the massive earthen wall shattered, sending chunks of rock flying in every direction. Zizi, positioned beneath the wall, bore the brunt of the assault. Directly struck by a flying stone, which reduced her to a mere puddle of mud atop the ice. Curse it, a mud clone. That wretched little girl. The two rock ninjas fumed, curling their bodies and leaping into the air, braving the rain of debris with their hardened technique. Fortunately, the rock collapse technique could not control the trajectory of the flying stones, sparing them from greater misfortune. Yet despite their fortunate escape, the two rock ninjas were seething with anger, embarrassed to be so thoroughly outmaneuvered by mere children. Though their own overconfidence played a part, this girl was no ordinary foe. Earth release, rock cannon. At last, as all the debris had been launched, the two rock ninjas, still airborne, hastily formed their hand signs, unleashing a barrage of stone projectiles at Moonflower. Ice Dragon Spiral Tail. In an instant, Moonflower swung her blade, causing ice to surge rapidly from the edge, coalescing into a formidable wall of frost that connected seamlessly with the ice beneath her feet, continually expanding. The whistling stone projectiles struck the ice wall, creating massive craters with their powerful impact, yet they failed to breach the icy barrier, let alone shatter it. Observing the rapidly regenerating ice that filled the craters, the two rock ninjas furrowed their brows, realizing that their adversary was more formidable than they had anticipated. Almost instinctively, they began forming seals again, preparing to dive underground to evade the looming threat. However, they soon realized that beneath their feet lay not familiar earth, but a thick layer of ice, severing their connection to the ground and rendering their earth techniques ineffective. Shadow Mimic Technique. Two dark shadows suddenly elongated across the slick ice surface, the moonlight casting elongated silhouettes of the rock ninjas, which seamlessly merged with the shadows of their forms. Then, the rock ninja, who was in the midst of forming hand seals, froze momentarily, his expression shifting as he exclaimed in shock, "The Nara clan, how despicable." However, as seasoned jonin, both rock ninjas quickly regained their composure, their battle-hardened experience kicking in. Initially taken aback, they soon channeled their chakra fervently, striving with all their might to break free from their restraints. Hurry, they are both jonin. I cannot hold them for long. Nara Chihiro crouched on the ground, weaving hand seals to manipulate the shadows that bound their movements. Without further prompting from Chihiro, Sukahana leapt gracefully onto the ice wall and then somersaulted downwards, executing the Gale Foot technique, the Azure Whip. Sukahana's descending form spun like a top, a singular foot wielding a whirling blade of azure wind, resembling an elongated azure cord. Yet, this cord was not intended for binding. It was a harbinger of death. The sinuous azure whip struck the taller rock ninja with a jarring force, producing a sound that grated on the nerves, followed by a splatter of crimson as blood cascaded onto the icy surface, even cleaving a deep fissure into the ice beneath. Dazed and disoriented, Sukahana struggled to maintain his footing, the world around him swirling in chaos, shadows dancing before his eyes. At that moment, a voice cried out, "Lord Sukahana, be careful," followed by a sickening sound. Before he could react, a searing pain ripped through his shoulder. A torrent of blood erupting from his mouth like a waterfall, the intense agony sharpening his senses, finally allowing him to glimpse the rock ninja before him. A visage akin to a malevolent specter. The right ear and entire right arm of the ninja were missing, blood gushing from the wound, yet undeterred. The tall rock ninja swung his left fist down towards Sukahana once more. Barely managing to roll away, Sukahana collapsed to the ground. Watching as the rock ninja lunged at him, gathering chakra beneath his feet again for Gale Foot, red thread. Without the protection of his hardening technique, a thin stream of blood split from the ninja's forehead down to his groin, and with a sharp crack, he was cleaved in two, his insides spilling onto the ice. A pungent scent of blood permeating the air. In a lavishly decorated room, golden morning light streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting motes of light upon a pallid face. Suddenly, a figure named Ji parted the curtains, allowing the warm sunlight to flood in, revealing two hospital beds where Sukahana and Bai lay in silence. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of their chests, they would appear as if they had succumbed to death. Ji gazed at the unconscious pair, a shadow of sorrow crossing his features. Have they awoken? Chihiro gently entered, glancing at the two on the beds, then quietly inquired of Ji. Bai woke briefly, but soon fell asleep again. However, Lord Sukahana has yet to regain consciousness. Ji replied in a hushed tone, mindful not to disturb their recovery. I see. But it should not be too grave. The last injury Sukahana sustained was far worse. Not only were several bones fractured, but he also bore the searing scars from lightning techniques. He continuously consumed military rations, causing his chakra pathways to spasm. Yet he still managed to persevere. Qianyu discerned Ji's concerns. Although curious about Ji's unexpected emotional display, he took it upon himself to offer words of comfort. Upon hearing Qianyu's reassuring remarks, Ji's countenance still bore a hint of melancholy. Is Lord Qianyu's injury truly inconsequential? What injury? Merely a depletion of chakra, leaving me fatigued. It is my own inadequacy that allowed those two rock ninja to escape, resulting in their injuries, Qianyu replied with a self-deprecating smile, followed by a deep sigh as he recalled the events of 2 nights prior. The tall rock ninja was Yuehua, while the short one had been targeted by Bai. Both utilized hardening techniques for defense, rendering conventional attacks ineffective. Consequently, Yuehua abandoned the use of the ice wheel, as its direct lethality was insufficient, opting instead for the tornado blue rope. On the other hand, Bai employed a newly developed technique, the ice crow spear, which pierced through the diminutive rock ninja. However, at the critical moment, Qianyu found his chakra waning. Binding 2 elite shinobi from a distance was no simple task. Ultimately, while they succeeded in vanquishing the 2 rock ninja, the price was Yuehua and by sustaining grave injuries. Yuehua's right arm was shattered, causing internal damage to his lungs, as he recklessly continued to use Gale Foot after sustaining his injury, exacerbating his condition to the point of unconsciousness. Bai, on the other hand, suffered relatively lighter wounds. He was struck by a retaliatory punch from his opponent at the last moment, but his ice-young spear weakened the force of that blow, resulting in only a few broken ribs. How embarrassing it is for me, the captain, to remain unscathed while my subordinates lie gravely injured. What kind of shinobi am I? Sigh. Qianyu lamented, deeply troubled by the tenacity of the rock ninja. The shadow techniques of the Nara clan proved ineffective against the hardened rock ninja, leaving Yuehua and Bai to engage them directly. Fortuitously, they encountered Lady Tsunade, whose intervention stabilized Yuehua's condition. Qianyu felt an immense sense of relief. He could scarcely bear to imagine the chaos that would ensue if something were to happen to Yuehua, especially with Danzo's inevitable wrath. In a separate room, a stunning blonde beauty sat flushed, draped in a green jacket adorned with a large kanji for gamble. She was engrossed in a bottle of liquor, surrounded by an array of empty bottles on the table before her. Lady Tsunade, you must cease drinking. You haven't bided enough for today. A modestly dressed girl in gray-black attire entered, frowning as she confiscated the empty bottles. What? Is that you, Shizen? I can still drink. Hurry and bring me more. Tsunade mumbled, her bleary eyes struggling to recognize her companion as she demanded another bottle. With a resigned sigh, Shizune helped Tsunade to her bed, then began tidying the chaotic room, which was littered with empty bottles and reeked of alcohol. After considerable effort, the room was finally restored to order, and Tsunade lay snoring soundly in bed, allowing Shizen to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Their current predicament stemmed from Tsunade's recent substantial losses, forcing them to evade debt collectors, ultimately taking refuge at the residence of Banjuku in the palace. Upon their arrival, they were met with distressing news. The Bangji family had been attacked. In order to confront the adversary, they retreated to an auxiliary residence. By the time they reached the estate, the battle had just concluded. 2 young ninjas from Konoha were gravely wounded, yet they had successfully vanquished their foes. Tsunade, incapacitated by her hemophobia, was unable to lend assistance, thus it fell upon Shizen to render aid to the 2 boys. Subsequently, they were located back to the family estate. Remarkably, these 2 youths had managed to eliminate 2 elite IWA ninjas. Seated on the sofa, Shizen could not help but reminisce about Tsukuwa and Haku. Particularly concerning was Tsukuwa's severely shattered right arm. Had she not encountered Tsunade and Shizune, her chances of recovery would have been virtually non-existent. This circumstance, however, garnered Shizen's newfound respect for them. Having wandered alongside Tsunade, Shizen was not lacking in combat experience, especially considering that Tsunade was often unable to fight. Thus, Shizen possessed a wealth of battle knowledge. She understood all too well the arduous nature of Tsukuwa's mission. Protecting an individual proved far more challenging than launching an attack, particularly against the nimble IWA ninjas. If one could not secure a decisive blow, mere victory held little significance. The initiative in battle rested entirely with the enemy, leading to potential attrition and fragmentation. As Shizen contemplated these matters while keeping vigil over Tsunade, Tsukuwa finally regained consciousness. Struggling to lift her heavy eyelids, Tsukuwa perceived a haze obscuring her vision. After blinking a few times, the fog gradually dissipated, revealing the cerulean ceiling above. Ah, water, water. Attempting to speak, she became acutely aware of her parched and painful throat, managing only a hoarse whisper. However, the ever-watchful Azusa understood her plight and poured a glass of water, gently assisting Tsukuwa in drinking. What happened? Did those rascals take care of the situation? I only recall using the red thread before everything went black. After quenching her thirst, Tsukuwa felt a modicum of relief. All has been resolved, Lady Tsukuwa. You should focus on your recovery, Azusa replied softly, carefully placing the now-reclined Tsukuwa back onto the bed. Recover? Ouch, it hurts. Only then did Tsukuwa notice that her right hand had nearly lost all sensation, and even the slightest attempt to move her fingers was agonizing. Tsukuwa, you must remain still. If it were not for the fortuitous arrival of Lady Tsunade and her apprentice, your arm would likely be beyond repair. For now, focus on healing. Once you are well, we shall return to Konoha, Chiyu stated, rising to stand by Tsukuwa's bedside. Lady Tsunade? Tsukuwa's eyes widened, astonished as memories of the 3rd Hokage's entrusted mission flooded her mind. She had merely sought information about Tsunade, yet here she was, face to face with the legendary Sannin. Indeed, do not let your mind wander. Simply focus on your recuperation, Chiyu admonished, casting a wary glance at Tsukuwa, who seemed lost in thought. What schemes could I possibly entertain? She is one of the Sannin. Such a figure is beyond my reckoning, Tsukuwa replied languidly. Lying on the bed with her right arm severely injured, her body wrapped much like a dumpling. Her left hand remained unscathed, though it proved cumbersome to use. Yuehua gently moved her stiff neck and tilted her head slightly, finally catching sight of the slumbering boy. What has become of him? Why has he awakened yet? Has he sustained more severe injuries than I? A sharp pain coursed through her. In her urgency, Yuehua attempted to rise, but any motion of her right arm sent waves of agony through her. Ji, in a flurry of concern, pressed Yuehua down and reassured her, "Bai is fine. His injuries are far less severe than yours. He awakened once before, consumed a bit of food, and then drifted back to sleep. After all, rest is essential for healing." "Oh, I see. Thank you," Yuehua murmured, her gaze fixed on Ji, whose violet eyes mirrored her own anxiety, the warmth of his breath stirring her hair. "Just lie still and don't move. If you fidget too much, you might truly incapacitate your arm," Chinyu interjected with a playful threat, settling back into the chair beside them. "I understand. Must you be so tedious?" Yuehua shot him an impatient glare before her stomach growled audibly, a reminder of her hunger. Is there anything to eat? I feel quite famished. We have some porridge prepared. Please wait a moment, my lady, Ji replied, darting out like the wind. You take your time to recover. I shall take my leave, Xinyu said, waving his hand as he exited, leaving Yuehua and Bai alone in the room. It has indeed been arduous, yet also exhilarating, hasn't it? The ice wheel Maru. Gazing at the ice wheel Maru resting on the table, Yuehua summoned it to her hand. The memories of her battle with the rock ninja ignited her fervor, gripping the ice wheel Maru tightly. She struggled to calm her racing heart and began to reflect on her missteps during the encounter. The tornado blue rope proved to have significant drawbacks. Although it amplified destructive power through centrifugal force, it also left her disoriented, a clear failure. The tornado blue rope, it necessitates teamwork to execute effectively, or perhaps utilizing shadow clones for its execution. An idea sparked in Yuehua's mind, recognizing its merit, though she lamented the time required to form the seals for shadow clones. Especially in a battle where every second counted. There remains room for improvement, yet how splendid it would be if I could achieve Bankai. The initial release of the ice wheel Maru lacks sufficient lethality, particularly against foes with formidable defenses like the rock ninja. Yuehua clicked her tongue in regret, pondering how much easier this battle would have been had she attained Bankai. My lady, the porridge has arrived, Ji announced, entering steadily with a tray. Land of waves. Sasuke, once more. Naruto shouted, his body battered and bruised, yet his azure eyes shimmered with unwavering resolve, a fierce battle spirit igniting within him. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto formed seals with his hands, summoning hundreds of clones that collectively shouted, take this. Shuriken storm. The shurikens filled half the sky, raining down like a torrential storm. Such remarkable chakra, kid, it's a pity your experience is lacking. Such techniques are of little consequence to me. With the sword held firmly before him, Zabuza's broad blade concealed his form, deflecting the shuriken that clanged against it without inflicting any harm. Or so it seemed. Suddenly, from beneath the water's surface, 5 or 6 shadow clones of Naruto emerged, each grasping Zabuza's legs and shouting in unison, Sasuke, attack with my shadow clones. We must rescue Kakashi-sensei. You don't need to tell me that, Sasuke retorted. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Frustrated by Naruto's exuberance, he leapt high into the air, his eyes transforming into a vivid scarlet, the tomo spinning rapidly. He formed hand seals with remarkable speed, unleashing a colossal fireball that surged directly towards Zabuza. Zabuza, wielding his blade with one hand, dispatched Naruto's clones, yet the massive fireball was already upon him. He had a choice, either endure the impact or dispel the water prison technique to evade the fiery assault. Without hesitation, Zabuza released his grip on the water sphere imprisoning Kakashi, swiftly forming seals to perform the water body flicker technique. Vanishing from his position just as the fireball collided with the water's surface, creating a thick mist. Well done, leave the rest to me, he declared. Amidst the swirling vapor, Kakashi crouched on the water's surface, observing Naruto and Sasuke with an expression of grudging admiration, tempered by irritation at their disarray. It was undeniably embarrassing. The 3 tomo in his Sharingan spun rapidly. Ha ha, I'm so tired, Naruto exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face before he suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Having summoned countless shadow clones, his chakra had been depleted, compounded by the injuries inflicted by Zabuza, leading him to succumb to unconsciousness. Sasuke, on the other hand, maintained his composure. Though he was somewhat battered, he still possessed a measure of strength, unlike Naruto, who had fainted outright. Sasuke, Naruto, are you all right? Sakura asked, trembling slightly but standing resolutely before Tazuna, tears brimming in her eyes as she called out their names. Don't worry, we're not dead, just exhausted, Sasuke replied, struggling to carry the unconscious Naruto to Sakura and Tazuna. Ultimately, he expended the last of his energy, collapsing alongside Naruto into a muddy puddle, resembling 2 clay figures. Those 2 are surprisingly reliable, Tazuna remarked, astonished by the sight of the unconscious Naruto and Sasuke, refraining from mockery and offering a few words of praise instead. Chidori. A resounding clap of thunder echoed through the air, with flickers of lightning illuminating the mist. Sakura, anxiously pulling Sasuke and Naruto from the muck, waited with bated breath for the outcome of Kakashi and Zabuza's confrontation. At last, a figure staggered through the mist, causing Sakura's heart to leap into her throat as her mind raced with anxious thoughts. What if Kakashi-sensei lost? Would they all perish? The very notion of death made her hands tremble, rendering her unable to steady her kunai. Hey, Sakura, are they all right? Kakashi approached, his right hand stained crimson. Droplets of blood falling as fatigue etched itself across his face. Kakashi-sensei. As Sakura beheld Kakashi, tears streamed down her face. Both Sasuke and Naruto were unharmed. Merely having lost consciousness. That is a relief. Now, I must entrust everything to you, Sakura. Kakashi's expression softened, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the ground. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke. Naruto. Sakura cried out helplessly, as the three individuals lay sprawled before her, leaving only herself and Tazuna unscathed, the drizzle rendering the atmosphere particularly desolate. Your injury has improved significantly. The medicinal herbs provided by Mr. Banjo have proven quite effective. Nevertheless, you must refrain from excessive movement. Just rest for a few more days, and you should be fine. Tsunade scrutinized the condition of Yuehua's right arm, nodding in satisfaction. Oh, thank you, Sister Tsunade. Yuehua expressed her gratitude. After a few days of recuperation, Yuehua and Tsunade had become somewhat acquainted, while Tsunade seemed to be evading her debts, remaining hidden within Banjo's residence. A place Yuehua had yet to visit. It's nothing serious. Besides, I am somewhat familiar with Mr. Banjo. Your assistance to him is seen as a favor to us. Tsunade carefully wrapped the bandages before turning her attention to the young girl beside her. Little Ji, come with me. I need to discuss some dietary restrictions during your recovery. I may need to leave soon, so I must entrust this to you. Tsunade was about to exit with Ji when Yuehua paused, realizing that Tsunade and Kakashi were departing. Could it be that Banjo was seeking assistance from Tsunade regarding his debts? A sense of urgency gripped her. The third Hokage's commission remained unresolved. Sister Tsunade, please wait a moment. What is it? Do you have another question? Does your arm still hurt? Tsunade halted and turned, regarding Yuehua with curiosity. No, my arm is fine. I wish to see Lady Tsunade, Yuehua declared, opting for directness over circumlocution, as it seemed far too cumbersome. You wish to see Lady Tsunade? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback, her expression revealing confusion. May I inquire about the reason? Well, during this mission, I received a commission from the third Hokage, and I have matters to discuss with Lady Tsunade. I implore you, Sister Tsunade. Sitting on the bed, Yuehua lowered her head deeply. The third Hokage. I understand. I shall seek out Lady Tsunade. Tsunade glanced at the bowed Yuehua before acquiescing and departing the room. What transpired? Lady Yuehua, why did Sister Tsunade leave so hastily? I entered, having mostly recovered from his injuries, now capable of walking without issue. Yuehua had often complained about this, as Bai had sustained no injuries to his legs. Yet he was still confined to bed, with concerns that movement might jeopardize the healing of his arm bones. Such misalignment would be troublesome. It is nothing significant. I merely requested a favor. More importantly, Ji, assist me to my feet. I doubt Lady Tsunade will come to see me, so we shall go find her. Yuehua propped herself up with her left hand on the bed, preparing to rise. Xylan hurriedly stepped forward to support Yuehua's arm, expressing her concern. But, my Lord Yuehua, Lord Jingyin has instructed you not to move around recklessly. Ignoring Xylan's admonition, Yuehua once again placed her foot on the ground, her right arm remaining still as she slowly took a few steps, feeling no discomfort, which allowed her to exhale in relief. See, Xylan, there's nothing to worry about, Yuehua said with a cheerful smile, gazing at Xylan, whose face was still etched with worry. However, Xylan could not refute her, yet the concern in her eyes remained unwavering. Beside them, Bai spoke up with a smile. Xylan, do not fret too much. We cannot deter Lord Yuehua. Instead of worrying, it would be better to keep an eye on her arm. With a reluctant sound, Xylan remained steadfastly focused on Yuehua's right arm, while Bai led the way. As Yuehua had no knowledge of Tsunade's whereabouts. What did you say? That injured little brat wants to see me? No way. I have no desire to deal with such a bothersome child, Tsunade replied dismissively, turning her head. But, Lady Tsunade, he mentioned accepting the third Hokage's commission. You might want to meet him, Jingyin said, cradling a small pink pig adorned with a pearl necklace. Tontonton. The pink piglet also squealed in agreement from her arms. See. Lady Tsunade, even Tontonton agrees that you should meet him, Jingyin insisted, lifting the piglet and glaring at Tsunade. Ugh. How annoying. Hurry and pack your things. We are leaving soon. I have no time to meet a child. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, making it clear that this matter was futile. Just then, a knock resonated through the air. Who is it now? Tsunade frowned. Jingyin, still holding Tontonton, approached the door. Upon opening it, she was taken aback to see Yuehua, Bai, and Xylan standing at the entrance. Who are you, Jingyin? Tsunade asked curiously, stepping closer and noticing the trio of youths. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I am Qingfan Yuehua, a Konoha genin. It is an honor to meet you, Lady Tsunade, Yuehua said with a bright smile, admiring the stunning blonde beauty before her. Just a little brat. So pretentious. It's quite irritating, Tsunade remarked, scrutinizing Yuehua with a scathing tone. Yuehua's expression stiffened, rolling her eyes in response. All right, I'll get straight to the point. Lady Tsunade, before my arrival, the third Hokage entrusted me with the task of gathering information about you from Mr. Banjin. However, I didn't expect to meet you in person. The third wanted me to convey a message to you. Yuehua locked eyes with Tsunade, regarding the former member of the legendary Three Ninjas. What message? Just say it. There is no need for theatrics, Tsunade replied impatiently, folding her arms. Konoha needs a fifth Hokage, Yuehua relayed the third Hokage's message. Humph. I thought it would be something more substantial. That old man is still the same. What does the fifth Hokage have to do with me? Besides, isn't he still in good health? Why is there a need for a fifth? Tsunade sneered coldly, delivering a merciless taunt. Now that you've said your piece, you can leave. Don't block the way, she added, clearly dismissing them. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, shooing away the trio of Yuehua, Bai, and Z like bothersome flies. I have one last thing to say before I take my leave, she stated. Yuehua gazed at Tsunade with a calm demeanor. Lady Tsunade, my mentor is Danzo, and from him, I have learned that one must go to any lengths to protect that which they hold dear. Once what we cherish is lost, it is too late. Farewell. With that, Yuehua turned and began to walk away, flanked by Bai and Z, their figures swiftly vanishing around the corner of the corridor. So, he is a disciple of that scoundrel Danzo. Cherished possessions, you say? A mixture of revulsion and anguish crossed Tsunade's face as she clutched the necklace around her neck tightly. Yet, what I hold dear has long since. A faint whisper escaped her lips, audible only to her. Quickly, Tsunade composed herself, turning around and calling out loudly, What are you dawdling for? Ino. Hurry up and pack your things. We must leave at once. Do you truly believe that Danzo's disciple will have anything kind to say? Understood, Ino replied helplessly, cradling her pig as she went to gather their belongings. In the long corridor, three shadows stretched out under the sunlight. Lady Yuehua. Does the third Hokage imply that Lady Tsunade should assume the role of the fifth Hokage? Bai inquired, while Z turned her head to listen. Having only received combat training within the Foundation and knowing little about such matters. However, her lack of knowledge did not impede her understanding of the title of Hokage, a position even Danzo had to heed. There may be some truth to that. Yet, even if Lady Tsunade declines the position, her return to the village would still serve as a deterrent. Each of the legendary three ninjas is qualified to be Hokage, as they are the most formidable fighters in Konoha, Yuehua reflected, marveling at the near-legendary status of the Sannin. But I fear Lady Tsunade will not return. With a sigh, Yuehua felt a deep sense of worry. What if Orochimaru were to strike? A war-torn Konoha was not the future Yuehua wished to see, which is why she had readily accepted the third's request and confronted Tsunade directly. However, Yuehua noticed Tsunade's expression. It was evident that she remained burdened by her past, particularly as her hemophobia rendered her powerless in battle. In such a state, returning to the village could even be a liability, if not for Jiraiya's elusive whereabouts. Akin to Orochimaru's unpredictability, Yuehua believed the third would have preferred to summon Jiraiya, the strongest among the Sannin. Sighing heavily, Yuehua felt a wave of frustration wash over her. There truly was no one in Konoha capable of confronting Orochimaru head-on. Whether it be the third or Danzo, both were merely relics of the past, lacking the odds to face Orochimaru effectively. Even if Danzo recklessly exposes his Sharingan, it is unlikely to be of any use, after all. It was Orochimaru who aided him in this endeavor. Contemplating this, Sukahira couldn't help but display a bemused expression. His teacher was indeed a complex individual, dedicating his life to the noble cause of protecting the village while simultaneously colluding with the traitor Orochimaru. His actions were difficult to articulate. One could only hope that Orochimaru would not idle away his time, constantly scheming against Konoha. Sukahira pondered, feeling utterly helpless, resigned to burying his thoughts deep within his heart, ready to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. At present, he struggled even against an elite rock ninja, sustaining grievous injuries, and the thought of facing a perverse individual like Orochimaru was daunting. He felt utterly inadequate, yearning to master the Bankai, clenching his left fist tightly. Sukahira gritted his teeth and slowly made his way back to his room. Days later, with the finest medicinal herbs generously provided by Bankyu and the prescription left by Shizune, Sukahira finally healed from his injuries. Although he was not yet ready for intense combat, his daily life was no longer hindered. Thank you, Mr. Bankyu. We shall take our leave now. Outside the Bankyu residence, Chihiro bid farewell to Bankyu, while Tsukihira, Haku, and Aki followed closely behind, all eyes on Bankyu. Mr. Chihiro, and your 3 subordinates, we are truly grateful for your assistance. You are always welcome to visit. The doors of the Bankyu estate will forever remain open to friends. Bankyu expressed his gratitude once more, sincerity evident in his demeanor. Farewell then. Chihiro led Tsukihira and the others as they leisurely made their way back to Konoha. Towering ancient trees loomed around them, creating a vast sea of verdant greenery. The weather had turned sweltering, and the roads were devoid of passers-by. Even with the ample shade provided by the towering trees, few ventured outside. It is indeed a scorching day, Tsukihira remarked, particularly feeling the heat as the bandages on his right arm remained intact, exacerbating his discomfort. He waved his left sleeve, grateful for the gentle breeze that offered a modicum of relief. Lord Tsukihira, would you like to cool off a bit? Haku inquired, forming a hand seal with one hand, conjuring a shard of ice that coalesced in the air, exuding a refreshing chill that could almost elicit a sigh of pleasure. What a convenient bloodline limit. It can be utilized in such a manner. Chihiro observed the ice shard with curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Then I must trouble you, Haku. Tsukihiro watched as Haku created an ice wall, the temperature around them plummeting, leaving him astonished. This ice release was far easier to wield than the ice wheel, which was purely combat-oriented. This practical application was indeed more challenging. However, Mr. Chihiro, at our current pace, how long will it take to return to the village? Have we covered 10 miles this morning? Tsukihira couldn't help but inquire. Why the hurry? Your injuries prevent you from engaging in combat, so even if we return, you won't be able to take on any missions for a while. It is wiser to take things slowly and focus on your recovery, Chihiro replied, leaning against a tree, lazily dozing off. In an instant, the atmosphere deflated. Moonlight ceased her discourse, similarly narrowing her eyes in slumber. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the leaves, cascading upon the crystalline ice wall, which shimmered brilliantly, exuding an exquisite beauty. In the hidden leaf village, within the Hokage tower, Sarutobi pondered, have you made a decision? Shall we collaborate with the Sand Village to host the Chunin exams? Tsunade and Mido sat upon the sofa, facing Danzo, whose countenance was dark and forbidding. Even among these old acquaintances, it has been decided, the Sand Village has extended a gesture of goodwill, and we cannot refuse. Should we succeed in establishing the Sand Village as a stable ally, it would be a boon, ensuring the tranquility of the Leaf Village endures longer, Sarutobi mused, drawing on his pipe, the smoke curling languidly into the air. Don't be so naive, Sarutobi. While hosting the Chunin exams poses no issue, we must remain vigilant towards the Sand. Intelligence suggests that the Sand Village is currently unstable, especially with the Land of Wind-S daimyo reducing their funding. They may resort to desperate measures, Danzo replied, striking the ground with his cane, his voice a raspy, dissonant tone. Even so, we cannot relinquish the prospect of peace. The Chunin exams serve as an excellent conduit. The 4th Kazekage will personally attend the Leaf to observe the proceedings, Sarutobi responded thoughtfully. Is it Raza? That little fellow who rose during the 3rd Great Ninja War dares to come to the Leaf himself? Danzo fell silent, a glimmer of insight flashing in his solitary eye as he contemplated the implications. While Danzo's words may sound harsh, we must tread carefully. Especially as we are but old bones now. We cannot leave behind a mess for the younger generation. That would be most unbecoming, Mido interjected. The office sank into silence, save for Sarutobi continually exhaling clouds of smoke, which soon veiled the room in a hazy shroud. Sarutobi, must you indulge in so much smoking? Danzo waved his sleeve, a gust of wind sweeping the smoke through the window's crevice. Handle it as you see fit. I shall keep an eye on the Sand-S movements. I take my leave, Danzo remarked, his mood evidently soured, for it was clear that Sarutobi had resolved to ally with the Sand Village for the Chunin exams. Further discussion seemed futile, as their intent was merely to ensure the safety of the proceedings. Soon after, Mido and Tsunade also departed. At the entrance of Konoha village, Yuehua gazed at the grand gates, letting out a long sigh. They had journeyed for 3 whole days. Although they had not camped outside, the discomfort was palpable. Ah, Yuehua, I didn't expect to see you here. What happened to your arm? Naruto suddenly dashed up from behind, eager to inspect Yuehua's injury. With a swift motion, she ruthlessly swatted Naruto's hand away, eliciting a smile from Yuehua, who was nearly on the verge of laughter. Naruto, Lady Yuehua's arm is not yet healed. Please refrain from touching it carelessly, she stated expressionlessly, her demeanor suggesting that any further attempts would meet with swift retribution. Naruto, feeling somewhat aggrieved, Shachiya glanced and pouted, adopting an expression that conveyed his refusal to stoop to her level. He had previously learned the hard way under Ji's strict hand. Unlike Bai, who was always lenient, Ji's attacks were notably fierce. However, Yuehua had strictly ordered that no serious injuries should occur. Yuehua, is your injury all right? Why is your arm bandaged so dramatically? Despite his hesitance to intrude, Naruto still expressed concern. It's nothing serious, really. Just an encounter that resulted in a fractured bone. It's nearly healed now. I just have to be cautious with it, see? Yuehua demonstrated by moving her arm for Naruto to observe. As long as you're fine. Naruto nodded, his face still serious. Naruto, hurry up and stop wasting time here. There's no need to linger over someone so easily injured. Sasuke coldly urged Naruto, causing Kakashi, their leader, to show a look of dismay, wondering if this reckless boy was seeking trouble. Hey Sasuke, what are you saying? Yuehua is quite formidable. Naruto retorted stubbornly in defense of Yuehua. Enough, Naruto. Just go quickly. This is not a matter to debate, Yuehua said, narrowing her eyes as she urged Naruto and Sasuke to depart. Meanwhile, she contemplated how to teach that fool a lesson for his arrogance. Should we take care of that guy, Lady Yuehua? Ji, for once, seemed to grasp Yuehua's intent. Well, let us discuss such matters when we return home. For now, we should complete our mission and collect our reward, Yuehua replied with a hearty laugh, leisurely making her way through the gates of Konoha. I advise you not to escalate matters. Uchiha Sasuke's status is quite sensitive. The village is always watching, Shinyu remarked, observing Yuehua's inscrutable smile with a sense of foreboding. Fearing that this young man was about to stir up trouble. In the Hokage building, in a small office, the third Hokage regarded Yuehua with keen interest. Lord Third. I encountered Lady Tsunade at the Banjuka household, Yuehua began. Oh, what did Tsunade say? The third Hokage's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible tension. Lady Tsunade did not give her consent. She showed no inclination towards becoming the fifth Hokage. Her words were laced with self-reproach. And she seemed quite fearful of returning to the village, Yuehua explained, unable to relay Tsunade's exact words, instead conveying her sentiments as best as she could. The brilliance in the eyes of the third Hokage dimmed in an instant, engulfed by an inexplicable aura of melancholy. The age spots on his face became strikingly apparent, and the pipe in his hand trembled slightly. Are you feeling remorseful? My dear child, you are truly sensitive. Tsunade, sigh. The third Hokage exhaled deeply, lowering his aged head, revealing an unmistakable weariness that made him appear a decade older. Mizuki, you have performed excellently, splendidly. Now, take some time to rest. In a few days, the village will hold the Chunin exams. Make sure to showcase your abilities and strive to bring glory to Konoha. Go on. The third Hokage regarded Mizuki with warmth. The mention of the Chunin exams, spoken in a gentle tone, caused Mizuki's heart to tighten, suppressing his excitement. He bowed respectfully to the third Hokage before departing the office, his expression shifting unpredictably as he walked along the path. The moment had truly arrived. And Mizuki clung to a sliver of hope, believing that all he understood might not necessarily dictate the future of this world. Thus, he had always tread cautiously, refraining from any grandiose ambitions, focusing solely on honing his skills to survive like everyone else. Yet, fate had propelled him to awaken the ice wheel, become a disciple of Danzo, and, step by step, grow stronger, nurturing higher aspirations to live alongside those he cherished. Orochimaru. The name of this demon echoed repeatedly in his heart, and Mizuki's fervor began to cool as he strolled through the bustling streets. The vibrant sounds of life around him finally bringing him back to reality. Let him be. He can only consume as much as his abilities allow. I am but a minor character in this tale. No matter how much chaos Orochimaru stirs, it is directed at the third Hokage and Master Danzo. I need only to focus on my own path. Mizuki meandered through the commercial district, gradually organizing his tumultuous thoughts. Though not particularly fond of crowded places, he found a certain vitality in the throngs of people, prompting him to wander there from time to time. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? You seem quite idle. Wandering around here. Since you have time, come in and help me with the accounts. A captivating woman pulled Mizuki into her shop, tossing him behind the counter where a thick stack of ledgers awaited him. Lately, the accounts have become a bit chaotic. Could you take a look? I'm too lazy to do it myself, she said with a tone that was both playful and exasperating, gazing at the hefty stack of ledgers with a headache. Mizuki's eyelids twitched as he lamented, Aunt Reiko, at least provide a reasonable excuse. Too lazy to check hardly qualifies as a justification. Shouldn't you hire someone more qualified? I'm merely a freshly graduated genin. Unfazed by Mizuki's retorts, Reiko replied matter-of-factly, "Is that so? Let me think. I've got it. I'm currently busy designing clothing for someone and can't spare the time to handle the accounts. Plus, hiring a professional is far too expensive. Why should I seek out those leeches when I have free labor at hand?" Free labor? At the corner of Yuehua's mouth twitched, although he longed to argue. After much contemplation, he ultimately yielded. After all, Aunt Ling had dared to pour alcohol down his throat during his childhood, while his mother laughed joyfully, and his father, lacking any familial authority, could only watch his son with sympathetic eyes. Reflecting on that experience sent shivers down Yuehua's spine, leaving him with no courage to resist. With a sigh, Yuehua spread open the ledger, beginning to meticulously audit the accounts with his meager mathematical skills, soon becoming engrossed in the ocean of numbers. Oui. The little fellow was in high spirits. Though he often pretended to be mature, he was still a mischievous child. Yet, he had grown significantly taller. In the depths of the shop, a small room held photographs of two little girls beaming with radiant smiles. Returning home in a daze, Yuehua sleepily finished his meal, hastily bathed, and collapsed into bed. "Lord Yuehua, Lord Yuehua." The familiar voice echoed in his ears, and at last, he opened his eyes to see Z standing by the bedside. "It's you, Z. What time is it?" After a taxing day of accounting, he felt utterly drained. He vowed never to repeat the experience, as the sight of numbers made him feel nauseous. "It's already 10 o'clock. Lord Chiyu said to gather at 11, Z replied succinctly. After hurriedly completing his morning routine, Yuehua quickly consumed his breakfast before stepping out with Bai and Z, who were already prepared. They arrived at a small training ground, the meeting place designated by Chiyu. The choice of this location was devoid of complexity. The sole reason was its proximity to Chiyu's residence. However, the training ground was desolate, devoid of any presence. Yuehua squatted lazily atop a wooden post, stifling a yawn as he watched the sun ascend. Finally, at 11 o'clock, Nara Chiyu arrived punctually. There was no pressing matter today, nor any tasks to fulfill. The only significant announcement was the impending Chunin exam. Chiyu paused momentarily, while Bai maintained his ever-gentle smile. And Z wore an expression colder than frost, as if warning others to stay away. Yuehua, on the other hand, remained lethargically perched on the wooden post, dozing off. You are all so dull. Never mind, it's not a significant issue. For the time being, prepare yourselves for the upcoming Chunin exam. I must attend a meeting, Chiyu remarked, glancing at the carrier pigeons soaring through the air before vanishing in an instant. What should we do now, Lord Yuehua? Do we need to prepare for the Chunin exam? Bai inquired with a smile. Prepare? Of course, we must be cautious this time. I have an ominous feeling about the Chunin exam. Yuehua squinted at the bright sun above. However, for now, we need to seek out trouble. That damned Erjuzi is going to get a thorough beating today. Yuehua clenched his fist, swinging it a few times. Uchiha Sasuke, is it? Lord Yuehua. How shall we deal with him? At this moment, Z spoke with great enthusiasm. After all, her studies had revolved around cunning tactics and ambushes, making the situation quite in her wheelhouse. It was not as exaggerated as it seemed. A good thrashing would suffice. Yuehua, taken aback by Z's gleaming eyes, realized that they must not allow the situation to escalate to fatal consequences. This was merely a verbal dispute, not a matter of life and death. Moreover, they had a formidable protector lurking in the background, someone they could not afford to cross. On a secluded street within the village, typically sparse with pedestrians, a commotion erupted. Leader, is that hideous creature truly a woman? Help! Cried Konohamaru, tears streaming down his face, panic-stricken and mindlessly charging forward. Konohamaru, you fool. You're going to be killed by Sakura. Naruto yelled, sprinting ahead, with Udon and Moegi, bearing expressions of sheer terror, fleeing alongside him. Who are you calling a hideous creature? Sakura shouted furiously, pursuing them relentlessly, causing Naruto and Konohamaru to run faster than rabbits. Thud. Ouch. Konohamaru fell backward, clutching his head and wailing, that hurt. Damn brat. A boy clad in black, his face adorned with painted patterns, lifted Konohamaru by the collar of his shirt. Watch where you're going, you little brat. The menacing boy with a Sand Village forehead protector glared at the trembling Konohamaru. Kanjiro, let it go. He is just a child. We're in Konoha. It's best not to cause trouble, urged the golden-haired girl beside him, carrying a massive fan. Let go of Konohamaru, you black-clad brute. Naruto shouted furiously as he charged forward. A lower-ranked shinobi from Konoha? Kanjiro raised an eyebrow, flicking his fingers as a fine line of chakra snaked its way toward the ground. Unprepared, Naruto fell victim to the trap, stumbling forward. However, he quickly rolled and retaliated with a kick aimed at Kanjiro's calf. Not bad for a little Konoha brat, Kanjiro responded. Undeterred, as he lifted his leg to meet Naruto's kick. Utilizing the momentum, Naruto flipped back onto his feet, glaring at Kanjiro. Let go of Konohamaru, or you shall see my wrath. TCH, I despise arrogant little squirt like you. I'd love nothing more than to take you down, Kanjiro sneered, casting a menacing glance at the struggling Konohamaru. Shadow clone technique. Without hesitation, Naruto summoned numerous shadow clones, blocking the alleyway and surrounding Kanjiro and Temari. Oh, interesting, quite impressive, Kanjiro remarked, discarding Konohamaru and preparing to unleash his own attack. Let us refrain from causing a ruckus, shall we? The three of you from the sand, Yuehua interjected, blocking Naruto's shadow clones while her unsheathed ice will blade restrained Kanjiro's puppet. This is Konoha, not a place for you to run rampant. And you two in the trees, must you always play hide and seek? Yuehua tapped her shoulder with the ice wheel blade, observing the unfolding scene, which truly was a most intriguing encounter. Humph. Sasuke leaped down from the tree, astonished as he gazed at Tsukihana. He had not discerned how she had appeared, nor had he noticed the third sand ninja, who was also concealed in the branches. How could it be possible that Tsukihana was hiding so well? And what about that figure with the gourd? Sasuke clenched his teeth, coldly fixing his gaze on Tsukihana and the sand ninja opposite him. You must be the sand ninjas here for the Chunin exams. Why not prepare for the exam instead of throwing tantrums like children? Tsukihana coldly stared at Kankuro, showing no leniency towards those intent on causing chaos in Konoha. Kankuro was on the verge of exploding with anger, but a mere glance from Gaara silenced him. Gaara turned to Tsukihana. Konoha ninja, what is your name? Aobana Tsukihana, she replied, resheathing her ice wool blade and crossing her arms, identifying herself as a genin from Konoha. Tsukihana Aobana, and the three from Sunagakure. Tsukihana Aobana, I shall remember you. I am Gaara of Sunagakure. Until we meet again in the Chunin exams. Gaara cast one last look at Tsukihana, then at the scowling Sasuke and the raucous Naruto, before departing with Kankuro and Temari, utilizing body flicker technique to vanish from sight. Gaara, should you cross paths with me, I hope you do not regret it, Tsukihana remarked with a smirk, watching the trio disappear. To be honest, Tsukihana initially intended to provoke Sasuke, but she had not anticipated witnessing the earlier scene. Boss, Tsukihana, let us be your subordinates, exclaimed Konohamaru, rushing over with his two companions, casting Naruto aside, who was fuming with frustration. No, dealing with children is too troublesome, Tsukihana swiftly declined, believing it better to leave the unruly child to Naruto, as she had no desire to babysit. Hey, how can you say that? The dejected Konohamaru retreated to a corner, starting to draw circles on the ground. Lord Tsukihana, what about the prey in the trees over there? Quietly inquired Azusa, glancing toward a large tree. Just a bunch of clowns, ignore them. We shall deal with them during the exam. For now, we are the hosts, and they are merely guests. Tsukihana smiled before turning her attention to Naruto. All right, Naruto, cease your commotion. As for the Chunin exams, you should consult Kakashi. To participate, you need a recommendation from a Chunin leader. And yelling here will yield no results. Watching Naruto shout loudly about wanting to join the Chunin exams, Tsukihana felt a headache coming on. This boy never knew when to settle down. His ruckus seemed endless. Tsukihana, are you participating in the Chunin exams? Naruto approached, with Sasuke also perking up his ears, clearly intrigued, as he had not comprehended how Tsukihana had achieved such speed earlier. Of course, otherwise we would have to wait another 6 months, Tsukihana replied casually, feeling somewhat deflated, no longer inclined to trouble Sasuke. For now, training was far more important. In the Hokage building, the grand conference room, the third Hokage, pipe in hand, gazed at the gathering of Leaf Village ninjas before him. This year, the leading Jonin stepped forward to guide the newcomers. Kakashi, Asuma, Kurenai, and Naras Shikamaru all took a step forward, among whom Naras Shikamaru, the martial artist, stood out distinctly compared to the more temperate members like Kakashi. Without further ado, the discussion shifted to the focal point, the upcoming Chunin exams, to be jointly held with the Sand Village, alongside participation from several other minor ninja villages. Are there any recommendations for newcomers to participate? In principle, 8 D-rank missions must be completed. The third paused momentarily before directing his gaze at Naras Shikamaru. Let us begin with you. In the name of Leaf Jonin Naras Shikamaru, I recommend Aoi Shiro, and Ichijo Azusa to partake in the Chunin exams. In the name of Leaf Jonin Hatake Kakashi, I recommend. In the name of Leaf Jonin Saratobi Asuma. In the name of Leaf Jonin Yuhi Kurenai. I recommend Inuzuka Kiba, Aburame Shino, and Hyuga Hinata to participate in the Chunin exams. A glimmer of intrigue appeared in the third's eyes as he regarded the four before him, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. He had initially anticipated that only Himika's team would take part. This is quite chaotic. All the newcomers are to participate? Impossible. How could these freshly graduated youngsters possibly pass the Chunin exams? The gathered ninjas below were in a state of confusion, all astonished, unable to comprehend the situation. Iruka, who had been observing from the back, was equally bewildered. In his view, among Naruto and his peers, only Himika's team could barely attempt it, while the rest were still too inexperienced. However, before Iruka could gather his thoughts, Shikamaru spoke up. I am confident that my subordinates possess sufficient strength to participate in the Chunin exams. Please proceed, Lord Third. He chuckled softly, remarking that the remaining matters pertain to the village's security, as individuals from other nations would soon arrive. It is crucial to avoid any major conflicts. Lastly, remember, the Chunin exams will be held a week from now, on July 1st. Now, let us move on to recommendations beyond the newcomers. The third spoke slowly, turning his attention to the Jonin led by Guy. At long last, as the meeting concluded, Iruka seized the opportunity to voice his concerns. Lord Third, Iruka, I am aware of your thoughts, but remember that they are now ninjas, subordinates of Kakashi and the others. Trust in the progress of these children, the third gently interjected, cutting off Iruka's words. But, sigh. Iruka let out a deep breath, silently praying for Naruto and the others to successfully navigate the Chunin exams. In the backyard of the Aoi family, at the training ground, Himika spoke earnestly. Here, and here, brother Himika. These locations are the primary chakra points from which your chakra surges forth. Her youthful fingers poked at Himika's body with determination. Yet, at that moment, Himika's mind was solely focused on the areas indicated by Hina, attempting to control the flow of chakra. Even now, he struggled to execute it smoothly, often. After a single strike, he would lose control of his body, flying off in a chaotic manner. Hanabi, please step back. Allow me to attempt once more. As Tsukahana waited for Hanabi to retreat to the side, she formed intricate hand seals, a series of exceedingly complex gestures. Subsequently, an abundant surge of chakra erupted from various points, her shoulders, wrists, back, and ankles. Tsukahana concentrated all her mental faculties, striving to regulate the tumultuous flow of chakra. However, the challenge proved formidable. Observing the tempestuous wind swirling around her body, Tsukahana propelled herself off the ground, causing the earth beneath her to fracture in a scattering pattern. Like a cannonball, she shot forth, her fist, enveloped in the storm, struck with tremendous force, shattering 5 massive stone pillars. Yet, in that moment, she also lost her balance. Damn it, she muttered in frustration as she rolled and collided with a nearby pillar, producing a resounding thud. Fortunately, Tsukahana emerged unscathed. The raging winds had formed a protective barrier around her, although the pillar she struck crumbled in response. Are you all right, Tsukahana and I? Hanabi hurried over, her expression filled with concern. All is well, do not worry. Shunko is a technique that combines both offense and defense. I am unharmed, Tsukahana reassured the young girl with a smile. Yet, she felt the sting of failure. I did not anticipate such difficulty. The dual attributes and properties are exceedingly complex. How frustrating. Biting her finger in discontent, Tsukahana began to ponder anew, feeling on the verge of success, yet perpetually teetering on the edge of losing control. With only a week remaining until the Chunin exam, Chiyu had declared that no more missions would be undertaken during this period, as they must focus entirely on preparations for the exam. Even with confidence, one must not be complacent. Tsukahana was acutely aware of the potential challenges that lay ahead in the Chunin exam, which fueled her urgent desire to enhance her strength. In light of this, she had brought Hanabi home, recalling Aunt Q's enigmatic smile and Uncle Hayashi's formidable aura, which made her shudder. Tsukahana and I observed that your chakra surges were still excessive, especially when you shattered the pillars. It seems the rapid movement of your muscles altered the chakra release rate, Hanabi shared, having perceived everything through her Byakugan. Upon hearing Hanabi's words, Tsukahana could not help but feel a pang of envy. The Byakugan was indeed an extraordinary tool, particularly beneficial for aiding in training, almost akin to cheating. However, recalling that she was also a beneficiary of the Byakugan, Tsukahana quickly quelled her jealousy, attentively listening to every word Hanabi uttered before resuming her studies. Does muscle movement truly influence chakra release? Tsukahana waved her arm, feeling a headache coming on. Lamenting the arduous nature of developing a new technique. Shunko, unlike the Gale Step, was a prolonged release of chakra, combining offense and defense, while Gale Step merely involved instantaneous attacks and chakra release during movement. Shunko entailed sustained chakra emission, forming a mixed armor of wind and water, serving both as a source of power and a weapon. Its multifunctionality undoubtedly categorized Shunko as a technique of A rank or higher, which naturally entailed a corresponding level of difficulty in its cultivation. Without Hanabi's Byakugan to assist, Sukahana pondered just how much effort it would take to decipher it alone. Fireworks, with a hint of exasperation, pointed out the abnormal flow of Moonlight's chakra, enabling him to make timely adjustments and improvements. The week passed swiftly, marking Fireworks' first experience of staying away from home, as she resided at Moonlight's abode. Unfortunately, every evening, Sunfoot would pass by the Qingfan residence, drop in to check on Fireworks, and casually bring Moonlight to the training ground under the pretense of rigorous preparation for the Chunin exams. Tomorrow would be the 1st of July, so today, let us take a moment to rest, dear brother Moonlight. Fireworks observed Moonlight, who was panting heavily, his bare torso flushed with red. Despite the protective charm of Shun, the repeated impacts had still inflicted subtle injuries. No worries, Fireworks. I have summoned assistance today. Wind will be here shortly, Moonlight said, waving towards the wall. Fireworks, taken aback, noticed a masked Umbu member perched silently atop the wall, having appeared without her notice, indicative of their considerable prowess. All right, Wind, there is no mission at hand. And we are alone here. Do remove your mask. Aren't you feeling warm? Moonlight laughed heartily, teasing Yamashiro Wind, with a resigned expression. Yamashiro Wind removed his mask and replied, Moonlight, I am quite busy, you know. If you are injured, why not head to the hospital directly? Besides, White's medical ninjutsu is quite proficient. The hospital requires registration, which is such a hassle, and White is busy training with Aki, so I wouldn't want to disturb him. Moonlight scratched his head, acknowledging that White was indeed occupied perfecting his skills. Even the cooking was entrusted to Fireworks maid, Miss Kaori. Yamashiro Wind glared at Moonlight, feeling exasperated. It was inconsiderate to disturb White, but he succumbed to the situation nonetheless. He retreated to a corner, signaling for Moonlight to continue his practice while quietly observing. The training ground echoed with the relentless crashing of stone pillars collapsing, the booming sounds never ceasing, as the sun rose in the east and set in the west. Time passing in the blink of an eye. When the sun had completely dipped below the horizon, Moonlight collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained of chakra. His muscles twitching with fatigue, he felt too exhausted to move. At that moment, Yamashiro Wind, having waited patiently, hoisted Moonlight up like a sack and carried him indoors. Wind, could we perhaps return in a more dignified manner? This position is rather unseemly. Moonlight whispered, negotiating with Yamashiro Wind. Why didn't you mention it sooner? We've already arrived. Yamashiro Wind placed Moonlight on the sofa and began using medical ninjutsu to alleviate his injuries. They were merely minor issues. The excessive muscle fatigue had caused some wear, but it was swiftly remedied with medical techniques. The next step was to restore his chakra, which would require time and could not be aided by another. At that moment, White and Aki returned from their training in the Konoha forest, both bearing fatigued expressions. Training was never a trivial endeavor. In the mountains, Feng expertly provided treatment for the two individuals before donning his mask and departing with an air of nonchalance. Hana, I shall escort you back tomorrow morning, he declared. After finishing her meal, Yuehua reclined on the couch to rest, while Hana sat nearby. I understand. I will pack my things shortly. But, dear brother Yuehua, may I still come to stay in the future? The little girl lowered her head, gazing into Yuehua's eyes. After a prolonged moment of staring into Hana's pure white irises, Yuehua finally responded, Of course, you are always welcome. Yay, brother Yuehua is the most handsome, Hana exclaimed, leaping up and darting back to her room, leaving Yuehua stunned as he touched his cheek. Was that merely an illusion? He felt a faint moisture on his cheek, and for a moment, he found himself in a daze. What's wrong? Bai, who had just finished washing the dishes, emerged and noticed Yuehua's bewildered expression. Has something happened? Lord Yuehua? Huh? Oh. Yuehua replied absent-mindedly, a silly smile adorning his face. Lord Yuehua. Bai raised her voice slightly. Oh. Bai, what is it? Is something the matter? Yuehua snapped back to reality, focusing on Bai. No, nothing is amiss. I merely inquired as you seemed lost in thought. Bai shook her head. Oh, I see. Bai. Do get some rest. You should sleep well so you're energized for tomorrow's exam. Yuehua smiled and said a few words before slipping back to his room, leaving by gazing curiously at Yuehua's retreating figure. The next day, Yuehua surprisingly woke up early, having avoided his usual late morning slumber. After receiving treatment from Feng the previous day, he felt invigorated and in excellent condition upon awakening. Hana, take your time packing. There is no rush. We only need to reach the Konoha Academy before 4 in the afternoon. We have plenty of time, Yuehua remarked, observing the open door where Hana's belongings were already neatly arranged on the floor. Brother Yuehua, let us leave right after breakfast. Hana, in high spirits, tugged at Yuehua's arm, leading him toward the dining area. At the Ninja Academy, students were on break, specifically to participate in the Chunin exams. The academy was alive with an array of extravagant costumes, as numerous participants included not only Konoha ninjas but also those from Suna, Aim, Kusa, Odo, and Taki. As Yuehua stood before the entrance of the Ninja Academy, he took a deep breath. Come, let us witness the grandeur of the Chunin exams. Having graduated only 3 months prior, stepping back into the school felt oddly unfamiliar. Perhaps it was the shift in mindset, altering his perception. Previously, he had attended as a student, spending what felt like an eternity there, but now Yuehua returned as a ninja, ready to compete in the Chunin exams, a truly novel experience. The examination venue was located on the 3rd floor. As the moonlight illuminated the scene, Yuehua and her companions gradually entered the building, ascending the staircase with purpose. However, upon reaching the 2nd floor, a furrow formed on Yuehua's brow, sensing an unusual presence. Lady Yuehua, someone has cast an illusion, Ji whispered softly in her ear. An illusion? Yuehua paused, momentarily taken aback. Truth be told, aside from her specialized training at the root, she had yet to engage with any illusionist since leaving the base. And the skills she had acquired felt somewhat rusty. Indeed, this is not the 3rd floor, but rather the 2nd. Sakura's voice resounded brightly down the corridor, and the scenery before them shifted dramatically as the illusion was dispelled. Yuehua pushed through the crowd, witnessing a classic scene unfold. The spiky-haired Lee effortlessly thwarting an attack from Sasuke and another ninja. What kind of trick is this? What the hell? Naruto. What are you doing? Yuehua turned to find Naruto engaged in whispered conversation with Hinata, a wave of frustration washing over her. It seemed her classmates had a knack for finding time to cozy up together. Yuehua, you're here too. Naruto, blissfully unaware of his inconsiderate timing, waved cheerfully at her, while Hinata blushed, nearly swooning from embarrassment. Enough of this nonsense. Let's hurry upstairs for the exam. Are you planning to linger here, lovebirds? Yuehua shook her head, exasperated, her voice rising in indignation as she averted her gaze from the infuriatingly affectionate Naruto, regretting her earlier decision to intervene, as it was now assaulting her eyes. Her remark about the lovebirds instantly ignited animosity, and she found herself the target of several glares, particularly from those standing nearby, including she, amplifying the tension in the air as dark clouds of resentment began to swirl above. I am Rock Lee, and you must be Sakura. Will you go out with me? I vow to protect you with my life. Lee's earnest confession shattered the oppressive atmosphere. Many, disheartened by his declaration, chose to head towards the 3rd floor, losing interest in further antics. Yet, the ensuing reaction prompted knowing smiles among a group of friends. No, absolutely not. Your eyebrows are far too thick. Sakura decisively rejected him, effectively sinking Lee's hopes. Naruto, we'll head up first. You all should hurry too, lest you miss the time, Yuehua announced, preparing to ascend. Wait a moment, Qingfan Yuehua. Sasuke interjected unexpectedly, fixing his intense gaze upon her as she attempted to step away. I wish to spar with you right here. You've always been lackadaisical at the Ninja Academy. I want to compete with you seriously. Yuehua slowly turned her head, meeting Sasuke's earnest eyes. A smirk graced her lips. She had long sought an opportunity to confront him, and it seemed fate had presented her with the perfect moment. Very well, we shall spar here. Bye, Ji. You two proceed upstairs without me. I will join you shortly, she commanded, gesturing for them to leave. Bai and Ji, receiving the order, departed without hesitation. Ningxi, shall we go as well? Tintin, with her twin buns, quietly inquired. No, let us first observe the descendant of the Uchiha clan and the boy challenged by him. It is indeed intriguing. Let us witness the prowess of this new generation of students. Hyuga Niji wore a smile of interest, imbued with a sense of superiority. How vexing. I had intended to challenge Sasuke. Lee clenched his fists in frustration, yet his gaze remained fixed on the approaching duo. Very well, I shall not hold back, Sasuke. Yuehua grinned broadly, executing a swift step that propelled him directly in front of Sasuke. delivering a punch aimed at his chest. So swift. Sasuke felt a blur before his eyes as Yuehua's fist came hurtling toward him. He barely managed to lean back, crossing his arms defensively, absorbing the impact. Nonetheless, the force still left his arms tingling, and he was sent reeling backward. Regaining his balance upon the floor, Sasuke's eyes widened, revealing his crimson gaze, two tomos spinning rapidly. Such astonishing speed. You have certainly been concealing your abilities at the Ninja Academy, haven't you? Well, that's about right. However, the Sharingan, this is truly the first time I have seen the genuine article. It feels incredibly impressive. Yuehua gazed at Sasuke's eyes with palpable excitement. The Sharingan, a mystical bloodline limit, is indeed a rare sight, especially since the Uchiha clan was exterminated. It was Yuehua's first encounter with an authentic Sharingan. Is that truly the Sharingan? What ominous chakra it possesses? Niji observed Sasuke's eyes, but quickly redirected his attention to Yuehua. Who exactly is this individual? Why have I never heard of him before? That speed is genuinely astonishing. Ten shook her head, unfamiliar with Yuehua, while Li, equally astonished, found his understanding as a taijutsu ninja deepened. Yuehua's previous display of speed was indeed remarkable. Is that so? Then allow me to demonstrate the might of the Sharingan. I shall perceive all your movements. Sasuke responded with a confident smile, charging forward with renewed aggression. I see. Then I shall not hold back. Yuehua narrowed his eyes slightly, employing his swift steps to effortlessly evade Sasuke's punch and delivering a knee strike directly to his abdomen. Wow! Sasuke gasped, propelled backward by the blow. One knee hitting the ground as he struggled to suppress the pain in his stomach, his dual tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly. What you employ is not taijutsu, it is ninjutsu. Compared to ninjutsu, I prefer to refer to it as nin taijutsu. The swift movement technique, that is my unique creation. Yuehua beamed with pride, seizing the chance to showcase his skills before the formidable Sasuke. Swift movement, you say? Sasuke took a deep breath, regaining his composure, and charged forward once more, wordlessly. Too slow, Sasuke. How can you be so brave yet so thoughtless? Yuehua sidestepped Sasuke with his swift movement, executing a hook with his foot that sent Sasuke tumbling. However, unlike Naruto's clumsy roll, Sasuke quickly regained his footing, crouching low with one hand pressed against the ground. Sasuke. Even that fool Naruto understands the tactic of using shadow clones to restrict my movements, yet you recklessly charge forward. This is unacceptable. With a swift step, Moonlight appeared behind Sasuke, extending her right index finger towards the back of his vest. In an instant, she unleashed a powerful gust of wind that struck Sasuke, sending him hurtling away without any defensive measures. Sasuke! Sakura exclaimed in panic, rushing forward to catch him as he fell. However, a flash of yellow zipped past. Naruto leaped up and caught Sasuke, executing a flawless princess carry. Well then, I shall take my leave, Sasuke. If you are dissatisfied, take your revenge during the Chunin exams. Naruto, I'm off now, Moonlight said, playfully blowing on her fingertips, feeling quite pleased as she ascended the stairs, leaving behind the trio of Team 7 and the astonished members of Team 3. Upon entering classroom 301, Moonlight was greeted by a sea of candidates. The atmosphere thick with noise and chaos, a veritable storm of youthful fervor. After all, this was a gathering of two major ninja villages along with several smaller ones, filled with spirited youth, especially with the upcoming Chunin exams. Arguments erupted, and the din was overwhelming, yet they managed to restrain themselves from escalating into brawls. Lady Moonlight, exclaimed Shiro, waving his hand as he stood beside she, with members of both Team 8 and Team 10 gathered together. Shikamaru, you're here as well. I thought you might find it too troublesome to come, Moonlight remarked, wrapping her arm around Shikamaru's neck. He appeared as laid back as ever, his expression devoid of energy. Well, Asuma recommended us, so we might as well show up, Shikamaru replied lazily, the corners of his mouth drooping. There are indeed quite a few people here, Moonlight observed, scanning the room and noting the unfriendly glares directed their way. She was perplexed. What warranted such hostility? They had done nothing to provoke it. Before she could voice her confusion, the doors swung open once more, and Team 3 entered, followed closely by Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Wow, so many people, Naruto exclaimed dramatically, while Sasuke maintained a serious demeanor, cautious after his recent defeat at Moonlight's hands. Finally, everyone had gathered. Kiba's smug grin was infuriating, and Moonlight felt an urge to smack him for his obnoxious bravado. A total of 12 individuals from Teams 7 through 10 had assembled, and immediately, chaos ensued. Sakura squared off against Ino, while Kiba and Naruto began to tussle. Choji munched loudly on chips, contributing to the cacophony. Moonlight cautiously stepped back, creating space for the lively commotion, allowing them to indulge in their antics as long as they didn't turn their attention towards her. You lot are far too noisy. A bespectacled man with white hair approached, a hint of amusement gracing his features. You must be the 12 newcomers who just graduated from the Ninja Academy this year. Who are you? You seem quite full of yourself, Sakura muttered. Haha, I am called D, and I suppose I am your senior. He added. You'd best keep your voices down. This place is a gathering of the villages of Konoha, Suna, Aim, Kusa, Taki, and the newly established Otogeikure. Many here possess tempers that are less than amicable. As D conversed with Naruto and the others, Tsukihikari's brows twitched. He still harbored suspicions that the puppet master behind Mizuki might indeed be D, for D's prowess was not to be underestimated. He was at least comparable to Kakashi, if not superior to the latter, who still struggled to master the Manjiki Sharingan. If it were D, it would not be surprising, after all. An elite J-nin is not easily cultivated, and even Orochimaru does not have an abundance of strong individuals at his disposal. With murderous intent swelling within him, Tsukihikari hesitated at the thought of seizing an opportunity to eliminate D. It was a calculated risk. Removing D would certainly alleviate many troubles. Lord Tsukihikari, is there an issue with that fellow? I stepped lightly in front of him, keenly aware of the palpable murderous intent emanating from Tsukihikari. Ji also advanced a step, glaring fiercely at the candidates. Let us observe the situation for now and wait for an opportunity. For the time being, let us enjoy the spectacle, Tsukihikari said softly, easing his grip from the ice wheel blade. There was no need for haste. I wish to see the information on Konoha's Opoid Tsukihikari. Sasuke said in a low voice, his gaze fixed intently on the stack of ninja identification cards in D's hands. Is there information on Tsukihikari as well? What about mine? Naruto's thought process was indeed extraordinary as he looked expectantly at D. Aoi Tsukihikari, you say? Having a name simplifies things considerably. Let me take a look. D swiftly extracted a card and placed it on the ground. Aoi Tsukihikari. Let me see. Sasuke's expression was grave. Patience, young ones. Newcomers are always so impatient. Aoi Tsukihikari, a freshly graduated genin, has completed 15 D-rank missions and 1 C-rank mission. His abilities are rather average, with nothing particularly outstanding. Though he seems to excel in swordsmanship. Being a newcomer like you all, this is all the information available. Sasuke's brows furrowed in disappointment as he shot a glance, unwilling to engage further. What did it mean to be average? He had struggled against that so-called ninjutsu, and yet, there was nothing remarkable about him. Not only Sasuke, but even Naruto pouted in disinterest. He was well aware of Tsukihikari's true capabilities. Is this Aoi Tsukihikari truly that formidable? D adjusted his glasses, keenly noticing the change in Sasuke and Naruto's demeanor, and his curiosity piqued. To be honest, during this cohort, his primary focus had been on Sasuke and Naruto, with the remaining information compiled from his subordinates, and he had not anticipated such a significant oversight. More formidable than you might imagine, Sasuke retorted through clenched teeth. If defeating Tsukihikari required merely average capabilities, then what did that make him? Well then, Senior Do, there is no need for you to flaunt your qualifications any further. I have no interest in such information. After all, there are few here worthy of my attention. Focus on your studies. We newcomers do not require your assistance. Naruto stood before Do, snapping his fingers. Listen well, I am Uzumaki Naruto. No matter your backgrounds, I shall not be defeated by any of you. His declaration was brimming with bravado as he pointed towards a test in the classroom, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Upon finishing his proclamation, Naruto displayed an utterly foolish grin, reveling in his own arrogance. At that moment, a stir arose from the crowd, and suddenly, an individual leaped high into the air, sending shurikens hurtling towards Naruto. With remarkable reflexes, honed under the training of Tsukihana, Naruto effortlessly leapt backward, evading the incoming shurikens, which embedded themselves in the floor beneath him. Yet, another figure surged forward, aiming a punch directly at Naruto's face. With a resounding thud, Naruto retaliated, landing a blow to the assailant's abdomen. Tsukihana observed the individual adorned with a sound ninja headband, their body tightly wrapped, with numerous small holes scattered across their elbows, suggesting modifications. 2 against 1 in Konoha? Let it be known that it is not our hospitality that is lacking, but your own failure to recognize your place. You insignificant insects from the Sound Village. With a powerful fist, Naruto sent the Sound Ninja flying, whereupon his 2 comrades caught him. Before they could retaliate, a voice echoed through the room. You fools, silence yourselves. A chilling tone resonated, reaching every ear present. From the podium, a thick cloud of chakra smoke billowed forth as over a dozen proctors made their grand entrance. All of you, be quiet. Those ruffians from the Sound Village. Keep your antics in check. Any further disturbances will result in immediate disqualification, bellowed a man draped in a black cloak, his face marred by a serpentine scar. Toes and Sak were utterly dismayed. Clearly, they were at a disadvantage, yet they dared not retort. TOS could only muster an apology. Forgive us. This is our first examination. And we got a bit carried away. Enough. I am Moriniya Biki, the chief examiner for the first round of the Chunin exams. Moriniya Biki grinned menacingly, hands tucked into his pockets, surveying the room with an intimidating presence that left many sweating profusely. Listen carefully, candidates. Submit your application forms in order. Then collect your number tags and take your respective seats. The first round will be a written test. Ibiki's cold gaze fixed on the restless examinees. Wow, a written test. Naruto, you're done for. Tsukihana laughed gleefully. Enough, be quiet. Sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead, his eyes losing focus, yet he remained resolute. He was not alone. Many shared similar reactions. Few had diligently studied at the Ninja Academy, and written tests were a rarity. Typically, exams focused on fundamental ninjutsu, such as the 3 basic techniques. Hence the current uproar. However, did not Lord Yuehua perform poorly on the written examination as well? She inadvertently posed the question. Ha ha ha, indeed. Yuehua, are you not akin to me? What else with the arrogance? Fool, fool. Naruto immediately became animated, pointing at Yuehua and bursting into exaggerated laughter. What a laugh. Instead of wasting time here, you should hurry and collect your number. Yuehua swiftly aimed a chop at Naruto's forehead and then, accompanied by Bai and Ji, strode away, leaving Naruto hopping in frustration. Number 103? Yuehua glanced at the number tag in hand, found a seat, and could not help but smirk. Being placed so far back felt rather secure. Soon, all candidates submitted their application forms, collected their number tags, and settled into their seats. Now, remain still. I shall explain the rules. I will calculate the scores for this examination. Let me inform you that any instance of cheating will result in point deductions. Each individual has 5 opportunities. Exceeding that will result in immediate expulsion from the examination room, along with your teammates. As ninjas, you must embody the essence of a ninja. There is no need to disgrace yourselves with such pathetic cheating. Furthermore, if any teammate scores 0, the entire squad will be expelled from the examination room. Ibiki wore a sinister grin, while a row of examiners sat on either side of the classroom, scrutinizing the candidates. This is becoming interesting. I shall observe the various cheating tactics employed by these individuals. Yuehua propped his arms on the desk, lazily watching the candidates who were now thoroughly tense. A hint of a smile gracing his lips. The examination duration is a total of 60 minutes. Let the test begin. With Ibiki's command. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly became charged with tension as everyone focused intently on their test papers. After 5 minutes, 99% of the participants had given up, for the questions were exceedingly perplexing. Who on earth would throw a shuriken and require calculations of angles? Isn't that merely a matter of instinct developed through practice? Yuehua sighed. As expected, he would need to resort to copying. Even after 2 years in this world, he still relied on such measures, albeit with more sophisticated methods of cheating. Observing Sasuke and Niji Hyuga writing fervently, Yuehua sighed again. The ocular techniques were indeed remarkably useful. His own ice will eye, however, was lacking. Did he truly intend to draw his blade and engage in a skirmish with the examiners? In a fit of self-mockery to pass the time, Yuehua had already given up on answering, merely awaiting assistance. Before long, a thin ice mirror appeared on Yuehua's desk, resembling a mere sheet of paper. A smile crept across his lips as he placed the test paper upon the ice mirror, which then devoured the sheet. In less than a second, it regurgitated a completed test paper. Gazing at the elegantly flowing handwriting on the paper, Yuehua grinned. Bai's ice release was extraordinarily effective, and he never anticipated that ice release possessed such capabilities. Candidate number 102, 5 instances of cheating, examination qualification revoked. Leave the examination room along with him. An examiner suddenly spoke. Yuehua cast a sympathetic glance at the unfortunate soul being apprehended, feeling both 1,000-fold sympathy and 1,000-fold schadenfreude. Such occurrences were indeed amusing, yet the most entertaining of all was Naruto, especially now that Hinata was seated beside him. Naruto was drenched in sweat, tormented by the memory of his refusal to Hinata. He felt an overwhelming urge to bash his head against the ground, wishing for death itself. Why must there be such a tedious written examination? His gaze shifted to the final question. It was a gamble he had to take, a desperate hope that he might decipher it. Time ticked away, and at last, the final 15 minutes approached. Now, I shall announce the rules for the last question, Ibiki declared with a cold smirk directed at the remaining candidates. An additional, despair-inducing rule was introduced, the choice to either take the exam or not. What does that even mean? Tamari shouted in frustration. This ridiculous written test had already been unbearable. And now it seemed a cruel joke. Choosing not to take the exam would result in a score of 0 and disqualification, while opting to participate but failing would mean a lifetime ban from the Chunin exams. Think carefully, Ibiki warned with a chilling smile. The atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence as everyone pondered their choices. I give up, came a tremulous voice, hand raised in fear. This declaration prompted two companions to leave the examination room alongside them. With that initial surrender, others followed suit, shedding their burdens one by one until a significant number of candidates had exited. Yuehua yawned in boredom, lacking the enthusiasm to witness this farce. The various methods of cheating had been somewhat entertaining, but this mental torment was devoid of spectacle. Do not underestimate people, Naruto proclaimed resolutely. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will choose to take the exam. I will not retreat, even if I remain a Chunin for life. I will strive for Hokage. His impassioned declaration resonated. Locking eyes with Ibiki, who understood the weight of Naruto's words, this was his ninja way. Ah, what a hot-headed fool, Yuehua mused, a faint smile gracing her lips. This was Naruto, the embodiment of fervor in the ninja world, a flicker of light amidst the darkness of violence and conspiracy. The first round of the Chunin exams concluded with 84 candidates remaining. Suddenly, a window shattered, and a shadow leaped inside. Anko made a dramatic entrance. Striking a pose before the examiners, I am Anko Mitarashi, your second examiner for this round. The next test awaits you. Oh no, how could I forget this? Yuehua gasped, burying her head beneath the table. Anko's boldness rivaled Naruto's foolishness. Her cunning was even more troublesome. 84 candidates, 28 teams, Ibiki, you are too lenient, Anko remarked, narrowing her eyes with a dangerously playful smile. Now, let the second exam commence. I will ensure that only half of you remain, or even fewer. Follow me. After a brief moment of silence, someone stood up and followed Hongo out, prompting a cascade of movement among the others. Yuehua trailed behind by NZ. Reluctant to be teased by Hongo in front of so many people, it would be utterly humiliating. Towering ancient trees loomed above, each as thick as a building, their lush foliage creating an impenetrable canopy. Yuehua couldn't help but wonder how such colossal beings had come to exist. Surely they weren't a product of the initial generation's accelerated growth techniques. This was the 44th training ground, ominously dubbed the Death Forest, the venue for the second examination. Hongo began explaining the rules to the scattered lower ninjas present. Is that the Heaven Scroll? Yuehua inquired, eyeing the scroll emblazoned with the character for heaven. Then turned to Hongo with a sycophantic smile. Sister Hongo, may I have the scroll? I'm ready to participate in the exam. Oh, so you're no longer avoiding me, Yuehua? Why, just moments ago in the classroom, you wouldn't even lift your head. Hongo's smile was dangerously playful as she tossed the heaven scroll in her hands. Well, there were many complicated reasons for that. At that moment, I apologize, Sister Hongo. Yuehua faltered, his face contorted in a pained expression as he yielded. Now that is more like it. Hongo chuckled, throwing the scroll towards him. Come back alive, don't perish inside. Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Yuehua shot a glance at Hongo. Sister Hongo, couldn't you offer a more auspicious farewell? Ha ha ha, hurry and prepare to enter. Don't linger here any longer. Hongo began shooing them away. A familiar routine. Once she had her fun, she would usher everyone along. As they approached the iron gate numbered 19, Yuehua, accompanied by Bai and Z, stepped into the training ground known as the Death Forest. Bai, Z, be cautious. There are some rather formidable opponents among the examinees this time. And we must not be careless, Yuehua said with a serious expression directed at his companions. Understood, Lord Yuehua, Bai and Z replied, noting the gravity of his demeanor. Though they were curious about who among the lower ninjas posed a threat, they remained vigilant. However, let us not be overly anxious. Our luck shouldn't be that dire. The most troublesome individual has his own objectives, and we need not concern ourselves with the rest, Yuehua added, his expression easing into a smile. Within the Death Forest, the previous tranquility was shattered by intermittent screams, startling flocks of birds into flight. The faint scent of blood began to rouse the instincts of lurking beasts. Not only the 84 examinees, but also the wild animals joined this brutal contest. Water release, water whip. A whip of condensed water danced through the air, ensnaring a sand ninja mid-leap, and with a swift tug, Yuehua sent him crashing to the ground, rendering him unconscious. Looking at the fallen sand ninja, Yuehua delivered a swift kick, the wind blade effortlessly slicing through the ninja's throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. After confirming the demise of the individual, Yuehua stepped forward to search the corpse, swiftly discovering a scroll. However, upon noticing the character for heaven inscribed upon it, her expression soured with disappointment. How vexing. It's merely the heaven scroll, she muttered, recalling that Ji and Bai had also been eliminated, leaving no further utility in their existence. Without hesitation, Ji formed hand seals, causing the mire before them to writhe, as it engulfed the sand ninja trapped within, silencing his pleas for mercy beneath the suffocating mud. What troubles you, Bai? Yuehua inquired. Observing Bai's indecision, the sand ninja before her had been rendered incapacitated by the myriad of needles, his ability to speak suppressed, leaving him to gaze at Bai with terror-stricken, pleading eyes. Bai, end his life, Yuehua commanded, her focus unwavering as she locked eyes with Bai, whose gaze was filled with torment and uncertainty. Alone, deprived of comrades, Bai lacked the strength to survive in the forest. Granting the sand ninja a swift end seemed more merciful than prolonging his suffering. But Master Yuehua, Bai hesitated. Remember this. Everyone must bear the consequences of their choices. Do you recall the oath we took? Each life must be accountable for its own existence. There is no shame in being slain due to weakness. That is simply the truth. After a moment of silence, Bai summoned an icicle that pierced the sand ninja's throat, splattering crimson against the once pure ice as it lost its pristine hue. Let us proceed. We must secure the Earth Scroll before contemplating our next steps, Yuehua declared. Hastening towards the central tower, with the silent Bai and the quiet Ji trailing closely behind. At Lanjiao, a severed body lay in two halves, and Luo Fuxiao finally lowered his foot, stretching his neck as he prepared to search the remains. Just then, an excited voice called from the other side. Master Yuehua. It's the Earth Scroll, Bai announced, holding a scroll marked with the character for Earth. Hand it over. No need to search the corpses further. That task is rather bothersome, Yuehua gestured for Bai to approach. As Bai advanced to within 5 meters of Yuehua, she suddenly launched an attack, firmly planting one foot while swiftly kicking out the other, unleashing a barrage of 15 wind blades towards Bai. Instead of the sound of flesh being cleaved, only the sound of blades striking earth and rock resounded, as Bai was reduced to a heap of scattered soil. Yuehua furrowed her brow, her instincts alert as she scanned her surroundings. How did you perceive my flaw, little imp? I did not believe my disguise was lacking. A woman donned in a conical hat emerged slowly from the ground, her cold smile sending shivers down one's spine. It was rather simple. Your tone differed when you spoke to Bai, and your smile is far too contrived, lacking the sincerity of Bai's genuine expression. It was evident at first glance, Yuehua replied, maintaining her guard against the grass ninja before her. The opponent exuded formidable strength, a notion that resonated with Yuehua's instincts. Aren't you concerned for your companion? The grass ninja woman licked her lips, her eyes glinting with the thrill of the hunt. I have faith in Bai's abilities. You must have employed some method to ensnare him. It won't be so easy to eliminate him. As the moonlight gently illuminated the scene, Yuehua spoke with a calm demeanor, devoid of any urgency. I see. It appears you have great trust in your companions, little imp. How fortunate that I can toy with you. As my primary task has been completed, the grass ninja woman emitted a chilling laugh, her elongated tongue flicking out, exuding a terrifying aura of malice. In an instant, Yuehua's eyes widened in horror. Could this being be Orochimaru? The long tongue and the menacing killing intent were unmistakable. Had she just spoken of completing the task of marking Sasuke? Orochimaru? The name slipped from Yuehua's lips with difficulty, as she fixed her gaze on the grass ninja opposite her, too apprehensive to blink. Indeed, upon hearing Yuehua's inquiry, the expression of the grass ninja shifted momentarily. Oh, how intriguing. Where did you hear that name? A little one like you shouldn't have any knowledge of my existence. Orochimaru no longer concealed himself, tearing away the facade to reveal golden slitted eyes and pale skin. My mentor is Danzo, and I merely perused some documents within the route. Yuehua chuckled nervously, her mind sharpened to its utmost, not daring to lose focus as she scrutinized Orochimaru's every move. Danzo, that old man, had taken on an apprentice? Even Orochimaru was taken aback. He and Danzo had once been allies, and he understood that the old man had always sought to rival the third Hokage in the matter of disciples. Then allow me to witness what makes you so special that Danzo has chosen you. Orochimaru's expression turned curious as he licked his lips with his long tongue, a sign of his excitement. Originally, Orochimaru had merely concluded his task and stumbled upon the trio of children, intending to pass the time. To his surprise, he had caught a significant fish, Danzo's disciple. How fascinating. Ji, exert all your effort to restrain the enemy's earth release. They are a formidable adversary, on par with Master Danzo. Yuehua commanded loudly, not daring to hold back before Orochimaru. In response to Yuehua's strategy, Orochimaru wore an indifferent expression, even pausing to appraise her before ominously stating, "Let me see what remarkable qualities you possess, little imp. Sit upon the frosty heaven, Ice Wheel Maru." Yuehua released her Ice Wheel Maru and executed a swift strike, summoning a barrage of icy projectiles. To counter a powerful foe like Orochimaru, one must not allow oneself to be led. She took the initiative, unleashing a torrent of ice shards with relentless ferocity, denying Orochimaru any respite. Earth release, earth flow wall. A robust earthen wall erupted swiftly, perfectly intercepting the icy projectiles. As the final shard collided with the wall, it collapsed with a resounding crash. An intriguing ability, bloodline limit, perhaps? No, it seems to stem from that blade of yours. Fascinating, truly fascinating. I never anticipated such an intriguing youth to emerge from Konoha. How exhilarating. Orochimaru revealed a rather fearsome smile. Summoning technique. Orochimaru rapidly performed hand seals, pressing downward with one hand, and with a thunderous crash, a colossal serpent materialized, its massive form coiling around a nearby ancient tree, which was crushed to splinters. Now, let us see your performance, Danzo's disciple. Orochimaru stood atop the serpent's head, gazing down at the moonlight, his long black hair billowing in the wind, and his golden serpent eyes glimmering with a perilous hue. The python surged forward with astonishing speed, charging ahead with an unstoppable momentum, its gaping maw large enough to consume an entire cottage. The pungent stench assaulted the senses, nearly suffocating those nearby. The ice dragon roared. Yuehua gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat even a step, wielding the ice wheel orb as a roaring dragon of ice and water burst forth, colliding ferociously with the python's unclosing jaws. The serpentine creature abruptly halted, its mouth agape, unable to shut due to a colossal chunk of ice that had ensnared it. Even for a cold-blooded beast like the python, the frigid embrace was unwelcome, especially as the chilling aura seeped further into its core, rendering it rigid and devoid of warmth. The once supple python transformed into a rigid ice sculpture, lying across the forest floor. Such astonishing power? Could it be the power of ice? Were it not for Sasuke, perhaps your form would be equally impressive. A dangerous glimmer flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Pray, tell me your name, intriguing youth. Orochimaru leisurely inquired from his perch atop the vast icy serpent, his demeanor devoid of the previous intensity of battle, as if engaged in casual conversation. Chief Yuehua hesitated momentarily, but chose not to conceal his identity, for it was better not to provoke Orochimaru if possible. Confronting him now would be exceedingly daunting. Chief Yuehua, he declared. What a splendid name. I find myself quite intrigued by you. Allow me to present you with a small gift today, Orochimaru replied with a chilling smile. Instantly, a shiver coursed through Yuehua's spine. Orochimaru's gift was nothing short of a jest. He had no desire to get entangled with the troublesome cursed seal. I appreciate the gesture, but I must kindly decline. Orochimaru, Yuehua firmly rejected, his hand resting upon the hilt of his blade as a powerful whirlwind erupted forth. Wind release? Quite impressive indeed, Orochimaru remarked, reluctantly twisting his head away as he swiftly retracted his neck to evade the oncoming vortex. Even his elongated neck was vulnerable, and an attack upon it could have dire consequences. Yet, rather than displeasure, admiration gleamed in Orochimaru's eyes. You see, Yuehua-kun, the more exceptional your performance, the deeper my interest in you grows, he stated, suddenly leaping down as if diving into the earth itself. Yuehua leapt high into the air, simultaneously shouting, Earth release, ant hell. The moment the command was issued, Ji swiftly completed the hand seals, causing the ground before them to suddenly sink into a massive whirlpool of mud. This advanced earth release technique was one of the rewards from his previous battle against the rock ninja. Although Yuehua had dismembered his foes, the brain of a certain white opponent had remained intact, preserving within it the memories of numerous jutsu, all of which had been extracted by the winds of the mountains. With Ji as the principal beneficiary, Yuehua landed atop a nearby tree, remaining vigilant of his surroundings, the ice wheel orb in his hand shimmering with an icy glow. Ji, be cautious. The opponent's earth release technique is extraordinarily sophisticated, so do not underestimate them. Yuehua was also advising she, who had leapt onto a tree, as remaining on the ground was perilous. It seems you have quite an understanding of me, little one. A voice, imbued with personal charm, suddenly whispered in Yuehua's ear. Accept my gift obediently. The raspy, seductive voice sent a jolt through Yuehua's heart. With a sudden push of her feet, she bolted without looking back. Behind her, Orochimaru's neck elongated, his head pursuing her closely, sharp fangs protruding menacingly, accompanied by an eerie laughter. Wind blade, chaotic edge. A gusting blade of wind suddenly sliced towards Orochimaru's neck, which contorted strangely to evade the not-so-dense wind blades. However, Yuehua had successfully turned around, missing the opportunity that had presented itself. Have we dealt with the serpent? Your timing is truly unfortunate. Though she complained, there was no trace of displeasure in Orochimaru's golden serpent eyes, only an enduring glint of interest, a fascination with the intriguing. Retracting his head, Orochimaru leapt onto a tree. Observing the trio, Lord Yuehua, I apologize for my tardiness. I quietly landed on the ground, warily eyeing Orochimaru. Better late than never. Your arrival is quite fortuitous. Be careful and give it your all. The opponent is formidable, on par with Master Danzo, if not surpassing him. Yuehua gripped her ice wheel blade, vigilantly monitoring Orochimaru's every movement while rapidly explaining the situation. However, now that the three of us are gathered, we cannot afford to be passive. Follow my lead in the attack. With a gentle sigh, Yuehua noted that Orochimaru seemed in no rush to strike, merely gazing down at the three. Yet, his inaction did not imply that they could simply wait. Celestial phenomenon arise. She raised the ice wheel blade high, pointing it towards the heavens. A barely perceptible chill surged upwards, causing the winds to shift ominously. In mere seconds, dark clouds gathered in the sky, casting an even more sinister shadow over the already dim forest. Thundering rain. Orochimaru trembled as his hands touched the falling rain, his eyes filled with incredulous fervor and excitement. To wield such power over the forces of nature, I find myself increasingly drawn to you, Lord Yuehua. Outside the death forest, near a Buddha statue, Hongo and several Chunin gazed at three lifeless bodies on the ground, their faces grotesquely disfigured, reduced to mere flesh and blood. It's him. It must be him. Hongo's expression turned unusually grave, his mind racing with thoughts as he desperately pondered why Orochimaru had returned to Konoha. You all must report this situation to Lord Hokage immediately. Before he could finish, Hongo's eyes were drawn to the eerie black cloud looming over the death forest, though it barely covered a fraction of its territory. The crimson being gazed blankly at the ominous black cloud, a sudden recollection of Yuehua's once ostentatious display of power causing her heart to nearly cease its beating. The strength of Yuehua surpassed even her own. What manner of adversary could compel such a display? She needed to summon the Umbu for assistance. At the very least 2 small squats. As her voice grew fainter, the figure of the crimson being faded from sight. Several Chunin, sensing the impending danger, hastily sought the third Hokage to report the situation. Kakashi, what is that? Asuma, standing by the window with a cigarette, was abruptly struck by the sight of the strange black cloud hanging in the sky, a solitary mass amidst an otherwise cloudless expanse. What is this? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. The unnatural black cloud evoked memories of past occurrences in the village, particularly that of Danzo's disciple. If memory served correctly, it was Qingfan Yuehua. The newly promoted Nin Hong also turned her gaze toward the spectacle, her expression frozen in shock as she murmured, "Is this a human creation? That direction leads to the Forest of Death, where the Chunin exams are currently taking place. How could this be? Could something have gone awry during the exam?" Worry for her 3 subordinates creased her brow, her countenance turning serious. Regardless of the circumstances, we must refrain from intervening. This is a joint Chunin exam with Tsunagakure, and the third Hokage would never permit any disruption, Kakashi stated calmly, though his eyes remained fixated on the direction of the Forest of Death, unblinking. Hong, do not fret unduly, trust in your subordinates. If I recall correctly, there is a young girl from the Hyuga clan. Yes? With her Byakugan, they should be safe. Asuma offered words of comfort to Hong. May they return safely. Hong whispered a silent blessing for Hinata and the others. Beneath the cloud, torrential rain cascaded down like a curtain of pearls, connecting heaven and earth, the visibility hampered by the downpour. Yet one remained unaffected, Yuehua. The moment the deluge began, she swiftly moved with Bai and Z, intending to utilize the storm to ambush Orochimaru. Yuehua was also engaged in battle with Zabuza, employing the characteristics of the mist technique. She sought to sense her enemy through the rain, akin to Payne's Rain Tiger Freedom technique. After a mere attempt, she succeeded, with the celestial phenomenon exerting minimal chakra consumption. Having conducted several experiments with the celestial phenomenon, Yuehua understood its operational mode. Much like a game of dominoes, the ice Maru merely toppled the first piece, allowing the rest to gather and form spontaneously, hence the reduced chakra expenditure. As the initial chakra mingled with the rain clouds, Yuehua could perceive the chakra fluctuations where the raindrops landed, thereby determining the enemy's location. To the left, she indicated with the ice Maru, prompting Bai to act in accordance. Water style, 1,000 flying water kill, by swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing a barrage of water shuriken that shot forth silently amidst the heavy rain, perfectly concealed within the downpour. Indeed, even the formidable Orochimaru could not evade the water shuriken. However, his physique was truly peculiar. Many of the shurikens merely pierced his garments before sliding off, exhibiting a serpentine grace. Yet, a few of the shuriken managed to inflict wounds upon Orochimaru's vulnerable areas. Feeling the stinging pain, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he swiftly darted forward like a snake. Azuki, Moonlight, who had been intently observing Orochimaru, softly called out. Standing beside her, Azuki immediately formed hand signs, invoking the earth-style, swamp technique. The ground before them suddenly softened, transforming into a quagmire, yet amid the torrential downpour, everything became indistinctly muddy. Soon, through the misty rain, a figure surged forward with remarkable speed. Orochimaru's lower body writhed like a serpent upon the ground, only to become ensnared in the mire, immobilized. Ice Dragon Roar. At the moment Orochimaru fell into the swamp, Moonlight decisively brandished her ice wheel, and the roaring ice dragon rushed towards Orochimaru, leaving him no time to form seals. The frigid aura of the ice dragon was so intense that raindrops had yet to touch its form before they crystallized and fell like small ice shards. Orochimaru, observing the descending ice dragon, exhibited no panic. Instead, he abruptly tilted his head back, his neck elongating at an astonishing speed, while his mouth gaped wide, his arms extending to create an exaggerated shape. An unscathed Orochimaru emerged from within. The roaring ice dragon mercilessly consumed the remnants left by Orochimaru, freezing the mire into a colossal ice block, particularly along the lengthened neck, which solidified into a protruding ice pillar, appearing exceedingly bizarre. Truly remarkable. You almost succeeded in eliminating me. Orochimaru gazed at his frozen remnants with an exhilarated smile. Ice style, ice pillar swallow. A cold voice resonated in the air as White stealthily approached the ice pillar, rapidly forming hand signs, unleashing sharp ice spikes that rained down. Orochimaru did not engage directly but instead swiftly maneuvered to evade the descending ice pillars. However, he suddenly sensed a chill. The ice spikes that struck the ground began to sprout clusters of frost, pursuing him relentlessly. Another ice attack? Orochimaru's expression turned astonished as his serpentine form writhed, transforming into legs, and he leapt swiftly to evade the icy ground. Earth-style, rock pillar spear. While White launched his assault, Azuki, concealed by the curtain of rain, had positioned herself behind a large tree, and as Orochimaru leapt, she executed the rock pillar spear. Sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground, leaving no safe landing for Orochimaru. Quite impressive, but futile. Orochimaru's head elongated rapidly, entwining around a distant tree, and he pulled himself forth, deftly avoiding the barrage of stone spikes. Whether it is effective is not for you to decide. Ice Dragon Tail. Before Orochimaru's body could fully retract, Moonlight, employing her instant step, closed in, and with a fierce determination, she swung her blade down upon the head of Orochimaru ensnared in the tree. The chilling icy crystals burgeoned rapidly, encasing Orochimaru's head and body within a translucent block of ice, his astonished expression barely visible through the frosty prison. Just as Yuehua, perched atop the treetops and still catching her breath, beheld the sudden collapse of the ice, Orochimaru had vanished from within. Shadow Clone. Caution. Too late, Yuehua. Orochimaru stood atop a great tree, casually holding the still figure of Ji. Yuehua's gaze hardened, the cold rain trickling down her face. She could sense Ji's chakra still flowing, indicating he had merely been knocked unconscious, allowing her constricted heart to relax slightly. Your coordination is commendable, or perhaps I should say, Yuehua, your command was quite splendid. Even an elite ninja might falter against you. However, it is regrettable that you have encountered me, he chuckled excitedly. And what is the name of this individual here? He inquired. By, came the cold reply, as by secretly pondered how to rescue Ji from Orochimaru's grasp. A fleeting exchange of glances between the two revealed their shared dilemma. After their previous all-out assault had failed against Orochimaru, they were now hesitant to act. Unsure of how to proceed. Yuehua and Bai, how delightful. Let us engage in a little conversation, Orochimaru said, summoning a clone that retreated with Ji, while his main body rapidly formed hand seals. Earth release, tearing earth turning palm. Facing this technique for the second time previously against Orochimaru's spy. Now against the man himself, Yuehua felt an intricate swirl of emotions. The ground beneath roared, violently trembling as massive fissures split the earth, rocks shattered, and soil collapsed. The very foundation was upheaved, and ancient trees were uprooted, crashing to the ground and sending plumes of mud into the air. The sheer magnitude of this power was astounding. The previous adversary had not displayed such extravagance. Both Yuehua and Bai utilized swift movements to evade, darting through the tilting trees. The attack's range was too expansive. Even with their speed, they could not escape, as the violently upheaved terrain swallowed all available footholds. With a downward sweep of her blade, Yuehua conjured a solid ice pillar. Though it shattered within seconds, it provided her a momentary foothold. Observing the collapsing ice structure, she swung her blade once more, summoning another ice pillar. Continuously creating these icy supports, she finally evaded the devastating reach of the tearing earth turning palm. Meanwhile, Bai found himself cornered yet maintained a semblance of composure. Suspended in midair, he stood upon a circular ice mirror, a technique derived from the magic mirror ice crystals, allowing him to remain aloft in the sky. This was a skill he had painstakingly developed after suffering the consequences of the tearing earth turning palm. However, the drawback lies in its inability to be executed over long distances, as maintaining the floating ice mirror is immensely taxing on chakra, particularly when burdened with weight. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the successful escape of Yuehua, Bai felt a slight sense of relief, subsequently directing his gaze towards Orochimaru. A wave of helplessness washed over him. The opponent was simply too formidable. Despite their utmost efforts, they found themselves in a disheveled retreat. Quite commendable, both of you. I am thoroughly pleased. I genuinely yearn to seize your bodies, yet alas, I have already set my sights on a superior target. Orochimaru praised Yuehua and Bai. Though his insatiable desire for the powerful Sharingan had already taken root in his very soul. Water style, 1,000 swift water needles. Bai formed seals in midair, witnessing the descending raindrops rapidly merge into a barrage of piercing needles. Water style, water barrier. Orochimaru's response was astonishingly swift, despite casting his seals later. He executed his ninjutsu first, conjuring a flowing wall of water that he deftly maneuvered to intercept all of Bai's water needles. As the water barrier fell, a colossal python suddenly surged forth, crashing violently into Bai, leaving him no time to react. The ice mirror beneath him shattered, sending Bai flying far away, ultimately landing in a forest. Bai. The furious and anxious cry of Yuehua echoed as he rushed over with a flash step, only to witness the scene of Bai being struck away. His eyes instantly turned crimson, fixating furiously on the malevolent grin of Orochimaru. You have forced my hand, Orochimaru. Bai's white hair clung to his forehead as rain cascaded down his face, yet it could not extinguish the flames of fury igniting in Yuehua's eyes. The blaze of anger spread through his heart, incinerating all semblance of rationality. First, Ji was knocked unconscious, and now Bai was sent flying, his fate unknown. Since Bai had been propelled beyond the torrential rain's reach, Yuehua could no longer sense his presence. With the last remnants of reason guiding him, Yuehua wielded his blade, dispersing the ominous clouds above, thereby lifting the celestial phenomenon. For the ensuing battle would require no subterfuge. What followed was a battle of unadulterated honesty. Bankai, great scarlet lotus ice wheel. Yuehua gripped his sword, reaching towards the heavens, an astonishing chill emanating to envelop him in a white tempest. His body underwent a remarkable transformation. Yuehua's entire right arm crystallized into ice, his wielding hand morphing into the head of a dragon, its fangs tightly gripping the ice wheel. Not only his right arm but his left arm and both feet also transformed into icy dragon claws, while a tail of frost lashed behind him. A pair of exquisite ice dragon wings unfurled, elevating Yuehua into the sky, with 3 ethereal ice blossoms trailing behind him, their 12 purple ice petals fluttering gracefully. Is this your power? What a magnificent form! Orochimaru stood atop the colossal python, tilting his head to behold Yuehua in the sky. His eyes brimming with fervor as he excitedly licked his lips. Crack! One of the ice petals shattered, causing Yuehua to furrow his brow. 12 seconds. He could only sustain his Bankai for 12 seconds before it would forcibly revert, rendering him temporarily powerless. 1,000-year ice prison. As the moonlight ascended, a flurry of towering ice pillars erupted from the ground, ensnaring the colossal serpent beneath Orochimaru's feet. Every contact with the ice left a frosty veneer upon the surface. The great serpent emitted a pained hiss before abruptly vanishing, causing Orochimaru to lose his balance and descend awkwardly. Simultaneously, the sound of shattering petals echoed in Yuehua's ears as she brandished the ice wheel blade, launching herself downward with the swiftness of lightning. The gleaming tip aimed directly at the descending Orochimaru. With a resounding crack, Yuehua's blade met the serpents concealed within Orochimaru's sleeve, instantly encasing him in ice. The cross-shaped ice shards shattered dramatically, dispersing into sparkling powder. Yet, as she hovered in the air, a further shattering sound reached her ears, but rather than elation. Her gaze fixated on the ground below. The fragments created by the ice wheel felt amiss, not akin to the explosion of frozen flesh. Suddenly, Yuehua detected Orochimaru's form slowly emerging from the earth. With a swift motion, she swung the ice wheel blade, unleashing a colossal, swift ice dragon that roared towards him. Unfazed, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals, summoning a towering earthen wall far grander and sturdier than the previous barrier to shield himself from the onslaught. The ice dragon collided with the wall with tremendous force, causing it to collapse. However, the wall's formidable defenses mitigated the dragon's impact significantly. In a flash, Orochimaru executed another set of hand seals, conjuring a fiery dragon that surged forth, crashing into the approaching ice dragon. The clash of ice and fire erupted into a violent confrontation, a billowing mist rising as the beleaguered ice dragon succumbed to the flames. Yet it lacked the strength to advance any further. With only 5 petals remaining behind her, Yuehua's expression turned anxious. Gripping the ice wheel blade tightly, she dove downward. Since ranged attacks proved futile, she resolved to engage in close combat. In the final 5 seconds, she would gamble everything. As Yuehua charged with her blade, Orochimaru's face lit up with excitement, pulling out a kunai he hadn't wielded in years. It had been ages since he had fought in hand-to-hand combat. For his prowess usually kept lesser ninjas at bay. Clang! Yuehua did not touch the ground, instead striking down with the ice wheel blade enveloped in azure wind chakra, only to have it parried by Orochimaru's kunai, which too was laced with the same chakra. What followed was a tempest of strikes, unable to reach the airborne Yuehua. Orochimaru could only defend himself, parrying left and right. In a mere 2 seconds, she unleashed 19 blows, and finally, Orochimaru's kunai could withstand no more. Shattering under the weight of the 19th strike. Crafted from ordinary iron, the kunai could not compare to the ice wheel blade, an embodiment of Yuehua's very soul and will. As long as her essence remained intact, it was nearly impossible for the ice wheel blade to break. However, Orochimaru is indeed formidable. His mastery of wind release is profound beyond compare, far more refined than that of Yuehua. Otherwise, he would not have withstood Yuehua's 19 strikes. With only 3 petals of ice remaining, Yuehua, undistracted, once again wielded the ice wheel maru. The blade, enveloped in azure wind blades, struck Orochimaru's shoulder with unimpeded force, severing bone and cleaving away half of his body. Crimson blood splattered, staining Yuehua's blue and white robes, even leaving marks upon his hair, while his face became smeared with gore. Strangely, the icy hands and feet remained untouched by blood, as all the crimson fluid cascaded away, despite striking Orochimaru's true form. Yuehua did not exhibit any delight, for Orochimaru began to shed his skin anew, sacrificing half his body to ensnare Yuehua's blade, buying himself time to transform. Crack! Only 2 petals of ice remained. Pursuing Orochimaru's slippery new form, Yuehua swiftly closed the distance. With a sudden surge, Yuehua unleashed a final charge, pouring all his strength into the blade, striking fiercely at Orochimaru's back. Yet, almost instantaneously, Orochimaru commenced his metamorphosis once more. Cross-shaped ice blocks ensnared the remnants of Orochimaru's shed skin, which quietly shattered into scattered crystals. Crack! In a moment of near despair, Yuehua swung his blade down. An icy dragon roaring forth from the edge, charging recklessly toward Orochimaru. Crack! The last petal shattered. Darkness enveloped Yuehua's vision, and he beheld a fearsome gate of the underworld before losing consciousness. His icy form reverted to its original state, and the icy dragon's wings and tail vanished. Even in a state of unconsciousness, he clutched the ice wheel maru tightly, plummeting from the sky. Should he land unprotected, he would surely suffer grievous injuries, if not death. Summoning a spirit technique, A colossal serpent materialized beneath Yuehua, breaking his fall upon its smooth scales, unconscious and sprawled atop it. Orochimaru approached with a grin. As the frozen Rashomon behind him shattered, the ice itself fracturing away. Not far off, Orochimaru's doppelganger swiftly carried the unconscious Hakuto and Ji towards him. What an astonishing little ghost you are. Compared to Uchiha Sasuke, your strength is even more formidable. However, the potential of the Sharingan is indeed terrifying. Orochimaru stood atop the serpent, gazing down at the unconscious Yuehua, Hakuto, and Ji. Weighing the ice Uchimaru, he attempted to wield it, but it remained inert. He tried several sensing ninjutsu, yet all yielded nothing of note. The only remarkable aspect was its unyielding hardness, impervious even to the grass-cutter sword. I shall grant you a gift of a person. If you crave power, then seek me out, Yuehua-kun. Orochimaru whispered softly into Yuehua's ear, his sharp teeth sinking deeply into Yuehua's neck. As Orochimaru retracted his head, a black three-tomo pattern suddenly manifested upon Yuehua's neck. Even in his unconscious state, he could not help but twitch slightly. Do not disappoint me. If it is you, you should be able to endure. Orochimaru licked his lips as dusk enveloped the sky, marking the imminent conclusion of the first day of the second examination, which was set to last 5 days. Beneath the dim moonlight, Azusa stirred, struggling to open her eyes. The sight that greeted her was a resplendent full moon, but a violent headache compelled her to groan in anguish. What had transpired? She recalled propping herself up. Azusa felt her mind clouded with confusion, particularly as a sharp pain throbbed at the back of her head. She waved her arm and felt a warm presence nearby. What is this white, and Lord Tsukahara? Azusa gasped in surprise, recognizing the face of the pale figure in the moonlight. Although Tsukahara was smeared with blood, she still managed to identify him. In a flurry of concern, Azusa reached out to check the chests of both Tsukahara and the pale figure. The faint rhythm of their heartbeats reassured her that they were alive, and the memories of earlier events surged back like a tidal wave. A glance around revealed the desolate landscape, marked by deep fissures in the ground and towering ice pillars, all indicative of a fierce battle that had unfolded here. Who could have been responsible? She recalled Lord Tsukahara referring to someone as Orochimaru, but why were the three of them lying together? Had Lord Tsukahara triumphed? Or was it otherwise? After pondering for a moment, Azusa found no useful conclusions. Setting those thoughts aside, she decided to examine Lord Tsukahara's condition. With meticulous care, she assessed his body and soon exhaled in relief. He bore no injuries, merely having succumbed to exhaustion from depleted chakra. However, she noticed the already healed bite mark on his neck, adorned with a peculiar tomo pattern. What could this signify? Azusa felt her already aching head throb even more, grappling with the bewildering circumstances surrounding her awakening. For the time being, she chose to cast aside her worries and proceeded to check on the pale figure. His bones were intact, yet the extensive bruising suggested he had collided with something solid. Confounded, Azusa retrieved a first aid kit and applied ointment to alleviate the swelling and bruising before wrapping him in sturdy bandages. Subsequently, she remained vigilantly by their sides as time passed slowly, the moon in the sky descending as the dawn light began to illuminate the earth. Ouch! A faint groan escaped as the pale figure opened his eyes, overwhelmed by pain coursing through his body. Soon, he detected a strong medicinal scent and realized he was swathed in bandages like a mummy. How do you feel? Azusa inquired softly from her position nearby. Struggling to sit up, the pale figure took a deep breath before responding. I think I'm all right, just in a lot of pain. Did you do this? Observing his bandaged arms, Azusa nodded gently, her expression neutral. Yes, you only sustained some superficial injuries. Your bones are unharmed. What exactly transpired after I lost consciousness? Is Lord Tsukahara all right? It was only then that the pale figure seemed to regain his focus, anxiously asking while noticing Tsukahara resting on Azusa's lap. He appeared slightly pale, yet otherwise seemed fine. It has been said that the adult merely exhausted his chakra and fell into a faint. However, could you now elucidate what transpired? She gazed intently into Bai's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Bai revealed a bitter smile, stating that the enemy was exceedingly powerful. After you were knocked unconscious, I too could not withstand for long and was subsequently hurled away by the summoned serpent. Had I not reinforced the floating sky mirror to mitigate the impact, I might have suffered multiple fractures. As for Lord Yuehua's fate, I am unfortunately unaware. A look of disappointment crossed Chi's face, and she attempted to check Yuehua's breathing. It was steady, and logically, he should have awakened by now. Yet, there were no signs of revival, which caused Chi to grow increasingly anxious. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Bai observed the shift in Ji's expression, She had become notably more expressive since their initial encounter. It is just that Lord Yuehua remains in a deep slumber, which feels rather peculiar, and there is a bite mark on his neck, accompanied by an unusual pattern resembling a chakra. Gently, she turned Yuehua's head, revealing the wound and the pattern to Bai. Upon closer inspection, Bai could discern little. Yet a serious demeanor overtook him. "Ji, you should continue to care for Lord Yuehua while I recover my chakra. I will attempt some medical ninjutsu." Bai's meticulous nature surpassed even Ji's, and the mark reminded him of a serpent, stirring quiet concern within him. This must be the remnants left by the enemy. "Leave it to me. Ji, you should rest for a while. You have not slept all night and must be quite fatigued." Bai gently laid Yuehua down on the ground and urged Ji to take a break. "Understood. By the way, I have set traps all around, so be cautious not to disturb anything." Ji acquiesced obediently, fully aware of her own deteriorated state, having sustained injuries and endured a sleepless night, leaving her mentally exhausted. As Bai watched Ji, who had fallen asleep against a stone, his gaze shifted to Yuehua's neck, his brow furrowing deeply. The black chakra pattern emanated an unsettling aura, radiating a distinctly malevolent chakra. What on earth is this? Bai felt a throbbing headache. This entity could not be extricated, as it had intertwined with Yuehua's very beings, rendering them inseparable. At that moment, Yuehua began to convulse, albeit slightly, enough to indicate his profound suffering, as his body grew warm and his complexion flushed a deep crimson. "Damn it," Bai muttered, a rare expletive escaping his lips. This was not merely an injury, his medical ninjutsu was utterly ineffective. Observing Yuehua's feverish state, Bai resorted to conjuring ice blocks, placing them upon Yuehua's forehead and around him to lower his temperature. Otherwise, if this heat persisted, he could very well suffer irreversible damage. What has transpired here? Hinata's face was filled with horror. Hey, this is beyond the capability of a mere Chunin, isn't it?" Kiba's facial muscles twitched slightly. Despite his usual pride, the sight of the ravaged battlefield instilled a sense of dread within him. "It can't be akin to that monster from the sand, can it?" "Woof." Akamaru rested atop Kiba's head, softly calling out. "Akamaru, you mentioned a familiar scent. Is that truly the case?" Kiba glanced up at the small white dog. "Hinata, why don't you activate your Byakugan and investigate?" Shino remained deeply ensconced within his coat, calmly observing the shattered earth. The devastation of the land suggested that the perpetrator was undoubtedly formidable, and if we were to encounter them, we must flee immediately. Upon hearing Shino's words, Kiba let out a low grunt but refrained from arguing, continuing his conversation with Akamaru. Hinata, meanwhile, performed the necessary hand seals to activate her Byakugan, her gaze sweeping across the distant landscape. It was then that she spotted Tsukuha, Shiro, and Aoi. Tsukuha's group. It appeared Tsukuha had sustained an injury. She seemed to be poisoned, her body enveloped in ominous chakra. "What should we do? Should we go and check on them?" Hinata voiced her observations, seeking the opinions of Kiba and Shino. Tsukuha's group? Could the situation here be connected to them? Kiba's brow furrowed in thought, but with his intellect, akin to Naruto's, he was unable to deduce anything substantial. "Let us proceed and see if we can gather any useful information," Shino stated solemnly. "If there are creatures like that sand ninja, we can avoid them." "No, someone is approaching Tsukuha's group. It's a rain ninja," Hinata exclaimed anxiously. "Rain ninja?" Kiba paused, realization dawning on him. "Are they the same ones who were taken down by that small sand ninja? Let's hurry and provide them with support." Shino sprinted ahead, with Hinata and Kiba closely following. The camp was rudimentary. Aoi was still asleep, while Tsukuha's body temperature had lowered significantly, her demeanor much calmer, although she remained unconscious. At least her body had ceased its convulsions. At that moment, Bai's ears perked up, sensing an approaching presence. She turned to see 3 rain ninjas charging toward them without any cover. "You brats, hand over your scrolls. You really have no idea of your own limitations." Thinking you can become Nin, the leading rain ninja sneered. Bai intended to intercept them, but it was too late. Aoi had already been roused from her slumber, her gaze coldly fixed on the 3 rain ninjas. "Aoi, take them down, grant them a swift end." Knowing Aoi's temperament all too well, even Bai did not attempt to persuade her to show mercy. Instead, she hoped Aoi would deliver a quick death to the rain ninjas, sparing them further suffering. "Leave it to me. How is Lord Tsukuha faring?" Aoi, dismissive of the 3 insignificant foes, turned her attention to the still unconscious Tsukuha. "Lord Tsukuha is much improved and should awaken soon. The chakra within her has stabilized," Bai replied softly. "Damn it, these brats." The rain ninjas fumed, enraged that Tsukuha and Aoi were conversing as if they were invisible. In unison, they hurled shurikens, all aimed at the prone Uchiha. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sharp, ringing sounds echoed as Aoi retaliated, throwing her own shurikens to intercept the rain ninja's attack. Earth-style, rock pillar spear. With nimble hands, Z quickly formed hand seals, causing jagged rocks to erupt from the ground, thrusting upwards towards the lower bodies of the three rain ninjas. Quick, dodge, exclaimed the leader of the rain ninjas, his face pale with shock. The trio leapt back in unison, caught off guard by the prowess of a mere child wielding such formidable ninjutsu. In the world of ninjas, without bloodline limits, ancestral techniques, or the tutelage of a master, the lower-ranked ninjas primarily engaged in taijutsu combat. It was typically only the Chunin who learned ninjutsu and genjutsu. Thus, the astonishment of the three rain ninjas at encountering such a powerful earth-release technique indicated a formidable adversary. However, before the rain ninjas could safely land and escape, Z initiated a second wave of assault. Fire release, great fireball technique. Z had already completed the hand seals, unleashing a massive fireball that surged forward, engulfing the three rain ninjas, who were now stricken with terror. Charred remnants of wood fell to the ground as the three rain ninjas vanished from sight. Z raised an eyebrow, pondering, a substitution technique, perhaps? But you cannot escape. With a flick of his wrist, a flurry of shuriken was cast forth. The three rain ninjas, still reeling from their previous shock, were met with a barrage of shuriken raining down like flowers from the heavens. Panic surged within them. They had initially hoped for an easy target, only to find themselves grappling with an unexpectedly fierce opponent. Regretting their earlier assumptions, the rain ninjas could only frantically attempt to deflect the shuriken. Suddenly, a kunai embedded itself at their feet, fastened with 3 explosive tags. With no time for words, the three rain ninjas leapt with all their might, but they could not outrun the impending explosion. A deafening boom echoed as flames surged into the sky. The combined might of the 3 explosive tags resulting in a staggering force. 3 charred figures were hurled far away, as the acrid scent of burnt flesh permeated the air. Z moved with a light step towards the disfigured rain ninjas, searching for a scroll. Although it was likely that the scroll had been obliterated by the recent explosion, there remained a chance it had survived. Behind the second corpse, within a ninja tool pouch, Z discovered a scroll marked prominently with the character for Earth. Precisely what Yuehua and the others needed. Fortunately, the rain ninja had placed the scroll in the pouch at their back. Had it been in front, it would have surely been consumed by the flames. Just as Z was about to return to Yuehua, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from the left. Quickly, he concealed the scroll and turned to assess the situation. Soon, 3 familiar figures came into view. "Oh, Hinata, is that you?" Z exclaimed upon recognizing Hinata and her companions. Sheathing his kunai, but refraining from approaching too hastily, for in this forest of death, anyone could be an enemy. "Sister Z, have you dealt with the enemy?" Hinata asked, having not maintained her Byakugan during the journey. However, before she could finish her inquiry, a waft of grilled meat reached her nostrils, drawing her attention to the charred remains at their feet. Hinata was momentarily taken aback, her face paling as she processed the horrifying scene. Yet, having witnessed the brutal methods of the sand ninjas, she managed to hold her composure. "We merely came to take a look and, if possible, exchange information," Shino interjected. "What has become of that fellow Yuehua? Has he been injured?" Kiba inquired, as the red orb atop his head began to bark excitedly. "Miss Hinata, let us converse over here," Azumi suggested, guiding Hinata and the others toward the unconscious Yuehua. "Is that Orochimaru truly that formidable?" Upon hearing Bai's account, Kiba's expression shifted to one of astonishment, struggling to fathom that this tragic scene was orchestrated by someone like Orochimaru. "He is even more formidable than I described. He did not exert his full strength against us 3, otherwise we could not have endured for so long," I affirmed with a heavy nod. "But what of Yuehua?" "I sense a malevolent chakra emanating from him," Hinata murmured, her voice laced with concern. "For now, he is unharmed. As for the future, we shall have to wait for Yuehua to awaken. Speculating now is futile," I sighed, aware that he too was wrapped in bandages, while only Azumi had escaped with minor injuries. "Then we shall take our leave," Shino announced after exchanging information, promptly departing with Hinata and Kiba. Bai and Azumi remained by Yuehua's side, as they only needed to await his awakening to proceed to the central tower, having already gathered the necessary scrolls. At long last, as noon approached, Yuehua stirred, slowly opening his eyes to the blinding sunlight. "How long have I been asleep? And what of Orochimaru?" he asked, relieved to see the familiar faces of Bai and Azumi, knowing they were safe. "It has been long," Today marks merely the second day of the second exam. As for Orochimaru, upon waking, I found no trace of him, I swiftly replied. Yuehua fell silent for a moment, feeling an unusual burning sensation on his neck, disorienting his mind and causing his entire body to tremble. This sensation, is it the cursed seal? He gazed at the black patterns creeping onto his hands. Dark markings resembling narcissus flowers spreading across his right arm, like an innate birthmark and ominous black, the mysterious narcissus patterns clustering upon his limb. Lord Yuehua? Bai and Azumi stared in astonishment at Yuehua's transformation, acutely sensing the chakra within him becoming extraordinarily vibrant, akin to the effects of a soldier's ration pill. Yet clearly far more terrifying than that. Cursed seal. That damned Orochimaru actually. Trembling hands betrayed the surge of murderous intent within Yuehua. The cursed seal appeared enticing. But with every advantage comes a disadvantage. The so-called cursed seal was merely a substandard version of sage transformation, with severe side effects that would erode one's rationality. If memory serves, this was also a path left behind by Orochimaru for escape. Yuehua harbored no fondness for such things, yet despite his struggles, he had been ensnared, ultimately becoming a victim of Orochimaru's cursed seal. Lord Yuehua, what is this? Do not worry, it is merely a minor issue, he reassured them. Yuehua gritted her teeth, resolutely suppressing the spread of the cursed seal through sheer willpower. The daffodil pattern on her right arm gradually contracted, ultimately transforming back into a black comma, concealed beneath her neck. However, the beads of sweat on her forehead indicated that the situation was far from simple. Yet, both Bai and Z remained silent, refraining from inquiring further, aware that Yuehua's mood was exceedingly foul. Let us proceed to find the Earth Scroll, Yuehua declared, grasping the ice wheel Maru as she rose to her feet. However, Z retrieved a scroll from her bag. The Earth Scroll was already in hand. What? How did this happen? Yuehua asked, astonished. After a squad of rain shinobi attempted to ambush us, I eliminated them and discovered it among their belongings, Z replied softly, handing the scroll to Yuehua. Yuehua produced another scroll from her pack, marked with the character for heaven. Holding both scrolls in her palm, her previously dismal spirits began to lift slightly. First, let us find a place to bathe. Then we shall head to the central tower, Yuehua remarked, acutely aware of her discomfort. Bloodstains, sweat, and dirt left her in a most disheveled state. By the riverside, Z was kindling a fire, preparing to grill fish, while Bai skillfully tended to the freshly caught fish, his culinary skills having risen sharply as the designated chef of the Chi-Fan clan. Especially Bai's grilled fish, which was extraordinarily delicious, even winning over Yuehua, who was not particularly fond of fish. Though lacking many cooking utensils outdoors, the experience offered a rustic charm that was not to be underestimated. I never anticipated the Chunin exam would prove so chaotic, Yuehua lamented, sitting shirtless by another fire, watching her clothes gradually dry. Indeed, who exactly is this Orochimaru? Bai inquired, skewering fish onto clean sticks, while Z, assisting by scaling the fish, perked up her ears. Orochimaru. Yuehua's face twitched slightly, her left hand instinctively pressing against her right neck. Orochimaru had once been one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, a disciple of the third Hokage, but later betrayed the village and became a rogue ninja. Yuehua lowered her left hand, lazily observing the fluttering garments before her. The Sannin? Z furrowed her brows momentarily before continuing. I recall that Lord Chi you mentioned. I remember now, Tsunade is also one of the Sannin, correct? Indeed, Lady Tsunade is also one of the Sannin. The Sannin refers to 3 exceptionally powerful ninjas, all of whom were disciples of the third Hokage. Regrettably, none remain in the village, Yuehua sighed, acknowledging the unfortunate reality that these formidable figures had departed Konoha, contributing to its current plight. Wait, Lady Tsunade should not be a rogue ninja, right? Bai asked, unable to contain his curiosity. Certainly not. I misspoke earlier. Only Orochimaru among the Sannin has turned rogue. Both Lady Tsunade and Jiraiya have merely left Konoha, not defected, Yuehua clarified, recognizing the significant misunderstanding regarding Tsunade's status. Yet we remain feeble, Bai mused, our strength still diminutive when compared to the legendary Sannin. The mention of the Sannin plunged Yuehua into a contemplative silence. She pondered when she might possess such formidable power, not to mention the overwhelming prowess of Madara. Bai too fell silent, confronted by Orochimaru's overwhelming strength. Filled with a sense of regret, the normally battle-averse Bai found herself yearning for the power to safeguard her current life. In contrast to Bai's silence, she was engulfed in self-reproach. Time and again, faced with formidable adversaries, She felt utterly incapable of aiding her comrades, perpetually defeated and becoming a burden to Lady Yuehua. The fish is ready, let us dine. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Yuehua's stomach to rumble audibly. By the way, Lady Yuehua, it seems someone is calling for help. I glanced at Yuehua in confusion. Did you not hear? Draping the dried blue and white attire over her form, albeit slightly tattered. Yuehua deemed it satisfactory enough. In this place, one could not afford to be overly particular. She patted down the wrinkles on her garment before turning her head to listen intently. It appears someone is indeed in distress. I shall investigate. You two wait here. With agility, Yuehua leapt onto the towering tree, waving cheerfully, not allowing Bai and Ji the chance to intervene, and vanished into the forest. Observing Ji's anxious demeanor, Bai offered a gentle smile. Ji, do not fret too much. As long as Orochimaru does not intervene, I doubt anyone could harm Lady Yuehua. That cursed seal seems to trouble her greatly. For now, let her handle it as she sees fit. With a sigh, Ji fell silent and began her training. Motivated by her own inadequacies, she resolved to exert herself, refusing to squander any time. Bai, watching Ji diligently practice, settled down to contemplate his own bloodline limit. As Yuehua darted swiftly through the trees, the cries for help grew increasingly faint and hoarse. Her brow furrowed, and as chakra surged beneath her feet, she executed a shunshin, leaving only an afterimage in her wake. A massive, terrifying bear roared, its glowing green eyes fixated on the crimson-haired girl cowering beneath the tree, drool dripping from its maw. It had finally cornered its prey, ready for a feast. The girl, clutching a scroll, trembled in fear, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her terror intensifying with each growl of the bear. Where has everyone gone? Please don't leave me alone. Her whispered pleas fell like her tears. With a deafening crash, the bear lunged forward, its terrifying presence causing the girl to collapse to the ground, her glasses flying off as she awaited the inevitable end. Wind King Fist. A thunderous roar pierced the air as Yuehua's fist struck the bear's skull with tremendous force. Her right arm, wreathed in a tempestuous wind, unleashed a devastating blow that left the massive creature dazed, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. The Wind King Fist is a creation of Yuehua, developed under the relentless pursuit of Shunong, who faced repeated failures. Shunong sought terrifying explosive power, astonishing thrust speed, formidable destructive capability, and exceptional defensive prowess, rendering it a comprehensive technique devoid of any flaws. However, this comprehensive nature also signifies an elevated level of difficulty, resulting in Yuehua's inability to master it fully. Nevertheless, he did manage to develop the Wind King Fist as a derivative of Shunong's technique, which solely embodies destructive power, lacking the supplementary attributes of explosive force and thrust speed, thereby significantly diminishing its effectiveness. Nonetheless, it suffices to a certain extent. For instance, the massive bear that lay unconscious before him, as Yuehua dissipated the gusts of wind from his arm, nodded in satisfaction. If the Wind King Fist held such power, then Shunong would undoubtedly not waste the efforts he had invested. Standing atop the bear's substantial abdomen, which felt surprisingly comfortable underfoot, Yuehua then turned his gaze to the distressed girl nearby, only to be taken aback. The crimson-haired maiden was sprawled on the ground, searching frantically for her glasses. The red hair was indeed a hallmark feature. In a world filled with an array of vibrant hues, even green-haired individuals existed, while Yuehua's own white hair was considered a common color. However, red hair was exceedingly rare, most famously associated with the Uzumaki clan, known for their natural crimson locks. This fact, combined with her distinctive black-framed glasses, made her quite conspicuous. "What is your name?" Yuehua inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice, as he noticed the forehead protector of the hidden grass village adorning the girl's head. Finally managing to locate and don her glasses, the girl blushed and replied, "I am K-Rin. Thank you for rescuing me." Yuehua was taken aback by her gratitude, astonished that K-Rin, a lower-ranking ninja from the hidden grass village, was participating in the Chunin exams. A wave of internal conflict washed over him. What should he do regarding K-Rin? To be frank, the Uzumaki clan possessed remarkable strength, and if harnessed properly, could prove to be a formidable asset in battle. Unfortunately, in later events, Sasuke had treated K-Rin merely as a pawn, reducing her to a mere bloodbag alongside his radar. "Do not be alarmed. My name is Chief Fan Yuehua, a lower-ranking ninja from Konoha. I rushed over upon hearing cries for help. Why are you here alone? Where are your companions?" Yuehua offered a warm smile as he leaped down from the bear's belly and approached K-Rin. Noticing K-Rin's tense grip on the earth scroll, Yuehua halted his advance, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, and reassured her, "There's no need to worry. Our team's scrolls are already collected." Upon hearing Yuehua's words, Keirin managed a shy smile, sensing his genuine lack of malice, and relaxed. "My companions and I were ambushed, and we got separated, which led me to encounter this wretched bear, leaving me no choice but to call for help. What will you do now? Are you planning to search for your companions? Do you have any means of contacting them?" Yuehua inquired, formulating thoughts in his mind, eager to hear Keirin's response. "I do not know. I attempted to sense their chakra, but they might be gone. Now, I am at a loss as to where to go." Keirin lowered her head, acknowledging her current limitations. She excelled in reconnaissance ninjutsu and possessed innate healing abilities, but lacked any substantial combat prowess. Otherwise, she would not have been pursued by a bear. Upon hearing Xianglin's words, Yuehua felt a surge of joy within. The death of Xianglin's companion simplified matters tremendously. "Then, Xianglin, accompany me for now. I shall lead you out of the forest of death." "However," she inquired, "but why would you assist me? An additional person here is merely a burden." Although Xianglin did not overtly express her reluctance, her curiosity prompted the question. "Well, first and foremost, one must see a task through to its conclusion. And if I were to abandon you and you perished here, my efforts would have been in vain. Furthermore, you possess considerable skill in sensing ninjutsu, do you not? My team lacks a sensory ninja, and your assistance would undoubtedly ease our burden," Yuehua explained gently, wishing to avoid any sense of resistance from Xianglin, which would complicate matters. Xianglin's interest was piqued, and without further hesitation, she readily agreed. Strangely, she seemed unperturbed by the loss of her companion. Yet, Yuehua noticed the bite mark that inadvertently peeked from her wrist and sighed inwardly. "Then let us proceed." Grasping the ear of the massive bear, Yuehua dragged it back across the ground. Noticing Xianglin's astonished expression, he chuckled. "There's no need to be so surprised. Bear paws are a rare delicacy. With 4 of us, each can have a paw perfect." Seeing Yuehua's smile stirred something within Xianglin. It appeared this leaf ninja was far superior to that gang from the grass village. Perhaps she could linger a while longer here, and she quickened her pace to catch up with Yuehua. As they dragged the great bear along, it stirred awake several times, only to be knocked unconscious again by a single punch from Yuehua. Finally, finding it tedious, Yuehua delivered 3 decisive blows, halting the bear's heart. With a thud, he slammed the bear against the riverbank, leaving Bai and Z in a state of bewilderment. What manner of creature is this that has descended upon us? Wasn't Lord Yuehua going to rescue someone? How did it turn into a hunt? What is the situation with those fellows in the tree? Yuehua inquired, noticing 3 leaf ninjas suspended in unconsciousness among the branches. They're merely a few fools drawn by the sin of roasted fish. Since they are also from the leaf village, I refrained from killing them and simply knocked them out, Bai responded, casting a friendly smile towards Xianglin, who stood behind Yuehua. "Lord Yuehua, is she the person you rescued?" "Indeed. This is Xianglin, a genin from the grass village. Her companions have all perished, so I brought her along. We shall take her to the central tower together," Yuehua said, dismissing the unfortunate trio in the tree and introducing Xianglin. Xianglin gazed at Bai's beaming demeanor, her eyes nearly popping out in awe. She had already found Yuehua quite handsome, but Bai appeared even more so. Then there was the coolly composed Z, the epitome of an ice queen, especially with those captivating violet eyes that seemed to shimmer brilliantly. With Bai's affable nature, it wasn't long before he and Xianglin were engaged in lively conversation. Yuehua stroked his chin, pondering how effortlessly Bai could charm women. On the 3rd day of the examination, Yuehua and his companions had arrived at the outskirts of the central tower, where the towering structure was clearly visible in the distance. 3 chakra sources lay concealed among the trees ahead, seemingly lying in ambush. Xianglin abruptly halted her steps and spoke up. Bai gazed at Z in astonishment. Among the trio of Yuehua, Bai possessed the finest sensing technique, yet in comparison to Xianglin, he felt utterly inadequate. Observing the beaming Yuehua, he began to comprehend that perhaps this young girl from the grass-hidden village would share his fate. "What shall we do, Lord Yuehua?" Z inquired softly, positioning himself beside Yuehua. Pay them no mind. Should they dare to strike Yuehua's right hand sliced downward, the implication unmistakable. Bai and Z nodded in agreement. Bai's habitual kindness had finally shifted, no longer inclined to strike first, yet if provoked, he would not hold back. This realization provided Yuehua with considerable reassurance, knowing that the rest would come gradually through subtle influence. "Xianglin, stay behind me," Yuehua said, casting a comforting smile at the concerned Xianglin. "Fear not, we are formidable." Without needing instruction, Bai and Z naturally positioned themselves on either side of Xianglin. Bai presumed Yuehua's intentions, while Z recognized the significance Yuehua placed on Xianglin. Thus, it was clear that fulfilling their leader's will was their path forward. Yuehua, with an air of nonchalance, clasped his hands behind his head, appearing utterly unguarded. While Bai and Z approached the situation with solemnity, lacking Yuehua's inclination for amusement. Whoosh! Shuriken flew from either side, and in an instant, Bai and Z drew their kunai, shielding Xianglin in the center, effortlessly deflecting the incoming projectiles. As for Yuehua, he vanished from his spot with a swift technique, causing all the shuriken to land harmlessly in the air, some even colliding with one another, producing a bright spark of sound that flickered briefly. Charge! A voice called from a nearby tree. Almost simultaneously, two-leaf village genin tumbled down from the branches, violently thrust into the ground by the force of the wind. Losing consciousness. Charge, a technique once used by Yuehua to send Sasuke flying, was one of the offensive methods Yuehua developed through his research on the transformations and properties of wind-based chakra. Although its destructive capability was limited, it proved invaluable at times, particularly for dispatching lesser foes with ease. Alright, it's done. Yuehua leaped down from a tree to the left, bearing a bound girl adorned with a leaf village forehead protector. The girl, ensnared by flowing whips, gazed at Yuehua in terror, her mouth stuffed with a smoke bomb, allowing only muffled cries of distress to escape. Please, don't kill us. I'm willing to surrender the scroll. As soon as Yuehua removed the smoke bomb, the girl begged fervently for mercy, fearing for her life. After all, Yuehua's strength was formidable. The three of them had been effortlessly subdued by him, rendering them no match. Rest assured, we are all leaf ninjas. There is no need for bloodshed. Take your companion and leave, Yuehua replied, disinterested in preying upon the weak. Especially not on a girl, despite her being older than him. With a wave of her hand, the water whips on the girl transformed into streams that cascaded down, freeing her from confinement. She flexed her wrists, gazing in astonishment at Yuehua. Are you truly allowing us to leave? We were just contemplating how to eliminate you and seize your scrolls. Yuehua was momentarily amused by the girl's audacity. What a peculiar disposition. It seemed she had a penchant for tempting fate. Instantly, her expression hardened as she retorted coldly. What? Do you wish to take your revenge after we have eliminated you? And no, farewell. The girl's face stiffened, her eyes darting as she hurriedly moved to her two unconscious companions, yanking them up before making a hasty escape. Watching the girl kick up a cloud of dust as she fled, Yuehua shook her head in disbelief. What kind of individuals were these? By the way, what is your name, white-haired one? I am Tiangong Shimo. Just as Yuehua sighed and shook her head, the girl suddenly dashed back. Her two companions were now foaming at the mouth from the jostling, yet the carefree girl seemed oblivious, instead inquiring about Yuehua's name. Qingfen Yuehua. Should you wish to seek vengeance, feel free to find me. Yuehua flashed a toothy grin. This girl named Shimu seemed rather amusing, and she had no objection to befriending such an entertaining individual. With a sudden impulse, she called out to the departing girl. By the way, what scroll were you carrying? Huh, the Earth Scroll. Is there an issue? Tiangong Shimu blinked, her appearance not exceptionally beautiful, but rather cheerful and vibrant. Perfect. We happen to have surplus sky scrolls. Since you seem pleasant enough, I shall give you one. Yuehua pulled out a sky scroll and tossed it to Kingzuma Xiamu. Xiamu let out a sharp cry, startling a flock of birds into flight. Are you truly giving this to us? But no buts. I find you agreeable, and that is all there is to it. Yuehua interrupted Shimu, dismissing the trivialities. However, unexpectedly, Shimu displayed a shy expression. You're not really my type. I prefer someone older than me. Huh. This left Yuehua utterly speechless. Yuehua Darren, do you truly have a preference for that type? Xianglin imitated the way Bai and Z addressed her, and Yuehua did not correct her. Didn't I mention? I dislike those who are older than me. No, I already have someone I like. I would never stray. Yuehua explained weakly, resting her head on the table. Ever since Tiangong Shimu uttered those words, Yuehua genuinely found herself at a loss for words, while Xianglin chattered on. The most concerning was that Z's gaze had also taken on a subtle nuance. However, Yuehua Darren, what shall we do for the next 2 days? After all, we are to arrive on the third day, which is today. The second exam is in 2 days. Are we to remain here? The room occupied by the four was prepared by the tower, designated for teams that arrived early to rest. However, once inside the tower, a warning was issued. Leaving the tower was prohibited. meaning re-entering the examination grounds was not allowed. In a moment of quiet reflection, Yuehua discreetly gave a thumbs up to Bai for his clever maneuver, then turned her thoughts to the predicament faced by Bai. It was indeed impossible to leave the tower. The confined space made training unfeasible, rendering the 2 days ahead rather tedious. However, before delving further into this dilemma, Yuehua's gaze shifted towards Xianglin. According to the rules, the death of Xianglin's teammates signified failure in the examination, and upon arrival at the tower, she would be promptly sent away. Yet, Yuehua concocted a pretext, claiming she required Xianglin's assistance in tending to Ji's wounds, thus allowing her to remain for the time being. Xianglin, are you considering returning to the grass-hidden village? Yuehua inquired, her eyes fixed on Xianglin. I don't know. My 2 companions have perished, and Xianglin fell silent, pressing down on the bite marks concealed beneath her sleeve, feeling utterly lost. In the grass-hidden village, she possessed little standing. She was merely treated as a vessel for blood, and even the study of ninjutsu was forbidden to her. With the death of her 2 companions, she felt too fearful to return. Then, Xianglin, would you consider joining Konoha? Yuehua stated candidly, laying her intentions bare. Xianglin regarded Yuehua, her keen intellect grasping the underlying implication. She had sensed something previously, yet without Yuehua's explicit mention, she could not voice her thoughts. Now, the inquiry was clear, and she understood the reason behind it. To be precise, Xianglin, become my subordinate. Like Bai and Ji, you will heed only my commands, and no one else shall dictate your actions. Give it some thought. Yuehua said, locking her gaze with Xianglin's, a confident smile gracing her lips. I accept, but as you stated, I will only follow your orders. No one else may command me, Xianglin replied through gritted teeth. The corners of Yuehua's mouth involuntarily curled upwards, and she erupted into laughter. With Xianglin's addition, Yuehua's influence would undoubtedly grow stronger, for Xianglin's potential was truly remarkable. From this day forth, Xianglin, you shall be a member of the Root organization. However, I must first train you. Your forehead protector, mask, and attire will be provided later, she declared. Understood, Lady Yuehua, Xianglin responded with utmost seriousness. Now, let us proceed to meet the proctor, so you may remain here for the time being. Yuehua gestured, leading Xianglin out of the room. They entered a spacious office. The 3rd Hokage sat in his chair, his face, lined with wrinkles, bore an expression of deep concern. As the proctor, Akane appeared pale, slumped on the sofa, exuding an air of exhaustion. Yuehua paused momentarily before quickly processing the scene. It seemed Akane had encountered Orochimaru, leading to the manifestation of her cursed seal, which explained her current state. Curiously, Yuehua recalled that the seal had only activated once upon awakening. Since then, her ninjutsu had not triggered it. Instinctively touching her neck, Yuehua addressed the 3rd Hokage. Sir, what brings you here? I happen to have matters to report. What is it? Speak, Yuehua, the 3rd Hokage replied, visibly more at ease upon seeing her. Witnessing the promising young ninjas representing Konoha's future brought him immense joy. I encountered Orochimaru at the examination site. The moonlight cast a serene glow, yet the atmosphere was rife with an unsettling tension. The mere mention of Orochimaru's name sent shivers down the spines of the 3 dark figures nearby, as they braced themselves for impending doom. Indeed, the 3rd Hokage sighed softly. His concern for the Chunin exams was palpable. The ominous black clouds looming over the death forest could not have escaped his notice, and he speculated about the underlying circumstances. Did you encounter Orochimaru unscathed? Akane asked anxiously, her gaze fixed on Uchiha, wishing fervently to inspect her from head to toe for reassurance. Nothing too grave. Merely a skirmish with Orochimaru. I ultimately lost and was left with this peculiar curse, Uchiha revealed, exposing the cursed mark on her neck for the 3rd Hokage and Akane to see. The 3rd's expression darkened instantly, while Akane's already pale visage grew even more ashen. However, she soon noticed that Uchiha's condition seemed rather peculiar. Uchiha, has your cursed mark not manifested? You appear to be in no significant pain, Akane remarked. Having suffered the agonies of a cursed mark herself, Uchiha's demeanor was far from that of someone who had just been afflicted. The initial stages of a cursed mark were notoriously tormenting. The 3rd Hokage, intrigued by Akane's observation, recalled the time when Akane had first received her cursed mark from Orochimaru. Despite his efforts to research and attempt to dispel the curse, he, the revered ninja doctor, found himself powerless against it, ultimately sealing Akane's curse instead. I am uncertain. When I first regained consciousness after battling Orochimaru, I fainted due to chakra depletion. The initial onset of the curse was indeed excruciating, but I managed to suppress it. And it hasn't recurred since, Uchiha explained, contemplating the reasons behind her unusual state. Her gaze fell upon the ice wheel blade. If anything could potentially mitigate the curse, it would be this weapon. Lord Third, perhaps the ice wheel blade has aided in suppressing the curse's manifestation. Might it affect the soul? Uchiha inquired, seeking wisdom from the esteemed ninja doctor. She yearned to comprehend the curse's mechanics and find a means to eliminate it. As she lacked a supportive older brother and had to rely on her own resources, the soul. In my research on curse marks, I discovered that they possess powers that can affect one's psyche. Overuse of a cursed mark can easily lead to the loss of one's mind, transforming an individual into a mere killing machine. It is indeed possible that your blade has assisted in repressing the curse's manifestation, the third Hokage surmised thoughtfully. However, to be prudent, I shall leave you with an additional seal, he added, regarding Uchiha with a serious expression. Sarutobi, my apprentice's affairs do not require your assistance. I shall handle them myself. A tightly shut door creaked open, revealing Danzo, leaning on his cane and accompanied by two subordinates. The high tower served as a temporary office. The third Hokage and Danzo glared at each other like rival roosters, creating an atmosphere thick with unease. Uchiha discreetly pulled Akane back a few steps, attempting to distance themselves from the brewing confrontation between the two formidable figures. Danzo, what mischief do you intend to stir at the Chunin exam venue? The third Hokage initiated, his gaze fixed on the old man with formidable intensity. However, after opposing the third Hokage for so many years, Danzo was unfazed by his imposing presence. With a piercing glare, he immediately erupted, causing trouble? Sarutobi, listen well, I am here to see my apprentice. If it weren't for your leniency all those years ago, how could Orochimaru have created such chaos? Spitting words filled with fury, Danzo seethed, cursed seal. That wretched Orochimaru dares to bestow a cursed seal upon my pupil. His cane struck the ground with a resounding thud. Yuehua, eavesdropping nearby, rolled her eyes discreetly, while others may not understand. She was fully aware that her teacher was vehemently arguing with the third Hokage. Despite having once been allies with Orochimaru for a considerable duration, a bond that had seemingly severed now. The third Hokage fell silent, drawing deeply on his cigarette, his mood darkening. It was particularly vexing that Danzo, in his usual manner, targeted old wounds. Orochimaru's betrayal was undoubtedly the most painful for him, even more so than the death of his eldest son. Danzo, indifferent to the third Hokage's tumultuous thoughts, turned to Yuehua, beckoning her closer. Upon noticing the cursed seal around her neck, he ignited with fury once more, vehemently cursing Orochimaru, while simultaneously dragging the third Hokage into his tirade, much to the latter's annoyance. Meanwhile, the elite Umbu accompanying the third Hokage couldn't help but murmur their discontent. Danzo had maintained this foul temper for years. And if it weren't for the third Hokage's good-natured disposition, they mused, he would have surely faced dire consequences long ago. Within the village of Konoha, when it came to cursed seals, both Danzo and Orochimaru were experts, while the third Hokage was a well-rounded master, albeit more theoretical than practical. Unlike the other two who thrived in hands-on experience, the members of Root had all been implanted with cursed seals by Danzo. However, these were not of the same nature as Orochimaru's. Danzo's seals merely restrained his subordinates to prevent leaks of sensitive information, while Orochimaru's were far more intricate and formidable. After scrutinizing the cursed seal on Yuehua's neck and cursing Orochimaru a few more times, Danzo began contemplating potential solutions, while the third Hokage remained silent, one indulging in smoke, the other idly playing with his cane. Teacher, I have something to discuss. Yuehua approached Danzo, intending to speak about Shine's joining of Konoha. Initially, she meant to address the third Hokage, but with her teacher present, it was only natural to seek his counsel. What is it? Speak, Danzo replied casually, having developed a significant regard for this disciple. Her name is Shine, a genin from Kusagakure, and I would like her to join Konoha, specifically, join Root and become my subordinate. Yuehua gestured for Shine to step forward. Join Konoha? Danzo regarded Shine with curiosity, eager to ascertain what ability she possessed to earn Yuehua's favor. Previously, White had exhibited remarkable prowess, thus, he wondered what merit Shine could bring. Neither the third Hokage nor Danzo showed any particular reaction to Shine's crimson hair, after all. While red hair was rare, it was not entirely uncommon, and the Uzumaki clan simply happened to be more renowned. Previously, Yuehua and Xianglin entered the room together. The third Hokage merely cast a glance at Xianglin before directing all his attention to Yuehua, and Danzo mirrored this behavior. Upon scrutinizing Xianglin closely, it became apparent to both of them that she possessed an immense reservoir of chakra. Without a moment's hesitation, Danzo nodded in agreement, stating, "Leave this matter to me. Xianglin, you are now a member of Root." Observing Xianglin's timid demeanor as she nestled beside Yuehua, Danzo inwardly cursed, noting her similarity to that white-haired boy, who only heeded Yuehua's words. Yet, he felt a certain satisfaction. This disciple was not only formidable in strength, but also adept at garnering subordinates. "Yuehua is your direct superior," Danzo added, prompting Xianglin to nod in acknowledgement, her expression brightening with joy, though she still hesitated to step forward, instinctively wary of Danzo's ominous chakra. The third Hokage refrained from intervening, considering it a matter between master and disciple, and deemed a mere genin from the grass village inconsequential, unlike that white-haired boy, who had connections to the Mist Village. The grass village was hardly worthy of attention from the third Hokage and Danzo. With Xianglin's status confirmed, the third Hokage finally spoke up. "What shall we do about Yuehua's cursed seal?" Danzo furrowed his brow, pressing his cane thoughtfully. "For now, we must temporarily seal it. But this is not a long-term solution. Master, allow me to handle this myself. My unique ability seems capable of suppressing the activation of the cursed seal. If it cannot be eradicated, there is no need to impose a seal," Yuehua replied, glancing at Danzo and the third Hokage while touching the cursed seal on her neck. She felt no unusual sensations. Without a mirror, one could hardly perceive any anomaly. Danzo scrutinized Yuehua, his voice grave. "Are you certain? This cursed seal can erode one's sanity. You understand the potential consequences of losing control." "I comprehend, Master, but I wish to at least attempt it. At the very least, I will wait until the Chunin exams conclude and reassess the situation then," Yuehua asserted, gripping her ice-will pillar tightly. "Very well, but do not let me down." Danzo conceded with a stern expression before departing, his manner as brusque as ever. Yuehua turned to the third Hokage and Akane. Then, "Lord Third, Sister Akane, I shall take my leave." With that, Yuehua led Xianglin back to the room assigned to them. "Yuehua, have you resolved the matter?" I inquired with concern. "Xianglin is now our comrade. Over the next few days, assist her with basic training. I will seek a solution for the cursed seal," Yuehua commanded with a wave of her hand. Both Bai and Z nodded in acknowledgement, while Xianglin's face lit up with excitement. Having learned little ninjutsu in the grass village, she was naturally thrilled to receive guidance. Observing Xianglin's eagerness to learn, Yuehua nodded slightly, noting that Xianglin had yet to awaken her violent tendencies. She appeared to be merely a delicate girl for now. After a moment of observation, Yuehua quietly retreated to the small inner room, securing the door tightly, as she intended to tackle the issue of the cursed seal. The cursed seal, indeed. Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, Yuehua positioned the ice wheel pill upon his lap, gradually closing his eyes to delve deep into meditation, seeking a dialogue with the ice wheel pill. In the realm of ice and snow, a vast expanse of silver adorned the landscape, while the howling blizzards seemed relentless. A colossal ice dragon flapped its wings, intensifying the ferocity of the tempestuous storm. As Yuehua treaded through the snow, braving the blizzard to approach the ice dragon, he beheld a white serpent, ensnared in the icy grasp of a mountain. Merely gazing upon it, he felt a slight warmth emanating from the cursed seal upon its neck. "Indeed, it was you who helped me suppress the curse, Icewill Pill." A smile graced Yuehua's lips as he turned his gaze towards the ice dragon. The dragon let out a resonating roar, its thunderous voice echoing throughout the frosty realm. "I understand now. There is no need for such volume." Yuehua chuckled wryly, digging into his ears, for the sound of the ice wheel pill was strikingly loud, causing discomfort to his hearing. Yet, this white serpent was not dead, merely preserved in a state of false death. Moreover, you mentioned the possibility of erasing the serpent's will while retaining its power? A flicker of intrigue sparked within Yuehua, quickly evolving into profound longing. The potency of the cursed seal was indisputable. Yuehua's disdain for it stemmed from the potential constraints imposed by Orochimaru, as well as its insidious encroachment upon one's intellect. Should these two adverse effects be nullified, Yuehua would not hesitate to embrace the cursed seal. After all, Orochimaru's research into the cursed seal was a degraded form of sage mode, a power Yuehua yearned for. His chakra was merely slightly above average, yet under sage mode. The sage chakra invigorated the user with each application, while their innate chakra waned with use. Furthermore, sage chakra was derived from the natural world. inexhaustible and continuously absorbable once depleted. Although the transformation through the cursed seal could not rival the enhancement of Sage Mode, it was still considerable. The teachings of Sage Mode were limited to a few locations: Mount Mayaboku, the Dragon Cave, and the Wetbone Forest, all of which possessed legacies of sage arts. Yet none could be found by ordinary means. Yuehua had long suspected that these three places might not even exist in this realm, but rather in a dimension akin to that of space-time. Thus, to cultivate Sage Mode, one would need to approach the legendary three ninjas, earn their recognition, and forge a contract with one of the summoning beasts, be it a toad, serpent, or slug, before even contemplating the sage arts. The cursed seal. Yuehua gazed at the frozen white serpent, caressing the now warm cursed seal upon his neck, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Sage Mode was something Yuehua would never relinquish. If he could not thwart the resurrection of the Ten Tails, then facing its Jinchuriki would be futile without sage chakra to inflict harm. Orochimaru, it seems our destinies are yet intertwined. With a low chuckle, a chill enveloped his gaze as he slowly drew forth the ice wheel pill, causing the ice mountain before him to begin melting, revealing the serpent's head, while its body remained encased in frost. Under the moonlight, Yuehua swiftly ascended onto the exposed head of the white serpent, thrusting the ice wheel Maru into its depths. No crimson flowed forth, only wisps of dark aura escaped. Despite being immobilized by the frost, the serpent struggled in vain, akin to an ant attempting to shake a mighty tree. After a few breaths, the dark essence dissipated entirely, and at that moment, the ice dragon emitted a soft hum. Had the will left by Orochimaru truly been annihilated? Fortunately, the ice will Maru aided me. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. Observing the dazed serpent beneath her, its form became indistinct yet did not vanish. The danger of Orochimaru's control was now alleviated, yet the impact on cognition remained a perplexing dilemma. Yuehua murmured. Yet she felt a sense of satisfaction. Matters concerning the mind would require further contemplation. Gradually, her consciousness withdrew from the realm of ice and snow. And as she opened her eyes once more while seated on her bed, the bright moonlight cascaded through the window, illuminating the room in a radiant glow. Yuehua scratched her head, surprised that this dialogue had consumed so much time. After conversing with the ice wheel Maru, she felt invigorated and devoid of sleepiness. Yet she was reluctant to disturb Bai and the others. Orochimaru, power. Lying back on her bed, she began to refine her thoughts in her mind. But first, she needed to persuade the third Hokage and Master Danzo. Otherwise, all her musings would be in vain. In the base of the root organization, the dim candlelight flickered, casting shadows that danced with it. Orochimaru has returned. Issue a warning to remain vigilant and prevent him from exploiting any opportunities, Danzo instructed slowly. After a moment's hesitation, he added, if you discover Orochimaru's whereabouts, do not act recklessly. Report to me immediately. Yes. The shadow, kneeling in the darkness, vanished in an instant, leaving Danzo alone in the dim chamber. Cursed seals. Orochimaru is indeed an unpredictable individual. A look of distress crossed Danzo's face. Despite his formidable demeanor before the third Hokage, Konoha was truly fragile at this moment, and he felt a profound sense of helplessness. Sighing heavily, Danzo rose and approached the bookshelf. Utilizing the feeble candlelight, he retrieved 6 scrolls, laid them on the table, and meticulously examined them before speaking. Send for F. Before long, the masked F appeared, kneeling before the table. Lord Danzo, what is your command? You are to procure a set of female umbu attire along with these scrolls. Proceed to the high tower at the 44th training ground and deliver these to Yuehua. She will instruct you on the remaining matters, Danzo ordered, tossing the scrolls to F. Now go. Very well. This is being managed excellently, Kankuro. You have performed admirably. White praised, observing Kankuro practicing her wall climbing skills. During her time in the grass village, Kankuro had not received any systematic training and had to rely solely on her innate talent to navigate her abilities. Thus, White decided to have Kankuro undergo training from the very beginning. But proposed that Xianglin should first learn the shadow clone technique, for her chakra reserves are considerable, rivaling even that of Naruto. By utilizing shadow clones for training, she could make up for the time that had previously been squandered. Yuehua observed Xianglin's training and offered her suggestion. I understand, Bai nodded, summoning Xianglin from her perch on the ceiling to begin imparting the technique. Meanwhile, Z sat in a corner practicing hand seals to enhance her speed. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Yuehua swiftly approached the door and opened it. Who is it? Ah, Kaze, please come in. Noticing Yamashiro Kaze without his mask, Yuehua tilted her head, inviting him inside. Lord Yuehua, here is the attire you requested, along with these 6 scrolls entrusted to you by Lord Danzo. Kaze presented a complete set of clothing, including a forehead protector, mask, and full garments, along with 6 modest scrolls. Kaze, please assist in registering Xianglin with Root. She is my direct subordinate and will temporarily remain by my side. Once the Chunin exams conclude, we anticipate formally entering Root together, Yuehua indicated toward Xianglin, who was currently engaged in practicing the shadow clone technique. Understood, Kaze replied, a glimmer of excitement evident in his eyes. The second examination, Day 5. All teams that had arrived early at the tower received a notification to convene at the venue promptly at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yuehua and her companions leisurely made their way to the assembly, with Xianglin accompanying her, as such an opportunity to observe combat during the Chunin exams should not be squandered. Yuehua, you all arrived quite early, Shikamaru yawned lazily, appearing still half asleep despite the nearing noon hour. It's better to arrive late than to be cooped up inside. It's dreadfully boring, Yuehua retorted, admitting that without the scrolls sent by Danzo, she would surely have succumbed to tedium. We just arrived this morning and had no time to rest before being called out, Ino said, her expression one of discontent, clearly exhausted from the past few days. As for Choji, he was content as long as there was food, trailing behind the group with a large bag of chips, blissfully immersed in his own world. Soon, they arrived at the venue, which was constructed on the lower level of the tower, spacious and adorned with unique decorations, including a pair of hands forming hand seals. At this moment, all qualified participants had gathered. Yuehua spotted a battle-scarred Naruto and a visibly trembling Sasuke, who appeared to be struggling under the burden of his cursed seal. Additionally, the lively girl, Natsum, stood with her 2 teammates nearby. Casting a cursory glance around, she noted that the original 12 strong had assembled, alongside the Sand siblings, the Sound Ninja Trio, and Kabuto's team. With Yuehua's presence, 3 more individuals were added, including Asahina Natsum's team, totaling 27 participants. Yuehua then shifted her gaze to the high platform, where the 3rd Hokage and Anko stood at the forefront, flanked by a multitude of Konoha's Jonin, including Kakashi and Guy. With Chiyo also present, Xianglin discreetly positioned herself behind Chiyo, remaining inconspicuous as he was also standing to the side. Firstly, congratulations to all of you for passing the 2nd round of the Chunin exams. The 3rd Hokage surveyed the crowd, and upon noticing that all 12 newcomers had indeed succeeded, he couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. He had assumed that only the team led by Tsukuha would advance, yet unexpectedly, every newcomer had made it through. With a stern expression, Akato glared fiercely at the gathered candidates, before announcing, "Now, I invite the Hokage to elucidate the details regarding the 3rd round of the examination. Pay attention, and no whispering among yourselves." Satisfied to see the candidates quiet down, Akato turned her gaze towards the 3rd Hokage. "Please, Hokage-sama." Clearing his throat, the Hokage began. "First and foremost, I must inform you that what lies ahead will be battles fought with your very lives at stake. You are to fight valiantly for your dreams and the honor of your village." His demeanor was grave, his voice devoid of any warmth. This examination is not merely a Chunin test. It serves as a microcosm of the conflicts between great nations. Your performance will be scrutinized by the invited daimyos and esteemed nobles from various lands, influencing their perceptions of the strength of our ninja villages, which in turn affects the number of missions we receive. To put it plainly, this is a matter of economic survival, so fight with all your might. The 3rd Hokage's words stripped bare the harsh realities of the ninja world. This was merely the surface. The true darkness had yet to be revealed. Even so, many, including Naruto, felt the weight of his words. "Let us get to the part about fighting for our lives, shall we?" Enough with the preamble, Gaara interjected, displaying clear impatience. Though he wished to speak further, he was abruptly interrupted by a young man who appeared before the 3rd Hokage. "I beg your pardon for my rudeness, Hokage-sama. Allow me." The swift moonlight to handle the subsequent matters. The frail-looking youth turned to face the candidates. "Greetings, I am Mizuki Kazekage. Before we commence the 3rd round of the exams, we must first conduct a preliminary selection. The first 2 rounds were too simplistic, leaving us with an excessive number of participants. Thus, we will hold a preliminary round to reduce the numbers by half." Mizuki Kazekage's frail declaration sparked an uproar among the candidates. Why is there a preliminary round? We've already passed the 2nd round. No one mentioned anything about an additional selection. Sakura exclaimed passionately. "It has already been stated. There are too many remaining participants. The daimyos and nobles lack the time to observe your matches. Is there anyone wishing to forfeit? Speak up quickly, as the preliminary round is about to commence. Mizuki's Kazekage scanned the crowd of candidates. Furthermore, what follows will be individual battles. The withdrawal of teammates will not affect your standing. At this pronouncement, immediate reactions ensued. We withdraw, the two teammates of Tenka Natsum declared decisively, casting fearful glances at Tsukiya. Had it not been for Natsum informing them, they would still be unaware of who had defeated them. Now, devoid of any fighting spirit, they regarded their opponents as monstrous, harboring no hope whatsoever. Tsukiya cast a sidelong glance at the resolute Tenka Natsum, who wore an expression of unwavering determination, evidently having made her decision. Soon, without any unforeseen circumstances, this super spy will also withdraw, successfully drawing the attention of the third generation. However, they will soon pack up and leave, so there is no need for concern. After waiting for a few minutes, silence enveloped the room until Moonlight Gale gently cleared his throat and slowly stated, "The remaining 24 individuals will engage in one-on-one combat, utilizing any means necessary. The battle concludes only when one party is deceased, incapacitated, or concedes. Therefore, prepare yourselves. If you find yourselves outmatched, it would be wise to surrender early." The palpable aura of lethal intent caused several individuals to shudder slightly. Moonlight Gale continued, "And the determinant of your fates is it." As he pointed, a rectangular display screen emerged on the wall behind him. The names of the combatants set to face each other would be revealed upon it. Moonlight Gale cast a detached glance at the crowd, and the names for the first match were displayed. Everyone's gaze fixated on the screen, anxiously awaiting the announcement. After a moment of flickering, the display finally settled. Bai versus Tian Tian. Moonlight Gale withdrew his gaze, cleared his throat, and said, "Now, the two individuals whose names have appeared may step forward, while the rest should position themselves on either side of the stance. Bai, all you need to do is win," Moonlight advised, before leisurely escorting Z to the stance. In his view, this battle held no suspense whatsoever. On the opposite side, the girl with a bun hairstyle, Tian Tian, stood facing Bai, and upon observing his smiling demeanor, she too revealed a fierce determination. Round 1. The combatants are Bai and Tian Tian. Is there any dissent? Moonlight Gale inquired earnestly, positioning himself between the two. No, the boy and girl replied in unison.